prints right down the street was robbed December 1st. Police say the men entered the store and one pointed a gun at the clerk, demanding money. For the men since they found them last Thursday in Moreno Valley. Just to say the car the men had was reported stolen. The jury in L.A. that convicted Harvey Weinstein of sexual assault has said it could not reach a unanimous decision on aggravating factors in the case. Those factors could have added to the 18 years in prison Weinstein's already facing for the rape and other sex crimes he was found guilty of yesterday. The judge declared a mistrial on the aggravating allegations. The hearing set for next month to figure out what's next. A potential bomb cyclone could bring blizzard conditions across the Midwest and Great Lakes this week, as well as high winds to the East Coast. United Airlines is offering waivers for people whose flights might be affected.
The waivers allow passengers to modify their travel in the Midwest, Texas, East Coast, and the Northwest, all because of bad weather.
ABC Todd Stone says Chicago is a major hub for United Airlines and is forecast to be one of the cities hit hardest by the potential blizzard. He says finding a new flight during the holiday week can be next to impossible. Court in Germany convicted a 97-year-old woman of being an accessory to more than 10,000 murders for her role as the secretary to an SS commander of a concentration camp during World War II. UN Secretary General says the verdict shows it's never too late to ensure there's some accountability for crimes committed of such a horrific nature. The court gave the woman a 2-year suspended sentence. The CEO of Twitter says he'll change its rules so only people who pay for Twitter Blue will be able to vote in policy-related polls. Elon Musk's tweet comes after he put up a poll Sunday asking Twitter users if he should step down as the company's head.
17 million votes later, and the poll showed a solid majority thinks he should step down. Musk claims he would abide by the result. So far, though, no comment from him.
ABC's Mark Renwald says Musk has used the site's poll feature to make decisions many times before, including whether to reinstate former President Trump's account. He says he'll step down once he finds a replacement. And the Israel Antiquities Authority says an ancient tomb associated with Jesus' midwife is being excavated by archaeologists in the hills of southwest Jerusalem. The burial cave complex dates around the 1st century AD, and a Byzantine chapel was built at the site, which has become a place of pilgrimage. The cave was first found by an archaeologist in Israel decades ago and is now being excavated as part of a heritage trail development project. Southland Ocean can't find mostly clear through the night, with 40s, sunny and a little warmer tomorrow, about 5 degrees, around 60 at the beaches, above 70, Metro LA, Orange County, mid to upper 70s, and Fire in the valleys, around 70 in the high desert. There are clouds, but maybe actually a little bit warmer as we get through the weekend. Right now, we're Laguna Beach, 46, Orange, 52, Santa Clarita, 43, West Covina, 54 degrees. There's a crash in Harbor City.
On the 110 north before PCH, it's crashing into 3 right lanes in a heavy stop-and-go traffic from Anaheim Street. On the 110 south at 3rd Street, after 2 car crashes that started out as a stone car, one of them collided into each other, and it's actually going to have the center lane blocked. This is in downtown LA. In Bellflower on the 91 East and Lakewood Boulevard, after a solo vehicle crash along the left shoulder of the on-ramp, it can stay on the 5 north after Lake Beach Road. The right lane's blocked due to an earlier crash. An 18-wheeler went down the embankment. Seems to be retrieving the big break down the embankment. That's going to take a while. There's San Pedro on the Visit Thomas Bridge, eastbound and mid-span. That's stalled semi in the right lane. KFI in the sky hopes to be there faster. I'm Zachary Kagan. This report is sponsored by In-N-Out Burger. At In-N-Out, our hamburgers are made with the highest quality ingredients, made fresh and by hand, made with a smile, and made to order just for you.
Hey, there's a better way to fly. Instead of being stuck in endless lines and packed onto planes, try simplifying your travel with Surf Air. Save an average of 2 hours on every trip and avoid crowded airports with a new way to fly private. With Surf Air, you'll fly from smaller airports closer to your home. There are no lines, no waiting, and no stress. SurfAir.com, the best alternative to commercial air travel that makes flying easy. Get a free quote on your next flight at SurfAir.com. There's a better way to fly private. It's Ryan Seacrest here. So you tested positive for COVID. What's next? Treat yourself. COVID treatments are free. Taken by pill, these medications can stop the illness from getting serious. So treat yourself. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. Again, it's 833-422-4255.
Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Attorney CPA Joe Cordell. You hear the phrase a lot this time of year, happy holidays. But holidays are not always happy, particularly for guys grappling with the divorce that they didn't choose. These men need more than the help of a good lawyer. They need the hope and encouragement of a good friend. Be sure to remember him this season.
Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's California attorneys. Online at CordellCordell.com. 1455 Tracy Road, Suite 500, San Diego, California, 92108.
Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it. But what if you had access to everyone listening to me right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising. Get started today. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Well, at least you've decided to listen to KFI. See, you're making progress.
From the heartland of America and the gateway to the West, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. Welcome to Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, lucid dreaming. Here's what's happening. A powerful 6.4 magnitude earthquake rocked parts of Northern California early Tuesday, knocking out power for thousands, causing widespread damage and leaving at least 2 people injured, according to officials. Wow. Here it comes. Russian President Vladimir Putin had planned for the invasion of Ukraine's capital city to take just 13 hours rather than the 10 months it is now waged on for. Documents from the Russian inner circle revealed Putin was so confident in his military that he believed that Kiev would be taken in less than a day. Here's Dr. John Curtis, onlinecolumnist.com. John, it didn't happen, so what's next?
Well, that's a very strong piece of Ukrainian and Western propaganda, especially the British, that Putin couldn't get the job done in a few hours in Ukraine, which is, a large, vast country. And while it's true that there were some expectations that the Kiev government would sort of fold its tent, Putin was very aware for several months that their country was being armed to the teeth by the U.S. and NATO. And, what's left right now is a war of attrition. That's what's really going on. I don't know if you caught 99-year-old Dr. Henry Kissinger's plan, which was immediately rejected, just like Elon Musk was, by Zelensky, suggesting that they negotiate on the pre-existing conditions in Ukraine before the February 24th invasion, namely that Russia had troops in Donetsk, this is the Donbass area, industrial southeast. They had troops, Putin had troops in Luhansk, and obviously he controlled the Crimean Peninsula. So, when you have, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Miley, big muzzled right now for saying what everybody knows to be the case, that this is going to have to be a political solution. There is no military solution in Ukraine. So the idea of shipping off more Patriot missiles to Ukraine right now is an escalation rather than winding this war down. Now, Zelensky's supposed to be meeting with Biden as early as tomorrow, perhaps addressing a joint session of Congress before the House switches to Republican. But I have to tell you, George, all of the peace efforts, the attempts to bring this to a ceasefire, to get to the peace table, have been rebuffed by Kiev And frankly, the reason for it is because they're receiving some $60 billion from the United States in a country that is bankrupt. They are a bankrupt government, and without the U.S., they couldn't keep the lights on. So I would just say for people wondering where does this go, how does this end, I think, this should go into the hands of peacemakers and finally come up with a solution before this thing jumps into a wider conflict.
And a wider conflict it could be. Thank you, John. John Curtis, website, onlinecolumnist.com. Respiratory viruses continue to spread. The triple-demic is causing infections to spike across the country, putting strains on the nation's health workers. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention warning Americans that the high level of multiple respiratory illnesses could linger on for a while. Democrats and Republicans in the U.S. Congress moving forward with a $1.66 trillion government funding bill, scrambling to pass a measure which includes record military spending before temporary funding runs out on Friday. The total funding proposed by the sweeping bill is up from approximately $1.5 trillion the previous year. Catherine Austin Fitz is with us. Catherine, is this a good thing or a bad thing?
No, it's not a good thing. At this point, the extent to which the U.S. government spending is outside the fundamental financial management laws, as well as the not connected crimes of humanity, I just think the corruption has reached a level where this is very dangerous. If you look at the package, there are all sorts of poison pills in it, including money to put together distributed ledger that will back up the cloud contract, $1 billion cloud contract they just let to a group of tech companies, and we just see the synthesis of big tech and covert operations like we had on January 6th with this kind of big money. And it's, what I'm telling everybody is get together with your state legislators and come up with a plan, because this is headed in a very bad direction, George.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good at all. They got to take care of it. Catherine, thank you. You have a great Christmas, by the way. Catherine Austin Fitz. If you need a moment away from the family during the holidays, you're not alone, according to a new research. A survey of 2,000 Americans who are traveling to visit family for the holidays found respondents can spend an average of about 3.5 to 4 hours with their family before needing a moment to themselves. Interesting take there. In a moment, David Dubai joins us. We're going to talk about climate revolution and how climate could affect the way we live, financially and otherwise. He's next on Coast to Coast AM.
Shut up and fucking you stand there. Criminal. Really? Yeah, and then one other.
With us today, once again, is a frequent guest on Coast to Coast AM, the author of the best-selling book, Cancer, Step Outside the Box. Folks, let's welcome Coast to Coast guest, Ty Bullen. Hello, George. How you doing? Ty, people are excited about Carnivora. That's CARNIVORA. Carnivora.com. Now, what's causing all the excitement?
George, immune monitoring studies conducted in Europe more than 25 years ago reported that immune system exposure to carnivora causes immune modulation to occur.
Why is immune modulation so important when using carnivora?
That's a great question, George. Successful immune modulation means the difference between staying healthy or allowing abnormal cellular growth to occur. Now, I've been using carnivore myself for just about a year, and I fully expect to keep abnormal cells from knocking at my door.
So once again, Tom, this does prove that our immune systems can be awakened to create powerful immune defense by attacking harmful invaders that simply don't belong in our bodies.
That is absolutely correct, George.
Very interesting information from Coast to Coast guest Ty Bullen. Thanks again, Ty. Visit carnivora.com. That's CARNIVORA. Call 1-866-836-8735 and order now. That's 1-866-VENUS-5. Call 1-866-836-8735. Call now. This new year, give yourself the gift of a great night's sleep with Casper. Get that long-wished-for mattress that will make your 2023 dreams come true. Choose the Wave Hybrid Snow Mattress, which helps you sleep cooler, or the original Hybrid Casper's highest-rated mattress, plus savings on sleep must-haves. Don't drop the ball on these New Year's savings. Save up to $600 on mattresses and more at Casper.com or a store near you. Exclusions apply. See Casper.com/promo. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. And welcome back to Coast, George Norrie with you. You know, we learn a lot about things on this program, and we're going to learn a lot for the next couple hours here with David Devine. David is the creator of ADAPT 2030 Climate Preparedness Channels and the Mini Ice Age Conversations podcast. He's also the author of Climate Revolution, and as a former coffee buyer, he saw cold weather damage to coffee trees firsthand and heard farm owners telling stories of how their great-grandfathers in the 1880s experienced the same conditions when coffee was being introduced as a cash crop there. Freeze-damaged top leaves, bean density changes, and 14% overplanting of new seedlings that compensate for cold losses sent him looking for answers, and he found cycles through history that affect food production, which affects us. David's work describes the expected changes and how to survive and thrive during future challenging times with practical preparations. His book is called Climate Revolution. And David, welcome to the program. I'm looking back, and welcome back, my friend.
Thank you for having me back.
Looking forward to this. Go ahead.
Just talking with John there, where does it go from here in 2023? Well, we're going to have to see larger events to explain away the crop loss.
Yeah, we sure are. How dangerous is this with crop losses all over?
Well, we have to start down in the southern hemisphere. Since we spoke last, the water vapor from the Hunga eruption in January of 2022 has now passed the equator and reached very near the North Pole. But in the southern hemisphere where the eruption was, the water vapor is blocking enough sunlight, sending 4x rain and cool temperatures across all of the southern hemisphere, affecting every single country in the southern hemisphere that grows grains and exportable crops.
What happens if we continue to produce food at the same quantities, but the rainfall and harvesting falls apart and is altered? Is that going to be a disaster for us?
Depends if it's a natural cycle, not man-made, then would it be used as an excuse for explaining away natural cycles? If it continues at the rate it is, and we cannot get fertilizers out of the EU, and the blocking pattern continues to send drought through the United States all through next year, and the southern hemisphere is down some 20 to 30% on their yield, then what happens? Then you see Ukraine becomes so vitally important. But if you wanted to explain it away, you'd have to remove the wild card that supplies the rest of the planet with grains.
Yeah, who are the big countries right now, David, who are the suppliers?
Well, the Ukraine's off. Obviously, Russia, United States, Canada. But in the southern hemisphere, you're looking at Argentina. Now, here's something. The Hunga eruption put the most water vapor into the atmosphere ever recorded. Supposedly even a larger amount than Tambora in 1815 that subsequently caused the year without a summer in 1816. Argentina has lost so much wheat production that Brazil, which used to import about 10.5 million tons, couldn't even import it from their neighbor. They had to go on the international stage and buy that wheat. But here's the thing, Ukraine needs to export all that wheat. So with Ukraine out of the way, any buyer out there, any nation, is looking for a supply that has dwindled from one of the largest exporters on the entire planet, Ukraine. That's it. You know, when you look at the corn and the wheat coming out of there, taking that off the world market, all you can only be nations start to starve first.
Sure. Until this war, David, I didn't realize Ukraine was that big a producer of food crops. But my God, they're huge.
Kazakhstan as well, another one you might not have heard of. But when you start to look at Australia's production this year, down. Argentina down, Brazil down. Well, they did have a big soybean crop. So what happens when there's only a very limited amount of grain
And you can forecast into 2023 the areas on the planet which will produce less grains, and then put that as a total. It just comes out that food is going to be very, very expensive, and there's going to be a lot of countries trying to buy the same amount of limited supply of the food, so they will pay whatever it is to get it. Here's the thing, as we come into 2024, it's even going to step down again. So what's the narrative, what's the excuse that needs to be used to explain away all these crop losses globally for the next year to keep the populace distracted?
David, even if the Ukrainian-Russian war ends, are we still going to have shortages if we have climate issues?
Well, you got to think about the planting down there. It's been disrupted. So, even to get the fertilizers and everything you would need to plant in Ukraine next season in our spring northern hemisphere, that's a nigh impossibility to get there. Look how much damaged infrastructure there is there. And to repair any of the electrical facilities to be able to process the drains, let alone use conveyors to get it onto ships or load that way.
How did you get involved in this thing?
Offline has disrupted the entire food supply of the planet.
How did you get involved in this? Was it just from the coffee vine?
It was, because once you understand that something is not as it seems, that, I had grown up same as almost everybody else. Global warming, I saw the Al Gore movie, everything, temperatures rising, CO2 rising, okay. But when I went down to Myanmar and I saw that on the farms, and they were telling us the stories of, it was so cold when we were there too, like incredible cold. That's why we asked them, what about, is it always like this? Nobody had enough blankets, and it was so cold that people didn't have the proper clothing. There was just everybody shaking, like hovering around, things to stay warm. I was like, it's always like this? And like, no, our grandfathers told us about this. And then the older guys are like, our great grandfathers did. And that was the thing that really set me off looking at it. Originally, I was just looking to see, could we keep expanding the production for the next 5 years? Because in Myanmar, when you buy the coffee, you have to pre-buy your acreage out there. You just walk up to a farm, knock on the door, unless they have some extra in the warehouse, and say, hey, we want to buy coffee. Continuously, year after year after year, they need you to install the acreage out there. So you have to pay for the seedlings, and they'll plant it out there, and then anything comes off of that is yours while you're buying. In perpetuity. So it's a good way to be invested in the farm at the same time, and then you really have a stake in it because your investment's there with your plants, with your trees. I've never been a hasty that. I just started simply looking to see what this was about. It was a cycle. Okay, their great-grandfathers. When I looked back in the 1880s, and I found the centennial minimum below solar activity at the beginning of 1900. That's why I call it centennial minimum. And I thought, wait a minute, that is interesting. And how far back do the cycles go? And then I started to look at some different weather events. And it didn't take long to stumble into more information that it was definitely cyclical, and it could be forecast out. And the cycles themselves, the smaller cycles overwoven with larger cycles and even heavier, more powerful cycles on top of that, which I believe we're in now. And the thing you understand is global warming or climate change or extremes was the excuse built in for the onset of this cycle you're seeing right now to explain away all the weather anomalies that are happening. Because it's a natural cycle, but cycles were known by some groups. And to control the populace, I do believe there has to be an excuse, because it's in front of everybody right now. It's not anywhere you cannot see it. So how do you prepare a populace for that? Well, you have a ready-made excuse, global warming. I just was just so privileged to see that fail for just even a microsecond. And once I did, I knew absolutely that if the sun dictates what's happening, it's cyclical. And by the way, Saturnalia is coming up on the 24th, and tonight is or tomorrow is the solstice, so it'll be, I think, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on the 21st of December. But we also have a new moon with the solstice, coinciding with Saturnalia, which is a Roman holiday to celebrate the Roman god of agriculture. So think about how all these things are interwoven into solar. Even today, talking about the holiday that was based on this in the Roman Saturn worship time, Saturn God's time. It was still the same thing. It was always about the sun. The effect the sun had on our planet, the winds, the solar winds, the breath of God, whatever you like to call that, it was always based on the sun. And once you start reading ancient history with modern satellite measurements and you have an idea in your mind that something could be very different, it doesn't make sense anymore, now you have the internet, you could just go in any direction. That's ancient history with what we got with solar physics and solar dynamics right now. And talking about volcanic eruption, 2023 should be a little interesting on prices for everything in all of our lives, because the food goes first, and once that goes up, you stop spending on other stuff. That's exactly right. That's interwoven too, the economy. So what about the central bank digital currencies in 2023? I did a forecast drop. We were just milked out $13 trillion over 2022. Now what's for 2023? Two of the coinciding events there, George. Sorry to ramble about that.
David, are we still paying farmers here in this country not to plant crops?
Yes, in some instances, but it's also to be paid to grow other crops. But some might choose to go off on specialty crops, but think about how much of our grown grains in the United States end up as ethanol or into a fuel burning process versus changing over that acreage to grow something more human consumption style. Mm-hmm. I was just at an agricultural convention over in Nashville in October of this year, and they were talking about renewable diesel. They're going to be using soybean oil for this renewable diesel. Right now, the ethanol mainly is made through corn. So to have the ethanol and the renewable diesel, there's like green ag diesel, renewable ag diesel. There's not enough acreage in the United States to grow both. So one of the types of grains needs to get cut down, and it seems that they're going to be stopping with the ethanols, and they're going to move more into the oils, for the soy oils, renewable diesels. Again, wasting our food on something that could be better utilized.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a good idea at all. It's dangerous. And we're coming up on a break pretty soon, David. Your book, Climate Revolution, is it still available to folks?
It is, and I would also encourage everybody to check out the Adapt 2030 channel. I'm putting up a lot of research there, trying to intertwine these ideas for no cost. Just go watch it. I want to start the conversation because we're going to have to come with this as solutions together. Like, it's going to require everybody moving through as communities, not individuals.
And that's on YouTube, right?
It is.
All right, Keon. We're going to take a quick break, David. We'll take a quick break and come back in just a moment and talk more. David's website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. His YouTube channel is called Adapt 2030. That's all you need to do is put that in the search bar. We'll be back in a moment with more on Coast to Coast AM.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Ventura County Sheriff's Department says it's arrested a 24-year-old man for sexually assaulting at least 3 girls in Thousand Oaks. Investigators say one of the girls reported to a school resource officer in October she'd been abused multiple times and suspected others were also being assaulted. Detectives say they found 2 other girls who had also been abused by the man. He was arrested on December 12th and booked for felony kidnapping for child molesting and 2 counts of sex with a child under 10. The Biden administration has asked the Supreme Court to end asylum restrictions. It's asking for a delay until at least after Christmas. Title 42 immigration policy was set to expire tomorrow. The Supreme Court put a hold on it. The federal court says PETA can place animal rights ads on buses in L.A. The activist group sued LA Metro last year over its advertising policy and apparent refusal to allow the ads on its buses. The group complained that Jack in the Box could advertise its chicken nuggets, but they couldn't have an ad that said, "I'm not popcorn chicken." Coast are clear, cool tonight, lows above 40 degrees, staying clear tomorrow and warmer, then cloudy to Thursday, and maybe getting even a little bit warmer for the Christmas weekend. Get to a crash test.
The side northerly Hughes Road, that right lane is blocked due to an earlier crash of an 18-wheeler going down the right shoulder of Baker. It seems to be still on the scene with cow trains and tow trucks trying to pull the big rig out of the embankment. In Sherman Oaks, in the 101 North at the 405, 3-car crash has the right shoulder of the 101 North connector blocked. On Orange County in Brea, on the 57 South of Connor Canyon Road, crash in the carpool and partially blocked in the left lane. And another crash in the carpool lane, this is in Seal Beach on the 4 South out to Seal Beach Boulevard. And San Bernardino County, Ontario, on the 10 West out to the 15, 2-car crash. That's a 2-lane lanes blocked. KFI the Sky, let's keep you there faster. I'm Zachary Hagan.
This report is sponsored by In-N-Out Burger. At In-N-Out, our hamburgers are made with the highest quality ingredients, made fresh and by hand, made with a smile, and made to order just for you.
Nancy Grace here, big news, brand new Cold Case podcast, Zone 7 with Cheryl McCollum. You get to work a cold case with investigator Cheryl McCollum, family members, detectives, trusted criminal justice pros who make up her quote, Zone 7. This ain't just a podcast, honey, but a war room. Listen to Zone 7 with Cheryl McCollum now on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
I'm Dr. Erica Pond with the California Department of Public Health. This winter, remember to protect yourself against COVID-19 and other winter viruses by getting your flu shot and COVID booster, testing for COVID if you feel sick, contacting your doctor about treatment if you test positive for COVID, and considering masking up in indoor public places. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH. Ocean View, magical sunset, a luxury resort like no other. Discover TRILLIONAIRE, located along the coast of the Palos Verdes Peninsula in Southern California. Book your getaway to TRILLIONAIRE now at TRILLIONAIRE.com or call 310-265-2800. That's 310-265-2800.
Feel good for the holidays with Christmas music playing now on iHeartRadio's Coast 103.5.
Let's get back to Jay Leno. Did they put skin graft in other parts of your body, put on your arm and your face?
You know, I got a good deal on skin graft. I have a friend of mine who's immortal. He had a bag of
The Tim Conway Jr. show.
and he gave me those, and I put them on my arm, but when I get excited, I can't put my arm down.
Weekdays at 6 on KFI.
You might have seen how she had to argue tonight when you been shot. I've been patient. She wants to bring these fucking bucks. But thank you for being tonight. Until I'm the cameraman, baby. I see it. She had it almost totally. The Candyman can, the world goes on, Are you sure? Yeah. Candyman can, Candyman can, Candyman can, Candyman can. The world is good.
You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Well, Sammy Davis Jr. singing that song, and when he first sang it, he hated that song until he realized how many people were buying records and liked it, and then he started liking it. How about that? We're going to take calls next hour with David Devine as we talk about food shortages, so jump aboard with a question. Beyond Belief, that is our television program, and we invite you to sign up to watch the episodes at beyondbelief.com.
Yeah, and if you head over there right now, we put up 3 ad-free episodes that you can check out. There's also a 7-day free trial that you can sign up to get access to a ton of shows that we have done. I just had some meetings this morning with folks, and we've got some good promos coming up. So check it out. Head over to the website. It's beyondbelief.com.
You've heard the name Pat Thorne. He's been on our show, and of course, he's a superstar. And on Feb 25th, back in the Los Angeles area, we're going to host a special Saturday lunch with him, and you're invited.
Yeah, we'd like to invite you, as George and I welcome singer actor Pat Thorne. It's a banquet-style luncheon and interview. Now, this interview is only for the people in the room. It's not for air. So this is going to be a fun day. Pat's going to talk to us about his singing and acting career. You'll get to enjoy lunch. And don't forget to bring a camera because we're going to take lots of pictures. This is going to be a fun day. Head over to coasttocoastam.com right now. Lex has all the info up in the carousel and under our events section.
Back in a moment more with David Devine in just a moment on Coast to Coast. But first, build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Ray brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Ray with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and creating the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and Adaptostem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking Adaptostem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I guarantee you that your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptostem along with it, you will feel it in 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with Adaptostem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relax is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com. Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone in number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25. At 45 years old, I was in so much physical pain. I was truly dreading getting any older. I had weak bones, shaky joints, weight that wouldn't go away, almost no energy, and constant brutal headaches. I was falling apart physically and mentally. I searched desperately for alternatives to the pain management traditional doctors offered. I tried alternative medicines with no positive results. Then I heard Dr. Joel Laws and Coast to Coast with George Norrie and decided to give his unique recommendation 90 days. It took less than a month to feel results, and I've lost 95 pounds. I'm off all pain medications and pharmaceuticals. Best of all, the pain is gone. I look forward to my future. This is Rebecca Kozak, and if pain has you dreading your future, don't suffer through another day. Visit criticalhealthnews.com. Sign up to receive the newsletter, Dr. Well's 10 Bad Foods, and tons of invaluable nutritional advice. Call 855-949-RADIO to speak to an experienced nutritional consultant. That's 855-949-7234 and criticalhealthnews.com.
KFI AM 640.
And welcome back to Coast. George Noe with you. David Dubine with us. We're going to take questions with David next hour. David, I'm in St. Louis right now near the Mississippi River, and it seems to be going down. How dangerous is that situation?
I don't know.
How low are you seeing the water now? Is it enough for barges to transit through there?
They still can get through.
It's in lock or something.
Okay. Yeah, it depends which part of the river they're on, and some areas north of there are already starting to ice over and the water's low there. And further down toward Louisiana, it's some low points there where they can't get the traditional largest of the grain shovels through or those grain barges. So they're having to, like, all the storage facilities along the river are full, but what they harvested was in those barges / shovels, already in transit, already passed on the river. And then they couldn't transit through too low, so they put it on the banks of the Mississippi. But it's just under tarp. Okay, it's a known method to protect your crops if they're out in the elements, rain, snow. You can cover it with large tarp. But during the nut season coming up in April, May, that snow's going to be melting off, running off in terms of water and filling up the Mississippi. But what if we have, floods like we saw along Nebraska with that 2015-16? What happens to all the grains on the sides of the Mississippi? Is it meant to be another excuse why the food has been lost? Because I'm talking about the sun energies before the break. We're going to have to think of different ways and solutions to be able to grow some of our own foods again. I mean, how do you come clean with the planet? But I'm sorry you have to all grow your own food because we got the science wrong, although you're supposed to believe us, and now we're starting to cool to the point where crops are being lost.
Do you think this planned food shortage is being done on purpose, or that it's just an act of nature?
It's the excuse to cover the act of nature. Yes, the natural cycle is happening anyway, but the excuse has to be there through man-made, what appears to be man-made events around the planet. Let me run through a couple that I've written down. Fucking financially. 2023, the EU is going to be down 40% in fertilizer production.
That's huge.
That's way huge, and they are a predominant supplier to the southern hemisphere that's going into a year without a summer because of the water vapor that's so dense across the southern hemisphere and transited over. The northern hemisphere will have our time too. But when you consider a year without a summer, 1816, and the Tambor eruption is happening again, and it is now going to be the Hunga Tonga eruption 1 year after, where the crops are going to be lost. It's a natural cycle. You got to explain the breakdown of supply chain. You have to explain the disruptions in grain and the shortages in grain. That could be the Ukraine thing. Like I say, it's so vital, so important. You must have Ukraine. That is the world's pendulum that swings to the extra exports or not. If they don't have that, all these other smaller countries are going to go into food riots.
Well, and like you say, David, it's going to take time in the Ukraine to beat that back up again.
Well, a full 2 seasons from now, I don't really believe that they could get
the crops in the ground this next coming planting season, seeing where they sit today. But also, you should see some of the pictures from higher aircraft at the field. It looks like something out of World War II with all the bomb craters that dot across the entire field. Probably 60% of the field space is a crater, literally. The ground's still there. It's not flat. It's a crater that you have to steer around. So think about the lowered production from that. It's in itself just a lowered production where they can't use the fields either because they're cratered out or there's unexploded ordnance or whatever the danger may be. It's going to take years to clear that out. And they are the #1 exporter on the planet. Is a swing exporter, far more than India, far more than Kazakhstan.
David, can you remember a food shortage in the United States? I can't. During our lifetime.
No, I don't remember either. And even during the Great Depression, yeah, there was food shortages, but I don't know. Rationing, 1940s would be the closest, maybe.
Yeah, because of the wars and stuff like that, as they were beginning to kick in a year later.
Yeah, think about that. Okay, the food was still flowing, but you were limited to, like 1 pound of butter, 1 pound of sugar, a gallon of milk per family, something like that per week on a little card that you would get, ration card.
How bad is the China situation, and what are they doing? Because they're going to have the same problem.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to come back to community solutions again of you around your own house growing your own food. And, since I was talking about the sun earlier, think about just the simpleness of working with the cycles of nature itself, the plants and garden. We're at the new moon right now coming into the Saturnalia and the solstices right now. The new moon is coming on the night of the 23rd to the 24th. And think about gardening with the moon. Now that's when you plant it right now in the new moon time, in the lowest of the light, and it's supposed to give you much better crop yields. So think about doing it on the yearly now, where we're at the lowest point in the entire year, the shortest day of the year, which would be like the new moon, with the new year starting from this point. Also marked by Saturnalia, the Roman sun god Saturn.
Not everybody, David. Not everybody will have the luxury of planting their own crops and goods.
Yeah, which brings me to China. To answer that question in a roundabout way, the space is not there. During the rampant development, they used so much of their arable land or the farmland to put the new cities in, to put the new high-rise and you see, and the massive amounts of highways and high-speed rails, and everything you see is that gargantuan development over there. That took away the food growing land. And these families did have to grow food. You could grow some on a rooftop of an apartment building or maybe some sidewalk space, but it's not like it was where everybody had an acre, half acre where they could do a family plot. So if they can't even grow their own food because there's not enough space, then what would you do to control the citizens who would notice that the food's getting less and less and much more expensive? Perhaps you would lock them down.
And come up with a reason to lock them down, like a COVID lockdown?
Perhaps, I'm not going to say for sure, but many other reasons. And also going back in history, George, if I might. If you look at the Chinese emperors, the Chinese Jews, anybody can try to to find fault with this fact. No Chinese dynasty has ever lasted longer than 400 years. And you ask yourself why. Well, the grand solar minimum cycle of low activity is 400 years. So China's knocked out at the knees. What's this grand solar minimum? And they know this through 3,000 years of history. We're at the starting point again of one of these new grand solar minimums. So how would China try to buck history and be the first, quote-unquote, dynasty led by Xi to ever survive through intact as a nation state after a grand solar minimum?
Good point.
You'd have to ration the food.
Yep. Very good point.
Now, George, if I can add also here, they put them in the COVID. If your app on your phone turned yellow or red, you had to check yourself into a quarantine camp. And you saw all those pictures, the little square boxes. They were down the highways, and apparently there was 100 million of those in play.
So think about that. State population is 1.5 billion, where they put 100 million people in those boxes and then rationed how many calories they could get per day, because you saw them sticking the food through the windows and giving it to the people in the cubicles there. So they rationed how many calories. That's the craziest thing. Was it a test?
Well, that's a good question. Was it a test? And how do they handle the test?
Well, you can only push the people so far, and you saw then what would happen. You know, the rubber band got pulled too far in one direction.
Well, David Devine, we're going to take calls with David next hour here on Coast to Coast. His book is called Climate Revolution. His YouTube channel is called Adapt 2030. Tell us about your podcast, Dave.
It's a long form, 30 minutes. And for example, like our call tonight, I would put on there as an example, 30 minutes at a time and just discussing the same issues. You know, what are the solutions we can work with and come to together after we know what the problem is? As simple as that. Everybody belongs in the conversation. Everybody. Because it's going to take any unique solution to get us through this. And unless you think that we need a solution, it's not even out there in the ether, for a better term.
We saw the panic when they announced a baby formula shortage over the past year. That was just with baby formula. What happens if it's every product you can think of?
You go onto a digital rationing card. The government will then, at that point, take control of all food resources and distribution of all food. And I think if central bank digital currencies are viable and working with the EU, with the Bank of Japan, Bank of England, and the Federal Reserve, all those four as a cohesive unit moving through, I know they want to release it in 2023, probably around May or June, somewhere around there, middle of the year. You would have to have something on the blockchain to issue the digital rationing cards to then, after you took control of the food supply, because people will riot and they will not allow that. This decline will be handled. I think a lot of things we're also seeing is to put the play of controlling a hungry humanity, not just a politically angry humanity, a hungry humanity, which, like you said, we in America have never experienced before. Like, how do you handle that? You put things, assets in play in advance, you stage your assets so when they're needed, and suddenly we've been pre-trained to stand 6 feet apart outside of a supermarket last year.
What are the odds of something like this happening? Not just worldwide, but especially here.
Statistically, almost impossible. It's a tenth of a billionth of 1%. That kind of statistical impossibility, unless it's planned, and then it would be closer to 99.9.
And that's the key phrase, plan. Would they be that devious, David, to do something like this?
We have to look at it in a different sense of, would you come clean and tell the humanity what we're about to face? Would that cause too much chaos before the actual event is unfolding to the point? Right now, we're not at that point of massive food shortage in 2023. We're getting in there definitely way deep to the point where it'll be very much discussed water cooler talk. We've already seen food prices double and so many things unavailable in supermarkets in America now. But it is going to go to, if you're going to control humanity, to try to preserve what we understand as the rule of law, etc., until that ultimate, really, there isn't the food, how will you control?
You do it with the food.
What's that?
And the fear.
And the fear. I have heard that China is buying up U.S. farmland. Have you heard that?
I have, and there's a few states now that are starting to pass legislation that say, no, you're not going to. I think South Dakota just passed a law that said no Chinese farmland can be sold, or no American farmland can be sold to a Chinese firm. It was specifically for farmland. It wasn't real estate as in, buy this apartment building or buy this business complex. It was specifically farmland. And you know what? That is so similar to a lot of other places around the world. Because as I did my research, I started to look at areas that were going to be the safest around the planet. And this was pre-COVID when, you could travel anywhere you wanted, you could set up shop anywhere you wanted in like a fraction of a second. I was looking at Republic of Georgia. It's being one of the safe areas on the planet to ride this out. It's between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. Microclimates there, and it's 8,000 years of history of agricultural cultivation, because apparently
in Mount Ararat, where the earth came down, the first wine cultivation as we know it, quote unquote, was 8,000 years prior in the Republic of Georgia. The only problem is, as a foreigner, you can get a business visa. You can buy an apartment downtown, but you absolutely cannot buy any of their farmland there. So, see how valuable the farmland is. Chinese come over and swoop that up. So, where does the production go in a food shortage? Because the potato famine, they were exporting potatoes while starving Irish were right next to the road.
In their own country.
Yes, absolutely. With farm guards taking the potatoes out, taking the food out while people starving.
That was my next question. If the Chinese, let's say, own 10 million acres of farmland in the United States and grew 10 million acres of crops, do they have the legal right to take those crops and ship it back to China?
Legally, the letter of the law would say yes. But again, you have the force majeure, the acts of God, the nationalization, which will probably happen. They would have to come over with the military force to actually control that land and actually grow it themselves and then process it and actually take it out under armed guard through the same barge system down onto like an armed vessel to get it out through the Gulf of Mexico. Like they would be just like the American military does around the world. They would arm everywhere and control all the routes of transportation and production. It's taken 200 years. But it's not to jump over here and take 10 million farm acres. I don't know. That's a stretch. I think there'd be a lot of resistance. And just physically.
And the sad part of all this, as a humanitarian, David, nobody would like to see anybody worldwide go hungry. But it's happening all over the place right now. What do you think the population number is in terms of percent? People who are starving to death right now.
Well, very low, because like you say, aid organizations generally try to take care of that. You know, some places do get out of control so quickly. But if you look at the forecast that the United Nations put out for 2023, you're starving actually to death where your belly's bloated. I mean, somebody's going to come with an aid organization and feed you.
Exactly. That's helpful. David, we're going to take a break. We're at the top of the hour, but we're going to come back, chat more with you, and also take phone calls next on Coast to Coast with you.
Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief, with George Norrie. Just log on to beyondbelief.com.
Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it, especially these days. But what if you had access to everyone listening to news right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising, with experts ready to craft your message fast. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. On today's episode of Mr. Biomatters, our research team uses likeforlike.org to make a shocking discovery. With incentives, EVs actually start at $1,000. Likeforlike.org is powered by Select, a nonprofit dedicated to increasing electric vehicle adoption.
Experience playoffs and Central, January 6th to 8th at the Los Angeles Convention Center in downtown LA. Part of the College Football Playoff National Championship Weekend. Admission is free. Just download the CFP Playoff mobile app on your Apple or Android device to get started. Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BEAT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BEAT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BEAT.
You better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. We're
KSI.
And KOSTHD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Going back to nature. I'm Michael Crozier from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The last large parcel of undeveloped coastal real estate in Southern California has been bought to be turned into a nature preserve. Democratic Assemblywoman Cody Norris says the roughly 400-acre former oil field in Orange County will take 3 years to clean up.
Something like this is worth fighting for. And this effort to preserve Banning Ranch has been led by our community. It has been a grassroots movement for more than 20 years.
Teacher Norris says conservation groups closed escrow Friday with a mix of public and private funding. She says the goal is to protect biodiversity, tribal lands, and create a first-of-its-kind public park. CVS and Walgreens say their stores will be limiting purchases of ibuprofen and acetaminophen for children due to short supply and high demand. Walgreens is limiting online orders to 6 products a shopper.
CBS telling ABC News to ensure equitable access, they are limiting purchases to 2 of those pain relief products in stores and online.
ABC's Ariel Chef says Walgreens is not limited in-store purchases. The drugstore limits come during a nationwide flu, RSV, and COVID-19 outbreak. The USPS is planning to buy 60,000 vehicles, including 45,000 new electric mail trucks from defense contractor Oshkosh. Auto journalist Jason Tortucci says the next generation delivery vehicle is a ground-up redesign.
So it's got like a little snout and a tall forehead, and then a big boxy body with kind of chamfered edges.
Postal Service will spend over $9 billion on new vehicles and infrastructure. The Postmaster General says the agency will also purchase 46,000 vehicles from mainstream automakers. And Californians want to wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of our hearts.
Everyone has a favorite Christmas song, but in the Golden State is our fave. A team at Verizon mapped out the most searched Christmas songs across the nation and found Feliz Navidad took the top spot for us. It was written in 1970 and is also the most searched in Florida, Montana, Nevada, New Mexico, and Texas. But in Arizona and Connecticut, it's number 1 as it is in 15 other states. Jennifer Jones-Lee, KFI News.
Mostly clear skies through the night, lows in the mid-40s. Sunny skies and a little warmer tomorrow. Highs around 68 beaches, above 70. Metro LA, Orange County, mid to upper 70s. Inland Empire in the valleys, around 70 in the high desert. There are clouds. It's cooler after that. Weekend. Right now in Anaheim, 48. Newport Beach, 47. Cerritos, 45. Long Beach, 44. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour news. I'm Michael Crozier.
Pakistan got this big crash on the side north after Lakes Road. The right lane is blocked due to this earlier collision. The 18-wheeler has gone over the right shoulder embankment as he cruised on the scene trying to retrieve the big rig down the embankment. In Bell Farm and 91 East and Lakewood Boulevard, crash along the left lane at the shoulder of the off-ramp as the Soul People crash. In downtown LA on the 110 south of 3rd Street, that's crashed one from the center lane. The 2 vehicle crash started out as a stolen car, and the other one hit the other. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Zachary Dagan.
This winter, spread joy, not germs. As soon as you feel symptoms, test it, treat it, you can beat it. COVID medications like the Paxlovid pill can help you test negative sooner. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. Again, that's 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Ocean View, magical sunsets, a luxury resort like no other. Discover TRILLIONAIRE, located along the coast of the Palos Verdes Peninsula in Southern California. Book your getaway to TRILLIONAIRE now at TRILLIONAIRE.com or call 310-265-2800. That's 310-265-2800.
Everybody needs an edge. The other guy is working on his edge right now, whether you have one or not. Testosterone levels are at an all-time low historically, and individual T levels in men decline 1% every year with age. There's a new champion of natural testosterone boosters, and it's called Shock. CHOQ. 100% natural herbal extracts with game-changing effects on your energy, mood, and focus. Shock Daily's main ingredient has been clinically studied to boost testosterone 20% in 90 days. Supercharge your masculinity with higher T and a massive boost of energy by taking Shock's Male Vitality Stack every day. Take the 90-day Shock Challenge and reap the benefits of the reigning champion of natural men's health with Chalk's Male Vitality Stack. For a very limited time only, Chalk, CHOQ, is giving our listeners a 30% discount with promo code USA. That's CHOQ.com, code USA, for 30% off while supplies last.
Imagine for a moment that this ad was bought autonomously. Welcome to the new open web, where Viant is combining AI and human insight to create autonomous media buying that accelerates your return on ad spend. And using Viant's DSP as Selfie, you can now measure your media offline and online to see the full impact of your media spend, so you can spend more time on podcasts. Viant, built for the new open web. Built for now. Visit ViantNow.com to learn more. Celebrate the holidays at the historic San Antonio Winery in downtown LA. Bring all your friends and family for lunch or dinner with a wine tasting. While you're here, don't forget to pick up some wine gifts for your loved ones and yourself. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. Cal Hope can help. Access Cal Hope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
It's whatever you want it to be. It's more than a feeling, more than a feeling, more than a feeling that's already there. And I believe in you, more than a feeling.
To talk to
426.
call
You
the
guys see?
wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Dory.
And this hour, we'll take your calls with David Devine as we talk about massive food shortages. Can they happen? Jump aboard. Let us know what you think or share a story with us when we come back on Coast to Coast AM. On the holidays, it's easy to get wrapped up in the spirit of giving, except you might actually be giving away a lot more than you mean to. This time of year, we all tend to do things online like browsing, sharing, and shopping for gifts and travel. But more online time can also mean that more of your personal info is out there getting exposed. LifeLock makes it easy to help protect your identity during the holiday season and all year round. And if you ever become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based identity restoration specialist will work to fix it. Now, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock by Norton, you've got identity theft protection all wrapped up, unlike the pile of presents you've probably got sitting in your closet. Join LifeLock today and save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com, promo code George for 25% off. LifeLock.com.
This is your operating system talking, not your computers or your phones, but your own internal human operating system.
Oh, cool, man.
Feeling a little overloaded right about now. There's something you can do to ease my stress. Close your eyes.
I like it.
Or if you prefer,
Secret.
softly gaze at
I
something.
don't like about it though. It's just,
Inhale for 4
you didn't read that and you just get rid of you.
Exhale for 6. In for 4.
I'm
Out for
going.
6. Repeat this for a few minutes, and you and I will start to feel more relaxed. If you want to ease the stress more long-term, please consider BetterHelp Online Therapy. They'll match us with a licensed therapist we can connect with via video, phone, or online chat. Having a professional to talk to can make all the difference in the world in helping our mental well-being. And it's more affordable than in-person therapy. Visit betterhelp.com/room-to-grow and save 10% on our first month. That's betterhelp.com/room-to-grow. Wow, I feel better already.
I see how I started doing. Organs that you should deliver. So is it side the bottle motionless?
And welcome back. George Noy with you, David Devine with us. David, let's talk a little bit more about that 2024 solar event where these 4 gas giants are out there. How can they affect planet Earth?
Magnetically, electromagnetically. But the sun would also be affected too. You have to think about the currents that are in our solar system here. It affects the entire solar system. It's not just our planet or not just those planets out in the outer orbit, but everything, the entire system itself is being affected. You know, to ask the question is, what would it take to start a food shortage? On the planned edge of things, it would be, the financial crash, so nobody could exchange fiat currency to buy it. The supply chain shutdown, reducing yields by 40% because fertilizers aren't produced. Okay, that's on the perhaps man-made side of it, but if you swing into collapsing magnetic fields on our own planet, canceling magnetic fields in different double layers on the sun, known low solar activity that then changes the jet streams and cloud cells on our planet, and then throws the planting and harvesting date out of sync to the point where it becomes real tough to grow, and also the winters are very prolonged, which we're going to see this year without summer. That volcanic eruptions coincide.
He really doesn't have
the energy is being distributed across through the entire solar system, so our Earth is going to change too. It's not sun changes and then it just jumps right over and goes out to Jupiter or something and causes 10x the size of the aurora out there on the North Poles or on the polar region. So it sweeps through the plains.
I love how it works out.
This coming up is exactly those types of things that are causing the food shortages on the natural end of it. What could be masked by events we're seeing right now. And I keep coming back to the thing, why would they mask it? Why would they not come clean and tell the populace what's happening? Panic? You really think so at this point?
I think there's a group of people, David, that could panic. And when I say group, a high percentage of people from this planet. It's the same with the extraterrestrials. Why doesn't government just come out and say they exist, we've been being visited? I think they really think people can't handle it. We can handle it. And I would think that under a food shortage, I think if they told us, we could plan accordingly, but I don't think they will.
Are you done?
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up there. 2023, I believe, will be the year of the total awareness of what I'm talking and you're talking about tonight. The global populace will understand it. What they do? In unison, they'll probably do the same exact thing. They're all going to run to buy gardening tools. They will overwhelm online ordering systems for seeds, whatever company you choose, and organic only, please, if you're going to order something. But the fertilizers as well, the tillers, anything that can be used for home gardening and community gardening, that there'll be a run on that, like there was a run on whatever products are good or toilet paper in the beginning of COVID. This time in 2023 will be gardening tools implemented.
What kind of crops would you recommend the individual, if they have the ability to grow?
Absolutely. And I mean, what is it for each individual area? And if you could target some of the superfoods that have way more micronutrients, minerals, vitamins in them as quote-unquote superfoods, right? Depending on the climate. Down in Florida, you can go moringa oleifera, but up in places like Connecticut, not a chance. You have to grow something else like gynura, which is more of a leafy vegetable that grows heavy during the summer months.
I mean, we're going to get tired eating carrots and tomatoes and things like that, aren't we?
Food
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You will. That's why you need a community. Then you can have chickens, then you have the eggs. I mean, we have 12 chickens out here, and we get eggs daily.
and then somebody else could do goats, and there's another person that could raise sheep, and there's somebody that could do cattle, and you do dairy, and you get milk, and then cheese is processing, yogurt, etc. But that takes a community of people to do it.
Yes, absolutely. Let's take some calls for you. They're lining up. Start with Neil in Santa Monica, California. Welcome to the show. Hi, Neil.
Hey, George. I'm going on 67 in a couple of weeks.
Well, happy birthday, my friend.
Yeah, it's a new year.
Yes, sir. So what I'm trying to say, and I think I've told you this before, I have perfect cat vaccine. Anything from an animal in 40 years. No meat, no cheese, no eggs, no butter, nothing from an animal, pure vegan. And what I'm trying to say is cattle, beef cattle is 40 pounds of grain every single day.
Yep.
And it's just over 3 years. That's 29,000 pounds of grain. They only yield about 5 pounds of beef. We could literally feed about 50 times more people if we stop using animal products. The 2,500 gallons of water just to produce 1 pound of beef.
Children with 7 diet.
I had veggie burgers tonight. They were great black beef burgers, fantastic. You don't need, the veggie burger has, a quarter-pound veggie burger is about 40 gallons of water, as opposed to 625 gallons of water for a quarter-pound beef burger.
Interesting statistics. David, what do you think of all those?
Well, I absolutely agree with what you said there. The numbers are astounding. That's on the commercial side. And I agree with that totally, what you're saying. But I'm out here near the Amish, where they use 50 acres to grow their own grains for their own cattle, and they mainly stay on the side of dairies instead of slaughtering, because they look at that as an investment, where those cows will have calves, and the dairy too. You're getting the milk, you're getting the cheeses, you're getting the butters, the yogurts, the wheys, and different things that you can take as byproducts off of that. So at the community level, they're growing what they need, and the water is not an issue because it's stream-fed. It comes straight off the mountains here. So everything's collected locally, in that production process to produce all that dairy locally in there. So, yeah, I would split the hair, though, with you on that, saying, on the commercial level, I totally agree. It's a waste of fat into the left up right. But doing it in the community local level for survival in a community so you have that protein is something different, in my opinion.
Brian in Indianapolis. Take it away, Brian.
Hey, George. Good evening. How are you?
Oh, good, buddy. How are you?
I'm awesome, man. Hey, say hello to the coach family out there. Hey, you guys touched earlier on the China land grab on the states out west. I was kind of curious about that. But it got me to thinking, it sounds like that our government, or the world government, they're trying to push us all back into like 1810. We were all self-sufficient farmers, or we wasn't alive back then. But anyway, so coming to today's technology and everything, David, have you ever looked into the effects of climate change with the use of chemtrails? Or do you believe the chemtrails are cause climate change or having an effect on it, or do you have an opinion on it, or anything like that? I'm just curious about that. George, I'll see you guys later.
Okay, Eric. David.
Yeah, good one on the left. Okay, so what I've seen so far, and this goes for Bill Gates too, with all that land that he bought. Look at it in two ways. Yes, it was the land to grow crops, but what about the water rights on the land? It's more incredibly valuable than anything you can grow on. Have the water rights of downstream farms that then need to get surcharges for that water to pass through your land to make it to their pastures or to their orchards downstream, where then they need to pay a meter fee on how many, cubic acres are coming through there, or acre feet are going to roll down that river toward their place. Water rights. And then, for that question about cosmic, what you think is that stratospheric aerosol geoengineering, the stratospheric injection, those nanometals, the particulate metals, think about this cosmic radiation management on a different level. So think of it as two different levels. I'm trying to explain, the food shortages on the planet being masked over. So I don't know if anybody's seen that movie, The Deep. Remember 1970 scuba diving movie?
Oh, great movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
exactly the same thing. The Spanish wreck from the 1600s was buried in the sand, but directly on top of it was a World War II wreck. So think about that as the same thing. This, what you consider spraying program is two sandwiched in one. Yeah, sure, you have the blocking for the sun rays or moving up weather systems, ionosphere heaters. That is what is sold to the public. What is not sold to the public is cosmic radiation management, because as our sun steps down, the amount of cosmic rays penetrating our atmosphere and creating larger amounts of cloud cover and creating entire new bands of cloud cover across the planet. 18,500 to 22,000 feet, or 23,000, excuse me, approximately. All the extra moisture up there starts to rain down in terms of rain in itself. But with that, nullifies the charge of the incoming particle that would then become the base for that cloud droplet electrically to form itself in the atmosphere to even start to coagulate and create that drop in the atmosphere. So how do you, we stop this program totally and suddenly we get 7 times more rainfall because the amount of cosmic rays coming in is going to create that cascade coming down as it bounces through everything else in the atmosphere. That's a hard sell, truly. Okay, we stop spraying, cosmic radiation management goes away and we get 7x rainfalls. And we can't send the weather patterns anymore. I mean, I'm trying to play devil's advocate here and sell that.
Yeah.
But that's the way it appears to be. It's 2 layers of the same program for 2 different mitigation strategies or manipulation strategies, maybe a better word.
Let's go to first time caller.
Arguably no. I mean, arguably yes, but arguably no.
Hello, George. Let me touch my question a little bit about teacher here.
Yeah, actually, probably
I want to hear about the target program, but I teach my kids about growing and taking their own seeds.
Yeah, great.
Training, irrigation, vertical farming, and how to use more self-sufficient. So that's exactly the thing that we have to work on.
Yeah, he's probably the top.
But my question goes to, I grew up in Idaho, got right out of the potato fields, and 50 years ago, you can look out for 5,000 acres and see nothing but potatoes. Now, there's still a lot of agriculture, of course, but there's a lot of sugar beet growing. So we've taken a base crop and turned it into another crop that we're adding to our food, making ourselves all more sick and tend to tie in some additives to the food as opposed to the food itself. So, yes, you guys, it's called the profit motive. It's kind of like it's in the tail. Does that make sense? Or does that seem to be a part of this? Because like you talked about the soy and the ethanol, it's just kind of on the same lines, isn't it?
What about these crop rotations? Go ahead, David.
Well, right, you have to think about if you're going to process something into alcohol, ethanol, then it has to have sugar component with it so they can add the yeast. So corn has a lot of sugar, but it takes a huge chemical process to break it down into high fructose corn syrup, for example. They're using different types of enzymes and solvents and things to crack that dent corn out into a liquid plus heat and pressures. So it's a huge process to take that hard ear of corn from the field, and you touch corn, you know how hard that dent corn is, to turn that into a liquid. Or you can just use sugar beets and squeeze them and take the sugar juice and do the same thing. The scales of the ease of it to get the highest sugar content in a crop to then produce the ethanol, sugar beets. So that's been another, transition where they can in cooler climates. I mean, sugar beets a little bit difficult to grow in Florida. Too hot. They like a little bit cooler climate. By the way, that would be a great cover crop or a great crop to put in on these shoulder seasons that would grow into the winter, because that sugar beet, you can eat those leaves. You can stir fry those leaves. So you might have a green vegetable source through the winter, and mustard greens, kale, kohlrabi, broccolini, these types of things that are, real heavy, thick, that you can grow through. Arugula lettuces, straight through some of the cold time. But I'm in the southern part of the U.S., so a little bit warmer down here than, other places in Canada or more north.
David, 8 billion people on the planet. Would you say at this point we are providing food for most of them?
Yeah, it's at different levels. You have to look at some of the countries where they're getting 3,000 calories a day versus what you might see in other more developing nations where it's 1,200 or 1,500. But it seems everybody's getting fed. But at the end of the day, whoever has the money is going to get the food. Because when it gets that expensive, when we're not producing on the planet, whoever has the money, it's been like this through history. Whoever has the cash
going to get the resource.
Let's go west of the Rockies. Glenn in the state of Washington. Welcome, Glenn.
Yes, good evening, George and David. This is the subject right up my alley. I've spent 50 plus years in agriculture, and all of these subjects are in my bailiwick. And you've said everything correctly, David. There is hardly anything that I could find to disagree with. And we have possibilities, though. I spend a lot of time working on strategies, how we can actually do what we need to do without it becoming just complete chaos. But I spent 25 plus years hosting young people from around the planet to my farm, where I taught them conventional agricultural. My agricultural roots was in large scale pesticide applicating, studying Roundup when it first came out, and being involved with heavy toxic chemistries that have been somewhat backed off on, but not enough. And, we could create a training program. We really need a training program bad for young people to go out with some knowledge, not an idea that they can grow their own food like it's a piece of cake, because it's not. And I can only survive years and years, decades and decades of farming 50 plus different crops, and I was very good. I had lots of prior training by very good mentors, and it was just a little bit much to realize how little our country and our world is prepared for food shortages.
Well, he's spot on there, David, isn't he?
He is, and see, that's the greatest opportunity in human history, what you just described there. The possibilities. So you can look at the doom and gloom, and I know people do say that, well, you just focus on things that aren't going right. Why do you talk about solutions as well? But in the real world, you have to really understand the problem before you can even start thinking about these possibilities and solutions. And Glenn, can I ask you a question back? Because I am considering the same thing, bringing people out to my farm here, but what was the biggest hurdle that you had when you brought, a younger generation or two generations younger than you out onto the property? Like, was the work ethic there? Would they get up in the morning? Would they really help? Would they not? I mean, were they complaining about it's too far out in the country? I mean, what of these things do you think was the biggest hurdle to get people out and get them in cooperation and working and doing the actual work, like, lifting 30 wheelbarrows of compost to the next place, or 100 wheelbarrows, or whatever it took, a truckload?
Yeah, you dialed it in. I mean, I had a handful out of 100 young people from across the planet, a handful of people, young people in their early 20s, so oftentimes college graduates, understood the mentor that I was too young to really be. I started farming when I was 6. And by the time I was 15, I was a proficient farmer. And then I traveled the world in the military and came back and did a whole pile of stuff. And by the time I was in my early 30s, I had 20 years of experience in all manner of agriculture and food processing and how the system worked and didn't work. I had to become a soil scientist when there became a soil disease that still to this day, because I'm autodidactically trained, I ended up not being listened to because I wasn't a college graduate.
And I would say, Glenn and David, most non-farm kids probably wouldn't know what to do on the farm. We're going to come back and take a break, and then we'll be back with final calls in a moment.
The Coast website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
I'm Michael Crozier from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 24 cars have been derailed following a Union Pacific freight train derailment in Victorville. Shut down one of the two main railroad routes in and out of the Southland. Cars derailed in the Mojave Narrows Regional Park near the Kemper Campbell Ranch. This route travels from LA to Chicago. Officials say people should check train tickets to see if their upcoming trips are impacted. A man from Mississippi charged with threatening to kill the director of the CDC has pleaded guilty. Court records show Robert Page threatened to kill Rochelle Walensky last year in voicemails left at the CDC headquarters in Atlanta, Georgia. The FBI says Page admitted making the calls, which also threatened Dr. Anthony Fauci. Ukraine's president is planning to visit the U.S. to meet with President Biden and address a joint session of Congress. It would be President Zelensky's first overseas trip since Russia invaded Ukraine in February. It's set to happen tomorrow if security allows. Mostly clear, cool temps tonight, was about 40 degrees. Staying clear tomorrow and warmer. Cloud or two coming Thursday and a tad cooler into the weekend. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Michael Crozier.
Activity on the 110 tonight in Virginia on the southbound 110 down to Beach Boulevard. That's a crash blocking the carpool lane. Downtown LA on the 110 north at the 101. That's a crash cleared lane for Stonewall Sloop from Olympic and 9th Street. On the 110 south at 3rd Street and downtown LA, that's another crash cleared from lanes involving two vehicles. Eight people were there on the 605 north of Washington Boulevard. Crash blocking the middle lane of the off ramp. And then downtown LA again on the 101 south of Indigenous Street. Crash blocking the two right lanes has got the stop of the drivers from the 110. KFI is Scott. He'll see you there faster. I'm Zachary Dagan.
This holiday season,
12 strangers, 12 tales, 12 ghosts. A fiction podcast from me, Aaron Mankey, starring Malcolm McDowell.
So, this is the afterlife.
This is the liminal space between life and the next chapter. This is the great in-between. A chilling new collection of stories presented in immersive 3D audio starting December 14th, ending on Christmas Day. Listen to 12 Ghosts on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Dr. Erica Pond with the California Department of Public Health. This winter, remember to protect yourself against COVID-19 and other winter viruses by getting your flu shot and COVID booster, testing for COVID if you feel sick, contacting your doctor about treatment if you test positive for COVID, and considering masking up in indoor public places. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
KFI AM 640.
I was going through old postcards at an antique store, and the guy standing next to me didn't work there. He just says, "What are you looking for?" Well, anything like this, has Ohio where my dad grew up, or maybe the valley where I grew up. He goes, "Want me to look through?" And my wife took steps in between us, and she looks at him. She goes, "He doesn't like this kind of contact."
Tim Conway Jr. Show.
That's awesome.
Weeknights at 6 on KFI.
I eat in this Italian restaurant, and I had the most tremendous pain. I couldn't even drive myself to the emergency room. And so I get in, I'm in the fetal position in the back seat of my brother's car, and they rush me in, and I feel like I'm going to die. I can't breathe. I have tremendous pain. In fact, it felt like somebody shot me. So the doctor is pressing, and he's pressing, and he's pressing. He goes, "Is this hurt?" I said, "No." As he's pressing, and all of a sudden he goes,
The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
$300 bar.
Weeknights at 6 on KFI.
Oh, let me try to. This thing is it's acting up. Here you guys watch. Oh, never mind. Oh, here we go. No, never mind.
Gary and Shannon.
I swear next hour is not going to go like this. I promise.
Weekdays at 10 a.m. KFI.
Why don't people listen to us? The listeners listen to us. Just listen to us. Follow our lead. We know what we're talking about.
John and Ken. Weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI.
Yesterday don't matter if it's gone. While the sun is bright, or in the darkest night, no one knows. She comes and goes.
talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next hour, Craig Webb joins us to talk about lucid dreams and dreams in general. Then we'll be taking your dream calls later on in the program, and we're going to be back in a moment with David Devine. We'll take final calls with him as we talk about the possibilities of massive food shortages. Let us keep our fingers crossed and pray that that doesn't happen. We've got a YouTube channel up and running, and Tommy, tell folks about it.
Well, it's really great. You can get interviews of recent and past shows. We're also adding special best of compilations. A lot of fun things going on there, and it is free. All you need to do is head over to coasttocoastam.com right now. Go to the top. There's a little YouTube icon. Just boom, click that, and you're in.
And something that's almost free is, of course, a Coast Insiders membership, which is about 15 cents a day. Listen to these folks.
Hi, this is Jerry from Pearland, Texas. Loyal listeners since 1996. I love being a Coast to Coast Insider because I can download shows to my phone and listen anywhere in Texas, from our Gulf Coast beaches to the mountains of Big Bend.
Hi, I'm Pam from Denver. I've been a Coast to Coast Insider for many years and love it. I get to listen whenever I want and get to tap into our showboat. You too can get these goodies. Become a Coast to Coast Insider today.
This is Jack. I'm a Coast Insider and I love the show. I can replay the show from the night before or anytime with the show archives. All of the guests are very informative and super entertaining. Sign up and become a Coast Insider today. You'll be glad you did.
You sure will. A couple ways you can sign up. Our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says Insider. You can fill out that information. Download our free Coast to Coast AM app. And then once you open up that app, look for profiles and subscriptions, and you can sign up through the app that way. And also, if you're in Canada or worldwide, you now can become a Coast Insider, so take advantage of that. Now here's something for you to calm down.
Increase your energy and stamina while enhancing your mental clarity, focus, and memory. Start your day with Elevate to improve your mood and alleviate stress. Then wind down at night with Accelerate for mental and physical relaxation while naturally cleansing and detoxifying, promoting healthy weight loss. Accelerate and Elevate. George's Power Pack.
I actually started this product not long ago, and I've just blown away from what it's done for me with energy, with focus, and clarity, and it's all natural. That is amazing. And I'm losing inches off my waist. I was feeling an underlying exhaustion that I could not shake. These are a gift. My mood has been incredible, and I absolutely love these.
Well, I get up at 5:30 in the morning. I have a lot of kids. I would take it in. It would last until I took the Accelerate. So before I started taking the Elevate and the Accelerate, I would typically experience some kind of anxiety or mood swings. Since taking the product, I haven't taken any over-the-counter medication or prescription, just generally happier person.
I probably have an anxiety or panic attack every 4 or 5 days, and I have not had one depressive thought. I've not been anxious. I've not been jittery. First time I took this pill, I didn't know what to do with myself. It just felt good, clear-headed. I felt focused. There was like a drive inside me all of a sudden. I was just excited. I was like, is this for real?
Definitely know that the Elevate not only gives me energy, not only gives me the vitamins I need for my body, but it helps me with my mood. And you know what? It makes my husband happy.
George's Power Pack. Order now and receive free gift Be Slim. Refreshing weight loss tablets. Accelerate, Elevate, and Be Slim. Order now at healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping. That's 800-394-9930 or healthylooking.com.
Who will the Republican nominee in 2024 be for president? Will it be former President Donald Trump? Could it be Florida Governor Ron DeSantis? If he decides, this could be one of the biggest political battles ever. Now, Newsmax would like to know what you think. They're conducting a poll asking if former President Trump should continue his run for president again, or Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Vote in the Newsmax poll on Trump versus DeSantis. Just text the word river to 39747. It's that simple. River to 39747. Let your voice be heard. Tune into Newsmax. I do for news you can trust. Newsmax is carried on every major cable system. And if for some reason your system doesn't carry them, call them and demand it. And be sure to vote in the Newsmax poll on whether former President Trump should even run again, which he has announced he is. Text River to 39747. That's River to 39747. Make the switch to Newsmax. You won't look back. Don't forget Newsmax.com, a great website. Texting rules for automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
And welcome back to Coast, back with the final segment with David Devine. David, tell folks about your YouTube channel, sir, if you would.
It's titled Adapt to 2030, and it's all about having to grow and adapt our food growing strategies on the planet before 2030. It's about food, climate, and the economy. Because as your food prices get more expensive, we start spending more money on food, just the general person, there's going to be less money out in the economy, and everything is starting to shrink like we're seeing right now. Is that another excuse to cover?
How did you zero in on 2030?
Because it seems the grand solar minimum will have run its course by that point when we reach the lowest in the solar activity, October of 2024, with their looping toroid magnetic field, the four gas giants in the single quadrant in the sun. And after that, magnetic coupling with the Earth passes 26, 27. It looks at least on the cycle length, that the sun should start its magnetic field start again coupling together in the different layers of the sun. At least that's forecast.
Back to the calls. Let's go to our wild card line. Brendan's with us, Austin, Texas. Hi, Brendan.
Hey, thank you so much, David and George. So I wanted to talk about how you were talking about Ukraine earlier, and that the world really needs the grain in the next 2 years. And what I was thinking about was that all the ordnance that has been fired into the field made me think of World War I cleanup process, and that they're still taking out heavy metals like iron, sulfur, copper, or even arsenic that gets oxidized and turns into inorganic arsenic. And the chemicals then go into the water and spread around, and they're basically left with two options in that they abandon the land for a very, very long time, or they try to clean it up. And the cleanup process for World War I has taken already 100 years. They say that it's going to take 300 years to clean up that. So I don't think that we should be anticipating grain from Ukraine very soon, unfortunately. But my question was that with people that live in apartments, what do you think that we should do, or do you think that we should just try to hug our loved ones tighter and live our days happier? Is there anything that we can do? And I do have one solution, because you're talking about solutions, and it's not a solution to everything, but it's a good idea and people will need it. And the algae, there's a lot of algae that are very easy to grow, have a lot of nutrients, and then you can tracking them down and burning them for fuel also.
That's good. What do apartment dwellers do, David?
Well, vertical farming would be a good one. And then, you'd have to do a survey of the building first to see what balcony space was, which facing of the direction, south-facing balconies. And you would have those families, being a major food producer where people come by every day and help. And then what about the roof of the building itself? Like how many square feet are on top of a 10-story apartment building? That's one whole floor up there. That could be used vertical or the enhancements if we're going to continue to grow at night with grow lights and in cooler climates. You could, put some plastic sheeting over that, clear plastic over it and build some sort of greenhouse type of design up there. The vertical farming, you get the most efficiency out of the smallest amount of space would be the way to go in a city. But see, then it would also involve, if you look at the 1940s images of the Victory Gardens in New York City, no less, they used every single square foot between the streets, where the trees grow to divide the street. And they use the yards, and they use the sidewalk areas, that grass that grows between the walking part of the sidewalk and the road. Literally every square foot of usable land to be grown on was grown in the city. Now, can you bring it to that level today in this day and age? I'm not really sure, but if I could add one point to the fields being bombed over in the Ukraine, you look at that same thing that happened with the depleted uranium rounds shot off all over Iraq as well. Remember the Gulf War where they were rounds down there heavy, so you're getting the same kind of contamination with all that depleted uranium that got spent down there.
What about Vietnam with that Agent Orange that was poured all over the place when we bombed them?
Yeah, that's still chemically viable over there. I traveled up to Hanoi pre-COVID, and the War Museum and everything, but they still talk about the effects of that still to this day hasn't degraded and still contaminated the water supply.
What would be, David, the telltale signs of the beginning of a food shortage? What would we see?
Well, on the natural side, you're already seeing it. You're looking at depleted grain yields, and any of the forecasting agencies. When I came on in April with you, the USDA was calling about 189 to 193 bushels per acre of corn. But now that we have some totals that the harvest is in, they were sub 160 on the average, and there was an enormous amount of places that were under 150 bushels per acre. So that is a 25% miss. And if you look at the wheat that was grown in the United States, 100-year low in the wheat, especially the hard red winter wheat, you're starting to see it everywhere. Now Ukraine goes offline, and Kazakhstan is down, and the fertilizer not being produced. So these are things that are known variables now that will have an effect in the future sometime. But right this second, we have the Tonga eruption that put the most water vapor in the atmosphere ever in the last 200 years, encircling the southern part of our planet, dimming skies when they're going into the planting season. Those plants will not be able to absorb as much sunlight, diminished yields. They won't have the fertilizer to push them with potash if they need to. They could jack the plants with potash and double, triple applications to get to grow, but you need the sunlight to do that. So these things are in play right now. So how long will it take to manifest in the market where you see those prices of each bushel go up and then the retailer knock that price onto you? Right this second. Who hasn't seen their food prices rise already? We're in the midst of it. It's just going to continue to amplify. It's for the financial crash this year.
This is what you
like almost everybody. This is hindsight. The stock market was drip fed and stripped of $13.5 trillion in its steady drip feed. There was no margin then. And your never-ending food price rises are the same thing. It's been incremental where you don't notice it to this point.
When you were with me in April of this year, is this the time period you had predicted? You said something about October of 2022 could be a rough time.
Right, that's when they were coming into the physical delivery contract in Chicago to put the corn on the rails. But remember, during that same exact time, George, they came up and there's going to be a rail strike. And they even canceled the Amtrak routes because they didn't want to get people stranded in.
They locked out there.
Yeah.
and see the same thing. They didn't call force majeure because the corn didn't get on the trains at the levels that were contracted out, because the rail strike superseded that. They couldn't call force majeure because the rail, and it was just a protected strike. So they stopped all loading for 14 to 28 business days, depending on where your cargo was bound to. So, you know, you look at that and say, wait a second, was that planned as well to throw, I don't know. But stuff the economy get affected now too.
Let's go to UFO Jim in Santa Clarita, California. Hey, Jimmy, go ahead.
Hey, George, it's nice to talk to you.
You too.
I'm talking to you about synchronicity today. I went into my doctor. It was a brand new one that I hadn't seen before, and he talked to me exactly about what you guys were talking about. I think he used different terminology. He said it was regenerative farming or regenerative permaculture. That he had bought a few farms down in Argentina.
Wow.
And was established, establishing that. And he was very interested and excited about it. And synchronicity doesn't happen. Like you say, there's no accidents.
Exactly.
I agree completely. And the thing that I'm just guessing here, but I'm a contactee, I'm a UFO contactee, has been for a long time. And usually this is, for some reason, the UFOs wanted me to know about this, and also the doctor said that there was a movie on Netflix called Kiss the Ground. I don't know if people, I don't know anything about this subject, I'm sorry, I apologize, but I thought I should tell you about this synchronicity.
We're all learning about it. Jim, thank you. I appreciate you being part of the program, to be sure. Fascinating moments.
Yeah, comment on the regenerative agriculture.
Absolutely, sure thing.
See, coming at it like that with somebody who loves to do it, it's your hobby, it's your passion, you would spend your time doing it because that's what you love to do. It's the people who are into it now, but I'm wondering how that is going to move forward when people are forced into it. You know, there's a difference in the amount of energy that is generated toward it. You know, we've all been forced to do things that we don't like to survive. And going out to have a family garden or a community garden and working in the rain or the cold or whatever, and then getting your hands and my muscles are sore and all this thing. Being forced to do it, or you know, you love to do it, that's going to be a huge difference in almost everything, I think.
In big time. Gary's in Pennsylvania. Take it away, Gary.
Thank you for taking my call, George. And I want to wish you and your gift, David, both Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
You too, Gary.
Oh, yeah.
I have two comments. When you mentioned about the year without a summer, it blew my mind because all I could think about was that poem that Lord Byron wrote, Darkness. And he wrote that about the year without a summer. And there was a proverb from the same flower, the snake will draw places and the deal will draw honey. And when I'm driving at David is there like, I know that when the caller mentioned theology, if you don't think for some reason there isn't the food shortages that maybe some entrepreneur or profiteer, whatever you would want to call it, I'm not saying something unseemly like it's Soylent Green or anything like that. These things that will come out of woodwork with some kind of synthetic food for the whole world, and they'll be the savior and everything.
Synthetic foods, they're putting in food, the Beyond Meat, and now the FDA approved the Beyond Chicken, so they're able to grow lab-grown chicken. We're already in the beginning of what you just described right there.
What about GMO foods, David? I'm opposed to them, but what do you think?
Yeah, I really am not a fan, even if it does increase crop yield, because, you know, they're doing more and more studies on the effects of different organisms that ingest that. Now, just because you might not, maybe something that has eaten that in the process chain to get into your belly has also eaten it. So if you have effects of that, maybe gut, something in the gut, I'm not sure. But if we can go away from it, because those are specific seeds that need specific activator that can grow in specific conditions with glyphosate on it and that sort of thing. Like you can actually plant a plant killer, the seed in there, and it's been genetically modified to live in Roundup and glyphosate and still grow, so there's no weed competition on it. I guess insane how they changed the genes to do that. I think we should go to more natural methods. But this whole supply chain shortage
Those types of seeds and fertilizers and pesticides are not going to be available. But the chemical industry shut down in Europe, and they're 40% down on fertilizers this year. They're absolutely going to be 40% down on insecticides or insect control, and also pesticides. Guaranteed. Herbicides, they all follow the same chains of all the same chemicals. So one does all. So what happens if you can't control any of the pests suddenly?
Where have all the bugs gone anyway? I don't see as many as I used to. Do you?
I do, because I live out in a very natural place at the edge of the Cherokee National Forest, and there's all this land out here. But generally, I will say, yeah, as soon as you leave out of the natural areas, or you consider farmland areas, yeah, they're devoid of insects. Given all of the pollution in the air, the things we're using on our home gardens, the things people are using on their regular lawns, I'm really not sure. Is it the magnetic field changes where they're moving to different locales because they're following the magnetic fields of the planet, when generally they would stay in their own area and they think, oh, I'm lost, I need to go follow that field line, and they disappear to a different place? I'm not sure.
You've set yourself up, David, to survive how long in case something happens?
Forever. This is the change of the society that we will do. It's going to shift society as you know it into a very new way of life that you are not going to ever return to this time. We've seen the same thing with the beginning of COVID. Like, we have left that long behind. We are not going back there. But look how much the world has changed since then. I had 7 years to go through a global food shortage to see what kind of solutions come out and how we can get off the centralized systems and off the metered daily payables for our lives and move that direction. Once we get off those centralized systems and everything, our production decentralized, if you use some Tesla technologies and different release of technologies that should evolve during this time, growing our own foods more locally, that will change the way humanity exists. And you're going to have to think about it. What happens when your food stores run out?
And that is the big problem. David, thank you for being on the program. Watch him on YouTube, Adapt 2030. That's how you find him. Up next, we're going to talk about dreams. Later on, your dreams.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Imagine air travel that's simple, hassle-free, and fast. That's Surf Air. Save hours on every trip. Avoid busy, crowded terminals and fly from airports closer to your home. No crowds, no long lines, no stress. With Surf Air's private flight, you're in control of your travel day, not the other way around. surfair.com, the most convenient way to fly. Get a free quote on your next flight at surfair.com. There's a better way to fly private.
Join the excitement of the College Football Playoff National Championship Weekend and attend Playoff Fan Central January 6th through 8th at the Los Angeles Convention Center in downtown LA. Playoff Fan Central offers a wide variety of family-friendly entertainment and interactive experiences that will put you right in the middle of the action as we celebrate the pinnacle of the college football season. Admission is free. Just download the CFE Playoff mobile app on your Apple or Android device to get started. Playoff Fan Central is brought to you in part by Ram, Taco Bell, Eckridge, Ticketmaster, Verbo.
Want to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art for more? Here's someone who will tell you why you should call Tangible Investments.
Hi, my name is Allie Easter, and I'm the founder of With This Ring.
With This Ring is Allie's charity.
About 11 years ago, I realized that the ring on my finger could literally save an entire village in Africa. So I donated that ring, and now we have rings coming in to our organization from women and men all over the world.
So who buys Allie's donated ring?
Tangible Investments. Our ring donors send our rings directly to Tangible Investments, and they give us more money for those rings than anyone else ever has.
With Phil's help, Allie is changing the world.
It helps us do what we do best, which is drilling in water wells in Liberia, Africa.
Tangible Investments owner Phil D. Genova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art.
Still guarantees you'll get more.
Thanks so much, Bill and Simple Investments, for all you've done for us.
Call now for a no-obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. Portions of the following program will be recorded. This is Brandy, my plus one to the office Christmas party. I take her with me everywhere.
KOSTHD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
He says, yeah, I did that. I'm Michael Crozier from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man in the cold desert who arranged to meet what he thought would be a 13-year-old girl for sex is pleaded guilty. Court records say the 31-year-old man was charged with 6 felony counts and 2 more misdemeanor counts of drug possession and paraphernalia. He was arrested in an undercover operation by Riverside County's Anti-Human Trafficking Task Force in April 2021. The federal government is again pushed back the date for eligible student loan borrowers to restart making payments. Payment pause was started during the pandemic. Payments were supposed to restart at the end of the year. That's on hold as the government defends Biden's student loan forgiveness plan in court. Payments are now on hold until 6 days after the Supreme Court rules on the forgiveness program. An ex-Fort Worth police officer has been sentenced to more than 11 years in prison. The jury found him guilty last week of manslaughter for killing a black woman in her home in October 2019. The woman's sister says this process has been a struggle and a test of faith.
Well, we want more time, yes, we would. But that's what the jury decided, and we're gonna have to take that with us.
Police officer shot the 28-year-old black woman while responding to a call about an open front door. The police department released video of the shooting and arrested the officer in 2019. The primary dispute during trial was whether the officer knew the woman had a gun at the time. House Ways and Means Committee has voted to release material about former President Trump's tax returns. It's unclear when people will be able to read the materials. The vote was approved by all 24 Democrats and vetoed by all 16 Republicans. The committee says personal information from the documents will be redacted. Trump refused to release his returns during his 2016 presidential campaign and during his 4 years in the White House. Wells Fargo has agreed to pay $3.7 billion to settle accusations that it hurt consumers for charging illegal fees and interest on car loans and mortgages. ABC's Sherry Preston says 15 million people have been impacted.
The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau ordering those banks to repay about $2 billion to customers, and the rest will be used as a fine.
The penalty against Wells Fargo is the largest fine the Bureau has ever issued to any bank and nearly quadruple the penalty Wells Fargo was ordered to pay in 2018. Mostly clear through the morning, lows in the mid-40s. Sunny and a little warmer today, probably the warmest day of the week. Highs around 60 at beaches above 70, Metro LA, Orange County. Upper 70s in Atlantic, Fire in the Valleys, and around 70s in the high desert and North Valley. Bit mild and bit cooler after that, getting to the weekend. Right now in Irvine, 43, Fullerton, 45, Burbank, 43, Torrance, 44 degrees. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Michael Crozier.
It's Ryan Seacrest here. So, you tested positive for COVID. What's next? Treat yourself. COVID treatments are free. Taken by pill, these medications can stop the illness from getting serious. So, treat yourself. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. Again, it's 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Nancy Grace here, big news, brand new cold case podcast, Zone 7 with Cheryl McCollum. You get to work a cold case with investigators Cheryl McCollum, family members, detectives, trusted criminal justice pros who make up her quote Zone 7. This ain't just a podcast, honey, but a war room.
This ain't just a podcast, honey, but a war room.
iHeartRadio app or wherever
This ain't just
you get your podcast.
Are you tired of undrinkable water? Are you fed up with your old fashioned water softener and its constant upkeep? Well,
why?
Because there's a far better
That head of hair could take a miss.
I'm talking about a Light Source whole house water system. Hey y'all, it's Dean Sharp. Light Source brings delicious filtered water to every tap in your home. It eliminates the bad taste and the harsh feel of chemicals like chlorine and other contaminants, and it reduces hard water problems. But unlike the softener, there is no salt. A whole house water system with zero maintenance, no filters to change, no salt to add, no monthly servicing. They install it, you forget about it. And right now, you can get the best deal of the year on a Light Source system. For a limited time, Light Source will pay your sales tax. Zero tax, big savings. Call Light Source today at 800-803-2696, 800-803-2696, or visit
likesourcewater.com. LikeSource. Taste, feel the difference. By now, you've heard the news. Vaccine boosters are available for eligible Californians. Boosters support stronger immunity and help maximize protection against COVID-19 and its variants. Visit myturn.ca.gov to find out if you're eligible and to find a booster near you. That's myturn.ca.gov. Stay healthy and strong. Get boosted. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. I'm from East Los Angeles. People always ask, why would a famous actor like Danny Trejo do all his own stunts? Listen, that chainsaw,
I want him not to be bored.
that car crash,
He's You're not from East Los Angeles. You're born in Los Angeles. You're a fake.
no problem. It's a fake. But fake meds, that's a real problem. So always verify all your medication online at safe.pharmacy. And keep your friends, your family, and yourself safe from fake meds.
Shitty cartels.
I gotta go wrestle this fake bear. But remember, always check all your meds at safe.pharmacy. Because Hollywood isn't the only thing filled with fakes.
This is Jacob Emrani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
Why don't people listen to us? The listeners listen to us. Just listen to us. Follow our lead. We know what we're talking about.
John and Ken, weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Please tell me away. We have to be sensible. Logical, always responsible. Let me show me your world. I can think of dependable.
You're from LA. You're not from East Los Angeles.
There's a time for all the
You're hearing Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, live from somewhere deep below the earth on Premier Networks.
Up next, Craig Webb back with us. We're going to talk about the power of dreams, lucid dreams especially, and we'll take your calls. Maybe you could share your dreams with us, and Craig will do a little interpretation for you as well. Have you ever wondered if we're alone in this vast universe? Marvelous Entertainment has released the newest in science fiction that specifically deals with this incredible question. Marvin Sunderland lives with his wife and 2 children in Arizona. Now, he's a certified film director, a science fiction genius, an Army veteran, mechanic, video game developer, web developer, and of course the author behind the first of 3 series of sci-fi novels that includes a 7-novel masterpiece bringing out the best of your imagination. Journey with Sergeant Wack in search of a crashed alien spaceship that leads into an astronomical alien invention. Embrace yourself, as there's a war underway in the underworld. Sergeant Wagon promises to take your imagination to marvelous heights. Marvelous Entertainment brings you and your loved ones the very best in entertainment for your holiday gift and shopping needs at marvelous.com. That's M-A-R.
Ever fight a motherfucker like a bitch? Oh. Never fight a motherfucker.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone in number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation.
This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee, doing the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
And welcome back, George Noe, back with Craig Webb, a dream and consciousness author, researcher, physicist, inventor, professional educator, performing artist, and an award-winning filmmaker. His life path was set in motion 3 decades ago when he nearly drowned on a whitewater rafting trip and suddenly began recalling up to 10 dreams a day and having lucid dreams and verifiable visions of the future. Since then, he's graduated from McGill University, participated in pioneering dream and consciousness research at Stanford University, a hospital as well in Montreal. Craig, welcome back. How are you?
Hey, George. Doing great. And great that we get to speak on solstice, the longest night of the year, which is good for dreams.
And here we are. That's right. The winter has begun. And it's going to be hot in St. Louis right now, Craig, and it's going to be like 0 degrees in a couple days out here. That's cold.
And the second big storm, I think, coming. Is that right?
Yep. It's going to hit the Midwest big time. Tell me, why do we dream?
The why of it, huh? Yeah, that's a big one. Certainly, it's really known that dreams come from learning. So we can learn skills. That's sort of proven in the sleep lab. We're actually learning, I guess, mentally, emotionally. But sleep lab research, especially lucid dreaming research, we can track the physiology of the sleeping body according to the activities that the dreamer is doing. Has shown that we're actually, firing the neurons in specific patterns, learning the physical skills, even increasing like white blood cell counts. Learning's a big one. Learning. Emotional healing is another big one. Creativity, we've talked about that a lot. And then probably lots of other reasons. Survival, as I guess the caveman, cavewoman, way back when. It'd be great if you could dream up or somehow know about the dangers that were outside the cave, or when to go out to find food, or that kind of thing, or when the seasons would change, or where the water was. So survival, I guess, direct things, and probably other reasons.
Are all dreams associated with the brain or outside of the brain?
Yeah, let's say at least associated with the body, so the brain being part of the body, but a little bit of a subset. So we dream of the whole body. I would say we dream as the earth. And that's like a bit of a stretch if you jump for some people. But certainly there's the internet where we're all connected and we dream with and for and about each other. So at least social dreaming happens. But then sometimes we tune into nature, natural events, I guess perhaps things that we can help protect against or at least know about ahead of time, like some huge tidal waves, many dreamers have dreamt about. So we're tuned in. So I think some of the dreams come from the earth. But certainly a lot of the effects and I guess the cycles, the sleep cycles can be measured directly in the brain.
Tell us a little bit more about how you got involved in dream interpretation and dreams especially.
Yeah, I guess I don't think I've shared this as much with you before. I tell you my story sometimes about my near drowning where I started suddenly remembering about 10 dreams a day, having lucid dreams, premonitions. But just around that same time, I picked up a book by Richard Bach, the author.
That's right, Jonathan Livingston Seagull.
I think you've had him on before, right?
Long time ago, yeah.
And I was kind of getting, that's interesting. He's talking about, I think the book was Illusion. You could sort of attract objects, and later on in one of his books, he met his wife-to-be at the time in dreams above the bed. And I thought, well, that's neat. Maybe I'll try that. The first night I tried, I had a lucid dream. I didn't know what to do. I just kind of went into darkness and got all mixed up. But, it's not bad for a first try. And then from there on, I started exploring these experiences that were coming. But I started researching. So as a physicist, I included some of my science training, noted the data. But then first-person explorer, like I guess many of the listeners, started really going in as what I call a subjective scientist, seeing what's possible, seeing how to be practical, how could I teach it, that kind of thing.
And you've never looked back.
Probably not. I think what I shifted, I don't know if I ever told you also, in those early years, right, when I came back from the Stanford Pioneering Lucid Dream Research, where I worked with Stephen LeBears and the pioneers there, I had the big question, because there was lots of choices for me. I could have been a canoe guide, mathematician, and electrical engineer, lots of things. I said, dear subconscious, dear dreams, maybe I was speaking to life in my own mind and my heart even. What's the best path that'll be the most fulfilling? I can really, serve people with my gifts, unique personal gifts. And then I dreamt of touring the world speaking, I guess, on stages, high schools, that kind of thing. And then also in the second half, and with tears, have you ever woken up with tears on your pillow just from like beauty and joy, George?
Yeah. I've woken up a little teary-eyed sometimes in my life, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I guess my interpretation now, at the time I didn't know, but a super beautiful future, so beautiful like tears of joy, where I'm performing music and sharing creatively more as an artist. So I guess over the last decade I've been shifting a little bit of focus from just teaching and writing and my book and everything to creating art. In fact, if you want to celebrate with me, I was lucky to have this film that was inspired me in the pandemic by at least one dream. I would say about 10 dreams, if I include all the aspects. But it's been in, I think, 30 festivals, a winner in multiple festivals, honorable mentions, etc. I didn't know it, but I guess that's when my heart's coming out is filmmaking.
Good for you. And what is this one called?
That's Treasure in a Bottle. People can look it up on YouTube. I think it's available there.
Are you familiar with the new film that just came out on Netflix called Summerland?
Summerland, yeah. It's an interesting one. Have you checked it out?
I haven't seen it yet. It's about a little girl, though, in the dream state, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of, this is my rough interpretation, forgive me, all the producers, but it's kind of a more modern version of Inception. The dreamers are meeting, going to different levels of the dream, using totems to move between different levels, and that's influencing waking life directly from things that interactions they do on dream level and things they find out from them. And it's actually pretty well done. It's with Aquaman, I think his name is Jason Momoa.
Yeah.
And who has an interesting connection with dreams that very few people know. You saw he was Aquaman in the Marvel movies. I think most of the listeners, or many of the listeners saw that. And the lead song where he meets, I guess, a female lead in there, Amber Heard, was actually a song that was inspired by Bono and given as a gift to Roy Orbison with a big synchronicity. He met him the same night he dreamt for Orbison.
How about that?
He was going to be at his concert. And they sort of created a song together, and it was a hit song at the time for Orbison, but it later got into the lead soundtrack songs for Aquaman. So that's kind of fun.
These can people really re-enter their own dreams if you stop and start again?
Yeah, that's pretty common. I guess the listeners know that, especially in the later morning hour. A tiny bit of science here. We have our sleep cycles throughout the night, circadian rhythms. They're probably around 90 minutes, depends a little bit on food, exercise, and how much you slept. But let's say roughly 90-minute cycles. And a larger portion of that time, the 90-minute cycle, ends up being stage 1 sleep, so light sleep. And then even a larger portion of the stage 1 ends up being dream or visualistic thought, journey kind of dream. So a little tip there for recall, for lucid dreaming tips and techniques, and especially for re-entering dreams, like you mentioned, and for wake-induced lucid dreams, they're called WILD. W-I-L-D. Those last few morning hours are really the good ones, so that's just some dreaming things to so close.
Greg, what about shared dreams? Is that possible?
Yeah, just like Slumberland, where I guess the waking people sort of talk about how they met in different levels of the dreams or Inception. Absolutely. A lot of time it's shared themes. So it's disgustingly wealthy.
I've seen
that. Language that, I see this event from this perspective. I talk on this end of the line here to you and the listeners on this radio here and here or online. And we sort of have our perfect perspective about the same event. In dreams, it'll be more themes. Like we might see similar symbolism, archetypes, people or characters are often there. That's how we can track it with who we dream of.
And then the most important thing, if people want to kind of make it practical, is check it out with the person. You know, if it's not going to be too weird, like maybe your boss or something, but if it's just a friend or family, do a quick check-in, an email, a text message. Hey, Dress said you, here's the old topic. Any connections with your life? And people will be amazed. They'll find out that connections happen weekly or more often. They remember their dreams. Have you ever dreamt like pretty clearly or specifically with something?
I have not. How about you?
Not yet, right?
Not yet, exactly.
Yeah, that's a little suggestion for you, the listener. And probably you have, but you just maybe haven't tracked it. And also, we sort of need to see a payoff if we're going to spend time focusing on it. Okay, so that's interesting, but then what? There can be some pretty interesting payoffs. But how you did ask, have I done that? Well, I do that often. I dream for my clients, private clients and students, in lots of different ways. One student had strong fears, as an example, of swimming. I guess I didn't really know too much, but she said she was going to Hawaii. And I didn't know too many details, but all of a sudden in my dream, I'm kind of in these deep waters, sort of dark, and I'm saying, is that a log or maybe it's a shark? And I had the choice to go into fear, but it's a lucid dream. I know I'm dreaming.
It's
so
pretty
no, I choose safety. It's just a log, or it's just some seaweed. I just kept choosing away from fear and just feeling peace. And then later, I guess that week, back at class, she said, yeah, I shared the dream.
Are you done now?
I was in Hawaii, I was in the water, and I was
like all these
fear. I
things.
don't think I want to go any deeper. I don't want to go in. I'm
Then
afraid.
there
I
was
don't.
like screaming.
You know, and there wasn't even much off the beach. I think she was on the beach still. And then I just kind of went lucid and just said, no, I can do this.
So,
I said, there's no sharks, I'm safe. And she said,
it's just I'm going ape shit.
Crazy out in the ocean. It sort of moved through fear. So maybe a little bit of deception, but let's say helpful dreaming.
Would you say, Craig, that dreams
are
probably some of the most powerful aspects of the human mind?
Yeah, I would say dreaming as the general sense of it.
Of all the
our best life up to, our hopes and dreams for that. That's really powerful. We're focusing on the future probability, right? Or let's say
that is car.
Life we could live. Same thing for dreams at night was.
That about his car.
This is a rough guess right now on statistics from research. But at least 2/3 of our dreams, or some part of them, is focused on like exploring possible futures. Sometimes very specific precognitive info that we couldn't really know any other way. And other times just sort of exploring probabilities, like a computer program might run scenarios. So how crucial is that we're kind of dreaming up our future? And then health dreams. It's such a huge, I think that's big. Years or so. The Asclepian temples, people determine have huge healing all over Greece and Mediterranean. Two aspects or two benefits of the many the dreams can offer. So yeah, huge aspect of life.
What about dreams?
Hey dude, Yoshi.
Dream of an invention or something.
Have you ever seen Yoshi have sex
utilize it, whether
with a donkey? No.
Apple computer or whatever it may be. Does that happen a lot?
Well, it probably happens more than we hear about it.
Yeah.
I try to track these things to share them, and people say, wow, are you kidding? I think we shared the one before that Google, which I guess many of our listeners use almost daily probably, actually was Spark. That's the company, many years' work. But the Spark and the seed, I call it the DNA, came directly in the dream to Larry Page, who was the CEO for many years. So that's a huge thing that we do.
What brings the information to the dreams? Is there some outside force out there that kind of sends it to us, or what is doing it?
Yeah, good question. I have my guess. I don't think I have truth. But my guess is that there's a bright future. Let's say if I'm Larry Page, the Google CEO, there's a bright future of a multi-trillion-dollar company now. And then many people who have jobs and lots of, helpful things in the world with all the different products at Google. So that's kind of incipient or possible in the dreams, and then the psyche turns into it. He was an undergrad, or something like that at Stanford. So perfect timing for sort of choosing his career path. I think it sort of calls him forward, almost like a coloring dream.
What about intuitive dreams, Craig? That people either act on or don't act on, but what generates those?
like a premonition.
Premonitions.
Telepathic dream.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a little example here is Edgar Casey, who I think you've heard of.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. Who did like 15,000 readings that were all very accurate. Now, one of the students who was working with him had a parent come to them, their parent who was deceased, passed the veil, and say, please check in on your sister. She's got some really severe problems in her legs or her shoulder. In the dream, we didn't know anything, but she knew the dreams were important. So she called and checked in. Everything okay with you, sis? And she sort of said yes initially, but then said, well, I did have a little bit of pain in my leg. She goes, oh boy, because I dreamt it. Do you mind getting a checkup? And they found that she had some strange, I forget what the disease was, the growing toxins that she didn't even know other than a little pain, and certainly the dreamer didn't know that. So we can start to have specific dreams for people. And I think the connection or the reason or the conduit maybe would be the love and sort of protecting against a really unfortunate future in that case.
Can you train to become more intuitive in your dream state?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say even people who just remember dreams. So I guess recalling dreams, having a little voice recorder, writing them down, maybe painting them. Some dancers actually do dance their dreams, so that's fine also, or musicians who turn them into songs. Just doing that, even if you never kind of interpret or look too deep into the research or statistics or anything, is valuable because then we're establishing like the neural pathways for what we would call intuition. Dream recall is pretty much the same as intuition. So just developing recall and getting our dream stories a little clearer in life, writing them down, recording them, that'll actually boost our intuition in making life.
Years ago, I used to dream of, let's say I was trying to pursue a certain job or something, and I'd concentrate on the individual who would do the hiring. And, I'd know the person or something like that, and I would go to sleep concentrating on that individual. And within a day or two, that person would call me. And he'd say, George, I got this opening, or I heard you're looking for this or that. And I got it. And I've done that a couple of times. What am I doing right?
Well, I think there's a subtle thing there that you might not even be aware of. It's a good thing for listeners to choose as kind of the first technique or the first step anyway. And that is you're open to it and you kind of have a trust that it works.
Yes.
You tell yourself, oh, I'll just sleep on it or I'll just tune to the person or whatever your wording is. But you have a trust. And it's not obvious. Certainly a younger me and then maybe many others out there really call myself a recovering thinkaholic. I make a little joke about my, pretty intellectual education. But I didn't believe in any of this and think it was possible. I didn't necessarily think it wasn't possible or wasn't really against it, but I wasn't really super open until I had kind of my near-drowning lucid dreams from it. So I think that's a key shift. Is it possible? At least keep an open mind, and that will allow the information through. And then if you have a stronger trust, the more you work with it, you have success, of course, it'll kind of amplify itself. That's cool. So you can get jobs.
That way. And obviously it plants the seed in the individual that you're concentrating on somehow.
Or telepathic link, possibly?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what my next question was going to be. Can it be telepathy as opposed to that you do through the dream state?
Yeah, well, we have this movie Inception. Maybe we're dating ourselves a little bit, 10 to 12 years ago.
Not too bad.
But where they actually sort of inserted, in the Hollywood style, they inserted an idea in the dreamer without really his conscious knowledge that he was going to sell the company or something. Now, the same thing for Slumberland. The lead character, the young girl, actually changes her new, uncle, sort of her surrogate dad, with some amazing adventures in dreamland and helps reconnect him with his true self. So is it possible to connect with waking people in their dreams? Absolutely.
All right, Craig, hold on for a second. We're going to take a break here in a moment. Craig Webb with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Nearly 2 dozen freight train cars are off the tracks after a massive derailment in Victorville. Cars are filled with iron ore and are now stuck on the tracks. Union Pacific says the shutdown will continue until about 8 o'clock tonight. No injuries reported. Power is still out for most of Eureka this morning. The 6.4 quake yesterday caused widespread damage. At least a dozen people suffered injuries and 2 deaths.
The emergency happened at the moment of the earthquake, and so EMS could not get there in time.
That's Sheriff William Hansel. Officials say it could be days before power is fully restored. Elon Musk is resigning as CEO of Twitter. He's now looking for someone to run the company. Musk has already said no to former T-Mobile executive. Snoop Dogg says he wants the gig, though. Southline weather from KFI. Sunny today with highs in the low 70s, 60s for the beaches. Right now it's 49 in Tustin. La Habra has 50. Burbank reports 51, and it's 51 in Diamond Bar. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
It's down the way on the 110 north of Manchester Avenue.
Never seen a pimple up on something.
Blocking the center lane.
What is that
even mean? What are you trying to do? On the slow block, the right shoulder of the off-ramp. This appears to be navigating slowly. In Orange County, on the 405 north between Los Chico Road and 605, that works has got the 4 right lanes closed until 5 a.m. for some miscellaneous road work. In Seal Beach on the 405 north at 7th Street on the 22, that's another work. So it's going to be off-ramp closed for some bridge work until 5 a.m. KFI in the sky, hope to get there faster. I'm Zachary Hagan. Did you know 15 households can save 27 to 90 gallons of water per day? Even tiny leaks can be huge water users. Conserving water starts with a few simple water-saving actions at home and in your yard, like adjusting your sprinklers and adding drip irrigation so you water only when it's needed. We can all do our part to conserve water. Visit SaveOurWater.com for more water-saving tips. Save water, save California.
Mario Lopez here with a serious message about opioids. When you're young, life is full of choices. So don't let opioids like highly addicted and deadly fentanyl take away your life and your choices with just one wrong pill. Addiction is a disease that can affect anyone at any age. And I've seen too many talented people cut their lives short, but there is a choice to get help. Find medically proven treatment options, including virtual treatments, at ChooseMat.org.
Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it. But what if you had access to everyone listening to me right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising. Get started today. From yourself, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
I'm Dr. Erica Pond with the California Department of Public Health, reminding you of ways to help stop the spread of COVID and other viruses this winter. Boost your immunity by staying up to date with COVID boosters and flu shots. Wash your hands often with soap and warm water for at least 20 seconds. Cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. And protect others by staying home and testing for COVID when sick. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
KFI, AM 640. Here's what I'm going to suggest. Your grandmother, throw her out on the street. She doesn't know what the hell's going on anyway. And take that room and adopt the dog or cat that really needs it. Does that work?
Well, I'm not going to kick Granny out on the street. I'm just going to say adopt Granny a cat.
Bill Handle. There you are. Mornings from 6 to 10 on KFI. KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640.
I can't stop this feeling inside of me. Early mystery. That's what you do to me. When you're home, and your arms so tight, you let me know everything's alright. I'm hooked on the feeling. Oh, baby, that you're in love with me. It's
From the gateway to the west, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll take your calls next hour with Craig Webb. Questions about dreaming, or if you have a specific dream you want him to talk to you about, you can do that as well. ParanormalDate.com. 10 people shy of 147,000 signed-up members. Go ahead and do that if you haven't signed up at ParanormalDate.com. And if you're looking for that person that's a bit more mature, got you covered there. Head over to ParanormalDate.com/seniors. Now, these are people that are 60 plus, they think like you do. So give yourself the holiday present of meeting someone special. Go to ParanormalDate.com/seniors. At ParanormalDate.com, you meet the most fantastic people. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. What brings you here?
Yeah, I'm here to meet someone who understands me.
How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, the paranormal, that kind of stuff. But you can't find anyone who gets it.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay, guess that's not your cup of tea. Are you sure?
Very. Good luck with that.
Can't meet anyone with a out. I really can't find a website for my unique interests. What does one do? Have you thought about ParanormalDate.com? What? Who are you? I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's ParanormalDate.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Stuff you like, remember? Interesting. I'll give it a try. Well, let's try this again. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hey, I'm Deb. Your profile on ParanormalDate.com looks very interesting. So you really saw a UFO?
Well, yeah. It was so intense, but not as intense as you.
You're an alien chasing flirt, but I kind of like it.
Wow, this ParanormalDate.com thing really works. Maybe ParanormalDate.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear on George's show find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special someone with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course the paranormal, come to the dating site inspired by George Norrie. It's always free to search, and if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code GEORGE for a great discount. ParanormalDate.com. You are not alone. Should former President Trump really run again for president, or should Florida Governor Ron DeSantis? Newsmax wants to know what you think about Trump and DeSantis. Vote in the Newsmax poll. Just text the word river to 39747. That's river to 39747. It just takes seconds to vote. Text river to 39747. Newsmax is news you can trust. Watch Newsmax today. Texting enrolls for automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply. This new year, give yourself the gift of a great night's sleep with Casper. Get that long-wished-for mattress that will make your 2023 dreams come true. Choose the Wave Hybrid Snow Mattress, which helps you sleep cooler, to the original Hybrid Casper's highest-rated mattress, plus savings on sleep must-haves. Don't drop the ball on these New Year's savings. Save up to $600 on mattresses and more at Casper.com or a store near you. Exclusions apply. See Casper.com/promo.
This is your operating system talking, not your computers or your phones, but your own internal human operating system. I'm feeling a little overloaded right about now. There's something you can do to ease my stress. Close your eyes, or if you prefer, just softly gaze at something in front of you. Now, inhale for 4 counts, then exhale for 6. In for 4, out for 6. Repeat this for a few minutes, and you and I will start to feel more relaxed. If you want to ease the stress more long-term, please consider BetterHelp Online Therapy. They'll match us with a licensed therapist we can connect with via video, phone, or online chat. Having a professional to talk to can make all the difference in the world in helping our mental well-being. And it's more affordable than in-person therapy. Visit BetterHelp.com/room-to-grow and save 10% on our first month. That's BetterHelp.com/room-to-grow. Wow, I feel better already.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, along with Craig Webb. Craig, will science ever catch up to the point where we can
discover more about dreams with technology, instruments, or anything like that?
I'd say it's happening. I mean, sometimes it's sort of like a sudden jump. So we can't necessarily predict what it will be. Because early on we had the noticing of the rapid eye movement, the REM, and that sort of ensued all the electroencephalography, fancy terms, all the EEG recordings of the brain and the brain states. Now we have some pretty common apps, so popular technologies, let's say, you can track your movements at night just by having like a movement iPhone app or I guess Android. One that's kind of interesting is starting to notice, I guess, our breath. So we can have technology to do this. Have you heard of heart rate variability, George?
Yeah.
So HRV, the big notice HRV. We didn't really get trained, at least I didn't get trained as a young gent back in school about this. But it's not just that our heart rate changes, but the distance between heartbeat actually has its own cycle also. So they call it the heart rate variability. And it ends up being so crucial for health, for good sleep, for peace of mind. And there's certain technologies that can help an awful lot with that, help us go to sleep peacefully. And just a simple one listeners can try, because they might not go out and buy like a biofeedback device today or this week, is what's called the heart breath. It's tied to the HRV. And that is just like about a 3-second inhale and a 7-second exhale. Really allows us physiologically, not just by suggestion, but physiologically helps us tap into deep peace, quietness. A minute, half a minute, or a couple minutes into it. 10-second breath, 3-second inhale. That can help quite a bit. Technology is statistics have shown it, but we can do it without all the extra info.
What's some of the downside, Craig, in not recognizing your dreams, whether they're intuitive or nightmares or whatever? Is there a downside to it?
There's definitely a downside in missing out on, let's say, beautiful visions or hopeful futures or inventions or songs or maybe help for family, friends, loved ones. If we get to those premonitions, let's say the louder dreams, shocking things, even nightmares, that can be quite a risk in terms of two things. One is we may not, if we're used to getting close to guided dreams or inside info, I call it, that can be risky enough. We might not get enough of it. And then if the actual dream is guiding us away from, like, let's say, a really unpleasant future, it's something that we really want to at least explore, maybe consider following. And if it's easy, if it's simple, just follow it. Example, B.B. Ray Vaughan, the amazing guitarist, who's deceased now. Not too many people know that the day before, 2 days before.
Did he die in a helicopter crash or something?
Yeah. And the day before, he was at his own funeral, and they talked about it. He was like, oh, and he told someone the dream, so it was proof. But he didn't really draw the connection or think too much about it. But then after the concert, I guess he wanted to get home quick, so there wasn't room in the helicopter, but somebody had just given up their seat and said, oh, okay, I'll go later. I forget if it was the agent or somebody. And he said, oh, great, can I take that seat? He said, yeah, I guess so, no problem. Unfortunately, they had this known the dream came true in the helicopter, I think, hit the mountain. So, was it a potential dream they could have avoided? Possibly. And very similar to John Lennon, Sparkle Horse. I don't know if you know Mark Munkin, he's a musician. I think we spoke about Leonard Skinner before the whole band crashed, and they had a very clear warning dream about don't get on the plane. So there's some big expensive things happening if we don't follow some of these guidance dreams. Especially if they come clear or come a couple times. If we have 2 or 3 in one boy, we better listen.
You better listen indeed. And a lot of people don't listen, Craig. Why not?
Belief systems, just like, oh, another crazy dream, I'm sorry I had that bad nightmare. So that belief system out there, it's just like garbage or clearing the hard drive. Which sometimes it is. If you had a crazy meal at midnight, probably doesn't. We don't need to spend too much time interpreting. But if we had a nightmare, maybe don't have the crazy meal at the night. So about a message. So I take the least system, and then
Yeah,
other times people are afraid.
that's saying that.
It's like, oh my gosh, am I going to cause the future? You know, some people dream, I think your daughter, did she dream of September 11th?
She sure did, but we didn't know what it was, but that's what she had a dream of.
Right, and we don't know ahead of time, but then the one, oh no, if I focus on I'm going to cause a plane crashing, or am I going to be guilty? Is it going to... So people go into fear or guilt, which premonitions aren't for that, but it is a natural. So there's different ways of living it, but of course, as you know, not necessarily could we have changed September 11th, but some of the smaller events of our lives, we can certainly change, you know, what would have been a, let's say, more probable future. We can steer away from it, and it's been done many, many times. We've seen it plenty. It usually requires some attention and focus, and maybe sometimes letting go of addiction, or doing something that's kind of scary, you know, standing up for in front of somebody, or spending a little bit of money or something. But then something beautiful, or at least we avoid something beautiful happens, or we avoid something terrible.
In the dream state, can you physically get hurt?
That's a good one. I've had that excellent question on email. In fact, I've had some really bizarre ones. So this is very coast to coast. I know you'll like this.
Okay, tell me.
People who've woken up with like scratch marks from being sort of in a dream fight in their dream, but their physical body having scratch marks, which is a bit of a, let's say, more academic researcher, I guess popular researcher here. I was a little bit skeptical of it, but when I got 4 or 5, I guess different reports over 3 or people who had that, I didn't believe that they were just making it up. You know, why would they make it up? I was like, that's pretty interesting. I can't explain the why of it necessarily. Maybe the mind-body connection sort of has...
Or were they doing it to themselves?
Yeah. Were they like rolling around in bed, sort of walking with a dresser or something?
Right.
But there's some interesting ones. I think like a long time ago, maybe a decade ago, I shared the story of someone who was having fire dreams. They were sort of dying in a fire, like really bad nightmares, for a long time, like, you know, for a year or two, like burning to death. And they would wake up with actual blisters on their legs. But, you know, so who got the mind-body connection? They certainly weren't like overeating the bed, so it wasn't just from lying in bed. Just to end that story, and a little empowerment for listeners, it turns out that person did some past life regression when they had this system. You know, in that framework, anyway, they did have a past life where they burned at the stake, and they made it conscious. They got in touch with the pain, the sadness, and the immediate death trauma, I guess. They cleared it. All the nightmares went away, and their legs were all healed and fine quickly. So it could be something from, let's say, another lifetime that's sort of percolating through right onto our body. It's a bit of a weird one, but I've seen some variations of that.
What is your definition, Craig, of a nightmare, and what would cause that?
Yeah, I have a few classes and categories of nightmares. And sometimes we use different language. So if we're talking to children, you might say, oh, that was a bad dream. Oh, you mean a nightmare? No, it's a bad dream. Or they might not even use the word bad, you know. So just watch the language a little bit. But, you know, the mare is a horse, a kind of dark horse that would come after us. I think connected with some engravings by Raphael a few hundred years ago. It comes in the night, kind of attacking the poor dreamer, you know, kind of the out there model. I'm more in the far side model of what a nightmare is, and that is, yes, maybe it's a giant, hideous insect outside, and maybe it's a giant, hideous insect outside, and need help. Maybe we should let them in, talk to them, and help them. So some of the dreams come as warnings, or maybe feelings, or something like that. There's the insect that could turn into, let's say, a butterfly. Some of the nightmares, or upsetting dreams, are more physiological, and medication makes us. If we had certain drugs, obviously. Sometimes like it's food, it's sort of a drug, like weak drugs, different food, vitamins and things, can trigger that. And then, of course, we talked about the precognition. We're tuning into a really unfortunate future, maybe world event, and maybe a more private event. And it's usually important to listen and notice the difference a little bit. When they're really clear or vivid, that's a pretty good sign. If we have it twice, that's usually a pretty good sign. And then the last category of nightmares, George, is just for people who've gone on big trauma, like war, death, car crash, Okay. And they'll have more of just like repeating. Let's say part of their presence, their emotional awareness is caught in the past a little bit from a terrible, terrible experience. A little different class, but they overlap.
Are nightmares good things or are they bad?
You know, people should check out my article that's gone around the world for times. Nightmares? Lucky you. Mostly, we can turn them into the positive things. But it's a bitter medicine. Obviously, nobody wants to keep having nightmares all the time. But if we take it as kind of the warning or the guidance, or let's say the message that we shouldn't have that bias, or maybe something as simple as that we have some trauma to heal from, even like a strong breakup, a terrible divorce that we were present for, certainly anything more serious, physical trauma, and from abuse, that kind of thing. It's still an important message, maybe not to interpret, but get some therapy, some healing, some hypnosis, or something to move through it. The part of our psyche doesn't keep like pushing like a little alarm or bell going, nightmare, 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 or like an oil light on the car. There's a problem. If you get the problem at the nightmare level, that'll be good. But if you don't address it, in 4 years, 5 years, you might get cancer. So I don't want to freak out listeners, but strong recurring nightmares, especially like demonic level dreams, like really scary ones, can turn into pretty severe body sicknesses within a few, 5 to 10 years. So be careful and better address it early before it gets physical.
Craig, why would a child have a nightmare?
Yeah, or even night terrors. Right?
Or night terrors, that's right.
It's not all people name the difference, or know the difference. They come in a different stage of sleep usually, and they're a little bit different as they're actually experienced. But some of the results are similar. The children can have nightmares just from tough things at school, for the life events that they haven't emotionally integrated. Often invisible things to the parents, like they're just feeling upset about some kind of family stuff with the family at home, or maybe they're missing somebody at Christmas, a friend from school, but for them it's a hugely important thing, upsetting dream. Obviously trauma, like the other ones, could come to the nightmare. But in the night terrors class, it's a little different. This is an empowering research that I find, and I don't think I've really shared anywhere with anybody. So I hope the listeners can take the benefit, maybe some researchers can pick this up. We're going to have enough time to do some statistics on it. So when the temperature of a child's room is too warm, usually too warm, or at least different than normal, there can be more like spontaneous night terrors.
More warmer than colder?
Yeah, like too many sheets on, or in the summer, this kind of thing. A little fan, a window open, or just to be aware of it. We can usually shift it, but if we're not aware of it, it just kind of keeps coming. So, if parents, usually parents, their children with night terrors, the parents are more freaked out than the kids. Kids don't usually remember much. Just check around temperature a little bit, make sure you have sleep hygiene, which means kind of a little ritual that helps them get peacefully to bed. And then if it keeps recurring, maybe explore a little deeper. It might be like, I think you know that story of James Leninger, right, George?
The little kid about the pipe. I thought it was a World War II pilot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the Corsair pilots from World War II.
That's right. He knew that the tires would bust upon landing too hard, and nobody knew that. But he did.
By the end of that, people don't watch it. I think it's pregnant on my YouTube. It's all variation. But by the end of the series, he actually named the place on the plane where the Japanese had killed his plane when it went down. They found his sister and got pictures of him. And they said that's the exact spot. They found his flying mate who was on that mission. They said that's the exact place where, the last thing they saw was the bomb, or I guess the anti-aircraft hit him right on the plane on that stuff. Something nobody could really ever know. So it could be something percolating in from, let's say, other lives in that framework, which is a bit hard to track, but still worth treating.
It's remarkable, isn't it?
I find that stuff amazing. In fact, I experience more and more now because I've been learning about it. I'm near about the age of 6, so there's a pretty specific age there, around 5, 6, 7. Children are pretty tuned with their previous lives, and if they're having something exciting go on, even just like little stories, not necessarily like at night.
Tell myself off
Ideally, sort of just checking in with someone a little bit more about the story and seeing. In fact, there's an amazing movie In fact, I found out just 2 weeks ago that it's free on YouTube.
Say his name.
Listeners can check it
Say
out.
his
It's a
name.
holiday
Creighton
joy.
Bigsby.
Have you heard of
Say his
picoftheday,
name.
children joy?
Then ignore
Also
him.
children. I have
Say
not.
his name.
No. Very
Clayton
little. It was a
Bigsby.
book called Once Upon a Time or something like that. But the TV or the
Dog.
movie was James Seymour. It was a pretty good actor. And it
He
talks
wasn't
about
a
a woman
trailblazer.
who won't give it away too much, but the general plot is a woman who has to dream in very specific buildings and street names and all these things. It's kind of like the first, whatever, a little bit. But then she drives him and then does some research and finds out it's a little town in Ireland. And more and more, and she really, gets into it that her children, she promised her children she would support and keep them together, and unfortunately she passed on in some previous life, and now she's like a young woman in America who travels to Ireland and meets a very aged children. In real life, physical life, and she describes the streets and the specifics of the town and the architecture perfectly in her drawings and her dreams. Some pretty interesting, like, true stories. And that's a pretty good truth about the reincarnation and young dreams that come true.
Greg, what's the latest book you have? The dreams behind the music?
Yeah. Well, the treasure in the bottle is a much better creative work. It's a film. People beyond music. But yeah, the dreams behind the music, before that, dreams and dying, benefits for the living and the dying. The dreams behind the music is doing very well. So I guess for the artists, they're getting inspired. There's songwriting and creative inspiration from dreams. I keep having musical dreams. I think Tom and Alpha, some of my latest dream inspirations from some music. In fact, there are the Christmas melodies. A very holiday sounding one. I haven't put lyrics to it yet. Have you ever dropped music like that? Or?
I have not dropped music. No, not at all. But that would be fascinating. Greg's website is linked up at coasttocoastdan.com. We're going to come back in just a moment and take your phone calls. Asking questions about dreams, or if you have a dream that you want interpreted, share that with us and give you the best chance to interpret your dream and what it might mean for you. We'll be doing all that when we come back.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to photooftheday.com.
Tenzing was the 11th of either 13 or 14 children. I heard both numbers. Most of whom died young. His birthday, however, was not Tenzing, but Namie Wangi. By the way, I apologize for the wrong pronunciations of many of these names and places. Anyhow, as a child, Tenzing was sickly, and thus his name was changed on the advice of young Mon Tenzing Norbu, and Mon, founder of the Norbu Monastery, which is on the north side of Everest. This was the same man who blessed the Everest expeditions of the 1920s. To change Mon's name was a way to leave behind past problems and open up new opportunities. The new name given to him by the Norbu Tenzing Creek, which roughly translates as wealthy, fortunate, or religion. By the way, it was common for a woman to give his name to a child by the name of naming. Tenzing's family, like most people in the region, were extremely poor and lived very hard lives. Most slaves lived in monasteries and huge landowners, and the vast majority of people were farmers, herders, laborers, and domestic servants.
To talk to you.
Tenzing's family often
Yes, I'm the most boring person I know.
Now, I won't out the Tenzing according to that word.
Yes, it is. Of course, you just joined us to start a podcast with speakers from iHeart. If you've got something to say, they'll help you monetize it. And I bet you've got more to say than I do. I have literally nothing to say. I'm loving love. Spreaker.com. That's SPREAKER.com. Get paid for talk.
Wondering if you have COVID-19 booster? Here's 3 reasons why you should. 1. Vaccines and boosters provide better protection from COVID-19. 2. Even if you had COVID-19 before, boosters are recommended to keep your immunity strong, especially if new variants emerge. And 3. Your risk of getting very sick with COVID-19 goes up with age, and boosters can help lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster near you at mytown.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Experience a free music festival in downtown Los Angeles at AT&T Playoff Playlist Live, January 7th and 8th at Bank of California Stadium. Out of the College Football Playoff National Championship Weekend, featuring the Jonas Brothers, Pitbull, Tweet, and Bible, and Gale. For more information on these events and how to attend, go to collegefootballplayoff.com/PPL. California Department of Public Health reminding you of ways to help stop the spread of COVID and other viruses this winter. Boost your immunity by staying up to date with COVID boosters and flu shots. Wash your hands often,
with soap and water for at least 20 seconds. Cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. And protect others by staying home and testing for COVID when sick. And consider masking up in indoor public places. Do something good for yourself this winter. Get protected. And if you have to, get tested. More tips at covid19.ca.gov.
No one has the same favorites as you. From the stations you love to the podcasts, then to the artists you can't live without. Download the free iHeartRadio app and hear what you want, when you want for free.
Shaking your sensibilities like a bowl full of jelly.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
New leadership for Long Beach. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Rex Richardson is the new mayor of Long Beach, also the first black man to become mayor.
This will now be the 29th mayor of the city of Long Beach, the Honorable Rex Allen Richardson Jr.
He pledges to address the housing crisis and economic inequalities as well as climate change. A judge ruled no aggravating factors for Harvey Weinstein. The jury was deadlocked. The judge declared a mistrial for the aggravating factors phase. Next court date January 9th. Ukraine's president is on his way to the U.S. to address Congress. It's his first in-person visit to the U.S. since Russia invaded Ukraine last February. U.S. lawmakers are set to vote on a year-end spending package that does include $45 million of assistance to Ukraine. The governor's office says the Think My Shake app sent out a warning just before the 6.4 quake struck yesterday morning.
The earthquake area warning system was able to actually push out alerts 10 seconds in advance of the earthquake.
Right now, we know that 2 people died, about a dozen injured, and it could be days before power is restored. A man shot outside a Kohl's department store in Sun Valley last night has died. Officers are now searching for the suspect who fled the scene in a dark-colored car. He's described as weighing 250 pounds and being about 6 feet tall. In Hermosa Beach, the owls can stay. The city will now allow 2 overgrown palm trees to remain that way because of protected owl nest. They will also waive the fines for not trimming those trees to the homeowner. Fish and Wildlife say Migratory Bird Treaty Act protects the owls. And as we are 4 days to Christmas, Heavyweight.com says the average person puts away nearly 6,000 calories on Christmas Day. That's the whole day of eating and drinking. Southline weather from KFI. Lots of sunshine coming our way. Highs in 70s, 50 in Costa Mesa, 49 in Huntington Beach, 51 in Hidden Hills, and 55 in Simi Valley. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Baldwin Park, on the stream of Puente Mesa Avenue that was the second left lane closed until 6 a.m. In Santa Monica on the 10 west of Sentinel Avenue, that will be a crash has cleared from lanes. On the 110 north of Century Boulevard, that's in South LA, over vehicle crash takes up the center lanes. In downtown LA on the 101 South before 10 to 10, BP is holding all lanes until a crash involving a motorcycle blocking the center lane. It's heavy on the brakes from Alameda Street. KFI in the sky, I'll see you there faster. I'm Zachary Dagan. This holiday season, 12 strangers, 12 tales, 12 ghosts. A fiction podcast from me, Aaron Making, starring Malcolm McDowell.
So, it's the afterlife.
This is the liminal space between life and the next chapter. This is the great in-between. A chilling new collection of stories presented in immersive 3D audio, starting December 14th, ending on Christmas Day. Listen to 12 Ghosts on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Hey, Uline. The prevailing opinion is, you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people of Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 38,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hey, Chargers fans, your Bolts have a bunch of incredible sweepstakes going on right now, and trust me, you don't want to miss out on some of these awesome prizes. So head on over to Chargers.com/promotions for a full list of opportunities and details.
Mario Lopez here with a serious message about opioids. When you're young, life is full of choices. So don't let opioids, like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl, take away your life and your choices with just one wrong pill. Addiction is a disease that can affect anyone at any age. Honestly, too many talented people cut their lives short, but
there is a choice to get help. Find medically proven treatment options, including virtual treatment, at choosemat.org.
Nobody's clean. Nobody's clean in any of this. Well, if nobody's clean, then nobody's dirty, right?
Like when Syndrome says in The Incredibles, no, if everyone's super, then no one is.
Harry and Shannon.
Exactly.
Right.
Weekdays at 10 a.m. KFI. That's when I'm impressed with myself. Sometimes I'm not. Most of the time I'm not. Matt, handle you're damn good at this. I'm telling you, I'm speaking to myself now. So, hey, you know what? Let's take a break. I'll just keep on congratulating myself. Great human being. Bill Handle. So smart. Mornings from 6 to 10. KFI.
The problem is, the expectation I have for my governor is that he worries about simple things. There's a couple of very simple things that you can do to keep California great.
You have to walk before you run, Gab.
Harry and Shannon. Weekdays at 10 a.m. on KFI. So you know what I would do when I went around and they asked me to talk to college students? I said, be prepared to never have a job in the law. Because it is so tough to get lawyer. And that was at a time when it was far easier. And I said, you'll never get a job. Today it is crazy. Bill Handle. Mornings from 6 to 10 on KFI. You voted for all this now. What, you're going to move to a state where there's far less of these progressive white jobs? You'd say, wow, what's better here? None of this bad stuff happens by accident. It happens because of choices we make. John, it's our fault. Weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI. Right here on KFI. I'm here. I love you. I know you do. I know you love yourself. No. Thing is, I've always said there's two kinds of people in this world. People who have zero or very low self-esteem and liars. Bill Handle. And that's it. Mornings from 6 to 10 on KFI. KFI. AM 640. More stimulating talk.
You may find yourself living in a shotgun shack. You may find yourself in another part of the world. And you may find yourself behind the wheel of a large automobile. And you may find yourself in a beautiful house with a beautiful wife. And you may ask yourself, well, how did I get here?
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the gateway to the west, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And we're going to take your calls this hour with Craig Webb as we talk about interpreting the dreams, so make sure you're part of the program. California got hit with a 6.4 earthquake. It's huge. So important to be prepared for the unexpected. And with a radio that works without power, understanding your risk and preparing is the key. Seacrane is a radio built for that surprise power outage. It's called the CC Solar Observer. It's an AM and FM and weather radio to keep you informed during and after a powerless event does not require electricity. Seacrane's CC Solar Observer is a great radio to have on hand. It can be powered by a hand crank, solar panel, or just a couple AA batteries. It's got a built-in flashlight and the ability to charge a smartphone for kids. A dependable emergency radio with superior reception and audio is something everyone should have, and the CC Solar Observer is that perfect choice. I highly recommend it. This week, receive 3-day shipping for only $15 on all orders above $50. Take advantage of that. To order the CC Solar Observer, call Seacrane at 1-800-522-8863. That's 1-800-522-8863. Or visit them online at seacrane.com.
Real people, real stories.
I have acute eczema. I have tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It's pretty miserable. So I started taking the carnivora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took him into the vet and had him checked out, and there was no signs at all inside.
My dad had issues that developed in his eye, so my veterinarian said, you know what, let's go ahead and remove the eye. I heard the carnivore advertising, so I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the steps. I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivora.com.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. So, Craig, tell us about daydreaming, that so-called phrase. What is that?
Yeah, well, probably different people use it a little bit different ways. But there's certainly altered states that happen in, let's say, daytime hours, more or less waking time. But it's not exactly waking time because we're daydreaming. But we can start to tune into, let's say, non-physical perceptions, which happens all night while we dream. But we can start to tune in on from what's called, I think, Seth's frame that originally called the inner senses. Let's say we can start to tune into clairvoyant things at a distance, or like telepathic things. Things that other people are thinking that we couldn't really know about any other way. Or we can start to tune into things that might be in the future or past in these daydreams. Or just simply creative states. Some artists, and probably many good artists, are able to enter with a deeper state, like daydreaming, or simply creative absorption. Sometimes eyes closed, depending, and enter into a state where they get like maybe creative inspiration, sort of like dreams, I guess. I think Pharrell is one. Pharrell, did he have a musical artist? He would actually, colors and visual music, sort of seize it and then craft it into the mixes. He said he sits in the studio kind of daydreams with his eyes closed to be able to do that. Lots of different things that can happen in that state. It could be tied to deja vu. Have you had that before?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Constantly, Craig. How about you?
Constantly. I don't think I have it constantly. I definitely get it from time to time. And there's also a few classes or aspects of deja vu VK, being back in a place that we know we've been at before. Deja vu views or the slight variations on it. So tuning in across time, maybe remembering a dream, something we've experienced, we know what the person is going to say, and that kind of thing. When you have it, it's just you know what's going to happen next, or what is next?
You just feel strange. As a matter of fact, I got checked out years ago by a doctor because some doctors think it's temporal lobe epilepsy. But it's a weird sensation. I think deja vu is the multiverse scenario where these things are happening in another universe and we're picking up on it because it's still us.
Right, like maybe even at the time that we have a particular deja vu, it's maybe an important choice point between possible and probable futures. Richard one details that really well. He shows that he might have died if he hadn't followed the slight deja vu that he had. So it's interesting that you have the same experience too.
Of all the dreams that are out there, like different kinds, is there one that is more important than the other?
Probably for each person, there is. I love the creative dreams and musical dreams. I guess some people will love dreams. I can't tell you a big one, especially now during the holidays. There's reminiscent dreams or missing deceased loved ones and people that are distant. And for some people that brings incredible comfort. I can tell you a really amazing dream in a second. And for some people, that'll bring like upset and sad, sort of missing, longing, wish it was, kind of, I guess. No, it's not necessarily either way for people, but then they would say that that's kind of valuable. Then obviously it's hopefully the nightmares or a warning dreams being really important. I would say possibly the most important is vision dreams or calling dreams. Something
What are those?
something we wake up that's usually pretty clear. We have a strong emotional sense, mostly positive and it's called a vision. But it's usually very vivid. Sometimes we sort of tune into things and perceptions like the grass was even more political, real than waking life. The smell was brilliant and like you normally not really smell things. And then the event ends up being something like a possible future. I would say many of the artists in my book and really who got music that was sort of probable visions of the future or the auditory. I guess picking up on the future and future songs that could be huge hits and then they crafted them after. So that's a huge thing. If we miss out on our calling dreams, maybe the important past, we could really bring us fulfillment and bring out our gifts. That's going to be really expensive for our long-term joy. My guess is slower or less obvious and subtler, but most important are maybe the calling dreams.
What about people who believe that their loved ones who have died visit them in the dream state? Is that really happening?
Yeah, I have a great actual anecdote that I just heard last night because we did a gathering of folks, this gathering here for one of my sales classes, and one of my, I guess, fellow dreamers here, he might even try to call in. He said it's fun for him to share.
What's his first name? His own name.
Maybe he's on.
Is he in New Orleans?
No, he'll be from Minnesota, I think, or Duluth. Anyway, if he doesn't get through, I can sort of share his story because it's really powerful. He worked at a hospital before, now he's retired. But one of his colleagues who still works there had, very tough. He lost his son, I think, maybe a year or two ago. Parents never have their kids.
Oh, no, that's the worst.
So she hadn't really grieved it. It's understandable. I don't pretend to be a mom and try to tell somebody, just grieve it, get over it. No, it's quite deep, And then I guess her father had started getting pretty sick, for a little while. And she was trying to get the toilet to get to his, couldn't you get to reach him before maybe he passed on. And then my friend here, or students, I guess, also my friend, had this powerful dream. So that's kind of the backstory. He says he's had work, put on the phone with lots of noise, and the staff was talking, so he came here, so he moved around the home. And then this person comes on and says, hi, this is Sunday. I'll just say the name B, so we'll say Bernie. I kind of respect the privacy. So Bernie says, I'm Bernie here, and I have somebody who really wants to talk to you. He's my dreamer friend. He's a pretty good medium and dreamer. And so somebody comes on with a deep voice and says, hi, please tell my girl that I was at the funeral. I saw her, even though she couldn't see me, and that I'm fine. The pain's gone now. It has personal, but it's good here, and I feel safe and glad, and thanks for all the love. He thanks the dreamer. Please pass this along. And the dreamer said, I could have got that his name was either Jerry or Gerald or something like that. But anyway, so he checked with the person who he thought it was about, because the son name was Hussein, right? And he said, well, that's pretty interesting. It sounds like he's kind of reaching and comforting me. The thing that freaked me out the most is he got the name exactly. In fact, his actual name was Gerald, but everybody would call him Jerry. So, perfect hit, let's say one in, I don't know, 1,000. How many names are there? 1 in 5,000. Exactly right. Not proof, science, kind of hardcore proof, but certainly mostly because he felt incredibly comforted. Very strong, and I guess her as a piece sounded okay. And it was okay that she didn't make it on time to be there, and he saw her, and she didn't need to feel guilt. Is it an actual visitation? It doesn't really matter. She felt the peace and the kind of comfort, I think.
Let's go to the phone. Sean is truck driving in Florida. Take it away, Sean. Go ahead.
Hey, Jordan. Hey, good.
You too, Sean.
Hey, so, Mr. Webb, I got to tell you that you really have spoken to me on a really deep level. I've had things that things that really touched my life. I don't know why. As a very young child, I remember saying to the dream and I could understand that my stepmother would come get on and talk to him and literally told him about me. There's no way I could have done it. Something similar to what happened where I've been like that my whole life. I have come through. I do all of it. My dad, my real father, and I was like you're saying, you know, when you approach things, you're scary to get stuff. I'm not afraid of that. I'll fall away and control that aspect.
Why are some people more powerful than others? Like Craig, Sean seems to be able to have stronger dreams than most.
Yeah, I think very tuned in, right? Could be belief system, could be sort of, let's say, some soul or deeper level personality with subconscious connection to the internet of dreams. Maybe a skill developed in past lives and sort of heard that sensation. But the main thing is sort of what do we do with it? Because all these things can be learned and improved and enhanced. And it sounds like at least you shared them. Maybe, I don't know, did you act on any? If you still act, the act on them, that'll help an awful lot too, to have them come clearer and then make them more practical as they go. So you kind of train the skill.
Oh, that's a big question. How many people don't act on them?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I have to raise my hand there, George. I don't know act on them. Because the ones that are low-hanging fruit, you know, like the new song or something like that, that's kind of easy stuff because there's no big expense. But when it's like I wake up with this dream of green carpet, seeing Cameron, and I'm living here at the time I was in Montreal, I did wake up with like $700 for a plane ticket, and I wasn't too sure. So I went to interpret it and thought, okay, maybe connecting with my big producer self inside, you know. But I checked the internet, and it turned out there was actually a green carpet the next day in LA. So I had a little bit of practice. Just a leap and went there, and then we had him on the show after. So sometimes it's expensive and a little bit more risk to sort of test our level of, I don't know, trust, maybe a level of commitment, and sometimes I don't even make it.
West of the Rockies, Armando is with us in Montebello, California. Hey, Armando, thanks for calling.
Hi, George. Hi, Mr. West. So that was a little kid, like being a superhero, and I prayed to whoever would listen every day. And we have, I want superpowers every day. One day I had a dream where I asked to get out of my body. I was floating around my house, my driveway, and I thought it was the greatest thing ever, right? And then almost automatically, I go to a certain spot. My neighbor comes out. He was an older man, and we were talking with the friend, and I said, like, oh my gosh, you can't see me. I'm invisible. And then almost automatically, I kind of go back to where something positioned me over my room. And as I'm going through, I go through the roof, and I end up in my room, and I can see my body, and I get scared. I'm maybe like 10 years old, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, my soul has left my body. I'm just dying. I want to get back in. I want to go back. So my body goes, like, here in my soul goes, my astral form goes into my body, and I wake up, you know, everything goes black. Then I wake up, and if I was in this really deep, heavy sleep, wake up, I'm in the same position, my body's in the same position that I found myself in. So I believe, I prayed for these superpowers, and I believe that somebody, something, somewhere answered my prayer. I flew, I came through the wall, I was invisible. I also, as a child, was able to have dreams, and later on they would come true. I'd be walking into a room and be like, hey, this has happened to me before. And then fast forward all these years later, I'm putting my son to sleep, and he's like laying down, he says, well, I can tell the future. I said, what? And she goes, yeah, I can tell the future in my dreams. I have dreams and they come true in real life. So I was just like, oh my God, the same thing happened to him that happened to me. You know, I've had shared dreams with two other of my family members, and it was around the same time that I had my dream. Um, and so my question to you was, what causes these things? I used to have so many lucid dreams, vivid dreams, and I just love dreams. I love having dreams. I don't have them anymore. Recently, I've asked, I think to my spirit guide or my angel, whoever will listen to me again, can I have dreams? And I'll be darned if in the past 2 days I woke up and I remembered my dreams. You know, so my question was, how is the supernatural, how does that affect his dreams? You know, I told my son.
Well, let's get to the question. Go ahead, Craig. How does that affect his dreams?
So, yes, I think you already sort of said it in your story there, Hamon, that intention, wish, whatever you want to call it, but can clearly affect when it's subjective experience, like a dream, or I guess say there's travel, astral travel. For sure, the suggestion and the mental, I guess, software, the thoughts around it can absolutely affect it and bring it, attract it. And then maybe a little bit of a follow-up question for you, and that is, what in your life is keeping you away from that as a priority? And some of the things are good, you know, being a parent is a good, smart priority. But by the end of your day, you want to have the nice freedom to be able to, let's say, surf out of the body consciously, or to help your child with premonition. Some of these things can be really valuable, so it might be worth tracking again.
They'd be great tools. Thanks, Armando. Next up, Doug's in New Orleans. Welcome to the show. Hey, Doug, go ahead.
Hey, how you doing?
Great.
I'll call Merry Christmas to both of you. It's the West, but I wanted to talk to you, but there's so many things I could cover with you. I used to a brain journal, which I've kept since 2012. I have over 1,400 pages of dreams. Now, here's what I wanted to get to. I have dreams occasionally, which this doesn't happen every night, but I will dream and I will see subjects or people I like to think of. I don't necessarily see their faces, but I know who they are only through dream life. I don't know who these people are from waking life, and that's definitely. And also, along with that, little happen sometimes, say sometimes different, is that I will dream and be in a certain location, whether it be a neighborhood or a city or something, that again, I don't know from waking life. Do you have any idea what these two situations could be? Absolutely. Probably your own intuitive answer is the most important one. So we don't always just give our power away to an expert, but I can give some hints that might resonate for you from what I've seen or heard and experienced often. Some level of those dreams can be symbolic and metaphorical. In other words, the place represents something, maybe a feeling, a time in your life, or there's a word play with the sound of the place, if you know what the name of the place is. Maybe there's a visual association with something in the place. When it's characters or people would say, or I guess dream friends that we know only in dreams, it's just kind of like life. We have a history of the people we know, or on the internet, we don't always see everybody's faces, but we know that you know so-and-so. So it's not too much of a leap to say in dreams. We have our own colleagues and friends and neighbors that we may or may not know in waking life. Some we do, but some we don't know. I guess some of those also extend across lifetimes. I've seen that pretty clearly, and some of them have been tracked, like this movie that we spoke about with George yesterday with children. Well, some of those things are just tough to track and prove. But the most important thing is, how does it benefit you or others? Can you turn it into something useful? Have you ever done that?
And you think there's a risk in ignoring dreams, don't you, Craig?
Well, there's at least the risk of losing that intuitive channel and not having that open. Maybe losing some creative input, so that's pretty much a daily risk. And then I would say, if there's important, we get lots of emails, as an analogy, George. Some of them we don't always have to answer or know right away anyways, and some of them are like crucial, the big check or the huge interview or the timely checkup, medical checkup or something. We definitely want to make sure that we go through our dreams and we get the really important ones.
All right, stay with us. We're going to come back in just a moment with Craig Webb and take final phone calls here on Coast to Coast. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. And, of course, his latest film is called Treasures in the Bottle. So we'll be back in a moment with Craig Webb. We'll take your final calls on Coast to Coast AM. Don't forget his CD called Dreams in Time as well. We will be back in a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Do you have a photo that you think would interest the Coast to Coast audience? We're always on the hunt for unique and unusual images for our photo gallery. To submit your image, simply go to coasttocoastam.com and mouse over the media button on the upper navigation bar, and you'll see the submission option.
I'm Bree Kenneth in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Rex Richardson has been sworn in as the new mayor of Long Beach. Says he plans on tackling homelessness and economic inequality. There's still no train service in Victorville. Nearly 24 freight train cars are off the track. Union Pacific says the shutdown will continue until about 8 o'clock tonight. Power is still out for most of Eureka this morning. The 6.4 quake yesterday caused widespread damage. At least a dozen people have suffered injuries and 2 deaths reported. Officials say it's going to be days before power is restored. In the U.S., we decorated about 35 million Christmas trees, 10 million of those artificial. Greenpeace says real is better for the environment, but if you are going to go plastic, you need to keep it for at least 8 years to offset the carbon emissions. Southland weather from KFI, sunny with highs in the low 70s, 60s for the beaches. Right now it's 46 in Irvine, 47 in Buena Park, 48 in Carson, and 43 in San Bernardino. Really local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Bree Tennant.
It's South Atlanta, Wednesday North and Century Boulevard. That's crash over the right shoulder with a V boulevard side. In St. Martin, it works out at G10 East between the 118 and 220. The 3 left lanes are closed and the right lane will be open until 5 a.m. for some miscellaneous Caltrans work. In West LA, on the 12 by South of 10, the connection to the westbound 10 is closed, and traffic is being diverted to the eastbound 10. In downtown LA, on the 101 South 4 of the 10, the crash moved in the center divider, and all lanes have reopened involving a motorcycle crash, which they had to move all the place from Alameda. KFI in the sky, I'll see you there faster. I'm Zachary Dagan. Did you know 60 ounce of leaks can save 27 to 90 gallons of water per day? Even tiny leaks can be huge water wasters. Conserving water starts with a few simple water-saving actions at home and in your yard, like adjusting your sprinklers and adding drip irrigation so you water only where it's needed. We can all do our part to conserve water. Visit SaveOurWater.com for more water-saving tips. Save water, save California.
Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it, especially these days. But what if you had access to everyone listening to me right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising, with experts ready to craft your message fast. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
I'm Dr. Erica Pond with the California Department of Public Health. This winter, remember to protect yourself against COVID-19 and other winter viruses by getting your flu shot and COVID booster, testing for COVID if you feel sick, contacting your doctor about treatment if you test positive for COVID, and considering masking up in indoor public places. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
This is Jacob and Lonnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI, AM 640. The best way to get into trouble and cause a ruckus is to tell the truth. We know firsthand. You actually don't get in much trouble for making things up. You get in trouble when you tell the truth. John and Ken, weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI.
You're going to have to read the details, because I'm a lady.
I don't need to take this week because you're a lady. Come on, Gary and Shannon. Weekdays at 10 a.m. on KFI.
Don't, hey, if you're wasted, what are you doing going on television?
Or the radio, for that matter.
Or the radio, for that matter.
Gary and Shannon. Weekdays at 10 a.m. on KFI.
Matter of fact, my first guy's a Beamer. The first time I got my car, for some reason there was a glitch in it. All it would do was talk to me in German, and I'd scream, "You know, like you're doing this on purpose."
Bill Handle. Mornings from 6 to 10 on KFI.
Grace on the water, lips like sugar, lips like sugar. Just when you think it's corner, she cries across the world. She calls me sweet tonight. She feels you right. She laughs again.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the gateway to the west, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
On our next Coast to Coast program, we're going to talk about people from 18 to 64. The death rate is 40% higher than it was before the pandemic, and it's not attributed to COVID. What in this world is happening? We'll be checking in on that. And then John Russell joins us to talk about stories of Christmas and the supernatural on Coast to Coast. Looking forward to that. Sedona, we're going there in just a few months, March 18th, for a live stage show.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be part of something called the Sedona Ascension Retreats event. Now, this is a 3-day event. Our show will be Saturday evening, but what you can do is you can go Friday, because all weekend long they're going to have food vendors and workshops and speakers and music. Billy Carson will be there speaking. William Henry will be there. Paul Selig will be there. Just a ton of people will be there having fun. So go there, have some fun, come back Saturday, have more fun with everything happening Saturday night. Come on out to our show. It's going to be in the Performing Arts Center. We're going to have guests and a band and all kinds of things. We'll do salute to veterans like we always do, our usual things, and it's a lot of fun again, I'm telling you. So head over to coasttocoastam.com right now. All that info is under the events section,
which is right at the top of the homepage. And of course, May 27th, folks, we're going to the Portland area. Around 80 miles from Portland for a live stage show.
Yeah, this is a city called the Dowels. It's just about an hour, like George just said, from Portland. And this is going to be an amazing event as well. This little theater is so cool. And what's really cool, impressed me when I saw it, was the very front of it has tables. So if you get in those first few rows, you buy those tickets, and they give you a brisket dinner. So this is going to be a lot of fun. And we'll announce the guests a little later on. But if you head over to coasttocoastam.com right now, up in the carousel, just click 1, 2, 3. I think it's the fourth one over, George. And boom, hit it, and you'll get all the info.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll be back in a moment with final calls with Craig Webb and your dream calls in just a moment. But first, build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diets,
low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and Adaptostem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking Adaptostem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I guarantee you that your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. If you put Adaptostem along with it, you will feel it in 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with Adaptostem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relax Doll is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggett's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels. Enter coupon code COAST2COAST, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment by anyone associated with your housing, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances. If this happens to you, file a complaint with HUD. No strings attached. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Guys, 2022 is in a roller coaster year, so spoil her this Christmas by giving her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all with soft, silky, naturally new pajamas exclusively from Pajamagram. Sensuous and smooth, naturally new pajamas feel just like your own bare skin, even more alluring than lingerie. The texture and touch of these pajamas is so seductive that you'll both love the feel of them. She'll love the feeling of wearing next to nothing at all, and you'll love the way they look. Best of all, Pajamagram does the wrapping for you with free gift packaging. Order today, and Pajamagram will also include a free matching naturally nude nightie with the purchase of naturally nude pajamas. That is free gift packaging and a free naturally nude nightie when you order today. Just go to Pajamagram.com. It's fast, easy, and delivery by Christmas is guaranteed. That's Pajamagram.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you along with Craig Webb as we are talking about dreams. Craig, before we go to final calls, what is one of your favorite dream stories you've ever heard?
Well, I like that one that I just recently shared about the dreamer who just brought comfort, going with the deceased message. So any kind of like help for the living from the other side, I really like those. The one that I like sort of strikes me tonight here is kind of appropriate is Louis Redner. Many people know him as an organist 150 years ago, but he was given the task, I guess, his pastor, to create the melody for a lyric that the pastor had created a few years before when he was in Bethlehem, over in, I guess, Israel. And it was the night before the service. He hadn't really gotten anything. All of a sudden, he dreamt and pulled out the melody and then just finished the harmony when he woke up and kind of rushed to church. And It was the very first singing at the, I guess, the Sunday morning service of "Oh Little Town of Bethlehem," all inspired by a dream.
That's great. Long time ago, huh?
Christmas dreaming. And good old Scrooge, who saw a few ghosts in his dreams of Christmas.
Let's take final calls. Next up, let's go to Mario. First-time caller in San Francisco. Mario, thanks for calling.
Hey, long-time listener since the late 90s, so this is nice to,
thank you.
Hey, Greg, that's the one. So I'll try to make it brief. It's kind of layers, but basically, this dream changed me because I barely could believe it happened myself. I was going to Fresno. That was one time I was going to Fresno. I lived in San Francisco about 16 years ago. And I was with my friend, and somebody taped me, and came out of paper. Somebody taped me 187. And if you ever grew up with rap music, familiar with that, it means murder. No excuse. Only has one meaning. And it disturbed me in the dream. It woke me up. I was upset about it. It was joking. It was serious in my dream, and it woke me up, and I was upset about it. And I said, I have a lot of work to do. I'm not going to go to Fresno. I'm going to stay in San Francisco. And so I didn't go. And then Saturday night rolled along, and I go upstairs for a little dinner. My wife made me a couple of Saturday Night Live, and I hear pop, pop. And I look out my window, and I see two people laying on the ground, not moving. And the car with the shooter, probably, and the driver. And I went outside, looked, and started gathering around, and they were executed. It was, it was a little crazy, okay? And then, I talked to the police or whatnot. I wasn't the only person people saw it. Monday morning rolls around, my wife goes, "I'm pregnant." And I'm like, did this really happen? I had a dream with the message 187. It changed my plan. I was going to go to Fresno, but I stayed, and I saw that. And then, a couple days before that happened, but I had seen my dreams like Tuesday morning, and that happened Saturday, and my wife said I'm pregnant on Monday, and, it was like, wow, that's a lot, in a few days. I'll make it quick, but I ended up, why not, blah, 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 and then, fast forward, we didn't have a name, and baby was due maybe like a month away, and then she had a dream, and somebody whispered, Atlas, and then she told me the dream, and I said, what happened? I said, I love it, and then that's how we, named my son. So it's feel like it's a little hard to understand. I thought about it a lot. I can't really explain it, but the one thing that really is confusing is that because of the dream I stayed, but I thought it had something to do with Fresno, and I saw that. So I don't know. It's just one of those things that I can barely believe it even happened.
It was a powerful dream, Craig, wasn't it?
Yeah, and regardless, what the choice was in waking life, the event came to you. I guess the really terrible murder there. So maybe, who knows what would happen in Fresno, but the event was called to you, I guess, as a dream, or at least you tuned into it. I love that you turned some of these dreams to positive. You also named your son after. You're in good company. You know Train, and the musician superstar there, Drops of Jupiter, and many others.
Yeah.
He named his son directly from a dream, too. At first, he was kind of hesitant, but he later had his first name as a rock. So it was interesting. His sister helped him with that one, too.
Dreams
from dreams.
Dreams steer people quite a bit, much more than we recognize and realize, Craig, don't they?
Yeah, and if we actually go to the kind of what I call the manifestation spectrum, because we don't really have a good scientific word for that, the level before thought in that spectrum is called a dream, or let's say deeper state. And if you realize all the events and things and people of our lives are really coming from actions that originate from thoughts, then on some level, pretty much every condition in waking life was first a dream. As Edgar Casey says,
Let's go to Joe, Long Island, New York. Hey, Joseph, go ahead.
Great conversation, Craig. Hey, the negative alert is the roof right now, so your friend might not know.
Oh, wow, it's coming this way towards St. Louis. Here we go.
Yeah. Also, I just, you said you were a thinkaholic. I just got this book. Someone recommended the book Think Again, but I also got this book, Think Like a Monk. So, it's interesting. But I have two questions. One would be, sometimes we have dreams that follow a logical pattern, like in real life, as you go about your business. But then there might be embedded in something that is important in that dream that literally has nothing to do with the logical pattern of that dream. So that would be one question. Do people not pay attention to that, given that it doesn't really correlate with the dream that much at all? And my second question would be, sometimes you're wondering why nothing's happening. What are the reasons? You ask your angel, why didn't I win the lottery? What's the reasons for that? Can you go before you go to sleep, ask for a dream, what are the reasons this is going on? Why is this happening? Or can I do a trial run? Can I try something out? Or can I see myself in a different angle? Say you're a professor, and then you could be the student, seeing how you look from that perspective, things like that.
Yeah, nice. Well, lots of embedded questions there. We'll try to get to it in a momentary soundbite here. Do check out the website, appliedgaming.com, and you can reach out for more info. There's lots of articles on there. But just quickly, I would say if it's something specific and clear, or maybe a color, something that stands out, that might help people have a little bit more, like if the interest piece to track that part of the dream. A name, a specific number. Otherwise, many of our dreams are kind of like day residue and about our daytime events, so you don't have to track and be with every email. Sort of like some of the emails are CC waking self. You don't have to act on it, but just so you know in the future, we need this. So some of them we don't have to address too deeply, but those last ones before we wake up are usually more action items.
And the big question, Craig, of why. That's the difficult part, is
why they come?
Well, why we have those kinds of dreams that we have.
Yeah, well, each probably has his own answer to that specific thing. And I would say where our attention goes, usually the dreams and the momentum of that thought follows. So like our caller said, if we have an intention, a question before sleep, maybe not the first night or right away or very clearly, but we can sort of tap it down and get an answer and insight about why or maybe how to turn it into something like George when you got the job, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just focused on it. You didn't know exactly what you're doing, but it sort of worked.
It did work. Daniel in Arizona, take it away, Dan.
Yeah, hi, George, and thank you, Craig, for taking my call.
Right.
So I'm going to play my story in reverse a little bit. I work for a funeral home, and I've met a lot of people with various backgrounds and beliefs and religions and so on. And one particular thing was some people enlightened me to the idea that possibly we're on a timeline in which we cannot change, but we can look into the future, look into the past, and see what's going on, but we have to exist in the present. And that ties into some early dreams I've had, which it makes sense now. It kind of ties in with deja vu, and it links it all together. So as a child, I'm going back to maybe 4 or 5 years old, I would wake up falling from the ceiling and hit my bed with a bounce. Didn't have a dream associated with it. That's all I could recall. I would hit the pillow pretty hard. Now, as I grew up and got older, that same feeling started happening, but yet attached to the dream. Now, don't remember the old days, you lay a slap of plywood on a curb, stingray, and jump over your kid brother. Well, I would dream that I would hit that ramp, and it would catapult me high into the sky over the trees where, my guts would turn inside out, and I'd think, oh boy, this is going to hurt. I wake up right before the moment of impact. That continued maybe 2-3 times a year. I'd have that kind of a dream. Up to the time I was 18, it was increasing in frequency. I went to the Yuma sand dunes. I hit a sand dune on a quad, and I took off over one of those bowls, and I lived that experience of that free fall weightlessness. From that point on, the falling dreams were gone. They stopped.
And deja vus, I believe, are kind of a lost memory. You know, you got that dream that you wake up and you remember it, and then it slowly melts away right in front of you like sugar on your tongue. You almost can't grasp it anymore. But years later, there's that deja vu. And I believe, from what I think and what I've experienced, that that's a little bit of an insight into your future, maybe something down that timeline that you're not ready or you're not tapped into. As a child, we're open. I witnessed my dead grandfather walk through the house 7 days after his funeral. As we get older, you know, we shut down those connections. The dream state is where we can still connect to those. And to help Armando, I think he was saying he lost some of those dreams. He can't dream anymore. Well, I've noticed and I've paid attention that when I live a new life experience, some kind of adventure, a vacation, or a trip or something that's new to me, I'll dream that night. Vivid, great dreams. And when we're children, you know, everything is new and everything is an adventure, so our dreams are vivid. Am I on the right track there, Craig? Am I down? Am I thinking correct on this?
Well, you're definitely not too crazy. You sound like pretty good answer. I resonate with almost everything you said. There's a few principles mixed in there. I guess partly new is the reason for new things we're learning. Like you said at the start, why do we dream? But also, you probably have clear dreams because you're traveling, because you sleep later when you're not in your same location. So that's two principles. As for most of the other stuff, I would say true, except for the fixed timeline. Think of it a little bit more multidimensionally. My experience in physics shows that there's actually a number of probable timelines, and our choice and our actions can shift between them, even though it looks like many of the probabilities are set. The one we choose and focus on and end up living can be more of a choice. So it's sort of halfway there.
Why in dreams, Craig, when we fall, we never hit the bottom?
Sometimes we do, George. I've fallen
I haven't. I've always woken up before that happens.
Okay, well, I'm going to encourage you a new ending here, like any listeners who have a very unpleasant dream. Try a new ending and obviously new feeling that goes with that ending. I've fallen into the earth. I think Jennifer Love Hewitt, maybe dating myself a little bit, but our Ghost Whisperer girl,
yeah.
She said she had those, but then she sort of went a little more lucid or conscious, learning to guide the dream a bit while it was happening. And she would float down and bounce on the clouds and then come down softly to earth instead of fear, wake up, that kind of thing. So we can shift it, but unless we do, probably that's the habit, you know, the kind of childhood fear recurring until, I guess, our guy here, Daniel, just gets his airlift up over the dunes and says, okay, it wasn't so bad, I survived it.
You made it through. Greg, thanks again. Keep in touch. Have a great Christmas, okay?
Okay, Merry Felikimaha, and Joyeux Noel to everybody out there.
That's Greg Webb, our expert on dreams. For Dan Galante, Tom Danheiser, Lisa Lyon, Lex Lonehood, Sean Lavasore, Stephanie Smith, Chris Bowles, Tim Banal, George Anthony, and Punnett. I'm George Norrie, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe, everyone.
I'm Dr. Erica Pond with the California Department of Public Health, reminding you of ways to help stop the spread of COVID and other viruses this winter. Boost your immunity by staying up to date with COVID boosters and flu shots. Wash your hands often with soap and warm water for at least 20 seconds. Cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. And protect others by staying home and testing for COVID when sick. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
Do you have coins, jewelry, or precious metals and are looking to sell for top dollar? Sil DeGenova, CEO and owner of Tangible Investments, has become legendary by beating his so-called competitors' offers on these items by as much as 500%.
I had a diamond ring that's been an heirloom in my family for many years, so I went to a local jewelry store and they offered me $600. I just wasn't comfortable. I took it down to Tangible Investments and they offered me over $6,000. That store is absolutely awesome.
Stories like these are why Tangible Investments has become America's top dealer in precious metals, jewelry, and collectibles, and why Sil has been featured on CNBC and quoted on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. Over the past 30 years, Tangible Investments has bought billions in collectibles. That's billions with a B. Right now, demand is through the roof. Sil encourages all his clients to shop the competition and then call him last. You'll be amazed at the difference. Guarantees. Call now for an absolutely free, professional, no-obligation appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
We put all your music, radio stations, and podcasts in one easy-to-use app, and we made it completely free because, well, let's face it, you have other things to do with your money. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
You know, I'd gladly take your 8 days of Hanukkah over our 6 weeks of Christmas. But happy holidays, everybody.
You think I'm going to get in trouble for what I just said?
Sure hope so.
Boss is outside the window here.
Wait,
It's not good. If we just keep going.
she won't come in. You want
Staring at the light.
Harry and Shannon, weekdays at 10 a.m. on KFI. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Groundbreaking leadership for Long Beach. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Rex Richardson is now the new mayor of Long Beach.
This will now be the 29th mayor of the city of Long Beach, the Honorable Rex Allen Richardson Jr.
He's also the first black man to take this post. He pledges to address the housing crisis and economic inequalities as well as climate change. Judge ruled no aggravating factors for Harvey Weinstein. The jury was deadlocked. The judge declared a mistrial for the aggravating factors phase. Next court date, January 9th. Ukraine's president is on his way to the U.S. to address Congress. It's his first in-person visit to the U.S. since Russia invaded Ukraine last February. U.S. lawmakers are set to vote on a year-end spending package. That package includes about $45 million of assistance to Ukraine. Governor's office says the state's MyShake app sent out warnings just before the 6.4 quake struck yesterday morning.
Was able to actually push out alerts 10 seconds in advance of the earthquake.
2 people died, about a dozen injured, and officials say it could be days before power is restored. Man shot outside of Coles in Sun Valley last night has died. Police say he was shot in the parking lot. Officers are searching for the suspect who allegedly fled the scene in a dark-colored car. He's described as weighing about 250 pounds and stands about 6 feet tall. In Hermosa Beach, the owls can stay. The city will allow 2 overgrown palm trees to remain that way because of protected owl nests. Fish and Wildlife says the Migratory Bird Treaty Act protects the owls. James Cameron says Jack could not have survived on the door with Rose in the Titanic. He's releasing a study in a feature on the National Geographic special in February, along with a remastered version of the Titanic, so you can watch for yourself. Southline weather from KFI. Sunshine today with highs in the low 70s. Right now it's 48 in Fountain Valley, 50 for Dana Point, 49 in Glendora, and 48 in Woodland Hills. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In West LA, the 405 south of the 10 connected to the westbound 10 is closed. Traffic speed diverted to the eastbound 10 for some Caltrans work. In downtown LA on the 101 south before the 10 and 7th Street. That crash involving a motorcycle has cleared from lanes. We're still going to see a little bit of a delay from Alameda. In Orange County, Costa Mesa on the 405 door between 73 and Warner. That looks like got the car full in the left lane closed until 5 a.m. for some road work. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Zachary Hagan. Did you know 60-ounce only can save 27 to 90 gallons of water per day? Even tiny things can be huge water users. Conserving water starts with a few simple water-saving actions at home and in your yard, like adjusting your sprinklers and adding drip irrigation so you water only where it's needed. We can all do our part to conserve water. Visit SaveOurWater.com for more water-saving tips. Save water. Save California.
The top 4 teams in college football are locked in. Georgia, Michigan, TCU, and Ohio State will play for their chance at the College Football Playoff National Championship on January 9th, 2023. Visit SoFiStadium.com/College Football Playoff to reserve your suite and book your travel plans today. Don't miss your chance to witness college football history at the iconic SoFi Stadium. Again, visit SoFiStadium.com/College Football Playoff to reserve your suite and book your travel plans.
Hello, I'm John McClain, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing and Air. Last week we found a leak in my furnace that could have filled my son's room with carbon monoxide. Can you imagine how bad that could have turned out? It was a reminder to me that regular service to your furnace is one of the best actions you could take for the safety of your family. Carbon monoxide is odorless and deadly, and more than 50,000 people are hospitalized by it every year. That's why my team takes the extra step for every system they service to protect you. Call now for a thorough furnace safety check for only $77. Call 866-DRINK-77. And during the months of November and December, my team at Rooter Hero will install a carbon monoxide monitor for free in every home we service as a thank you for your business. Call 866-DRINK-77. That's 866-DRINK-77. Or visit us at rooterhero.com. Thank you.
Everybody needs a hero. Just tell me like 9966.
Hey, Mario Lopez here. Did you know addiction to stimulant drugs like meth or cocaine is a disease, not a choice? Well, getting help, however, is a choice you can make today. So, if you or a loved one has a stimulant use disorder or questions about treatment, choose Change California Can Help. Make a change today and find a proven treatment option, including outpatient treatment programs, licensed residential facilities, or even virtual care at ChooseChangeCA.org.
Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it. But what if you had access to everyone listening to news right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising. Get started today. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
I don't know. I think there's something to it, right? You don't have to be anywhere. You lay your head wherever you are.
This is a guy who lives out of a shopping cart. Could you do that?
I'm closed on Tim Conway Jr. Show. Weeknights at 6 on KFI.
This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk.
From the heartland of America and the gateway to the West, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. Welcome to Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, lucid dreaming. Here's what's happening. A powerful 6.4 magnitude earthquake rocked parts of Northern California early Tuesday, knocking out power for thousands, causing widespread damage and leaving at least 2 people injured, according to officials. Wow. Here it comes. Russian President Vladimir Putin had planned for the invasion of Ukraine's capital city to take just 13 hours rather than the 10 months it is now waged on for. Documents from the Russian inner circle revealed Putin was so confident in his military that he believed that Kiev would be taken in less than a day. Here's Dr. John Curtis, onlinecolumnist.com. John, it didn't happen, so what's next?
Well, that's a very strong piece of the Ukrainian and Western propaganda, especially the British, that Putin couldn't get the job done in a few hours in Ukraine, which is, a large, vast country. And while it's true that there were some expectations that the Kiev government would sort of fold its tent, Putin was very aware for several months that their country was being armed to the teeth by the U.S. and NATO. And, you know, what's left right now is a war of attrition. That's what's really going on. I know caught 99-year-old Dr. Henry Kissinger's peace plan, which was immediately rejected, just like Elon Musk was, by Zelensky, suggesting that they negotiate on the pre-existing conditions in Ukraine before the February 24th invasion, namely that Russia had troops in Donetsk. This is the Donbass area, industrial southeast. They had troops, Putin had troops in Luhansk, and obviously he controlled the Crimean Peninsula. So, you know, you see, you have, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Miley, big muckled right now for saying what everybody knows to be the case, that this is going to have to be a political solution. There is no military solution in Ukraine. So the idea of shipping off more Patriot missiles to Ukraine right now is an escalation rather than winding this war down. Now, Zelensky's supposed to be meeting with Biden as early as tomorrow, perhaps addressing a joint session of Congress before the House switches to Republicans. But I have to tell you, George, all of the peace efforts, the attempts to bring this to a ceasefire, to get to the peace table, have been rebuffed by Kiev. And frankly, the reason for it is because they're receiving some $60 billion from the United States in a country that is bankrupt. They are a bankrupt government, and without the U.S., they couldn't keep the lights on. So I would just say, for people wondering where does this go, how does this end, I think, this should go into the hands of peacemakers and finally come up with a solution before this thing jumps into a wider conflict.
And a wider conflict it could be. Thank you, John. John Curtis website, onlinecolumnist.com. Respiratory viruses continue to spread. The triple-demic is causing infections to spike across the country, putting strains on the nation's health workers. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention warning Americans that the high level of multiple respiratory illnesses could linger on for a while. Democrats and Republicans in the U.S. Congress moving forward with a $1.66 trillion government funding bill, scrambling to pass a measure which includes record military spending before temporary funding runs out on Friday. The total funding proposed by the sweeping bill is up from approximately $1.5 trillion the previous year. Catherine Austin Fitz is with us. Catherine, is this a good thing or a bad thing?
No, it's not a good thing. At this point, the extent to which the U.S. government spending is outside the fundamental financial management laws, as well as they're not connected to crimes of humanity, I just think the corruption has reached the level where this is very dangerous. And if you look at the package, there are all sorts of poison pills in it, including money to put together a distributed ledger that will back up the cloud contract, $9 billion cloud contract they just let to a group of tech companies, and we should see the synthesis of big tech and covert operations like we had on January 6th with this kind of big money. And it's, what I'm telling everybody is get together with your state legislators and come up with a plan B, because this is headed in a very bad direction, George.
And it doesn't feel good at all. They got to take care of it. Catherine, thank you. You have a great Christmas, by the way. Catherine Austin Fitz. If you need a moment away from the family during the holidays, you're not alone, according to a New Year's search. A survey of 2,000 Americans who are traveling to visit family for the holidays found respondents can spend an average of about 3.5 to 4 hours with their family before needing a moment for themselves. Interesting take there. In a moment, David Devine joins us. We're going to talk about climate revolution and how climate could affect the way we live, financially and otherwise. He's next on Coast to Coast AM. On the holidays, it's easy to get wrapped up in the spirit of giving, except you might actually be giving away a lot more than you mean to. This time of year, we all tend to do things online like browsing, sharing, and shopping for gifts and travel. But more online time can also mean that more of your personal info is out there getting exposed. LifeLock makes it easy to help protect your identity during the holiday season and all year round. And if you ever become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based identity restoration specialist will work to fix it. Now, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock by Norton, you've got identity theft protection all wrapped up, unlike the pile of presents you've probably got sitting in your closet. Join LifeLock today and save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George. That's lifelock.com, promo code George for 25% off. Lifelock.com. The CC Radio EP Pro from C. Crane is a classic radio from the past. It gives you the simplicity of needle and dial tuning. It has one button for power, one button for a bright display light. It doesn't have a clock or alarm. There's a tone switch plus bass and treble control to fine-tune the audio to your perfect pitch. It also has the twin-coil Farad antenna, which makes AM listening sound surprisingly similar to FM. The CC Radio EP Pro has a line-in jack, so you can connect your smartphone for audiobooks and podcasts for voice clarity that you've never heard before. This week, receive 3-day shipping for only $15 on all orders above $50. So order the CC Radio EP Pro. Call C. Crane now with 1-800-522-8863. Once again, that's 1-800-522-8863. Or you can visit them at their incredible website at ccrane.com. That's ccrane.com or 1-800-522-8863. And welcome back to Coast George Norrie with you. You know, we learn a lot about things on this program, and we're going to learn a lot for the next couple hours here with David Devine. David is the creator of the DAP 2030 Climate Preparedness Channels and the Mini Ice Age Conversations podcast. He's also the author of Climate Revolution, and as a former coffee buyer, he saw cold weather damage to coffee trees firsthand and heard farm owners telling stories of how their great-grandfathers in the 1880s experienced the same conditions when coffee was being introduced as a cash crop then. Freeze-damaged top leaves, bean density changes, and 14% overplanting of new seedlings to compensate for cold losses sent him looking for answers, and he found cycles through history that affect food production, which affects us. David's work describes the expected changes and how to survive and thrive during future challenging times with practical preparations. His book is called Climate Revolution. And David, welcome to the program. I'm looking back, and welcome back, my friend.
Thank you for having me back.
Looking forward to this. Go ahead.
Just talking with John there, where does it go from here in 2023? Well, we're going to have to see larger events to explain away the crop losses.
Yeah, we sure are. How dangerous is this with crop losses all over?
Well, we have to start down in the southern hemisphere. Since we spoke last, the water vapor from the Hunga Tonga eruption in January of 2022 has now passed the equator and reached very near the North Pole. But in the southern hemisphere where the eruption was, the water vapor is blocking enough sunlight, sending 4x rains and cool temperatures across all of the southern hemisphere, affecting every single country in the southern hemisphere that grows grains and exportable crops.
What happens if we continue to produce food at the same quantities, but the rainfall and the harvesting falls apart and is altered? Is that going to be a disaster for us?
Depends if it's a natural cycle, not man-made, then would it be used as an excuse for explaining away natural cycles? If it continues at the rate it is, and we cannot get fertilizers out of the EU, and the blocking pattern continues to send drought through the United States all through next year, and the southern hemisphere is down some 20 to 30% on their yield, then what happens? Then you see the Ukraine becomes so vitally important.
But if you wanted to explain it away, you'd have to remove the wild card that supplies the rest of the plane with grains.
Yeah, who are the big countries right now, David, who are the suppliers?
Well, the Ukraine's off. Obviously, Russia, United States, Canada. But in the southern hemisphere, you're looking at Argentina. Now, here's something. The Hokitonga eruption put the most water vapor into the atmosphere ever recorded. Supposedly even a larger amount than Tambora in 1815 that subsequently caused the year without a summer in 1816. Argentina has lost so much wheat production that Brazil, which used to import about 10.5 million tons, couldn't even import it from their neighbor. They had to go on the international stage and buy that wheat. But here's the thing, Ukraine needs to export all that wheat. So with Ukraine out of the way, any buyer out there of any nation is looking for supply that has dwindled from one of the largest exporters on the entire planet, Ukraine. That's it. When you look at the corn and the wheat coming out of there, taking that off the world market, all these developing nations start to starve first.
Sure. Until this war, David, I didn't realize Ukraine was that big a producer of food crops, but my God, they're huge.
Kazakhstan as well, another one you might not have heard of. But when you start to look at Australia's production this year, down. Argentina down, Brazil down. Well, they did have a good soybean crop. So what happens when there's only a very limited amount of grain, and you can forecast into 2023 the areas on the planet which will produce less grains, and then put that as a total, it just comes out that food is going to be very, very expensive, and there's going to be a lot of countries trying to buy the same amount of limited supply of the food, so they will pay whatever it is to get it. Here's the thing, as we come into 2024, it's even going to step down again. So what's the narrative, what's the excuse that needs to be used to explain away all these crop losses globally for the next year to keep the populace distracted?
David, even if the Ukrainian-Russian war ends, are we still going to have shortages if we have climate issues?
We got to think about the planting down there. It's been disrupted. So, even to get the fertilizers and everything you would need to plant in Ukraine next season in our spring northern hemisphere, that's a nigh impossibility to get that. Look how much damaged infrastructure there is there. And to repair any of the electrical facilities to be able to process the grains, let alone use conveyors to get it onto ships or load that way.
How did you get involved in this thing?
Offline has disrupted the entire food supply of the planet.
How did you get involved in this? Was it just from the coffee buying?
It was, because once you understand that something is not as it seems, that, I had grown up same as almost everybody else. Global warming, I saw the Al Gore movie, everything, temperatures rising, CO2 rising, okay. But when I went down to Myanmar and I saw that on the farms, and they were telling us the stories of, it was so cold when we were there too, like incredible cold. That's why we asked them, what about, is it always like this? Nobody had enough blankets, and, it was so cold that people didn't have the proper clothing. There was just everybody shaking, like hovered around anything to stay warm. I was like, is it always like this? And like, no, our grandfathers told us about this. And then the older guys were like, our great-grandfathers did. And that was the thing that really set me off looking at it. Originally, I was just looking to see, could we keep expanding the production for the next 5 years? Because in Myanmar, when you buy the coffee, you have to pre-buy your acreage out there. You just walk up to a farm, knock on the door, unless they have some extra in the warehouse, and say, hey, we want to buy coffee. Continuously, year after year after year, they need you to install the acreage out there. So you have to pay for the seedlings, and they'll plant it out there, and then anything comes off of that is yours while you're buying. in perpetuity. So it's a good way to be invested in the farm at the same time, and then you really have a stake in it because your investment's there with your plants, with your trees. I've never been I just started simply looking to see what this was about. It was a cycle. Okay, their great-grandfathers. And I looked back in the 1880s, and I found the centennial minimum below solar activity at the beginning of 1900. That's why I called it centennial minimum. And I thought, wait a minute, that is interesting. And how far back do the cycles go? And then I started to look at some different weather events. And it didn't take long to stumble into more information that it was definitely cyclical, and it could be forecast out. And the cycles themselves, the smaller cycles overwoven with larger cycles and even heavier, more powerful cycles on top of that, which I believe we're in now. And the thing you understand of global warming or climate change or extremes was the excuse built in. For the onset of this cycle you're seeing right now to explain away all the weather anomalies that are happening. Because it's a natural cycle, but the cycles were known by some groups. And to control the populace, I do believe there has to be an excuse, because if it's in front of everybody right now, it's not anywhere you cannot see it. So how do you prepare a populace for that? Well, you have a ready-made excuse, global warming. I was just so privileged to pierce through that veil for just even a microsecond. And once I did, I knew absolutely that the sun dictates what's happening. It's cyclical. And by the way, Saturnalia is coming up on the 24th, and tonight is or tomorrow's the solstice. So it'll be, I think, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on the 21st of December. But we also have a new moon with the solstice, coinciding with Saturnalia, which is a Roman holiday that celebrates the Roman god of agriculture. So think about how all these things are interwoven into solar. Even today, talking about the holiday that was based on this in the Roman Saturn worship time, Saturn God's time, it was still the same thing. It was always about the sun. The effect the sun had on our planet, the winds, the solar winds, the breath of God, whatever you like to call that, it was always based on the sun. And once you start reading ancient history with modern satellite measurements and you have an idea in your mind that something could be very different, it doesn't make sense anymore, now you have the internet and you can just go in any direction. Match ancient history with what we got with solar physics and solar dynamics right now, and talking that volcanic eruption, 2023 should be a little interesting on prices for everything in all of our lives. But the food goes first, and once that goes up, you stop spending on other stuff.
That's exactly right.
That's interwoven too, the economy. So what about the central bank digital currencies in 2023? I did a forecast drop. We were just milked out $13 trillion over 2022. Now what's for 2023? Too many coinciding events there, George. Sorry to ramble about that.
David, are we still paying farmers here in this country not to plant crops?
Yes, in some instances, but it's also to be paid to grow other crops. But some might choose to go off on specialty crops, but think about how much of our grown grains in the United States end up as ethanol or into a fuel-burning process versus changing over that acreage to grow something more human consumption style. Mm-hmm. I was just at an agricultural convention over in Nashville in October of this year, and they were talking about renewable diesel. They're going to be using soybean oil for this renewable diesel. Oh, right now, the ethanol mainly is made produced with corn. So to have the ethanol and the renewable diesel, it's like green ag diesel, renewable ag diesel, there's not enough acreage in the United States to grow both. So one of the types of grains needs to get cut down, and it seems that they're going to be stopping with the ethanols and they're going to move more into the oils, for the soy oils, the renewable diesels. Again, wasting our food on something that could be better utilized.
Yeah, this doesn't sound like a good idea at all. It's dangerous. And we're coming up on a break pretty soon, David. Your book, Climate Revolution, is it still available to folks?
It is, and I would also encourage everybody to check out the Adapt 2030 channel. I'm putting up a lot of research there, trying to intertwine these ideas for no cost. Just go watch it. I want to start the conversation because we're going to have to come up with solutions together. Like, it's going to require everybody moving through as communities, not individuals.
And that's on YouTube, right?
It is. All right, Keon.
We're going to take a quick break, David. We'll take a quick break and come back in just a moment and talk more. David's website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. His YouTube channel is called Adapt 2030. That's all you need to do is put that in the search bar. We'll be back in a moment with more on Coast to Coast AM.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Bree Tennant from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Rex Richardson has been sworn in as the new mayor of Long Beach. Says he plans on tackling homelessness and economic inequality. There's still no train service in Victorville. Nearly 24 freight train cars are off the track. Union Pacific says the shutdown will continue until about 8 o'clock tonight. Power is still out for most of Eureka this morning. The 6.4 quake yesterday caused widespread damage. At least a dozen people have suffered injuries and 2 deaths reported. Officials say it's going to be days before power is restored. Go Banking Rate says ticketing is up this holiday season. 64% are saying it took at least 20% this month. And e-scooter theft is on the rise in SoCal, up 129% from last year. Southline weather for KFI, sunny with highs in the low 70s. Right now it's 47 in Huntington Beach. Irvine reports 46, 56 in San Fernando, and 50 in Thousand Oaks. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
Hey, also level number 5 west of 445. That's transferred to my shoulder by CHP. The Fort Branch going to work on the 118 west of Reseda. The off-ramp is closed until the 30th at noon. And Monterey Park to the 17 south of Valley Boulevard. That's a people it's got the right shoulder wall to the west away. And the 45 south up at 10. And to connect it to the west end, the westbound 10 is closed and traffic being diverted from South 10 for some Caltrain's work. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Zachary Kagan.
Wondering if you should get an updated COVID-19 booster? Here are 3 reasons you should. Vaccines and boosters provide better protection from COVID-19. Even if you've had COVID-19 before, boosters are recommended to keep your immunity strong, especially as new variants emerge. Finally, your risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 goes up with age. Boosters help lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Nancy Grace here, big meeting. It's brand new Cold Case podcast, Zone 7 with Cheryl McCollum. You get to work a cold case with investigator Cheryl McCollum, family members, detectives, trusted criminal justice pros who make up her quote, Zone 7. This ain't just a podcast, honey, but a war room. Listen to Zone 7 with Cheryl McCollum now on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Visit LosAngeles2023.com to start booking your trip today. You'll find links to local hotels, know before you go event information, and the official fan guide for the 2023 College Football Playoff National Championship in Los Angeles. Plan your trip to LA today.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 38,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
KFI AM 640. It's share and tell. Share and tell.
I love it.
Like, like share with everybody.
I got it.
How about share and tell you? The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
Oh, that I like.
Weeknights at 6 on KFI. So many people are so full of it, these balls, that you watch what people do. You don't listen to what they say. Because we're in a DC world now where everybody's virtue signaling and saying the thing that's appropriate in public. John and Ken, watch what they do. Weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640.
AM.com.
What kind of candy you want? Sweet chocolate, chocolate wafer candy, gumdrops, anything you want. You've come to the right man because I'm the candy man. Woo! Who can make the sun rise? Sprinkle it with you. Come on, chocolate and a miracle with you. The candy man. Ooh, the candy man can. The candy man can, cause he mixes it with love and makes the world taste good. Who can make the rainbow? Wrap it in a sigh. Soak it in the sun, make the ruby lemon pie. The candy man. The candy man can. The candy man can, cause he mixes it with love and makes the world taste good. Now you're talking about your childhood wishes. You can even eat the dishes.
You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Well, Sammy Davis Jr. singing that song, and when he first sang it, he hated that song until he realized how many people were buying records and liked it, and then he started liking it. How about that? We're going to take calls next hour with David Devine as we talk about food shortages, so jump aboard with a question. Beyond Belief, that is our television program, and we invite you to sign up to watch the episodes at beyondbelief.com.
Yeah, and if you head over there right now, we put up 3 ad-free episodes that you can check out. There's also a 7-day free trial that you can sign up to get access to a ton of shows that we have done. I just had some meetings this morning with the folks, and we've got some good promos coming up. So check it out. Head over to the website. It's beyondbelief.com.
You've heard the name Pat Boone. He's been on our show, and of course, he's a superstar. And on Feb 25th, back in the Los Angeles area, we're going to host a special Saturday lunch with him, and you're invited.
Yeah, we'd like to invite you, as George and I welcome sooner after Pat Boone. It's a banquet-style luncheon and interview. Now, this interview is only for the people in the room. It's not for air. So this is going to be a fun day. Pat's going to talk to us about his singing and acting career. You'll get to enjoy lunch. And don't forget to bring your camera, because we're going to take lots of pictures. This is going to be a fun day. Head over to coasttocoastam.com right now. Lex has all the info up in the carousel and under our events section.
Back in a moment more with David Devine in just a moment on Coast to Coast. But first, build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Lay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to boost your immune system. Here's Dr. Lay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ViewStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking this Adaptostem and Immustem?
The Immustem is going to have an immediate effect, but I guarantee that your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. If you put Adaptostem along with it, you will feel it in 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with Adaptostem and Immustem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
Should former President Trump really run again for president, or should Florida Governor Ron DeSantis? Newsmax wants to know what you think about Trump and DeSantis. Vote in the Newsmax poll. Just text the word river to 39747. That's river to 39747. It just takes seconds to vote. Text river to 39747. Newsmax is news you can trust. Watch Newsmax today. Texting enrolls for automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply. This new year, give yourself the gift of a great night's sleep with Casper. Get that long wished-for mattress that will make your 2023 dreams come true. Choose the Wave Hybrid Snow Mattress, which helps you sleep cooler, or the original Hybrid Casper's highest-rated mattress, plus savings on sleep must-haves. Don't drop the ball on these New Year's savings. Save up to $600 on mattresses and more at Casper.com or a store near you. Exclusions apply. See Casper.com/promo.
Real people, real stories. I've had acute eczema. I have tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It's pretty miserable. So I started taking Onivora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling good. Then I took him into the vet to have him checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. My cat had issues that developed in his eye, so my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. I heard the carnivore advertising, so I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Noe with you. David Zubin with us. We're going to take questions with David next hour. David, I'm in St. Louis right now near the Mississippi River, and it seems to be going down, down, down. How dangerous is that situation?
How low are you seeing the water now? Is it enough for barges to transit through there?
They still can get through. So far.
Okay. Yeah, it depends which part of the river they're on, and some areas north of there are already starting to ice over, and the water's low there. And further down toward Louisiana, it's some low points there where they can't get the traditional largest of the grain shovels through, or those grain barges. So they're having to, like, all the storage facilities along the river are full, but what they harvested was in those barges / shuttles, already in transit, already packed on the river. And then they couldn't transit through too low, so they put it on the banks in Mississippi. But it's just under tarp. Okay, it's a known method to protect your crops if they're out in the elements, rain, snow. You can cover it with marked tarps. But during the melt season coming up in April, May, that snow can be melting off, running off in terms of water and filling up the Mississippi. But what if we have, floods like we saw along Nebraska with that 2015-16? What happens to all the grains on the sides of the Mississippi? Is it meant to be another excuse why the food has been lost? Because I'm talking about the sun energies before the break. We're going to find different ways and solutions to be able to grow some of our own food again. I mean, I
how do you come clean with the planet? But I'm sorry, you have to all grow your own food because we got the science wrong, although you're supposed to believe us, and now we're starting to cool to the point where crops are being lost.
Do you think this planned food shortage is being done on purpose, or that it's just an act of nature?
It's the excuse to cover the act of nature.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the natural cycle is happening anyway, but the excuse has to be there through man-made, what appears to be man-made events around the planet. So let me run through a couple that I've written down. You know, I mean, talking financially. 2023, the EU is going to be down 40% in fertilizer production.
That's huge.
That's way huge. And they are a predominant supplier to the southern hemisphere that's going into a year without a summer because of the water vapor that's so dense across the southern hemisphere and transited over. The northern hemisphere will have our time too. But when you consider a year without a summer, 1816, after the Tambora eruption, it's happening again, and it is now going to be the Hunga eruption 1 year after, where the crops are going to be lost. It's a natural cycle. You got to explain the breakdown of supply chain. You have to explain the disruptions in grain and the shortages in grain. That could be the Ukraine thing. Like I say, it's so vital, so important. You must have Ukraine. That is the world's pendulum that swings to the extra exports or not. If they don't have that, all these other smaller countries are going to go into food riots.
Well, and like you say, David, it's going to take time in the Ukraine to beat that back up again.
A full 2 seasons from now, I don't really believe that they could get the crops in the ground this next coming planting season, seeing where they sit today. But also, you should see some of the pictures from higher aircraft at the fields. It looks like something out of World War II with all those bomb craters just across the entire field. Like 50% of the field space is a crater, literally. The ground's still there. It's not flat. It's a crater that you have to steer around. So think about the lowered production from that. In itself, just the lowered production where they can't use the fields either because they're cratered out or there's unexploded ordnance or whatever the danger may be. It's going to take years to clear that out. And they are the #1 exporter on the planet, is a swing exporter. Far more than India, far more than Kazakhstan.
David, can you remember a food shortage in the United States? I can't. During our lifetime.
No, I don't remember either. And even during the Great Depression, yeah, there was food shortages, but I don't know. Rationing, 1940s would be the closest, maybe.
Yeah, because of the wars and stuff like that, as they were beginning to kick in a year later.
Yeah, think about that. Okay, the food was still flowing, but you were limited to, like 1 pound of butter, 1 pound of sugar, a gallon of milk per family, something like that per week on a little card that you would get, ration card.
How bad is the China situation, and what are they doing? Because they're going to have the same problem.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to come back to community solutions again of you around your own house growing your own food. And, since I was talking about the sun earlier, think about just the simpleness of working with the cycles of nature itself, the plants and gardens. We're at the new moon right now coming into the Saturnalia and the solstices right now. The new moon is coming on the night of the 23rd to the 24th. And think about gardening with the moon. So that's when you plant it right now in the new moon time, in the lowest of the light, and it's supposed to give you much better crop yields. So think about doing it on the yearly now, where we're at the lowest point in the entire year, the shortest day of the year, which would be like the new moon, but the new year starting from this point. Also marked by Saturnalia, the Roman sun god Saturn.
Not everybody, David. Not everybody will have the luxury of planting their own crops and goods.
Yeah, which brings me to China. To answer that question in a roundabout way, the space is not there. During the rampant development, they used so much of the arable land or the farmland to put the new cities in, to put the new high-rises you see, and the massive amounts of highways and high-speed rails, and everything you see is that gargantuan development over there. That took away the food growing land. And these families did have to grow food. You Now, you could grow some on the rooftop of an apartment building or maybe some sidewalk space, but it's not like it was where everybody had an acre, a half acre where they could do a family plot. So if they can't even grow their own food because there's not enough space, then what would you do to control the citizens who would notice that the food's getting less and less and much more expensive?
Right.
Perhaps you would lock them down.
And come up with a reason to lock them down, like a COVID lockdown?
Perhaps, I'm not going to say for sure, but many other reasons. And also going back in history, George, if I might. If you look at the Chinese emperors, the dynasties, back in, anybody can try to to find fault with this fact. No Chinese dynasty has ever lasted longer than 400 years. And you actually felt why. Well, the grand solar minimum cycle of low activity is 400 years. So China's knocked out at the knees every grand solar minimum, and they know this in 3,000 years of history. We're at the starting point again of one of these new grand solar minimums. So how would China try to buck history and be the first, quote-unquote, dynasty led by Xi to ever survive through intact as a nation state after a grand solar minimum?
Good point.
You have to ration the food.
Yep. Very good point.
Now, George, if I can add also here, they took him in the COVID, if your pass on your phone turned yellow or red, you had to check yourself into a quarantine camp. And you saw that all those pictures, the little square boxes. Now, they were down the highways, and apparently there were 100 million of those in play. So think about that. This population's 1.5 billion. Well, they put 100 million people in those boxes and then rationed how many calories they could get per day, because you saw them sticking the food through the windows and giving it to the people in the cubicles there. So they rationed how many calories. That's the craziest thing. Was it a test?
Well, that's a good question. Was it a test? And how do they handle the test?
Well, you can only push the people so far, and you saw then what would happen. You know, the rubber band got pulled too far in one direction.
Well, David Devine, we're going to take calls with David next hour here on Coast to Coast. His book is called Climate Revolution. His YouTube channel is called Adapt 2030. Tell us about your podcast, David.
It's a long form, 30 minutes. And for example, like our call tonight, I would put on there as an example, 30 minutes at a time and just discussing the same issues. You know, what are the solutions we can work with and come to together after we know what the problem is? As simple as that. Everybody belongs in the conversation. Everybody. Because it's going to take any unique solution to get us through this, and unless you think that we need a solution, it's not even out there in the ether, for a better term.
We saw the panic when they announced a baby formula shortage over the past year. That was just with baby formula. What happens if it's every product you can think of?
You go onto a digital rationing card. The government will then, at that point, take control of all food resources and distribution of all food. And I think if central bank digital currencies are viable and working with the EU, with the Bank of Japan, Bank of England, and the Federal Reserve, all those four as a cohesive unit moving through, I know they want to release it in 2023. Probably around May or June, somewhere around there, middle of the year, you would have to have something on the blockchain to issue the digital rationing cards to them after you took control of the food supply. Because people will riot and they will not allow that. This decline will be handled. I think a lot of things we're also seeing is the play of controlling a hungry humanity, not just a politically angry humanity, a hungry humanity, which, like you said, we in America have never experienced before. Like, how do you handle that? You put things, assets in play in advance, you stage your assets so when they're needed, and suddenly we've been pre-trained to stand 6 feet apart outside of a supermarket last year.
What are the odds of something like this happening? Not just worldwide, but especially here.
Statistically, almost impossible. It's a tenth of a billionth of 1%. That kind of statistical impossibility, unless it's planned, and then it would be closer to 99.9.
And that's the key phrase, plan. Would they be that devious, David, to do something like this?
We have to look at it in a different sense of, would you come clean and tell the humanity what we're about to face? Would that cause too much chaos before the actual event is unfolding to the point? Right now, we're not at that point of massive food shortages 2023. We're getting in there, definitely way deep to the point where it'll be very much discussed water cooler talk. We've already seen food prices double and so many things unavailable in supermarkets in America now. But it is going to go to, if you're going to control humanity, to try to preserve what we understand as the rule of law, etc., until that ultimate, really, there isn't the food, how would you control it?
You do it with the food.
And the fear.
And the fear. I have heard that China is buying up U.S. farmland. Have you heard that?
I have, and there's a few states now that are starting to pass legislation to say, no, you're not going to. I think South Dakota just passed a law that said no Chinese farmland can be sold, or no American farmland can be sold to a Chinese firm. It was specifically for farmland. It wasn't real estate as in, buy this apartment building or buy this business complex. It was specifically farmland. And you know what? That is so similar to a lot of other places around the world. Because as I did my research, I started to look at areas that were going to be the safest around the planet. And this was pre-COVID when, you could travel anywhere you wanted, you could set up shop anywhere you wanted in like a fraction of a second. I was looking at Republic of Georgia as being one of the safe areas on the planet to ride this out. It's between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. Microclimates there, and it's 8,000 years of history of agricultural cultivation, because apparently in Mount Ararat, where the earth came down, the first wine cultivation, as we know it, quote unquote, was 8,000 years prior in the Republic of Georgia. The only problem is, as a foreigner, you can get a business visa. You can buy an apartment downtown, but you absolutely cannot buy any of their farmland there. So, see how valuable the farmland is. Chinese come over and swoop that up. So, where does the production go in a food shortage? If there's a potato famine, they were exporting potatoes while starving Irish were right next to the road.
In their own country.
Yes, absolutely. With farm guards taking the potatoes out, taking the food out while people starve next to the road.
So that was my next question. If the Chinese, let's say, own 10 million acres of farmland in the United States and grew 10 million acres of crops, do they have the legal right to take those crops and ship it back to China?
Legally, the letter of the law would state yes. But again, you have the force majeure, the acts of God, the nationalization, which will probably happen. They would have to come over with the military force to actually control that land and actually grow it themselves and then process it and actually take it out under armed guard, do the same barge system down onto like an armed vessel to get it out through the Gulf of Mexico. Like it would be just like the American military does around the world. It would arm everywhere and control all the routes of transportation and production. It's taken 200 years. But kids trying to jump over here and take 10 million farm acres, I don't know, that's a stretch. I think there'd be a lot of resistance. And just physically.
And the sad part of all this, as a humanitarian, David, nobody would like to see anybody worldwide go hungry. But it's happening all over the place right now. What do you think the population number is in terms of percent? People who are starving to death right now?
Well, very low, because like you say, aid organizations generally try to take care of that. Some places do get out of control so quickly. But if you look at the forecast that the United Nations put out for 2023, not starving actually to death where your belly's bloated. I mean, somebody's going to come with an aid organization and feed you.
Exactly. That's helpful. David, we're going to take a break. We're at the top of the hour, but we're going to come back, chat more with you, and also take phone calls next on Coast to Coast with you.
Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief, with George Norrie. Just log on to beyondbelief.com. Wondering if you should get the updated COVID-19 booster? Here's 3 reasons why you should. 1,
Vaccines and boosters provide better protection from COVID-19. 2, even if you've had COVID-19 before, boosters are recommended to keep your immunity strong, especially as new variants emerge. And 3, your risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 goes up with age, and boosters can help lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
If you're living with decayed, missing, loose, crooked teeth, you don't have to. Dental implants can literally change your life. Dr. Mazarkani and his team of specialists at LA Dentist Group have treated thousands of people. He's my dentist, and he's my daughter Pamela's dentist, and boy, he saved her. She had some really complicated dental issues. So whether you need one tooth or several missing teeth replaced, LA Dentist Group team of specialists will restore your smile. And you can do it in one day and while you sleep. And if you already have implants that have gone south or complications from another dentist, Dr. Mazarkani can fix those problems too. You'll smile again, eat the foods that you've missed. Now pound 250 on the cell and just say dentist. Pound 250 on the cell, say dentist. Schedule a free exam, including x-rays and CT scans. Some restrictions apply. Go to ladentistgroup.com, ladentistgroup.com.
This holiday season, 12 strangers, 12 tales, 12 ghosts. A fiction podcast from me, Aaron Mackey, starring Malcolm McDowell.
So, this is the afterlife.
This is the liminal space between life and the next chapter. This is the great in-between.
A chilling new collection of stories presented in immersive 3D audio starting December 14th, ending on Christmas Day. Listen to 12 Ghosts on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When your brain gently numbs, thinking of snowflakes and sugar plums, KFI is keeping track of who's naughty, who's nice, and everything else going on in the world.
KFI.
And KOSTHD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
A new mayor for Long Beach. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Rex Richardson has been sworn in.
This will now be the 29th mayor of the city of Long Beach.
Richardson pledges to address the housing crisis along with economic inequalities and climate change. Santa Ana is shutting down more than 100 street vendors due to health concerns. The city says the vendors don't have the proper permits and they're selling food that is unfit for human consumption. Orange County health officials, along with Santa Ana police and code enforcement officers, have been cracking down on illegal street vending for the past 6 weeks. Cleanup continues after Union Pacific freight train derailed in Victorville. 23 cars went off the track. No reports of injury, no cause of the crash determined. Tracks should be cleared around 8 o'clock tonight. The governor's office says the state's My Shake app sent out warnings just before the 6.4 quake struck yesterday.
The earthquake area warning system was able to actually push out alerts 10 seconds in advance of the earthquake.
Los Angeles police officer accused of distributing intimate photos of his wife has pleaded not guilty to 6 counts of disorderly conduct. 45-year-old is accused of sharing the private photos of his wife, who is also an LAPD officer, without her consent. Officers due back in court in early February. Wikipedia says more Americans will dine on ham for Christmas. Turkey came in at number 2, followed by any kind of meat. The Grinch is the highest-grossing Christmas film of all time, and it's being called the bomb cyclone. Brutally cold temperatures moving into the east. 6 to 12 inches of snow, life-threatening wind chills, temperatures that will feel like it's 50 degrees below zero. If you're flying, expect delays and cancellations. But here at home, things are much different. Southline weather from KFI, sunshine with highs in the low 70s. Corona Del Mar checks in with 46. Lake Forest has 47. Universal City has 45, and it's 48 degrees in San Dimas. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
East County on a 5 south before 605, connected to the southbound 605 has a crash block the tree addition road involving 5 vehicles. It's opposite the traffic from Westwood Boulevard. In Woodland Hills, going to work on the 101 south between King and Boulevard and 81st Avenue. The 2 left lanes are closed for some road work until 6 a.m. In Orange County, a few work zones on the 55 road between McCarthy Boulevard and McFadden. The 2 right lanes are closed until 5 a.m. They Coast Mesa 45 road between 73 and Warner. The carpool left lanes are closed as well until 5 a.m. KFI in the sky, which will be there faster. I'm Zachary Kagan.
The excitement of the College Football Playoff National Championship takes to the streets of downtown Los Angeles on Sunday, January 8th for the Extra Yard 5K. Register now to be a part of the race that supports the College Football Playoff Foundation's Extra Yard for Teachers initiative. Proceeds will help support educators in a variety of ways.
And the top finishers can win tickets to the 2023 CFP National Championship at SoFi Stadium. To get registered, go to extrayard5k.com today.
Mario Lopez here with a serious message about opioids. When you're young, life is full of choices, so don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life and your choices with just one wrong pill. Addiction is a disease that can affect anyone at any age. And I've seen too many talented people cut their lives short, but there is a choice to get help. Find medically proven treatment options, including virtual treatment, at choosemat.org.
Did you know 60 ounces can save 27 to 90 gallons of water per day? Even tiny leaks can be huge water issues. Conserving water starts with a few simple water-saving actions at home and in your yard, like adjusting your sprinklers and adding drip irrigation so you water only where it's needed. We can all do our part to conserve water. Visit SaveOurWater.com for more water-saving tips. Save water. Save California. Holiday songs remind us of family, friends, and gingerbread cookies. Hello, I'm Jonas Hoyan, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing and Air. Unfortunately, the most wonderful time of the year isn't wonderful for many Americans. Bright copper kettles and warm woolen mittens are sometimes replaced with empty bare cupboards and hungry young children. That's why Rooter Hero Plumbing and Air is making a cash donation and giving a portion of every service call to a rescue mission in your area. You've been generous over the years, and once again, we're asking for your kindness in donating canned and dry goods. Call Rooter Hero Plumbing and Air at 866-77 to find out how you can help. Our mission is to help you with your plumbing, heating, and air conditioning needs. But this holiday season, we're asking you to help us help others. Call us at 866-77. That's 866-77. Thank you. Everybody needs a hero.
Is LB license number 9962. The station you love, it's on the free iHeartRadio app. The artists you love, they're on the free iHeartRadio app too. The podcasts everyone's talking about, you guessed it, they're all here. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
Let's move over to the wars of the future. I propose the post-apocalyptic, the after the place falls apart. Bill, I'll get there. I get paid to do this. Mornings from 6 to 10 on KFI. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. Anybody caught creating a robocall and convicted, it should be the death penalty. It's that simple. I'm okay with that. No kidding. We all are. Bill and the robocalls. Mornings from 6 to 10 on KFI. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And this hour, we'll take your calls with David Devine as we talk about massive food shortages. Can they happen? Jump aboard. Let us know what you think or share a story with us when we come back on Coast to Coast AM. On the holidays, it's easy to get wrapped up in the spirit of giving, except you might actually be giving away a lot more than you mean to. This time of year, we all tend to do things online like browsing, sharing, and shopping for gifts and travel. But more online time can also mean that more of your personal info is out there getting exposed. LifeLock makes it easy to help protect your identity during the holiday season and all year round. And if you ever become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based identity restoration specialist will work to fix it. Now, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock by Norton, you've got identity theft protection all wrapped up, unlike the pile of presents you've probably got sitting in your closet. Join LifeLock today and save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com, promo code George for 25% off. LifeLock.com.
This is your operating system talking, not your computers or your phones, but your own internal human operating system. I'm feeling a little overloaded right about now. Here's something you can do to ease my stress. Close your eyes, or if you prefer, softly gaze at something in front of you. Now, inhale for 4 counts, then exhale for 6. In for 4, out for 6. Repeat this for a few minutes, and you and I will start to feel more relaxed. If you want to ease the stress more long-term, please consider BetterHelp Online Therapy. They'll match us with a licensed therapist we can connect with via video, phone, or online chat. Having a professional to talk to makes all the difference in the world in helping our mental well-being. And it's more affordable than in-person therapy. Visit betterhelp.com/room-to-grow and save 10% on our first month. That's betterhelp.com/room-to-grow. Wow, I feel better already.
And welcome back. George Norrie with you, David Devine with us. David, let's talk a little bit more about that 2024 solar event where these 4 gas giants are out there. How can they affect planet Earth?
Magnetically, electromagnetically. But the sun would also be affected too. You have to think about the currents that are sweeping through our solar system here. It affects the entire solar system. It's not just our planet or not just those planets out in the outer orbit, but everything, the entire system itself is being affected. You know, to ask the question then, what would it take to start a food shortage? Mm-hmm. On the planned edge of things, it would be, the financial crash so nobody could exchange fiat currency to buy it, the supply chain shutdowns, reducing yields by 40% because fertilizers aren't produced. Okay, that's on the perhaps man-made side of it, but if you swing into collapsing magnetic fields on our own planet, canceling magnetic fields in different double layers on the sun, low solar activity that then changes to jet streams and cloud cells on our planet, and then throws the planting and harvesting date out of sync to the point where it becomes real tough to grow, and also the winters are very prolonged, which we're going to see this year without a summer, that volcanic eruptions just coincide. The energy is being distributed across through the entire solar system, so our Earth is going to change too. It's not like the sun changes and then it just jumps right over us and goes out to Jupiter or something and causes 10x the size of the aurora out there on the North Poles or on the polar regions. It sweeps through the plains. This coming up is exactly those types of things that are causing the food shortages on the natural end of it. But what could be masked by events we're seeing right now. And I keep coming back to this image. Why would they mask it? Why would they not come clean and tell the populace what's happening? Panic? Do you really think so at this point?
I think there's a group of people, David, that could panic. And when I say group, a high percentage of people from this planet. It's the same with the extraterrestrials. Why doesn't government just come out and say they exist, we've been being visited? I think they really think people can't
handle it. We can handle it. And I would think that under a food shortage, I think if they told us, we could plan accordingly, but I don't think they will.
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up there. 2023, I believe, will be the year of the total awareness of what I'm talking and you're talking about tonight. The global populace will understand it. Oh, they do. In unison, they'll probably do the same exact things. They're all going to run to buy gardening tools. They will overwhelm online ordering systems for seed, whatever company you choose. Heirloom and organic only, please, if you're going to order something. But the fertilizers as well, the tillers, anything that can be used for home gardening and community gardening, that there'll be a run on that, like there was a run on whatever product or good or toilet paper in the beginning of COVID. This time in 2023 will be gardening tools, implements.
What kind of crops would you recommend the individual, if they have the ability to grow,
Absolutely. And I mean, what is it for each individual area? And if you could target some of the superfoods that have way more micronutrients, minerals, vitamins in them as quote-unquote superfoods.
Right.
Depending on the climate. You know, down in Florida, you can go moringa oleifera, but up in places like Connecticut, not a chance. You have to grow something else like dinura, which is more of a leafy vegetable that grows heavy during those summer months.
I mean, we're going to get tired eating carrots and tomatoes and things like that, aren't we?
Oh, absolutely, yes, you will. That's why you need a community. Then you could have chickens, then you have the eggs. I mean, we have 12 chickens out here, and we get eggs daily. And then somebody else could do goats, and there's another person that could raise sheep, and, there's somebody that could do cattle, and you do dairy, and you get milk, and then cheeses, processing, yogurts, etc. But that takes a community of people to do it.
Yes. Absolutely. Let's take some calls for you. They're lining up. Start with Neil in Santa Monica, California. Welcome to the show. Hi, Neil.
Hey, George. I'm going on 67 in a couple of weeks.
Well, happy birthday, my friend.
Yeah.
In the new year.
Yes, sir. So what I'm trying to say, and I think I've told you this before, I have perfect cat. I haven't eaten anything from an animal in 40 years. No meat, no cheese, no eggs, no butter, nothing from an animal, pure vegan. And what I'm trying to say is, these cattle use 40 pounds of grain every single day.
Yep.
And they live over 2 years. That's 29,000 pounds of grain. They only yield about 500 pounds of beef. We could literally feed about 50 times more people if we stopped using animal products. The 2,500 gallons of water to produce 1 pound of beef. I had veggie burgers tonight. They were great. Black cheeseburgers, fantastic. You don't need, the veggie burger has the quarter-pound veggie burger is about 40 gallons of water, as opposed to 625 gallons of water for a quarter-pound beef burger.
Interesting statistics. David, what do you think of all those?
Well, I absolutely agree with what you said there. The numbers are astounding. That's on the commercial side. And I agree with that totally, what you're saying. But I'm out here near the Amish, where they use 50 acres to grow their own grains for their own cattle, and they mainly stay on the side of dairy instead of slaughtering, because they look at that as an investment, where those cows will have calves, and the dairy too. You're getting the milk, you're getting the cheeses, you're getting the butters, the yogurts, the wheys, and different things that you can take as byproducts off of that. So at the community level, they're growing what they need, and the water is not an issue because it's stream-fed. It comes straight off the mountains here. So everything's collected locally. That is in that production process to produce all that dairy locally in there. So, yeah, I would split the hair, though, with you on that thing. On the commercial level, I totally agree. It's a waste fest to the left up right. But doing it in the community local level for survival in a community so you have that protein or something different, in my opinion.
Brian in Indianapolis. Take it away, Brian.
Hey, George, good evening. How are you?
Good, buddy. How are you?
I'm awesome, man. Hey, say hello to the coach family out there. Hey, you guys touched earlier on the China land grab on the state out west. I was kind of curious about that. But it got me to thinking, it sounds like that our government, or the world government, they're trying to push us all back into like 1810. We were all lot of that kid. But anyway, so coming to today's technology and everything, David, have you ever looked into the effects of climate change with the use of chemtrails? Or do you believe the chemtrails are cause climate change or have an effect on it, or do you have an opinion on it, or anything like that? I'm just curious about that. George, I'll see you guys later.
Okay, go ahead, David.
Yeah, good one on the left. Okay, so what I've seen so far, this goes with Bill Gates too, with all that land that he bought. Look at it in two ways. Yes, it was the land to grow crops, but what about the water rights on the land? There's even more incredibly valuable than anything you can grow on it. To have the water rights of downstream farms that then need to give surcharges for that water to pass through your land to make it to their pastures or to their orchards downstream, where then they need to pay a metered fee on how many, I don't know, cubic acres are coming through there, or acre feet are going to roll down that river toward their place. Water rights. And then, for that question about cosmic, what you think is that stratospheric aerosol geoengineering, the stratospheric injection, those nanometals, the particulate metals, think about it as cosmic radiation management on a different level. So think of it as two different levels. I was trying to explain, the food shortages on the planet being masked over. So I don't know if anybody's seen that movie, The Deep. Remember 1970 scuba diving movie?
Oh, great movie. Yep.
Yeah, exactly the same thing. The Spanish wreck from the 1600s was buried in the sand, but directly on top of it was a World War II wreck. So think about that as the same thing. This, what you consider spraying program is two sandwiched in one. Yeah, sure, you have the blocking for the sun rays or, moving of weather systems, ionosphere heaters. That is what is sold to the public. What is not sold to the public is cosmic radiation management, because as our sun steps down, the amount of cosmic rays penetrating our atmosphere and creating larger amounts of cloud cover and creating entire new bands of cloud cover across the planet, 18,500 to 22,000 feet, or 23,000, excuse me, approximately. All the extra moisture up there starts to rain down in terms of rain in itself. But with that, nullifies the charge of the incoming particle that would then become the base for that cloud droplet electrically to form itself in the atmosphere to even start to coagulate and create that drop in the atmosphere. So how do you, we stop this program totally and suddenly we get 7 times more rainfall because the amount of cosmic rays coming in is going to create that cascade coming down as it bounces through everything else in the atmosphere? That's a hard sell, truly. Okay, we stop spraying, cosmic radiation management goes away and we get 7x rainfalls, and we can't bend the weather patterns anymore. I mean, I'm trying to play devil's advocate here and sell that, but that's the way it appears to be. It's 2 layers of the same program for 2 different mitigation strategies or manipulation strategies, maybe a better word.
Let's go to first-time caller Rand in Sandpoint, Idaho. Welcome to the show. Hi, Rand.
Hello, George. Let me preface my question a little bit. I'm a teacher here in Sandpoint, Idaho, and a few years back I started a program where I teach my kids about growing and saving their own seeds.
Yeah, great.
Upgrading, irrigation, vertical farming, and how to be more self-sufficient. So that's exactly the thing that we have to work on, as your caller says, in communities. But my question goes to, I grew up in Idaho, got right out of potato fields, and 50 years ago, you could look out for 5,000 acres and see nothing but potatoes. Now, there's still a lot of agriculture, of course, but there's a lot of sugar beet growing. So we take a base crop and turn it into another crop that we're adding to our food, making ourselves all more sick and having an additive to the food as opposed to the food itself. If you're, yes, see this, and I can call it the profit motive, is kind of biting this in their tails. Does that make sense, or does that seem to be a part of this? Because I talked about the soy and the ethanol, this is kind of this on the same lines, isn't it?
What about these crop rotations? Go ahead, David.
Well, right, you have to think about if you're going to process something into alcohol, ethanol, then it has to have sugar component with it so they can add the yeast. So corn has a lot of sugar, but it takes a huge chemical process to break it down into high fructose corn syrup, for example. They're using different types of enzymes and solvents and things to crack that dent corn out into a liquid, plus heat and pressures. So it's a huge process to take that hard ear of corn from the field, and you touch corn, you know how hard that dent corn is, to turn that into a liquid. Or you can just use sugar beets and squeeze them and take the sugar juice and do the same thing. The scales of the ease of it to get the highest sugar content in a crop to then produce the ethanol, sugar beets. So that's been another, transition where they can in cooler climates. I mean, sugar beets, a little bit difficult to grow in Florida, too hot. They like a little bit cooler climate. By the way, that would be a great cover crop or a great crop to put in on these shoulder seasons that will grow into the winter, because that sugar beet, you can eat those leaves. You can stir fry those leaves. So you might have a green vegetable source through the winter, and mustard greens, kale, kohlrabi, broccolini, these types of things that are, real heavy, thick, that you can grow through. Arugula lettuces, straight through some of the cold time. But I'm in the southern part of the U.S., so a little bit warmer down here than, other places in Canada or more north.
David, 8 billion people on the planet. Would you say at this point we are providing food for most of them?
Yeah, it's at different levels. You have to look at some of the countries where they're getting 3,000 calories a day versus what you might see in other more developing nations where it's 1,200 to 1,500. But it seems everybody's getting fed, but at the end of the day, whoever has the money is going to get the food. Because when it gets that expensive, when we're not producing on the planet, whoever has the money, and it's been like this through history, whoever has the cash is going to get the resource.
Let's go west of the Rockies. Glenn in the state of Washington. Welcome, Glenn.
Yes, good evening, George and David. This is the subject right at my alley. I've spent 50 plus years in agriculture, and all of these subjects are in my bailiwick. And you've said everything correctly, David. There's hardly anything that I could find to disagree with. And we have possibilities, though. I spend a lot of time working on strategies, how we can actually do what we need to do without it becoming just complete chaos. But I spent 25 plus years hosting young people from around the planet to my farm, where I taught them conventional agricultural. My agricultural roots was in large-scale pesticide applicating, studying Roundup when it first came out, and being involved with heavy toxic chemistries that have been somewhat backed off on, but not enough. And, we could create a training program. We really need a training program bad for young people to go out with some knowledge, not an idea that they can grow their own food like it's a piece of cake, because it's not. And I barely survived years and years, decades and decades of farming 50 plus different crops, and I was very good. I had lots of prior training by very good mentors, and it was just a little bit much to realize how little our country and our world is prepared for food shortages.
Well, he's spot on there, David, isn't he?
He is, and see, that's the greatest opportunity in human history, what you just described there. The possibilities. You can look at the doom and gloom, and I know people do say that, well, you just focus on things that aren't going right. Why do you talk about solutions as well? But in the real world, you have to really understand the problem before you can even start thinking about these possibilities and solutions. And Glenn, can I ask you a question back? Because I am considering the same thing, bringing people out to my farm here, but what was the biggest hurdle that you had when you brought, a younger generation or two generations younger than you out onto the property? Like, was the work ethic there? Would they get up in the morning? Would they really help? Would they not? I mean, were they complain about it's too far out in the country? Or, I mean, what are these things do you think was the biggest hurdle to get people out and get them in cooperation and working and doing the actual work, like, lifting 30 wheelbarrows of compost to the next place, or 100 wheelbarrows, or whatever it took in a truckload?
Yeah, you dialed it in. I mean, I
handful out of 100 young people from across the planet, a handful of people, young people in their early 20s, so oftentimes college graduates, understood the mentor that I was too young to really be. I started farming when I was 6. And by the time I was 15, I was a proficient farmer. And then I traveled the world in the military and came back and did a whole pile of stuff. And by the time I was in my early 30s, I had 20 years of experience in all manner of agriculture and food processing and how the system worked and didn't work. I had to become a soil scientist when there became a soil disease that still to this day, because I'm autodidactically trained, I ended up not being listened to because I wasn't a college graduate.
And I would say, Glenn and David, most non-farm kids probably wouldn't know what to do on a farm. We're going to come back and take a break, and then we'll be back with final calls in a moment.
The Coast website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
I'm Bree Tennant in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Nearly 24 freight train cars are off the tracks after a massive derailment in Victorville. Union Pacific says the shutdown will continue until about 8 o'clock tonight. Santa Ana is shutting down more than 100 street vendors due to health concerns. The city says the vendors don't have the proper permits and were selling food unfit for human consumption. Orange County health officers, along with Santa Ana police and code enforcement, have been cracking down on illegal street vending for the past 6 weeks. Ukraine's president on his way to the U.S. to address Congress, the first in-person visit to the U.S. since Russia invaded Ukraine last February. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says nearly 15,000 visits to the ER are holiday decorating related, and the first day of winter begins at 1:47 this afternoon. Southline weather from KFI, sunny with highs in the low 70s. Right now it's 45 in Santa Ana. Newport Beach is 47. It's 40 in Riverside and 45 in South El Monte. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In Uber on the 45 south of the 105 with the slow blocking the left lane of the transition road. Silmar works on the 210 east between the 118 and V1 Avenue. The 3 left lanes are closed and right lane will only be open between go on until 5 a.m. In Denver Bar on the 57 south between Pathfinder Road and Connor Canyon Road. Unfortunately, it's got the right lane closed until 5 a.m. Orange County on the Costa Mesa 405 between 73 and Warner. The carpool left lanes are also closed until 5 a.m. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Zachary Kagan.
Attention Southern California. If you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. The benefits are about to change. Time is running out, but it's not too late. You can go solar right now with Semper Solaris with no money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. Imagine having no electric bill and no payment for all of next year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar American style with Semper Solaris. Protect your family from skyrocketing electric bills. You must act today to lock in your savings. Call 877-211-5591. That's 877-211-5591. Semper Solaris is local and veteran-owned, so they'll get the job done with esprit de corps and honor. Tesla Powerwall and Enphase batteries are in stock. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit, $500 downloadable coupon, $500 off for military and first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest, and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit sempersolaris.com. Expires 12/31/2022. CSLB number 978152.
How's your drive to school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then someone started calling me, and
Let's try it again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by iHeartRadio, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
I'm Dr. Erica Pond with the California Department of Public Health. This winter, remember to protect yourself against COVID-19 and other winter viruses by getting your flu shot and COVID booster, testing for COVID if you feel sick, contacting your doctor about treatment if you test positive for COVID, and considering masking up in indoor public places. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
KFI, AM 640.
I learn something new from you guys every day.
For all you people who think you don't learn something from this show every day, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. Gary and Shannon, weekdays at 10 a.m. on KFI. Usually I have an answer. I always have an answer because I know everything. Because I should be king of the world. Phil Handel, can you imagine? Mornings from 6 to 10 on KFI.
Yesterday don't matter if it's gone. While the sun is bright, or in the darkest night, no one knows. She comes and goes.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next hour, Craig Webb joins us to talk about lucid dreams and dreams in general. Then we'll be taking your dream calls later on in the program, and we're going to be back in a moment with David Devine and take final calls with him as we talk about the possibilities of massive food shortages. Let us keep our fingers crossed and pray that that doesn't happen. We've got a YouTube channel up and running, and Tommy, tell folks about it.
Well, it's really great. You know, you can get interviews of recent and past shows. We're also adding special best of compilations. A lot of fun things going on there, and it is free. All you need to do is head over to coasttocoastam.com right now. Go to the top. There's a little YouTube icon. Just boom, click that, and you're in.
And something that's almost free is, of course, a Coast Insiders membership, which is about 15 cents a day. Listen to these folks.
Hi, this is Jerry from Pearland, Texas. Loyal listener since 1996. I love being a Coast to Coast Insider because I can download shows to my phone and listen anywhere in Texas, from our Gulf Coast beaches to the mountains of Big Bend.
Hi, I'm Pam from Denver. I've been a Coast to Coast Insider for many years and love it. I get to listen whenever I want and get to tap into Art Bell's show vault. You too can get these goodies. Become a Coast to Coast Insider today.
This is Jack. I'm a Coast Insider, and I love the show. I can replay the show from the night before or anytime with the show archives. All of the guests are very informative and super entertaining. Sign up and become a Coast Insider today. You'll be glad you did.
You sure will. A couple ways you can sign up. Our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says Insider. You can fill out that information. Download our free Coast to Coast AM app. And then once you open up that app, look for profiles and subscriptions, and you can sign up through the app that way. And also, if you're in Canada or worldwide, you now can become a Coast Insider, so take advantage of that.
Now here's something for you to calm down.
Increase your energy and stamina while enhancing your mental clarity, focus, and memory. Start your day with Elevate to improve your mood and alleviate stress. Then wind down at night with Accelerate for mental and physical relaxation while naturally cleansing and detoxifying, promoting healthy weight loss. Accelerate and Elevate, George's Power Pack.
I actually started this product not long ago, and I've just blown away from what it's done for me with energy, to focus and clarity, and it's all natural. That is amazing, and I'm losing inches off my waist.
I was feeling an underlying exhaustion that I could not shake. These are a gift. My mood has been incredible, and I absolutely love these.
Well, I get up at 5:30 in the morning. I have a lot of kids. I would take it in. It would last until I took the Accelerate. So before I started taking the Elevate and the Accelerate, I would typically experience some kind of anxiety or mood swings. Since taking the product, I haven't taken any over-the-counter medication or prescription, just generally happier person.
I've probably had an anxiety or panic attack every 4 or 5 days, and I have not had one depressive thought. I've not been anxious. I've not been jittery. First time I took this pill, I didn't know what to do with myself. It just felt good, clear-headed. I felt focused. There was like a drive inside me all of a sudden. I was just excited. I was like, is this for real?
Definitely know that the Elevate not only gives me energy, not only gives me the vitamins I need for my body, but it helps me with my mood, and you know what? It makes my husband happy.
George's Power Pack. Order now and receive free gift Be Slim, refreshing weight loss tablets. Accelerate, Elevate, and Be Slim. Order now at healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping. That's 800-394-9930 or healthylooking.com.
Who will the Republican nominee in 2024 be for president? Will it be former President Donald Trump? Could it be Florida Governor Ron DeSantis? If he decides, this could be one of the biggest political battles ever. Now, Newsmax would like to know what you think. They're conducting a poll asking if former President Trump should continue his run for president again, or Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Vote in the Newsmax poll on Trump versus DeSantis. Just text the word RIVER to 39747. It's that simple. RIVER to 39747. Let your voice be heard. Tune into Newsmax. I do for news you can trust. Newsmax is carried on every major cable system. And if for some reason your system doesn't carry them, call them and demand it. And be sure to vote in the Newsmax poll on whether former President Trump should even run again, which he has announced he is. Text RIVER to 39747. That's RIVER to 39747. Make the switch to Newsmax. You won't look back. Don't forget Newsmax.com, a great website. Texting enrolls for automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone in number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
And welcome back to Coast, back with our final segment with David Devine. David, tell folks about your YouTube channel, sir, if you would.
It's titled Adapt 2030, and it's all about having to grow and adapt our food growing strategies on the planet before 2030. It's about food, climate, and the economy. Because as these food prices get more expensive and we start spending more money on food, just a general person, there's going to be less money out in the economy and everything is starting to shrink like we're seeing right now. Is that another excuse to cover?
How did you zero in on 2030?
because it seems this brand solar minimum will have run its course by that point when we reach the lowest in the solar activity, October of 2024, with the looping toroid magnetic field, the four gas giants in a single quadrant in the sun. And after that, magnetic coupling with the Earth passes 26, 27. It looks at least on the cycle length, that the sun should start, its magnetic field starts again coupling together in the different layers of the sun. At least that's the forecast.
Back to the calls. Let's go to our wild card line. Brendan's with us, Austin, Texas. Hi, Brendan.
Hey, thank you so much, David and George. So I wanted to talk about how you were talking about Ukraine earlier, and that the world really needs the grain in the next 2 years. And what I was thinking about was that all the ordnance that had been fired into the field made me think of World War I cleanup process, and that they're still taking out heavy metals like iron, sulfur, copper, or even arsenic that gets oxidized and turns into inorganic arsenic. And the chemicals then go into the water and spread around, and they're basically left with two options, in that they abandon the land for a very, very long time, or they try to clean it up. And the cleanup process for World War I has taken already 100 years. They say that it's going to take 300 years to clean up that. So I don't think that we should be anticipating grain from Ukraine very soon, unfortunately. But my question was that with people that live in apartments, what do you think that we should do, or do you think that we should just try to hug our loved ones tighter and live our days happier? Is there anything that we can do? And I do have one solution, because you're talking about solutions, and it's not a solution to everything, but it's a good idea and people will need it. And algae, there's a lot of algae that are very easy to grow, have a lot of nutrients, and then you can pack them down and burn them for fuel also.
That's true. What do apartment dwellers do, David?
Well, vertical farming would be a good one. And then, you'd have to do a survey of the building first to see what balcony space was, which facing of the direction, south-facing balconies. And you would have those families, being a major food producer where people come by every day and help. And then what about the roof of the building itself? Like, how many square feet are on top of a 10-story apartment building? That's one whole floor up there. It could be used vertical, or the enhancements, if we're going to continue to grow at night with grow lights, and in cooler climates, you could put some plastic sheeting over that, clear plastic over it, and build some sort of greenhouse type of a design up there. But vertical farming, get the most efficiency out of the smallest amount of space would be the way to go in a city. But see, then it would also involve, if you look at the 1940s images of the Victory Gardens in New York City, no less, they used every single square foot between the streets, where the trees grow to divide the street, and they used the yards, and they used the sidewalk areas, that grass that grows between the walking part of the sidewalk and the road. Like, literally every square foot of usable land to be grown on was grown in the city. Now, can you bring it to that level today in this day and age? Not really sure, but if I could add one point to the fields being bombed over in the Ukraine, you look at that same thing that happened with the depleted uranium rounds shot off all over Iraq as well. Remember the Gulf War, where they were rounds down there heavy, so you're getting the same kind of contamination with all that depleted uranium that got spent down there.
What about Vietnam with that Agent Orange that was poured all over the place when we bombed them?
Yeah, that's still chemically viable over there. I traveled up in Hanoi pre-COVID, and the War Museum and everything, but they still talked about the effects of that. Still to this day hasn't degraded and still contaminated the water supply.
What would be, David, the telltale signs of the beginning of a food shortage? What would we see?
On the natural side, you're already seeing it. You're looking at depleted grain yields, and any of the forecasting agencies. When I came on in April with you, the USDA was calling about 189 to 193 bushels per acre of corn. But now that we have some totals that the harvest is in, they were sub 160 on the average, and there was an enormous amount of places that were under 150 bushels per acre. Now that is a 25% miss. And if you look at the wheat that was grown in the United States, 100-year low in the wheat, especially the hard red winter wheat, you know, you're starting to see it everywhere. Now Ukraine goes offline, and Kazakhstan is down, and the fertilizer not being produced. So these are things that are known variables now that will have an effect in the future sometime. But right this second, we have the Hunga Tonga eruption that put the most water vapor in the atmosphere ever in the last 200 years, encircling the southern part of our planet, dimming skies when they're going into the planting season. Those plants will not be able to absorb as much sunlight, diminished yields. They won't have the fertilizer to push them with potash if they need to. They could jack the plants with potash and double, triple applications to get to grow, but you need the sunlight to do that. So these things are in play right now. So how long will it take to manifest in the market where you see those prices of each bushel go up and then the retailer knocks that price onto you? Right this second. Who hasn't seen their food prices rise already? We're in the midst of it. It's just going to continue to amplify. It's looking for the financial crash this year.
This is what you
event, like almost everybody. Is this in hindsight? The stock market was drip fed and stripped of $13.5 trillion in a steady drip feed. There was no large event. And your never-ending food price rises are the same thing. It's been incremental where you don't notice it to this point.
When you were with me in April of this year, is this the time period you had predicted? You said something about October of 2022 could be a rough time.
Right, that's when they were coming into the physical delivery contract in Chicago to put the corn on the rails. But remember, during that same exact time, George, they came up and there's going to be a rail strike. And they even canceled the Amtrak routes because they didn't want to get people stranded.
Yeah, we locked out there.
Yeah, and see the same thing. They didn't call force majeure because the corn didn't get on the trains at the levels that were contracted out, because the rail strike superseded that. So they couldn't call force majeure because the rail, and it was just a projected strike. So they stopped all loading for 14 to 28 business days, depending on where your cargo was bound to. So, you know, you look at that and say, wait a second, was that planned as well to throw, I don't know.
Let's stop.
The economy get affected now, too.
Let's go to UFO Jim in Santa Clarita, California. Hey, Jimmy, go ahead.
Hi, George. It's nice to talk to you again.
You too.
Good to talk to David. I'm talking to you about synchronicity today. I went into my doctor. It was a brand new one that I had seen before, and he talked to me exactly about what you guys were talking about. I think he used different terminology. He said it was regenerative farming or regenerative permaculture. That he had bought a few farms down in Argentina.
Wow.
And was established, he was establishing that. And he was very interested and excited about it. And synchronicity doesn't happen. Let's just say there's no accidents, George.
Exactly.
I agree completely. And the thing that I'm just guessing here, but I'm a contactee, I'm a UFO contactee, have been for a long time. And usually this is, for some reason, the UFOs wanted me to know about this, and also that doctor said that there was a movie on Netflix called Kiss the Ground. I don't know if people, I don't know anything about this subject, so I'm sorry, I apologize, but I thought I should tell you about the synchronicity.
We're all learning about it. Jim, thank you. I appreciate you being part of the program, to be sure. Fascinating moments.
Yeah, comment on the regenerative agriculture.
Absolutely. Sure thing, David.
See, coming at it like that with somebody who loves to do it, it's your hobby, it's your passion, you would spend your time doing it because that's what you love to do, is the people who are into it now. But I'm wondering how that is going to move forward when people are forced into it. You know, there's a difference in the amount of energy that are generated toward it. You know, we've all been forced to do things that we don't like to survive. And going out to have a family garden or community garden and working in the rain or the cold or whatever, and then getting your hands and my muscles are sore and all this thing. Being forced to do it, or you know, you love to do it. That's going to be a huge difference in almost everything, I think.
And big time. Gary's in Pennsylvania. Take it away, Gary.
Thank you for taking my call, George. And I don't know if you and your guest, David, both Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
You too, Gary.
Oh, yeah. I have two comments. When you mentioned about the year without a summer, it blew my mind because all I could think about was that poem that Lord Byron wrote, Darkness. And he wrote that about the year without a summer. And there was a proverb from the same flower, the snake will draw poison and the bee will draw honey. And when I drive there to David is there like, I know that when the caller mentioned algae, if you would think for some reason, the reason is the food shortages, that maybe some entrepreneur or profiteer, whatever you would want to call it, I'm not saying something unseemly like it's Soylent Green or anything like that. But you think somebody will come out of the woodwork with some kind of synthetic food for the whole world, and they'll be the savior of everybody.
Synthetic foods, David.
Putting in food, the Beyond Meat, and now the FDA approved the Beyond Chicken, so they're able to grow lab-grown chicken. We're already in the beginning of what you just described right there.
What about GMO foods, David? I'm opposed to them, but what do you think?
Yeah, I really am not a fan, even if it does increase crop yield, because, they're doing more and more studies on the effects of different organisms that ingest that. Now, just because you might not, maybe something that has eaten that in the process chain to get into your belly has also eaten it. So if you have effects of that, maybe gut, something in the gut, I'm not sure. But if we could go away from it, because those are specific seeds that need specific activator that can grow in specific conditions with glyphosate on it and that sort of thing. Like you can actually plant a plant killer, the seed in there that's been genetically modified to live in Roundup and glyphosate and still grow, so there's no weed competition.
Wow.
Like that's insane how they changed the genes to do that. I think we should go to more natural methods. But this whole supply chain shortage, those types of seeds and fertilizers and pesticides are not going to be available. If the chemical industry shut down in Europe and they're 40% down on fertilizers this year, they're absolutely going to be 40% down on insecticides or insect control and also pesticides. Guaranteed. Herbicides, they all follow the same chains of all the same chemicals. So one does all. So what happens if you can't control any of the pests suddenly?
Where have all the bugs gone anyway? I don't see as many as I used to. Do you?
I do, because I live out in a very natural place at the edge of the Cherokee National Forest, and there's all this land out here. But generally, I will say, yeah, as soon as you leave out of the natural areas or what you consider farmland areas, yeah, it's devoid of insects. Is it all of the pollution in the air, the things we're using on our home gardens, the things people are using on their regular lawns? I'm really not sure. Is it the magnetic field changes where they're going to, they're moving to different locales because they're following the magnetic fields of the planet when generally they would stay in their own area and they think, oh, I'm lost, I need to go follow that field line, and they disappear to a different place. I'm not sure.
You've set yourself up, David, to survive how long in case something happens?
Forever. This is the change of the society that we will do. It's going to shift society as you know it into a very new way of life that you are not going to ever return to this time. We've seen the same thing with the beginning of COVID. Like, we have left that long behind. We are not going back there. But look how much the world has changed since then. I had 7 years and go through a global food shortage to see what kind of solutions come out and how we can get off the centralized systems and off the metered daily payables for our lives and move that direction. Once we get off those centralized systems and everything, power production, decentralized, if you're using Tesla technologies and different release of technologies that should evolve during this time, growing our own foods more locally, that will change the way humanity exists. And you're going to have to think about it. What happens when your food stores run out?
And that is the big problem. David, thank you for being on the program. Watch him on YouTube, Adapt 2030. That's how you find them. Up next, we're going to talk about dreams. Later on, your dreams.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
If you're living with decayed, missing, loose, crooked teeth, you don't have to. Dental implants can literally change your life. Dr. Mizarkani and his team of specialists at LA Dentist Group have treated thousands of people. He's my dentist, and he's my daughter Pamela's dentist, and boy, he saved her. She had some really complicated dental issues. So whether you need one tooth or several missing teeth replaced, LA Dentist Group team of specialists will restore your smile. And you can do it in one day and while you sleep. And if you already have implants that have gone south or complications from another dentist, Dr. Mizarkani can fix those problems too. You'll smile again, eat the foods that you've missed. Now pound 250 on the cell and just say dentist. Pound 250 on the cell, say dentist. Schedule a free exam, including x-rays and CT scans. Some restrictions apply. Go to ladentistgroup.com, ladentistgroup.com.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your hood. Hold on, just got a video on my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by iHeartRadio, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Wondering if you should get an updated COVID-19 booster? Here are 3 reasons you should. Vaccines and boosters provide better protection from COVID-19. Even if you've had COVID-19 before, boosters are recommended to keep your immunity strong, especially as new variants emerge. Finally, your risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 goes up with age. Boosters help lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Wishing you a Merry Christmas. Or at least that your medications can make you think you're having a Merry Christmas.
That's what I'm saying. He's a dilettante. A dilettante's a good word. Now, I don't have to spell the fancy words I use.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI.
KFI.
And KOSTHD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Groundbreaking leadership for Long Beach. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Rex Richardson is now the new mayor of Long Beach.
This will now be the 29th mayor of the city of Long Beach, the Honorable Rex Allen Richardson Jr.
He's also the first black man to take this post. He pledges to address the housing crisis and economic inequalities as well as climate change. Judge ruled no aggravating factors for Harvey Weinstein. The jury was deadlocked. The judge declared a mistrial for the aggravating factors phase. Next court date, January 9th. Ukraine's president is on his way to the U.S. to address Congress. It's his first in-person visit to the U.S. since Russia invaded Ukraine last February. U.S. lawmakers are set to vote on a year-end spending package. That package includes about $45 million of assistance to Ukraine. Governor's office says the state's MyShake app sent out warnings just before the 6.4 quake struck yesterday morning.
Was able to actually push out alerts 10 seconds in advance of the earthquake.
2 people died, about a dozen injured, and officials say it could be days before power is restored. Man shot outside of Kohl's in Sun Valley last night has died. Police say he was shot in the parking lot. Officers are searching for the suspect who allegedly fled the scene in a dark-colored car. He's described as weighing about 250 pounds and stands about 6 feet tall. In Hermosa Beach, the owls can stay. The city will allow 2 overgrown palm trees to remain that way because of protected owl nests. Fish and Wildlife says the Migratory Bird Treaty Act protects the owls. And James Cameron says Jack could not have survived on the door with Rose in the Titanic. He's releasing a study in a feature on the National Geographic Channel in February, along with a remastered version of the film. Southline weather from KFI, sunshine with highs in the low 70s. Right now, Brea has 47, 46 in Orange, Acton is 42, and it's 50 in Covina. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
Inglewood on the 4-5 south of the 105 at the stall block in the left lane at the transition road. To stay out of work zone, the 5 north between Lake Hughes Road and Kentland Highway. The 2 left lanes are closed 3 miles south of Kentland Highway for some paving work until 6 a.m. Out of Orange County on the 22 west at the City Drive. As a crash block in the right lane, and Costa Mesa out of the work zone on the 405 north between the 73 and Warner Avenue. The carpool and left lane are closed until 5 a.m. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Zachary Kagan.
Hi there. I'm getting paid to talk to you, and yet I'm the most boring person I know. Isn't that unfair? Yes, it is. Of course, you could join me. Just start a podcast with Spreaker from iHeart. If you've got something to say, they'll help you monetize it. And I bet you've got more to say than I do. I have literally nothing to say, and I'm loving life. Spreaker.com. That's SPREAKER.com. Get paid to talk.
Don't miss another holiday party, dinner, or family celebration because you're embarrassed by your teeth. It's time you did something for yourself. Give yourself the gift of a happier life. Call 4M Dental Implant Center today and celebrate the holidays the way you're supposed to, smiling and laughing with good friends and family and sharing good cheer. Go ahead, you deserve it. Do it for you, for life, and for a lifetime of joyous holiday seasons. Call today and we'll give you the gift of a free exam, x-rays, and CAT scan. Plus, we offer easy financing and, as an added stocking stuffer, we'll pay your interest for 1 full year. 'Tis the season to be smiling at 4M Dental Implant Center. Call 800-4M-DENTAL now.
Yes, it's just me reminding you that there's just a few days left to shop for me. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morongo. Number 5.
For you and you and you and you. Morongo is made for everybody.
Number 4.
Sports and good TV. Drinks, games, your friends. It's the most wonderful time of the year and the most wonderful place for it all. Morongo.
3.
Our totally 80s New Year's Eve celebration is going to be awesome. Totally awesome.
Number 2.
Countdown to 2023. You can earn up to $100 in free slot play, playing slots with your rewards card, the 26th through the 30th.
And the number 1 reason.
Give yourself the gift of good times. Book your holiday stay with us at MorongoCasinoResort.com now.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo. Good times for everybody.
This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
Here's the rule. Whenever you vote yes on a proposition, it's really no. Whatever the proposition says, it's not the truth. If it is citizens for, it has nothing to do with citizens. It's a special interest group that is saying we are citizens. Bill handle. It's all a crock. Mornings from 6 to 10 on KFI. You can't teach people desire. Some of us don't get great athletic genes. Some of us don't get great math abilities. There are a lot of people who don't get desire abilities. And they tend to drift towards what kind of jobs? Government work. John and Ken. Weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI.
Wanted to be fine.
That doesn't sound like you're going to be fine.
Wanted to be fine.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show. It sounds like it's our last word. Weeknights at 6 on KFI. KFI. AM 640. More stimulating talk.
AM with George Norrie, live from somewhere deep below the earth on Premier Networks.
Up next, Craig Webb back with us. We're going to talk about the power of dreams, lucid dreams especially, and we'll take your calls. Maybe you could share your dreams with us, and Craig will do a little interpretation for you as well. Have you ever wondered if we're alone in this vast universe? Marvelous Entertainment has released the newest in science fiction that specifically deals with this incredible question. Marvin Sunderland, who lives with his wife and 2 children in Arizona. Now, he's a certified film director, a science fiction genius, an Army veteran, mechanic, video game developer, web developer, and of course the author behind the first of 3 series of sci-fi novels that includes a 7-novel masterpiece bringing out the best of your imagination. Journey with Sergeant Wacky in search for a crashed alien spaceship that leads into an astronomical alien invention. Embrace yourself, as there's a war underway in the underworld. Sergeant Wagon promises to take your imagination to marvelous heights. Marvelous Entertainment brings you and your loved ones the very best in entertainment for your holiday gift and shopping needs at marvelous.com. That's MARVELOUS.com.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fee. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
And welcome back. George Norrie back with Craig Webb, a dream and consciousness author, researcher, physicist, inventor, professional educator, performing artist, and an award-winning filmmaker. His life path was set in motion 3 decades ago when he nearly drowned on a whitewater rafting trip and suddenly began recalling up to 10 dreams a day and having lucid dreams and verifiable visions of the future. Since then, he's graduated from McGill University, participated in pioneering dream and consciousness research at Stanford University, a hospital as well in Montreal. Craig, welcome back. How are you?
Hey, George. Doing great. And great that we get to speak on solstice, the longest night of the year, which is good for dreams, right?
Here we are. That's right. The winter has begun. And it's going to be, I'm in St. Louis right now, Craig, and it's going to be like 0 degrees in a couple days out here. That's cold.
And the second big storm, I think, coming. Is that right?
Yep. It's going to hit the Midwest big time. Big time. Tell me, why do we dream?
The why of it, huh? Yeah, that's a big one. Certainly it's really known that dreams come from learning, so we can learn skills. That's what it's proven in the sleep lab. We're actually learning, I guess, mentally, emotionally, but sleep lab research, especially lucid dreaming research, we can track the physiology of the sleeping body according to the activities that the dreamer is doing. I've shown that we're actually, firing the neurons in specific patterns, learning the physical skills, even increasing like white blood cell counts. So learning's a big one, learning for sure. Emotional healing is another big one. Creativity, we've talked about that a lot. And then probably lots of other reasons. Survival, like I guess the cavewoman, way back then. It'd be great if you could dream up or somehow know about the dangers that were outside the cave, or when to go out to find food, or that kind of thing, or when the seasons would change, or where the water was. Survival, I guess, the right things, and probably other reasons.
Are all dreams associated with the brain or outside of the brain?
Yeah, let's say at least associated with the body. know, the brain being part of the body, with a little bit of a subset. So we dream with the whole body. I would say we dream as the earth. And that's like a bit of a stretch, maybe a jump for some people. But certainly there's the internet where we're all connected and we dream with and for and about each other. So at least social dreaming happens. But then sometimes we tune into nature, natural events, I guess perhaps things that we can help protect against or at least know about ahead of time, like huge tidal waves, many dreamers who dream about. So we're tuned in. So I think some of the dreams come from the earth. But certainly a lot of the effects, and I guess the cycles, the sleep cycles can be measured directly in the brain.
Tell us a little bit more about how you got involved in dream interpretation and dreams especially.
Yeah, I guess, I don't think I shared this as much with you before. To tell you my story sometimes about my near drowning, where I started suddenly remembering about 10 dreams a day, having lucid dreams, premonitions. But just around that same time, I had picked up a book by Richard Bach, you know the author?
That's right, Jonathan Livingston Seagull.
I think you've had him on before, right?
Long time ago, yeah.
Yeah. And I was kind of getting, oh, that's interesting. He's talking about, I think the book was Illusion. He could sort of like attract objects, and later on in one of his books, he met his, I guess, wife-to-be at the time, in dreams above the bed. And I thought, oh, that's neat. Maybe I'll try that. The first night I tried, I had a lucid dream. I didn't know what to do. I just kind of went into darkness and you got all mixed up. So, you know, it's not bad for a first try. And then from there on, I started exploring these secret dreams that were coming. But I started researching. So this isn't this. I included some of my science training, noted the data. But then first-person explorer, like I guess many of the listeners, started really going in as what I call a subjective scientist, seeing what's possible, seeing how to be practical, how could I teach it, that kind of thing.
And you've never looked back?
Probably not. I think what I've shifted, I don't know if I ever told you also, in those early years, right, when I came back from the Stanford pioneering lucid dream research, where I worked with Stephen LeBears and the pioneers there, I had the big questions, you know, because there was lots of choices for me. I could have been a canoe guide, mathematician, and electrical engineer, lots of things. I said, you know, dear subconscious, dear dreams, maybe I was speaking to life in my own mind and my heart even. What's the best path that'll be the most fulfilling? I can really, you know, serve people with my gifts, unique personal gifts. And then I dreamt of touring the world speaking, I guess on stages, high schools, that kind of thing. And then also in the second half, and with tears. You know, you ever woken up with tears on your pillow just from like beauty and joy?
Yeah. I've definitely woken up a little teary-eyed sometimes in my life, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I guess my interpretation now, at the time I didn't know, but a super beautiful future, so beautiful, like tears of joy, where I'm performing music and sharing creatively more as an artist. So here for the last decade, I've been shifting a little bit of focus from just teaching and writing and my book and everything to creating art. In fact, if you want to celebrate with me, I'm lucky to have this summer was inspired during the pandemic by at least one dream. I would say about 10 dreams, if I include all the aspects. But it's been in, I think, 30 festivals, a winner in multiple festivals, honorable mentions, etc. I didn't know it, but I guess some of my art's coming out as filmmaking.
Good for you. And what is this one called?
That's Treasure in a Bottle. People can look it up on YouTube. I think it's available there.
Are you familiar with the new film that just came out on Netflix called Summerland?
Summerland, yeah. It's an interesting one. Have you checked it out?
I haven't seen it yet. It's about a little girl, though, in the dream state, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of, this is my rough interpretation, forgive me, the producers, but it's kind of a more modern version of Inception.
Mm-hmm.
The dreamers are meeting, going to different levels of the dream, using totems to move between different levels, and then influencing waking life directly from things that they, I guess, interactions they do on dream level and things they find out in the night. And it's actually pretty well done. It's with Aquaman. You know, I think his name was Jason Momoa.
Yeah.
He's a famous actor there. Who has an interesting connection with dreams that very few people know. You saw he was Aquaman in the Marvel movies. I think most of the listeners, or many of the listeners saw that. And the lead song where he meets, I guess, the female lead in there, Amber Heard, was actually the
a song that was inspired by Bono and given as a gift to Roy Orbison with a big synchronicity. He met him the same night he dressed for Orbison.
How about that?
Knowing he was going to be at his concert. And they sort of created a song together, and it was a hit song at the time for Orbison, but it later got into the lead soundtrack songs for Aquaman. That's kind of fun.
These can people really re-enter their own dreams if you stop and start again?
Yeah, that's very common. I guess listeners know that, especially in the later morning hour. A tiny bit of science here. We have our sleep cycles throughout the night, circadian rhythms. They're probably around 90 minutes, depends a little bit on food and exercise and how much you've slept. But let's say roughly 90-minute cycles. And a larger portion of that time, the 90-minute cycle, ends up in stage 1 sleep, so light sleep. And then even a larger portion of the stage 1 ends up being, I guess, dream or visual, let's say, thought, journey kind of dream. So a little tip there for recall, for lucid dreaming tips and techniques, and especially for re-entering dreams, like you mentioned, and for wake-induced lucid dreams, they're called WILD, W-I-L-D. Those last few morning hours are really the good ones, because that's your dreaming times are so close.
Craig, what about shared dreams? Is that possible?
Yeah, just like Slumberland, where I guess the waking people sort of talk about how they met in different levels of dreams or inception or this kind of thing. Absolutely. A lot of times it's shared themes. I probably call it mutual theming. In waking life, we have the language that, I see this event from this perspective. I talk from this end of the line here to you and the listeners on this radio here and here or online. And we sort of have our perfect perspective about the same event. In dreams, it'll be more themes. Like we might see similar symbolism, archetypes, people or characters are often there. That's how we can track it with who we dream of. And then the most important thing, if people want to kind of make it practical, is check it out with the person. If it's not going to be too weird, like maybe your boss or something, but if it's just a friend or family, do a quick check-in, an email, a text message. Hey, dreamt of you, here's a little topic. Any connections with your life? And people will be amazed. They'll find out the connections happen weekly or more often. They remember their dreams. Have you ever dreamt pretty clearly or specifically with something?
I have not. How about you?
Not yet, right?
Not yet, exactly.
Yeah, that's a little suggestion for you as a listener. And probably you have, but you just maybe haven't tracked it. And also, we sort of need to see a payoff. If we're going to spend time focusing on it, okay, so that's interesting, but then what? There can be some pretty interesting payoffs. But how you did ask, have I done that? Well, I do that often. I dream for my clients, private clients and students, in lots of different ways. One student had strong fears, as an example, of swimming. I guess I didn't really know too much, but she said she was going to Hawaii. And I didn't know too many details, but all of a sudden in my dream, I'm kind of in these deep waters, dark, and I'm saying, is that a log or maybe it's a shark? And I have the choice to go into fear, but it's a lucid dream. I know I'm dreaming. So I said, no, I choose safety. It's just a log, or it's just some seaweed. I just kept choosing away from fear and just feeling peace. And then later, I guess that week, back at class, she said, yeah, I shared the dream. And back at class, she said, I was in Hawaii, I was in the water, and I was slipping into fear. I don't think I want to go any deeper. I don't want to go in. I'm afraid. I don't, and there wasn't even much off the beach. I think she was on the beach still. And then I just kind of went lucid and just said, no, I can do this. And I said, there's no shark, I'm safe. And she said she went deep over her head, not crazy out in the ocean. It sort of moved through fear. So maybe a little bit of inception, but let's say helpful dreaming.
Would you say, Craig, that dreams are probably some of the most powerful aspects of the human mind?
Yeah, I would say dreaming is the general sense of it. We dream our best life up to, our hopes and dreams for life. That's really powerful. We're focusing on a future probability, right? Or let's say a potential life we could live. Same thing for dreams at night. I say, this is a rough guess right now, not statistics from research, but at least 2/3 of our dreams, or some part of them, is focused on exploring possible futures, sometimes very specific to cognitive info that we couldn't really know any other way.
Another time, just sort of exploring probabilities like a computer program might run scenarios. So how crucial is that we're kind of dreaming up our future? And then health dreams, that's such a huge, I think for that's big, years or so. These Greek temples, people would come and have huge healings, all over Greece and Mediterranean. Two aspects or two benefits of the many the dreams can offer. So yeah, huge aspect of life.
What about dreams, Greg, where people then dream of an invention or something in business and they successfully utilize it, whether it's dreaming of the Apple computer or whatever it may be? Does that happen a lot?
Well, it probably happens more than we hear about it.
Yeah.
I track these things because we like to share them, and people say, wow, are you kidding? You know, I think we've shared the one before that Google, which I guess many of our listeners use almost daily probably, actually was Spark. Not the company, many years' work, but the Spark and the seed, I call it the DNA, came directly in a dream to Larry Page, who was the CEO for many years. So that's a huge thing that we do.
What brings the information to the dreams? Is there some outside force out there that kind of sends it to us, or what is doing it?
Yeah, good question. I have my guess. I don't think I have that truth. My guess is that there's a bright future. Let's say when Larry Page is Google CEO, there's a bright future of a multi-trillion-dollar company now. And then many people who have jobs and lots of, helpful things in the world with all different products at Google. So that's kind of incipient or possible in the dreams. And then the psyche tunes into it. He was an undergrad or, something like that at Stanford. So perfect timing for sort of choosing his career path. I think it sort of calls him forward, almost like a calling dream.
What about intuitive dreams, Greg, that people either act on or don't act on, but what generates those?
Like a premonition.
Premonitions.
Yeah. Yeah. A little example here is Edgar Casey, who I think you've heard of.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. Who did like 15,000 readings that were all very accurate. One of the students who was working with him had, a parent come to them, their parent who was deceased, pass the veil, and say, please check in on your sister. She's got some really severe problems in her legs and or her shoulder. And the dreamer didn't know anything, but she knew the dreams were important. So she called and checked in. Everything okay with you, sis? She sort of said yes initially, but then said, well, I did have a little bit of pain in my leg. She said, oh boy, I dropped it. Do you mind getting a checkup? And they found that she had some strange, I forget what the disease was, but growing toxins that she didn't even know other than a little pain, and certainly the dreamer didn't know about. So we can start to have specific dreams for people, and I think the connection or the reason or the conduit maybe would be the love and sort of protecting against a really unfortunate future in that case.
Can you train to become more intuitive in your dream state?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say even people who just remember dreams, so I guess recalling dreams, having a little voice recorder, writing them down, maybe painting them. Some dancers actually just dance their dreams, so that's fine also. Or musicians who turn them into songs. Just doing that, even if you never kind of interpret or look too deep into the research or statistics or anything, is valuable because then we're establishing like the neural pathways for what we would call intuition. Dream recall is pretty much the same as intuition. So just developing recall and getting our dream stories a little clearer in life, writing them down, recording them, that'll actually boost our intuition and liking life.
Years ago, I used to dream of, let's say I was trying to pursue a certain job or something, and I'd concentrate on the individual who would do the hiring. And, I'd know the person or something like that, and I would go to sleep concentrating on that individual. And within a day or two, that person would call me and he'd say, George, I got this opening, or I heard you're looking for this or that. And I got it. And I've done that a couple of times. What am I doing right?
Well, I think there's a subtle thing there that you might not even be aware of. It's a good thing for listeners to choose as kind of the first technique or the first step in it. And that is you're open to it and you kind of have a trust that it works.
Yes.
So you tell yourself, oh, just sleep on it, or I'll just tune to the person or whatever you're wording. But you have to trust. And it's not obvious. Certainly a younger me, and then maybe many others out there, really call myself a recovering thinkaholic. I make a little joke about my, I guess, pretty intellectual education. But I didn't believe in any of this, didn't think it was possible. I didn't necessarily think it wasn't possible, or wasn't really against it, but I wasn't really super open until I had been my near drowning lucid dreams pregnancy. So I think that's a key shift. Is it possible? At least keep an open mind, and that'll allow the information through. And then if you have a stronger trust, the more you work with it, you have good trust, of course it'll kind of amplify itself. That's cool. So you can get jobs.
That way. And obviously it plants the seed in the individual that you're concentrating on somehow.
Or telepathic link, possibly?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what my next question was going to be. Can it be telepathy as opposed to that you do through the dream state?
Yeah, well, we have this movie Inception. I know maybe we're dating ourselves a little bit, 10 to 12 years ago.
Not too bad.
But where they actually sort of inserted, in the Hollywood style, they inserted an idea in the dreamer without really his conscious knowledge that he was going to expel the company or something. The same thing for Slumberland. The lead character, the young girl, actually changes her new, I guess, uncle, sort of her surrogate dad, with some amazing adventures in dreamland and helps reconnect him with his true self. So is it possible to connect with waking people in their dreams? Absolutely.
All right, Craig, hold on for a second. We're going to take a break here in a moment. Craig Webb with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
I'm Bree Tennant from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA County Board of Supervisors unanimously support Mayor Karen Bass's emergency declaration on homelessness. They say they will now serve as the city's partner in tackling the issue. Nearly 24 freight train cars are off the tracks after a massive derailment in Victorville. Cleanup continues today. Union Pacific says the shutdown will continue until about 8 o'clock tonight. Santa Ana is shutting down more than 100 street vendors due to health concerns. The city says the vendors don't have the proper permits and were selling food unfit for human consumption. California's minimum wage is set to increase to $15.50 per hour January 1st. Business leaders say some may leave California if it's just getting too expensive. And the first day of winter begins today at 1:47 this afternoon. South on weather from KFI, sunny with highs in the low 70s. Right now it's 41 in Cyprus, Fullerton at 43. 44 in Ontario, and 42 in Valencia. Relay local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
Bayport Ranch on the 22 West Reseda Boulevard. That work zone's got the off-ramp closed until the 30th that day. It's Omar on the 210 East between the 22 and Wheatland. That's another work zone. The 3 left lanes are closed and only the right lane is open. Go about another hour for some Caltrans work. In Orange County on the 22 West at the City Drive, that area crash has cleared from lanes. In Ventura, Muscle Shoals on the 101 South between Muscle Shoals and Furrier Beach. That works has got the 2 right lanes closed until January of next year. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Zachary Dagan.
Wondering if you should get an updated COVID-19 booster? Here are 3 reasons you should. Vaccines and boosters provide better protection from COVID-19. Even if you've had COVID-19 before, boosters are recommended to keep your immunity strong, especially as new variants emerge. Finally, your risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 goes up with age. Boosters help lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Nancy Grace here, big news, brand new cold case podcast, Zone 7 with Cheryl McCollum. You get to work a cold case with investigators Cheryl McCollum, family members, detectives,
trusted criminal justice pros who make up her, quote, Zone 7. This ain't just a podcast, honey, but a war room. Listen to Zone 7 with Cheryl McCollum now on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Dr. Erica Pond with the California Department of Public Health, reminding you of ways to help stop the spread of COVID and other viruses this winter. Boost your immunity by staying up to date with COVID boosters and flu shots. Wash your hands often with soap and warm water for at least 20 seconds. Cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. And protect others by staying home and testing for COVID when sick. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
Mario Lopez here with a serious message about opioids. When you're young, life is full of choices. So don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life and your choices with just one wrong pill. Addiction is a disease that can affect anyone at any age. I've seen too many talented people cut their lives short, but there is a choice to get help. Find medically proven treatment options, including virtual treatment, at choosemat.org.
KFI, AM 640. These documents were obtained by the Wall Street Journal use the Freedom of Information Act. You would think that some of the other media here in California should have done the same thing. You have to fill out some paperwork and they didn't bother. No, there's nobody looking out for you in Southern California except us, Sean and Ken. Nobody. Weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
AM.com.
What you do to me when you hold me in your arms so tight, you let me know everything's alright. I'm hooked on a feeling, I'm believing that you're in love with me.
From the gateway to the west, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll take your calls next hour with Craig Webb. Questions about dreaming, or if you have a specific dream you want him to talk to you about, you can do that as well. ParanormalDate.com, 10 people shy of 147,000 signed-up members. Go ahead and do that if you haven't signed up at ParanormalDate.com.
And if you're looking for that person that's a bit more mature, got you covered there. Head over to ParanormalDate.com/seniors. Now, these are people that are 60 plus that think like you do. So give yourself the holiday present of meeting someone special. Go to ParanormalDate.com/seniors. At ParanormalDate.com, you meet the most fantastic people.
Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. What brings you here?
Yeah, I'm here to meet someone who understands me.
How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, the paranormal, that kind of stuff. But you can't find anyone who gets it.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay. Guess that's not your cup of tea. You sure?
Very. Good luck with that.
I can't meet anyone when I'm out, and I really can't find a website for my unique interests. What does one do?
Have you thought about ParanormalDate.com?
What? Well, who are you?
I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's ParanormalDate.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Stuff you like, remember?
Interesting. I'll give it a try.
Well, let's try this again.
Hi, I'm Tom.
Hey, I'm Deb. Your profile on ParanormalDate.com looked very interesting. So you really saw a UFO?
Well, yeah. It was so intense, but not as intense as meeting you.
You're an alien chasing flirt, but I kind of like it.
Wow, this ParanormalDate.com thing really works.
Maybe ParanormalDate.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear on George's show find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special someone with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course, the paranormal, come to the dating site inspired by George Norrie. It's always free to search, and if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code GEORGE for a great discount. ParanormalDate.com. You are not alone.
Should former President Trump really run again for president, or should Florida Governor Ron DeSantis? Newsmax wants to know what you think about Trump and DeSantis. Vote in the Newsmax poll. Just text the word river to 39747. That's river to 39747. It just takes seconds to vote. Text river to 39747. Newsmax is news you can trust. Watch Newsmax today. Texting enrolls for automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply. This new year, give yourself the gift of a great night's sleep with Casper. Get that long-wished-for mattress that will make your 2023 dreams come true. Choose the Wave Hybrid Snow Mattress, which helps you sleep cooler, with the original Hybrid Casper's highest-rated mattress, plus savings on sleep must-haves. Don't drop the ball on these New Year's savings. Save up to $600 on mattresses and more at Casper.com or a store near you. Exclusions apply. See Casper.com/promo.
This is your operating system talking, not your computers or your phones, but your own internal human operating system. I'm feeling a little overloaded right about now. Here's something you can do to ease my stress. Close your eyes, or if you prefer, softly gaze at something in front of you. Now, inhale for 4 counts, then exhale for 6. In for 4, out for 6. Repeat this for a few minutes, and you and I will start to feel more relaxed. If you want to ease the stress more long-term, please consider BetterHelp Online Therapy. They'll match us with a licensed therapist we can connect with via video, phone, or online chat. Having a professional to talk to can make all the difference in the world in helping our mental well-being. And it's more affordable than in-person therapy. Visit betterhelp.com/room-to-grow and save 10% on our first month. That's betterhelp.com/room-to-grow. Wow, I feel better already.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you along with Craig Webb. Craig, will science ever catch up to the point where we can discover more about dreams with technology, instruments, or anything like that?
I'd say it's happening. I mean, sometimes it's sort of like a sudden jump. So we can't necessarily predict what it will be. I guess early on we had the noticing of the rapid eye movement, the REM, and then that sort of ensued all the electroencephalography, the fancy tongue twister, all the EEG recordings of the brain and the brain states. Now we have some pretty common apps. So popular technologies, let's say, you can track your movements at night just by having like a movement iPhone app, or I guess Android. One that's kind of interesting is starting to notice, I guess, our breath. So we can have technology to do this. Have you heard of heart rate variability, George?
Yeah.
Or HRV, you can big notice HRV. We didn't really get trained, at least I didn't get trained as a young gent back in school about this. It's not just that our heart rate changes, but the distance between heartbeat actually has its own cycle also. So they call it the heart rate variability. And it ends up being so crucial for health, for good sleep, for peace of mind. And there's certain, I guess, technologies that can help an awful lot with that, help us go to sleep peacefully. And just a simple one listeners can try, because they might not go out and buy like a biofeedback device today or this week, is what's called the heart breath. It's tied to the HRV. And that is just like about a 3-second inhale and a 7-second exhale. Really allows us physiologically, not just by suggestion, but physiologically helps us tap into deep peace, quietness. A minute, half a minute, or a couple minutes into it. 10-second breath, 3-second inhale. That can help quite a bit. Technology and statistics have shown it, but we can do it without all the extra info.
What's some of the downside, Craig, in not recognizing your dreams, whether they're intuitive or nightmares or whatever? Is there a downside to it?
There's definitely a downside in missing out on, let's say, beautiful visions or hopeful futures or inventions or songs or making help for family, friends, loved ones. If we get to those premonitions, let's say the louder dreams, shocking things, even nightmares, That can be quite a risk in terms of two things. One is we may not, if we're used to getting those big guidance dreams or inside info, I call it, that can be risky enough. We might not get enough of it. And then if the actual dream is guiding us away from, like, let's say, a really unpleasant future, it's something that we really want to at least explore, maybe consider following. And if it's easy, if it's simple, just follow it. Example, Stevie Ray Vaughan, the American guitarist, who is deceased now. Not too many people know that the day before, 2 days before.
Did he die in a helicopter crash or something?
Yeah. And the day before, he was at his own funeral. They were talking about it. He was like, oh, and he told someone the dream, so it was proof. But he didn't really draw the connection or think too much about it. But then after the concert, I guess he wanted to get home quick, so there wasn't room in the helicopter, but somebody had just given up their seat and said, oh, okay, I'll go later. I forget if it was an agent or somebody. And he said, oh, great, can I take that seat? He said, yeah, I guess so, no problem. Unfortunately, they had known that the dream came true in the helicopter, I think, hit the mountain. So, gosh, was it a potential dream he could have avoided? Possibly. Very similar to John Lennon, the Sparkle Horse. I don't know if you know Mark Lincoln, he's a musician. I think we spoke about Leonard Skinner before the whole band crashed, and they had a very clear warning dream about don't get on the plane. So there's some big expensive things happening if we don't follow through these guidance dreams. Especially if they come clear or come a couple of times. If we have 2 or 3 at the same one, boy, we better listen.
You better listen indeed. And a lot of people don't listen, Craig. Why not?
A belief system, just like, oh, another crazy dream. I'm sorry I had that bad nightmare. So that's belief systems out there. It's just like garbage or clearing the hard drive. Which sometimes it is. If we had a crazy meal at midnight, probably it doesn't. We don't need to spend too much time interpreting. But if we had a nightmare, maybe don't have the crazy meal at midnight. So it doesn't matter. So I'd say belief system, and then other times people are afraid. Just like, oh my gosh, am I going to cause the future? Some people dream of, I think your daughter, did she dream of September 11th?
She sure did. Though we didn't know what it was, but that's what she had a dream of.
Right, and we don't know ahead of time, but then they're wondering, oh no, if I focus on it, I'm going to cause a plane crashing, or am I going to be guilty? Is it going to... So people go into fear or guilt, which premonitions aren't for that, but it is a natural. So there's different ways to premonition, but of course, as you know, not necessarily could we have changed September 11th, but some of the smaller events of our lives, we can certainly change, what would have been a, let's say, more probable future. We can steer away from it, and it's been done many, many times. We've seen it plenty. It usually requires some attention and focus, and maybe sometimes letting go of addiction, or doing something that's kind of scary, standing up in front of somebody, or spending a little bit of money or something, but then something beautiful, or at least we avoid something beautiful happens, or we avoid something terrible.
In the dream state, can you physically get hurt?
That's a good one. I've had that actual question on an email. In fact, I've had some really bizarre ones. So this is very close to coast. I know you'll like this.
Okay, tell me.
People who've woken up with scratch marks from being sort of in a dream fight in their dream, but their physical body having scratch marks after, which is a bit of a, let's say, more academic researcher, or I guess popular researcher here. I was a little bit skeptical of it, but when I got 4 or 5, I guess, different reports over a few years of people who had that, I didn't believe that they were just making it up. Why would they make it up? I was like, that's pretty interesting. I can't explain the why of it necessarily. Maybe the mind-body connection sort of has...
Or were they doing it to themselves?
Yeah. Were they like rolling around in bed, sort of whacking the dresser or something?
Right.
But there's some interesting ones. I think like a long time ago, maybe a decade ago, I shared the story of someone who was having fire dreams. They were sort of dying in a fire, like really bad nightmares, for a long time, for a year or two, like burning to death. And they would wake up with actual blisters on their legs and such, so is that the mind-body connection? They certainly weren't like overeating the bed, so it wasn't just from lying in bed. Just to end that story and a little empowerment for listeners, it turns out that that person did some past life regression. Once they hypnotized some past life, they were in that framework anyways, they did have a past life where they were burned at the stake, and when they made it conscious, they got in touch with the pain, the sadness, and the immediate death trauma, I guess. They cleared it, all the nightmares went away, and their legs were all healed and fine quickly. So it could be something from, let's say, another lifetime that's sort of percolating through right onto our body. It's a bit of a weird one, but I've seen some variations of that.
What is your definition, Craig, of a nightmare, and what would cause that?
Yeah, I have a few classes or categories of nightmares, and sometimes we use different language. So if we're talking to children, you might say, "Oh, that was a bad dream." "Oh, you mean a nightmare?" "No, just a bad dream." Or they might not even use the word bad, you know. So just watch the language a little bit. But the mare is the horse, the kind of dark horse that would come after us. I think connected with some engravings by Raphael a few hundred years ago. It comes in the night, kind of attacking the poor dreamer, kind of the out there model. I'm more in the far side model of what a nightmare is, and that is, yes, maybe it's a giant hideous insect outside, and maybe it's a giant hideous insect outside in need of help. Maybe we should let them in, talk to them, and help them. So some of the dreams come as warnings, or maybe healings, or something like that. There's the insect that could turn into, let's say, a butterfly. Some of the nightmares, the upsetting dreams, are more physiological, and medication we took. If we had certain drugs, obviously. Sometimes, like this food, it's sort of as drugs, like with drugs, different foods, vitamins, things, can trigger that. And then, of course, because of the precognition, we're turning into a really unfortunate future, maybe a world event, or maybe a more private event. And it's usually important to listen and notice the difference a little bit. When they're really clear or vivid, that's a pretty good sign. If we have it twice, that's usually a pretty good sign. And then the last category of nightmares, George, is just for people who've gone in big trauma, like war events, car crash, etc. And they'll have more of just like repeating, let's say part of their presence, their emotional awareness is caught in the past a little bit from a terrible, terrible experience. A little different class, but they overlap.
Are nightmares good things, or are they bad?
People could check out my article that's going around the world a few times. Nightmares, lucky you. Mostly, we can turn them into positive things. But it's a bitter medicine, obviously. Nobody wants to keep having nightmares all the time. But if we take it as kind of the warning or the guidance, or let's say the message that we shouldn't have that diet, or maybe something as simple as that we have some trauma to heal from, even like a strong breakup, a terrible divorce that we weren't present for, certainly anything more serious, physical trauma, abuse, that kind of thing. It's still an important message, maybe not to interpret, but get some therapy, some healing, some hypnosis, or something to move through it. So part of our psyche doesn't keep like pushing, like a little alarm or bell going, nightmare, 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 sort of like an oil light on the car. There's a problem. If we get the problem at the nightmare level, that'd be good. But if you don't address it, in 4 years, 5 years, might get cancer. So I don't want to freak out listeners, but strong recurring nightmares, especially like demonic level dreams, like really scary ones, can turn into pretty severe body sicknesses within a few, 5-10 years. So be careful and better address it early before it gets physical.
Craig, why would a child have a nightmare?
Yeah, or even night terrors.
Or night terrors, that's right.
It's not all people name the difference. Or know the difference. They come in a different stage of sleep, usually, and they're a little bit different as their actual experience. But some of the results are similar. The children can have nightmares just from tough things at school, for the life events that they haven't emotionally integrated. Often invisible things to the parents, like they're just feeling upset about some kind of the family stuff with the family at home, or maybe they're missing somebody in person with a friend from school, but for them it's a hugely important thing, upsetting dream. Obviously trauma, like the other ones, could come to the nightmare. But then in the night terrors class, that's a little different. This is an empowering research that I find, and I don't think I've really shared anywhere with anybody, so I hope the listeners can take benefit, and maybe some researchers can pick this up, because I haven't had time to do some statistics on it. But when
when the temperature of a child's room is too warm, usually too warm, or at least different than normal, there can be more like spontaneous nightmares, like terrors.
More warmer than colder?
Yeah, like too many sheets on, or in the summer, this kind of thing. A little fan, a window open, or just to be aware of it. We can usually shift it, but if we're not aware of it, it just kind of keeps coming. So, if parents, usually parents treat their children as night terrors. The parents are more freaked out than the kids. Kids don't usually remember much. Just check around temperature a little bit. Make sure you have sleep hygiene, which means kind of a little ritual that helps them get peacefully to bed. And then if it keeps recurring, maybe explore a little deeper. It might be like, I think you know that story of James Leninger, right, George?
The little kid about the ship pipe. I thought he was a World War II pilot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the Corsair pilot from World War II.
That's right. He knew that the tires would bust upon landing too hard, and nobody knew that at the time, but he did.
Yeah. And actually, by the end of that, people don't watch it. I think it's a segment on YouTube. There's all variation. But by the end of the series, he actually named the place in the plane where I guess the Japanese had hit his plane when it went down. They found his sister and got pictures of him. And they said that's the exact phone. They found his flying mate who was on that mission. They said that's the exact place where, the last thing we saw was that the bomb, or I guess the anti-aircraft hit him right on the plane on that side. Something nobody could really ever know. So it could be something percolating in from, let's say, other lives in that framework, which is a bit hard to track, but still worth treating.
It's remarkable, isn't it?
I find that stuff amazing. In fact, my experience more and more now, because I've been learning about it, is I'm near about the age of 6, so there is a pretty specific age there, around 5, 6, 7. Children are pretty tuned with, let's say, previous lives, and if they're having something upsetting going on, even just like little stories, not necessarily like at night, might be sort of just checking in with them, like a little bit more about the story and seeing. In fact, there's an amazing movie. In fact, I found out just, I think 2 weeks ago that it's free on YouTube, so listeners can check it out here, maybe holiday viewing. Have you heard of Yesterday's Children, George?
Yesterday's Children? I have not.
Very known. Very little known. It was a book called Once Upon a Time or something like that. But the TV or the movie is with Jane Seymour, who's a pretty good actress. And it talks about a woman, who won't give it away too much, but the general plot is a woman who actually dreams these very specific buildings and street names and all these things. And she's kind of like at first, whatever. But then she draws them and then does some research and finds out it's a little town in Ireland. And more, and she gets into it that her children, she promised her children she'd sort of support and keep them together, and unfortunately she passed on in some previous life, and now she's like a young woman in America who travels to Ireland and meets her very aged children in real life, physical life, and she describes the streets and the specifics of the town and the architecture perfectly in her drawings and her dreams. It's pretty interesting, like actual true stories, and has a pretty good proof about the reincarnation and young dreams that come through.
Craig, what's the latest book you have? The Dreams Behind the Music?
Yeah. Well, The Treasure in the Marble is my latest creative work, which is the film. People see on YouTube. But yeah, The Dreams Behind the Music. Before that, Dreams in Dying, Benefits for the Living and the Dying. The Dreams Behind the Music is doing very well, George. I guess maybe artists are getting inspired here, songwriting and creative inspiration from dreams. So that's a big one. And I keep having musical dreams. I think I can tell some sound clips, and then I'll show you the play them after that. But some of my latest dream inspirations are from music. In fact, there's a Christmas melody, a very sort of holiday sounding one. I haven't put lyrics to it yet. Have you ever dreamt music like that, George?
I have not dreamt music, no, not at all. But that would be fascinating. Craig's website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. We're going to come back in just a moment and take your phone calls. Ask him questions about dreams, or if you have a dream that you want interpreted, share that with us, and he'll do the best he can to interpret your dream and what it might mean for you. And we'll be doing all that when we come back.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
you're going to get a bunch of emails saying handle your report. Okay, just to let you know, I agree with that, right? So you don't have to bother. Bill, don't waste your time. Mornings from 6 to 10 on KFI.
I'm Dr. Erica Pond with the California Department of Public Health, reminding you of ways to help stop the spread of COVID and other viruses this winter. Boost your immunity by staying up to date with COVID boosters and flu shots. Wash your hands often with soap and warm water for at least 20 seconds. Cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. And protect others by staying home and testing for COVID when sick. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it, especially these days. But what if you had access to everyone listening to news right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising, with experts ready to craft your message fast. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
All of these songs remind us of family, friends, and gingerbread cookies. Hello, I'm John Aquillian, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing and Air. Unfortunately, the most wonderful time of the year isn't wonderful for many Americans. Bright copper kettles and warm woolen mittens are sometimes replaced with empty bare cupboards and hungry young children. That's why Rooter Hero Plumbing and Air is making a cash donation and giving a portion of every service call to a rescue mission in your area. You've been generous over the years, and once again, we're asking for your kindness in donating canned and dry goods. Call Rooter Hero Plumbing and Air at 866-77 to find out how you can help. Our mission is to help you with your plumbing, heating, and air conditioning needs. But this holiday season, we're asking you to help us help others. Call us at 866-77. That's 866-77. Thank you.
CSLB license number 9966. Hey, last minute holiday gift idea. KFI is free on the iHeartRadio app. You cheapskate. KFI, KOST, HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. You are halfway to the weekend already. Here's Jennifer Jones-Lee with your Wednesday morning wake-up call.
I need to change that intro. I don't want to say halfway to the weekend, even though that is true. I want to say that you only have 4 counting shopping days till Christmas. And the reason that I say this is because there are some of you out there who are procrastinators. And you're going to order on Amazon. You're going to get on Amazon right this second. And you're going to go to the filter portion of your search. And you're going to look for get it today or get it by tomorrow. And there are going to be 4 things. Not that I've done this before. But there are going to be 4 things that pop up every time you type in gifts for men. Gifts for women. Gifts for kids under 2. I swear it's all going to be the same exact weird item. It's going to be like an eye mask and maybe a candle and a random picture frame and flippers. Those are going to be your options. But do you really want to go to the mall on a day like today? I'm thinking no. I'm thinking CVS and the gift card, the little rack, is about where we are at this point when we're getting ready for Christmas. Happy holidays, everyone. This is KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app on this 21st of December. Some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. NorCal's cleaning up from the damage of that powerful earthquake. It killed 2 people, shook homes off foundations, damaged roads. Still, nearly 60,000 people are in the dark, no power. The jury in LA that convicted Harvey Weinstein of sexual assault said we couldn't reach a unanimous decision on those aggravating factors in the case that we were talking about. And Elon Musk, this guy, he never ceases to fail when it comes to figuring out a way to keep himself in the headlines. He now says he'll step down as CEO of Twitter once, there's your teasing. 5:05, we're going to talk with ABC's Karen Travers. Guess who is headed to Washington? Yes, Ukrainian President Zelensky in his first trip outside Ukraine since Russia first invaded. So we'll talk about what his visit will be like to the White House, his chat with President Biden, what the two of them are expected to go over. That's all coming up with Karen. But let's start with some of these stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Southern California is cleaning up from the damage of that powerful earthquake that shook homes off foundations, damaged roads, and left nearly 60,000 homes and businesses without power. Officials say at least 2 people have died from medical emergencies during or after the quake, and 12 people were hurt.
The majority of impacts in the community are in the city of Rio Del and the city of Fortuna, and currently our Emergency Operations Center is working on gathering damage reports and getting an assessment of the total impact to the community.
Humboldt County's Office of Emergency Services Manager Ryan Derby says yesterday's quake was so big, it felt like a truck hit his house. He says all major lifeline routes and highways have remained relatively unscathed, with some cracking. And he says that they are still passable. The Ventura County Sheriff's Department says a man's been arrested for sexually assaulting at least 3 girls in Thousand Oaks.
It's not clear the relationship, if any, between the girls and the man. Investigators with the department's Major Crimes and Sex Assault Unit say in October, one of the girls told a school resource officer she'd been sexually assaulted multiple times by 24-year-old Raul Garcia Gomez. The girl said she suspected others had also been assaulted. Detectives say they determined 2 other girls were also sexually abused, and on December 12th, Gomez was arrested at his home in Thousand Oaks. He was booked for felony kidnapping for child molesting, 3 counts of forcibly lewd acts on a child, and 2 counts of sex with a child under 10 years old. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
The LA County Board of Supervisors has unanimously voted to require the probation department to come up with a strategy to phase out pepper spray in housing units at Central Juvenile Hall. Now, the department has been given 45 days to come up with a plan. A report published last month found that from June to September, people in 2 LA juvenile halls were pepper sprayed a total of 232 times. This is almost twice the average rate from 2021. And the jury in LA that convicted Harvey Weinstein of sexual assault said it could not reach a unanimous decision on aggravating factors in the case. Those factors could have added to the 18 years in prison that Weinstein's already facing for rape and other sex crimes that he was found guilty of yesterday. The judge declared a mistrial on the aggravating allegations. Another hearing is set for next month to figure out what happens next. All right, when we come back, what happens next is ABC's Karen Travers. We're going to talk about President Zelensky of Ukraine coming to the U.S. today. It'll be his first trip outside of his country since Russia invaded. He's expected to meet with President Biden. What is the conversation focusing on? You can kind of guess, but my curiosity is, what does the U.S. have left to promise to him? We know he's going to ask for stuff, but what still can we give? So that's all ahead. Right now, let's take a look at your drive, and happy hump day. Happy almost getting to the end of the holiday week, Nick Paliocchini. It is slow on the 15, and I have an update on the Jeep for you later.
Well, you hear that one, and looking at the drivers, folks have been going into the Inland Empire, the high desert. Southbound side of the 15 going to be busy for you right now. Heavy stretches from at least Oak Hill as you make your way through the Dome Pass, passing the 138 as you continue toward about Clay Court. Actually looks better further southbound, passing Kenwood as you continue toward the split of the 215 in Devore. If you're encountering otherwise and have an update of something slowing you down, time to confuse yourself on the keyword is KFI traffic. Checking the drive out of the Inland Empire into Orange County on the westbound side of the 91 coming out of downtown Riverside as you continue through Anaheim and forwards into the 5. Looks like that's going to be about maybe 30 minutes overall, a little bit less. Looking pretty good for you right now as you're checking out the Caltrans cams in the area and kind of the flow map and seeing what's going down for your drive. Also on the southbound side of the 5, around Lakewood Boulevard, the Downey area, it looks like it's over at Caltrans because wrapping up stop for the drive. And the northbound side of the 5 at the 605, same story for you there. So a little bit funny for you in both directions. KFI, this guy helps get there faster. I'm Nick Paliocchini.
5:07 on your wake-up call. Karen Travers, good morning to you. Wow, this is big. Russian President Zelensky, in his first trip outside the U.S., has chosen out of Ukraine, has chosen the United States to make as his first trek. And what's the plan? He's coming today. Did we know that he was coming? Was this a planned trip? Was this a surprise all of a sudden on the books? What's going on?
Yes, he has pretty sensitive schedule. He is going to arrive at the White House mid-afternoon our time. He's going to meet in the Oval Office one-on-one with President Biden. and then they will have a joint press conference today. And then Zelensky is expected to head to Capitol Hill, where he will give an address to a joint session of Congress. Yes, the House and Senate, all lawmakers gathered there. And remember, months ago, he did that with a virtual address. It would be quite striking to do that in the House chamber. This whole visit came together really in just a week. Biden and Zelensky had a phone call on December 11th and talked about a visit. The White House extended a formal invitation just a week ago on December 14th for today. And Zelensky's office formally accepted that invitation on Friday, which was then confirmed on Sunday. So here we are on Wednesday. That's really quick to bring this all together. And just think about this, I don't know if it's following Zelensky's schedule, but it was just yesterday where he was on the front lines, on the ground in a city in eastern Ukraine, kind of the epicenter of some of the worst fighting. And now here he is just about to land in Washington. It's a pretty incredible travel schedule for him. But the White House says that this visit is meant to send a message to Vladimir Putin and to the world that the United States is going to be there for Ukraine as long as it takes. He's going to announce, President Biden today will announce a significant new aid package, $2 billion in security assistance for Ukraine, including Patriot missile batteries that Zelensky has been requesting.
Those Patriot missiles, didn't we know maybe a week ago that was the pledge? So this is just sort of the formalization of it, I guess, with Zelensky's visit?
Yeah, it had been talked about. It had been a lot of rumbles about this, that it was coming, and the White House had said, kind of stay tuned. This is on, the expectation was it was happening this week. The President had said, we'll have more to say about that. But now we kind of understand why they weren't willing to confirm, and that they were saying it's coming next week, because obviously this visit has been in the works now for several days.
Right. That makes sense. From a security aspect, I was actually talking with Tyler on the board about this earlier, and Zelensky has, he's gutsy. Let me just put it that way, in a nice way. He announces where he's going. He's on the front lines, like you were saying. He's like, I'm going to the U.S. today. I mean, he's taking risks. And I understand that it would be stupid for Putin to target him on U.S. soil. I get that. But man, he is fighting for his country unlike any other.
Yeah, and that incredible show of strength, that symbolism, and what that's done for that country, you can't deny. And the security will be intense up on Capitol Hill, trying to kind of show that entire area. Obviously, the White House is very used to having world leaders visit. He was going to be staying whenever he arrived. I think kind of have a little downtime before coming over to the White House. But staying nearby, and I'm sure that the area around for the entire day will be on a pretty high lockdown. But again, this is not uncommon for the area around here when you have a world leader visit, but this might be kicked up a notch a little bit given who it is.
All right, well, Karen, I am off now until January 3rd after today, so I want to wish you happy holidays. I know I'm going to spend the next, week and a half with my parents and my brother and his kids, and so it's going to be nice, but I just wanted to wish you a happy new year and just say thank you for all that you do for Wake Up Call, because you're on with me so much. It's like you're part of the team. So I wish I could hug you and say thank you.
One of my favorite times of the morning. I look forward to it. I look forward to the traffic in the morning. As I said, I know it's try hard. And when I do come out, I'm going to avoid all of your roads. And I do want to meet you guys all in person at some point.
You know what? That would be great. The minute you say you're coming out, we're dropping everything. We're going to show you the town.
Excellent. That would be wonderful. And then I'll give you my list of all the celebrities I want to meet when I come out soon.
All right, really fast. I know you have to go. Guess who I met yesterday at the car wash? Bobby from General Hospital.
Yes, of course. I was so LA.
I was sitting here having this lovely conversation with this man, and we were chatting, and we start getting into, hey, do you take COVID tests? Where do you work? That's literally how it unfolded. It was wonderful.
The reverse here in Washington would be, who I met at the car wash, so the deputy undersecretary of defense. It's just not as cool.
All right, well, come out here. See, and I would be like, oh my gosh, you guys know who I met? Exactly. I'm that wonky. I love that kind of stuff. But if you come out here, I'm going to give you literally a celebrity in a convertible with the sunglasses and the leather jacket. Like, he was everything I needed him to be. So,
I love it. That's amazing. That's a great get.
all right, well, thank you, and thank you again, and happy holidays. I will talk to you. Thank you, I will. Talk to you on the 3rd. See you later. Bye. That is ABC's Karen Travers. I'll tell you more about my, I know, Ken. I know your name is Kim. K-I-N, by the way. Did you know Kim Schreiner is K-I-N? Anyway, I have to talk more about my visit with him yesterday because it was so funny and lovely. And then, that's why I thought you looked familiar. Because you're just getting your cars washed. There's 2 people. It's great. The South Coast Air Quality Management District has extended a mandatory ban on indoor and outdoor wood burning in SoCal. The residential no-burn order will be in effect until at least 11:59 tonight. It affects parts of LA, Riverside, San Bernardino County, and it includes all of OC. The city of LA has a little over 16,000 beds for homeless people. As of last week, 12,000 of those beds were filled. The city's Homeless Strategy Committee released its annual numbers as part of a mandatory report to the state. The report shows in the last fiscal year, 4,800 people were placed into some sort of permanent housing. 322 people were able to exit the system altogether and become self-sufficient. Oh, Elon. Elon Musk says, all right, put a poll out there, should I step down as the CEO of Twitter? And y'all said yes. 57.5% said Elon did it. So he says, all right, I'll do it. Once I can find someone foolish enough to take the job. This guy can always find a way to keep himself in the news. Either he's just as good on the fly, or he is one of the most calculating, in a good way. Calculating can be good. Men that I've ever seen in business. He posted the announcement on Twitter last night. Sunday he made that poll, and everybody said, yeah. Majority said yes. So he said once the job is filled, he will run the software and servers team. He bought Twitter just 7 weeks ago for about 44 bills. Pasadena police say they've been trying to figure out if a member of Elon Musk's security team hit a guy with a car that he was driving. Police say a man pulled over off the 110, called police to use his phone, and he said that another car pulled up in front of him to keep him from driving away, so blocked him in. He said a man got out, walked over to him, told him that he had been following too closely. Police have since learned the man, who is that guy anyway, is a member of Elon Musk's security team. They also say he hit the guy with the car and then took off. Detectives do not believe Elon Musk was there during the confrontation. A sign criticizing Santa Monica's crime issues has been put up.
The banner put up near the 3rd Street Promenade reads, Santa Monica is not safe. The group behind the banner says the city is facing issues with drug dealing, fentanyl overdoses, and sex workers. The city fired back, saying the police department has successfully prevented crime through the hiring of more officers and the addition of more police patrols. The city says there's also new private security for downtown and different parking structures. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
All right, when we come back, a lot of people are traveling right now, and I mean a lot of people are traveling right now. So how do you best track your flight? We're going to talk with KTLA and KFI's newest member of the team, Rich DeMuro. Coming up, he's got an app that you might want to have on your phone. Also, don't forget about the price matching over the next few days. So I know you probably think like, oh, Black Friday sales are over, and oh, there'll be the after Christmas sale. No, there's stuff going on right this second. And this is one I'm really looking forward to that I want to do with my nephews tonight. Rich has these different apps that connect to Santa. And he still has his gadget recommendations also on his website. So we're going to get into all of that with him in just a few minutes. Nick Paleocchini, what's going on the drive? Oh, I can't imagine there's an issue on the 91.
Of course, although this time is much, much milder than usual. It's going to be busy for you to come out of San Diego Canyon, leaving Corona through your Belinda westbound side of the 91. It's going to be kind of sluggish as you're approaching and making your way past the 241 toll road. And then further westbound on the 91 as you continue out of your Belinda through Anaheim Hills, so the 55, that's all looking like a pretty decent drive. Orange County is looking good. The vast majority of overnight now, early morning Caltrans part of December wrapped up for you there. Seeing some unusual heavy delays on the eastbound side of the 105, leaving Bellflower Boulevard back toward the 605. If you have an update of what's causing that slowing, pound 250 on your cell phone, keyword KFI traffic. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nicolio Teamy.
Hello, I'm John McClain, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing and Air. Last week we found a leak in my furnace that could have filled my son's room with carbon monoxide. Can you imagine how bad that could have turned out? It was a reminder to me that regular service to your furnace is one of the best actions you could take for the safety of your family. Carbon monoxide is odorless and deadly, and more than 50,000 people are hospitalized by it every year. That's why my team takes the extra step for every system they service to protect you. Call now for a thorough furnace safety check for only $77. Call 866-DRINK-77. And during the months of November and December, my team at Rooter Hero will install a carbon monoxide monitor for free in every home we service as a thank you for your business. Call 866-DRINK-77. That's 866-DRINK-77. Or visit us at rooterhero.com. Thank you.
Everybody needs a hero.
DSLB license number 9966.
This report is sponsored by Whole Foods Market. The feast is on at Whole Foods Market. Get your animal welfare certified premium spiral slice bone-in ham for just $5.39 per pound with Prime through December 25th, while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Hey, this is Ricky Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Merrill, a Bank of America company. Rams coach Sean McVay said pitcher Brian Allen and wide receiver Vince Skolanic are both out for the season with sprained calves. Both LA basketball teams are in action tonight. The Lakers in the state capitol to take on the Kings. The Clippers will host the Hornets. And after his introductory press conference with the Giants was postponed, Carlos Correa changed course and agreed to a 12-year, $315 million deal with the Mets. I'm Misty Jordan.
With Merrill, the bull always has your back. Learn more at ml.com/bullish. Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner, and Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer. Registered investment advisor, member SIPC.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
Donate your car today. Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
It's Ryan Seacrest here. So, you tested positive for COVID. What's next? Treat yourself. COVID treatments are free. Taken by pill, these medications can stop the illness from getting serious. So, treat yourself. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. Again, it's 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
If your business has 5 or more employees who manage to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. Now, that's real money. It's not a loan either. It's a refund of your taxes. The trick is getting your hands on it. It's complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses, and they can probably help you too. No charge up front, they share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you've had increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. Getrefunds.com, that's getrefunds.com.
It's the most wonderful time.
iHeartRadio and iHeart Christmas music. Playing now on Coast 103.5, your official holiday music station.
What do we have enough of? Mountain lions?
No.
Or chihuahuas? We're not going to. You're saying if he snacked a chihuahua.
Why don't we just move him into a non-populated area?
Why don't we just leave him alone?
Because he's eating dogs and next it's going to be babies.
It's not going to be babies.
You don't know that.
Jerry and Shannon. Who walks a baby on a leash?
Weekdays at 10 a.m. on KFI.
Gary Hoffman, there are lots of little kids on leashes. Haven't you seen the little kids that wear the backpack? And then there's like the elastic leash thing around the parents' wrists. It's to make sure that, if mom and child are in TJ Maxx and little Bobby gets look, there's a toy over there that I want. He can't just wander off without mom knowing that he's going away. So there, Shannon's right. Team Shannon on that one. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is your wake-up call on the 21st of December. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee, and some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The city of Santa Ana has shut down 100 street vendors it says are operating without permits. It says food it calls unfit for human consumption is being sold on the street. The enforcement involved OC's Health Department, Santa Ana Police, and Code Enforcement, and it took place over the last 6 weeks. A group that advocates for fast food workers has settled with the city of LA over a petition to get public records related to the LAPD coordinating with McDonald's to stifle some of the workers' protests. The petition by the National Fast Food Workers Union alleged the city had tried to keep the public from finding out that McDonald's did enlist the LAPD's help in opposing lawful protests for better pay, benefits, and working conditions. And the city of LA has a little over 16,000 beds for homeless people. As of last week, 12,000 of those were filled, and the city's strategy committee on homelessness released its annual numbers, part of the mandatory report to the state. The report shows in the last fiscal year, 4,800 people were placed into some sort of permanent housing. 322 were able to exit the system altogether. Let's say good morning now to KTLA's tech reporter, Rich DeMero. You can follow Rich on social media at Rich on Tech. His website is richontech.tv. But my favorite part of your title now, Rich, includes KFI's Tech Guy on Saturdays. Welcome again to the team. I'm so excited to start the new year with you and your new show.
Oh, I'm so excited too. January 7th, 11 a.m., all answers will be figured out because they're going to have to be. Because that's the first day of our show. So we're going to do live callers. We're going to do tech news. It's going to be a ton of fun. 3 hours on Saturday. I cannot wait, Jennifer. This has been a lifelong dream of mine, and honestly, it's going to be amazing.
I love that you love radio the way that you do and that you're excited about this because I wish that more people kind of nerded out on radio like I do. Like, don't forget, it is this amazing medium out there, and everybody wants to be a part of it. And so I love when somebody gets as excited about it as I do.
Absolutely. I grew up in New York City, or around New York City with Z100, one of the biggest stations in America, and just grew up loving those voices and waking up in the morning and going to sleep with them. I mean, it was just amazing. So I hope to be a little part of someone's life.
Oh my gosh, you are. When you make it on KFI, I'm telling you that you're going to be a big part of a lot of people's lives. So get ready for that. All right, one thing that a lot of people are trying to do is be a big part of their family or friends for this holiday season, and they're trying to get across, I don't know, from point A to point B. Just say you're in California, but you want to go visit your family on the East Coast. We've got this major winter storm that's coming in right now, and a lot of people are going to wonder, oh my gosh, is my flight going to be able to get from A to B? But you've got at least a website that people can go to really make sure or be able to track where they're going or where the plane is.
Yeah, so, I mean, look, you can sit there and search all day long, but if you are tracking someone's flight, family member or friend that's coming in, the easiest way to do it is to go to a website called flightaware.com. And so I like to automate things in my life, and this really automates stuff. So you enter in their flight number, and not only can you see all of the details about their flight, when it's taking off, if it's delayed, all that good stuff, that, even the trail they're taking, or the path they're taking, I should say, but you can put your email in. So there's a button on the website that says Get Alerts. You put your email address in, and then you can sit back, relax, and let the website do the work. It will email you every step of the journey. So when the flight plan is filed, when the flight departs, when it arrives, if it's delayed, if it's canceled, if it's diverted. Hopefully none of those things happen, but you will get the email and you will know first before anyone else that you can go pick up your friend at the airport, or you know that they've landed or taken off. It is just such a helpful tool. FlightAware.com.
FlightAware.com, yeah, especially for somebody who has to go to LAX. That's so miserable when the person's flight is delayed or diverted and you didn't know. and then you have to do that like horseshoe drive, but it takes forever to get around.
Forever. I know. The only time LAX is not miserable is when you're flying to Hawaii, and you're like, I could deal with this for another hour. The other website I like is, if you're wondering if the flight's going to be delayed or how things are going at the airport where your loved one is leaving out of, I Google the FAA's website for the airport. So, for instance, I just type in like fly FAA and then the airport code. So for me, it would be like PWR. And it comes up with the airport status information provided by FAA. And so it'll tell me right now there's no destination-specific delays, there's no taxi delays, and there's no arrival delays. So to me, that information is really helpful to kind of get an idea of, okay, I know there's some weather there, but is it affecting my flight?
Yeah, the EWR, is that New Jersey?
Yep, that's Newark International.
All right.
There many times.
Oh, that's great. Okay, speaking of flying, I know I'm skipping over one that we will get to, but speaking of flying, Santa is going to be a busy little dude for, the next, I don't know, he's probably a busy little dude right now, but when he flies or if people want to get in contact with him, you have some apps that can keep the kids and me. I love that kind of stuff. All connected with Santa.
Absolutely. One of my favorites is called Capture the Magic. You go to a holiday party, you will have so much fun with this app. You take a picture, and then you can drop Santa into your picture. So it's so much fun. You'll have fun doing different poses. It's just a great little app. So it's called Capture the Magic. I use it every year. It's just a great, fun app. Portable North Pole is really cool. They help you get a message from the North Pole for your kids. So you can customize that message from Santa, and it's really, really amazing what they do there. Obviously, it's a freemium model, so the first message is free from Santa. Then mom and dad might have to pay a little bit because, Santa's busy. It takes a lot of time to do these messages. And then this is fun, too. If you have an Echo, you can ask Alexa if you've been naughty or nice. So you say,
wait. I'm pausing you.
What?
Because I might already have a demonstration from a certain guy.
Oh, Alexa, open naughty or nice quiz.
Welcome to the Naughty or Nice Quiz. Are you ready to find out if you've been good or bad this year?
Yes.
Okay, this is on Rich's Instagram, Rich on Tech on Instagram. It is so much fun to watch you go through this.
Oh my gosh, and I had to cut out some of the questions because it is, it goes through a bunch and it's different every time. So again, you say, Alexa, open naughty or nice quiz. It's fun for adults and kids, so you don't have to worry about, anything that's inappropriate. And it just asks some really funny questions. Like it asked me if I, if I'm more like the Grinch or if I'm more like Santa. I mean, it's just one of those fun little things to do. So if you have an Alexa, do that.
Okay, I definitely want to take the quiz though alongside you because you are definitely more like Santa, and I am definitely more like the Grinch. So I want to see. You would undoubtedly end up on the nice list. Would I end up on the naughty list? I want to know if there's a thing like, oh, nobody ever ends up on the naughty list, or if she's like, oh gosh, yes, you first in line.
They ask if you behave this year. I mean, there's some tough questions there, Jennifer.
All right, and just two things before Rich goes. Don't forget about price matching over the next few shopping days, and on his website, richontech.tv, he still has all those gadget recommendations. Rich, I'm not back until January 3rd, so Merry, Merry Christmas to you and your family. Happy holidays, and hug your beautiful boys and your wife for me.
Merry Christmas to you and your family, Jennifer. Thank you for a great 2022. I'll see you in 2023.
My new team member. I can't wait. Thanks for all you have done for Wake Up Call up till now, and I just wish you nothing but the best with your new show.
And thank you for waking up early every day.
Oh my gosh, yes, you too. That's high five to a guy who knows about getting up in the middle of the night. Thanks, Rich.
All right, bye-bye.
See you later. Bye. All right, when we come back, this is the greatest story. The new thing that is a super old thing that apparently is all the thing to invest in. And it's something, here's my tease for you, Nick Palliocchini. It is something that you've ever stepped on in the middle of the night. Might have been one of the most painful things you ever stepped on, and you cursed because you couldn't help it. Because stepping barefoot on this thing in the middle of the night is so freaking painful that I wanted to throw my little brother out a window when I was a kid because this might have happened a couple of times.
Oh, I totally know what it is then.
Because it hurts like a wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's incredible things, correct? That?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I got you.
Look at you, Nick Palliocchini, already getting this. And I'm not a very good teaser, so you guys know what it is.
No, you're great. Go with it. You're great.
All right. We'll go with that with Jim Ryan in just a few minutes. And then I have an update on the Jeep and a little quiz for everybody when it comes to the new year and what we might be investing in or spending our money on. Let's put it that way. That's all coming up. Right now, though, Nick's got her drive on the 215.
I'm busy on this go around KJLS. Folks are making way northbound from Alessandro passing the merge to the 60 toward UCR on the westbound side of the 91 Riverside to Corona. The big stop there as the morning continues on. It's going to be taxi delays for you right now from before Magnolia out of Riverside as you continue toward the 241 toll road. Get down to the high desert on the southbound side of the 15. Still looking pretty busy for you from before the escape ramp past about Oak Hill, and you'll see those delays continuing through the town pass. As you make your way toward Kenwood, loosens up beyond that, into DeVore with a 15 and 215 split. Okay, buying this guy helps get there faster. I'm Nick Poliottini.
If you have Medicare and Medi-Cal, you could get more with Anthem Blue Cross, like a $0 premium Medicare Advantage plan that includes up to $5,600 per year in extras, like dental, vision, hearing, and over-the-counter drugs. That's up to $5,600 in extra benefits. Plus, with our plans, you get more doctors, including local CareMore care centers in California. With CareMore Health, you get the personalized care you need when and where you need it. In the hospital, at home, and at clinics, or virtually. Call 866-336-1889 now to get up to $5,600 in extra benefits with an Anthem Medicare plan. That's 866-336-1889. Call 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. For costs, exclusions, limitations, terms, and complete details of coverage, please contact your agent or the health plan. Anthem Blue Cross is an HMO connected with a Medicare contract and a contract with California Medicaid program. Anthem Blue Cross Life and Health Insurance Company is an LTD connected with a Medicare contract and a contract with the California Medicaid program. Enrollment in Anthem Blue Cross and Anthem Blue Cross Life and Health Insurance Company depends on contract renewal. Other providers are available in our network.
SoCal weather from KFI. All right, you ready for this? This is my last forecast that I get to put together for you for the year. Mostly sunny today. Highs are going to be in the mid-60s at the beaches, right around 70 further inland. So we don't even have to wait now until Christmas Day to get those highs in the low 70s. Tomorrow, same thing, right around 70. I'm saying Friday. Saturday, maybe even the mid-70s. And then for Christmas Day, low to upper 70s. Looks like it's going to be really nice. And then it looks like, though, overnight lows are dropping just into the 50s, so I don't even see any 40s in the forecast again. And the forecast only goes through Tuesday, so there you go. Once it peaks on Christmas Day, highs will be 70 to 77, it looks like. After that, then it's going to start to drop just a little bit, and it looks like by Tuesday, we're just going to be, again, in the 60s and 70s. We leave local, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee.
Hey, all, it's Stephen Sharp. For emergency backup power, there is only one name you need to know. Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for powering the most critical situations. Hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance services or an emergency rental, Duffy Power has you covered 24/7, 365. If you live or do business in Southern California, you know it's no longer a question of if the power is going to go down. It's only a question of whether you're just going to let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to call Duffy Power. To learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that, go to DuffyPower.com, DuffyPower.com, that's D-U-T-H-I-E, Power.com.
Ready to drive electric but tired of high-interest loans and long-term leases? I'm Scott Painter, CEO of Autonomy. Our EV subscription is the cheapest, fastest, and easiest way to get into a Tesla. Just a 3-month minimum lets you try an EV without the commitment. Get details at Autonomy.com. Restrictions apply.
Wondering if you should get the updated COVID-19 booster? Here are 3 reasons why you should. 1. Vaccines and boosters provide better protection from COVID-19. 2. Even if you've had COVID-19 before, boosters are recommended to keep your immunity strong, especially as new variants emerge. And 3. Your risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 goes up with age, and boosters can help lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
By now, you've heard the news. Vaccine boosters are available to eligible Californians. Boosters support stronger immunity and help maximize protection against COVID-19 and its variants. Visit myturn.ca.gov to find out if you're eligible and to find a booster near you. That's myturn.ca.gov. Stay healthy and strong. Get boosted. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It is the Wednesday before Christmas. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee, and some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The South Coast Air Quality Management District has extended the mandatory ban on indoor and outdoor wood burning in SoCal. This is a residential no-burn order, goes till 11:59 tonight, but affects parts of LA, Riverside, San Bernardino counties, and all of OC. Ukraine President Zelensky is visiting Washington, D.C. in his first known trip outside the country since Russia's invasion started in February. He will be at the Oval Office with the president today. The bodies of 5 men and a woman have been found in a van in Tijuana. The van with California plates on it was found in the parking lot of a strip mall that belongs to a former mayor of Tijuana. And Franco Harris, the Hall of Fame running back with the Pittsburgh Steelers, who performed what's considered to be the most iconic play in NFL history, has died. His catch was called the Immaculate Reception, remember that one? And won the game that set the team on the path to greatness. He was 72. Let's say good morning now to ABC's Jim Ryan. Really? This is what we're investing in now? The thing that might kill you in the middle of the night when you step on it? I'm 100% convinced.
That's the first thing that people think of. Yeah, that stepping on a Lego can be excruciating. I don't know if that's on purpose, if they make them that way, or
yes, they do. It's all part of their plan.
You know, they were once made of wood. It seems to me that would have been even worse.
Yes.
A million years ago. But anyway, yeah. So people are actually going out there buying Lego. But by the way, there's a group of consumers called kidults. These are adults who, for whatever reason, go out and buy toys, not for kids, but themselves, kidults. And those kidults are responsible for 1/4 of all toys, yes, about $9 billion worth every year, according to the NPD group. So that's huge. And a lot of the, so when you buy your box of Legos at the store, as an adult, you bring it home, you open it up, you sit down cross-legged on the floor, and you build yourself a little whatever. A lot of folks, though, are taking the box, not opening it, putting it in storage, saving it for a few years, and then reselling it at a profit. And it's like anything else, right? I suppose that there's this whole underground economy. There's a website called Brick Economy, the Economics of Lego, which tells you what kits are most valuable right now, where you can find them, and it's not the toys that necessarily that you and I were playing with as kids. It's these kits that are wildly popular. Lego builds it for a couple of years, maybe that long, discontinues it, starts building something else. Well, the one that was discontinued, it starts to gain in value because it becomes more rare. That is if you keep it in good condition.
Okay, that makes sense. So it's like anything that you go and you buy and you put it away. A Cabbage Patch Kit that's still in the box, a baseball card that's still in the rack, something like that.
Exactly. Yeah, the condition is a major part of this. I think the one thing that I keep hearing today is Beanie Babies. That's sort of the cautionary tale, because people were buying these things up, and for a while they could make a little money on them. And then the bottom fell out of the Beanie Baby market. Could have happened to Legos, probably. But the thing is that the supply of Legos is always growing. It's not as though at some point they're going to go away. And so the movie comes out, Lego starts building a kit related to that movie, and then they quit building it. That's a possible investment opportunity.
Oh, absolutely. I think I might have, this is going to tell you how creepy I am, probably 45 or 50 Cabbage Patch Kids. Only a few of them are in boxes. But a long time ago, I thought, I'm just going to start collecting these puppies. And because I would go to Georgia all the time and to, see my husband's family. And so it was right outside Babyland, right there in Georgia. And so you could buy these, used dolls at thrift stores or whatever for $3-4 because the market's saturated there. Nobody cares about them there. And I just thought, I'm going to put all of these in the, vacuum sealed bags. They're just bags of creepy Beanie Babies, of Cabbage Patch Kids under my bed now. And my brother's like, don't you ever have nightmares? And I'm like, why do you put that in my head, you jerk?
You hear them under the bed whispering to you, Jen. We can't breathe.
So you talked to my brother this morning. That's just cruel. Jim, thank you so much. in the future, now it does not surprise me why you could just add Lego to the list.
Yep, build your portfolio with Legos.
All right, sounds good. Jim, as I've been telling everybody, I'm off now till January 3rd, so I want to thank you for all that you do. You are as much part of the Wake Up Call family as we are. You're on with us so often, and I appreciate you more than you know, so I'm sending you a big hug and wishing you a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Same to you, Jen. I appreciate that. Don't step on Legos.
I will. That is my New Year's resolution. Thank you so much, Jim. Have a great one.
See you.
All right, see you later. That is ABC's Jim Ryan. All right, Wake Up Call team. Tyler, Nick, Alex, Dana is in this morning. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Morning. Morning. So, do you guys make New Year's resolutions?
No.
No? Okay, so that was Alex and Nick. Tyler?
I'd be lying if I said this.
Okay, Dana?
I do.
I
make goals, yes.
Goals? That's how you...
Yeah, I call them visions. Like, I even have a vision board and everything.
Oh, you do? Oh, you know what? I was having this conversation with a friend if vision boards really work, and she's 100% convinced that they do, and she made the same comment that that's what she wants to do with some of her New Year's resolutions for the new year. So Wallet have put out this report, and it talked about just overall the way that we look at 2023 and our spending habits and that kind of thing. And the key findings for them were financial resolutions. 1 in 3 Americans make a financial resolution. The most popular resolution of those people, 31% with a financial resolution want to save more. Rough environment for resolutions, people say 42% of people think that the New Year's resolution for 2023 is going to be a whole lot harder to keep than it was in 2022 when it comes to their finances. There is widespread financial anxiety. Comes from the Duh file, and this is all of us. 60% of people are anxious about the future of their finances, and 30% of Americans say 2023 will be worse for their wallet. Now, on this list, they talk about, like I just told you, number 1 is save more money. Number 2, repay. How much, what percentage of your credit card do you guys think that people in 2023 want to pay back? There's a specific percentage that I guess everybody who took this poll decided was a reasonable one. What do you guys think? Nick, let's start with you.
43%.
Ooh, okay, 43. Tyler?
I'm going high. I think people want to pay off their credit cards. If we're talking about saving money next year, I'm going to say 75%.
75. Okay, Alex?
I'm going the opposite direction. I want to say 23%.
23%. And Dana?
I'm going with Tyler, around 80%.
Okay, all of you lost it for doing Price is Right rules. People are like, 20%. That's what I can do.
20%.
See, that's what I thought.
I want to pay off my interest.
That's it. Yes.
Yeah.
So, let's see. Number 4 came back is fight back against inflation. What? Are we in Congress? Who took this poll? Number 5, make a realistic budget and stick to it. Let's see, going down the list. Use different credit cards for everyday purchases and debt. What the hell does that mean?
I don't like that.
So use different. So we're going to build up our debt on different cards instead of just whacking it all down on one where we might get points.
Well, I think there's 2 different perspectives. There's the perspective of use different credit cards maybe that offer different rewards, perhaps.
Right.
Like
the
you know,
points.
if I've got cash back or if I want to travel, like that's when I start exploring different credit cards. But if we're talking about just spreading your debt across different pieces of plastic, I'm going to have to go ahead and say that's a bad idea.
Do any of you, as you're listening to this, worry that the same people who took this poll vote?
No.
Finally, number 12 on this list, I thought was so funny. The Wallet Hub resolutions for 2023, the last thing on their list is look for a better job.
Great idea.
That's it. All right, so really quickly, I have to tell you my random car wash story. Tyler and Alex have already heard this because producer Michelle was very sweet. Took us out to lunch yesterday just to celebrate, 2022 as it exits. And as I get there, I'm like, you guys are not going to believe what just happened. There was lag time between the time that the show ended and when we were all going to go to lunch. And I said to Tyler, actually, and Alex, I was like, hey, you guys, I'm going to run over to the car wash. It's right across the street here. And I'm going to get my car washed, and I got an Amazon return, and then I'll meet you guys there. Okay, great. Go to the car wash. I'm the only person sitting outside in one of those just like plastic crummy chairs, right? These are like the most oxidized, kind of grungy chairs in the world. But I'm excited. I'm sitting in my chair. I was actually watching a replay of Rodney P talking about Justin Turner leaving the Dodgers. There's a guy who's just standing up and he's kind of walking back and forth. And he's wearing I don't know how to put them, like jogging slacks, if you could have such a thing, and tennis shoes. He had a leather jacket on, and he had sunglasses on. His hair was kind of mucked up. He's walking back and forth, and one of those new, like, G-Wagon Mercedes comes out. And you think to yourself, like, that guy's got some money. And so he says hey to me, I say hey to him, and I asked him, is that your car? Is it, fancy pants car? And this guy looks like fancy pants guy, right? Like, super Hollywood. And he goes, no, I'm a sports car guy. Oh. So then we launch into this conversation because, I've never met a trash can that I don't make friends with. And I said, missed my little sports car. I crashed it. And me, I'm an open book. I'll tell you everything. Coming up from Stater Brothers, and the car in front of me stopped, and the T slid on the seat, and I reached over, and then I rear-ended the car that stopped, and it was a thing, and we started having a conversation, and we started talking about COVID testing. I mean, this is full on. I've never met you before, but let's spill the tea on both of our lives. Chatting. The whole time I'm looking at this guy like, I feel like I know you, but there's 8 million people that work at the iHeart building, so I thought, that's it. Great conversation. And so we started talking about COVID testing. And he says, man, I got to test like every other week at work. And we started talking about going to our holiday parties and do you mask or do you not and whatever. And he says, do you have to test at your work? I said, no. And he's like, where do you work? And I said, actually right around the corner, iHeart. And I said, and what's gross about it though is we don't test every week, and yet we all sit in a little room, same room by ourselves, spitting into the same microphone, spitting onto the same, computer screens, whatever. And he makes the comment, oh, you work for iHeart? Oh, I work for Disney ABC. And then, the wheels start to turn a little bit. Man, wait a minute. Then he makes the comment, General Hospital, and I went, ugh. And I stopped him mid-sentence, and I go, wait! That's what it is. I said, I've been sitting here trying to figure out who I'm having this conversation with. Like, I know this person. Thinking to myself, gosh, do I know this person from the building? It was Ken Schreiner, Scotty, from General Hospital. Most lovely, unassuming guy, willing to chat you up and have the best conversation. I didn't know him from Adam. He was just my buddy, car wash buddy, Ken. Now I feel like we're pals. We thought we'd even done and we can continue our conversation. That's what a great time it was yesterday. Before I even realized who he was. So anyway, Ken Schreiner, if you're listening this morning, I feel like we're new friends. I asked him, I go, can I take a picture for my mom? And then I go, wait, can I post this on the KFI website? And he goes, here's what's so sweet. I'd be flattered. So I did. JJLKFI on Instagram, Jennifer Jones Lee on Facebook. It was fun. That's an only in LA moment. Or all of a sudden, you at the car wash, having a conversation with Scotty Baldwin from General Hospital about COVID testing, and you're telling him about crashing your car because the T slid on the front seat of your car. Can't make that up in LA? Nope. I'm gonna punch you.
We loved it. But he's single.
Well, no, he's got a long-time girlfriend.
Oh, does he? Okay.
Yeah.
There's nothing I can find online. I was thinking like, well, he's single, so it was that good of a kissing thing.
No. And we are quite different in age.
True.
I think he's my parents' age. But he was lovely. It's just, what's nice about Hollywood sometimes is that you meet somebody like that, you're having a conversation, and then all of a sudden it brings you back to we all put our pants on one leg at a time. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk with ABC's Tom Rivers. What in the world happened with the celebration on the World Cup? Like, they were celebrating, Let's put it that way. We'll get into that in just a second. Nick Pelliocchini, though, taking us on our Wednesday morning drive.
Looks like it's going to be a busy one on the northbound side out of the 5 right now, coming out of the Norwalk area from before the 605. But it's still going for you to get into Commerce, sort of out of Swanson. Then listen up for a stretch and then heavy again for you from just before the 710, kind of leaving Atlantic as you make Betty Boyle Heights 5 northbound. For downtown Atlanta, 101, northbound side of the 101 coming off the 5. That will be busy for you to make way toward the 110, the 110 north through South LA. Still going for you from before Slauson, almost as far back as Manchester. Seeing a slow-going drive forward about Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, then to the northbound on the 110, toward the 10. Looking relatively decent for your drive. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Pelliocchini.
If your business has 5 or more employees and managed to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. But that's real money. It's not a loan either. It's a refund of your taxes. The trick is getting your hands on it. Complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses, and it could probably help you too. No charge up front. They share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you've had increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. Getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
This report is sponsored by the School of Continuing Studies at the University of Redlands.
The School of Continuing Studies at the University of Redlands believes that enriching career-focused educational opportunities should be available to all. Our classes are 100% online and flexible. Get started today. Contact us at 909-748-8868.
Hey, this is Lincoln Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Merrill, a Bank of America company.
Rams coach Sean McVay said pitcher Brian Allen and wide receiver Jake Skolanic are both out for the season with sprained calves. Both LA basketball teams are in action tonight. The Lakers in the big capital to take on the Kings. The Clippers will host the Hornets. And after his introductory press conference with the Giants was postponed, Carlos Correa changed course and agreed to a 12-year, $315 million deal with the Mets. I'm Mr. Jordan.
With Merrill, the bull always has your back. Learn more at ml.com/bullish. Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner, and Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer. Registered investment advisor, member SIPC.
You know, most people don't even realize how important clean, healthy water is to your life. 70% of our bodies are water. It's essential. It's Jennifer, and I want to tell you about LifeSource. It is the whole house water system that you are going to love. Some people say it changes their life. LifeSource system gives you great water straight from every tap. Removes all that bad stuff, the crummy stuff, and leaves in all the good stuff. Filters out the chlorine and the other contaminants, but it keeps in those healthy minerals that you need. Your skin and your hair are going to feel great. You and your family will be healthier, more energetic. And a LifeSource system is maintenance-free. We've got no filters to change, no salt, no bottled water. They put that puppy and you forget about it. Tap into your best life with LifeSource water. Ask now to claim their best deal of the year on the LifeSource system, and for a limited time, LifeSource will pay your sales tax. Zero tax equals huge savings you can use on those after Christmas sales. Call 800-803-2696 or visit lifesourcewater.com. 800-803-2696 LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Hi there. I'm getting paid to talk to you. And yet, I'm the most boring person I know. Isn't that unfair? Yes, it is. Of course, you could join me to start a podcast with Spreaker from iHeart. If you've got something to say, they'll help you monetize it. And I bet you've got more to say than I do. I have literally nothing to say. And I'm loving life. Spreaker.com. That's SPREAKER.com. Get paid to talk.
I'm Dr. Erica Pond with the California Department of Public Health, reminding you of ways to help stop the spread of COVID and other viruses this winter. Boost your immunity by staying up to date with COVID boosters and flu shots. Wash your hands often with soap and warm water for at least 20 seconds. Cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. And protect others by staying home and testing for COVID when sick. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
The 12th annual KFI Pastathon is in the books.
Hey everybody, it's Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. I just wanted to thank you so much for participating in yet another successful Pastathon and supporting Katarina's Club and the great work that Chef Bruno does for kids in Southern California. Your generosity has made a massive difference from the bottom of my heart. I thank you. Happy holidays.
Gotcha.
Thank you. KFI, AM 640.
More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is your wake-up call. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee. Northern California is still cleaning up the damage from that powerful earthquake that killed 2 people, shook the homes right off their foundation, damaged roads, and left nearly 60,000 homes and businesses without power just outside Eureka. The Fortuna area is really the area that got hit. The jury in LA that convicted Harvey Weinstein of sexual assault has said it could not reach a unanimous decision on aggravating factors in the case. And KFI is giving you a chance to win a 2-night stay at Southern California's premier oceanfront destination, TRILLIONAIRE Resort. Breathtakingly sitting right there on 102 acres, right on the Palos Verdes Peninsula. You just sit there and you have endless views of the Pacific Ocean. Winners are going to stay in an ocean view suite, play around a golf for 2 at the Link Staff Dinner at Catalina Kitchen. You can also unwind at Terranea's award-winning spa and wellness center. Go to terranea.com to learn more. Visit KFIAM640.com on Instagram. You can enter to win a stay at this luxury resort that is right here at home. Man, when you're there, you feel a million miles away. Say good morning now to ABC's Tom Rivers. Argentina wins and the celebration loses. Holy cow, what in the world happened, Tom?
Party big time. You think about whenever, say your team maybe wins a Super Bowl or the World Series and everybody goes a little bit goofy, but it's still, on a scale that you get your head around. Buenos Aires yesterday and estimated at least 4 million people converged on the central part of town. I think it's more than the police had bargained for. And the plan was to go with the team in an open-top bus, go from A to B, and they just couldn't go anywhere. So it was cordoned off. The helicopters came in. They jumped on there. They did kind of an aerial parade. But of all the people there, 31 people hospitalized, 16 people hospitalized, 32 were injured, and one individual jumped from an overpass into the bus. Bounced off of it onto the street. So I assume he's one of the 16. But it was just crazy. They wanted to show their appreciation, but just too many people in one location.
It reminded me of when you have to bring the helicopters in, like a scene from the A-Team where Murdoch's flying the chopper, and all of a sudden you have to have, BA and Faith and them jump on it, and it's like, wow, you got to be kidding me. It was like, literally, it was like a scene from something out of like a 70s movie, or a 70s TV show like that.
Yeah, it was Plan B. And obviously they had, they done some planning, but they didn't do enough. And literally, they were mesmerized. We had about 4 or 5 live feeds coming in.
Yeah.
Different camera locations, but the same scene, and you couldn't see the street. You couldn't see sidewalks. It looked like an ant farm. It was amazing. If you ever see it, click on social media, you'll find it out there.
Oh, yeah. And from the players' perspective, did they love it, or was it scary for them?
Probably a little bit of both. They could feel the love, but when you get that many people crushing in on you, it's got to feel a little claustrophobic. And again, eventually they landed at the airport. I think they went to the Argentine Football Association headquarters building at about 3 in the morning. They could actually get in there, and they overnighted there. It's like, what a story to tell, huh?
Oh my gosh, what a scene. And you're right, you can see it all over social media, and it is worth a look, because I think, comparing it to ants is so true. You could not see anything but just the tops of people's heads and arms raised, and excitement, and it was wild. Tom, thank you so much. As I've been saying to everybody, I'm off as of January 3rd, and I want to give you a giant hug over the air.
for all that you do for Wake Up Call. I feel like so many of you that are on consistently with us are as much part of this show as we are, and I just appreciate you. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and thanks again.
Right back at you, Jan, and yeah, we'll talk, come back a couple days into Jan, too, so we'll compare notes. How's that?
All right, I'll look forward to it. Thanks, Tom. See you later.
Bye.
It's KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. Let's look at the 215.
Right now, I'm not sure what's going down, so if you do have an update, pound 215 your cell phone. Keyword is campsite traffic. Southbound side of the 15, or rather 215, going to be busy right now as you're making way to the Paris area coming out of Moreno Valley from Texas as you continue toward Harley Knox. Also seeing delays on the northbound side of the 215, approaching Harley Knox. Looks decent as you make way to the March Air Reserve Base and then further northbound on the 215. So going for you from before eucalyptus, passing the margin of the 60 toward UCR and the Riverside Interchange. Westbound side on the 91, Riverside to Corona, slow going for you overall in heavy stretches. From Los Sierras, you continue toward the 241 Toll Road and also checking in on Orange County. A little slow going for you on the 5 southbound through State and leaving 17th Street. It stretches as you make way toward the 55. Westbound side of the 91 as you're coming off the 710, and that will be slow going for your drive as you make way toward about Alameda. Listen, but beyond that, continuing ahead into Gardena toward the 110. Westbound 105 through LA County right now, to be slow going for you as you come away from Bellflower Boulevard. Heavy stretches toward Crenshaw Boulevard. And eastbound 105, slow going for you from Bellflower Boulevard approaching the 605. KFI in the Sky helps get to there faster. I'm Nick Ootd.
This winter, spread joy, not germs. As soon as you feel symptoms, test it, treat it, you can beat it. COVID medications like the Paxlovid pill can help you test negative sooner. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. Again, that's 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Join the excitement of the College Football Playoff National Championship Weekend and attend Playoff Fan Central January 6th through 8th at the Los Angeles Convention Center in downtown LA. Playoff Fan Central offers a wide variety of family-friendly entertainment and interactive experiences that will put you right in the middle of the action as we celebrate the pinnacle of the college football season. Admission is free. Just download the CFB Playoff mobile app on your Apple or Android device to get started. Playoff Fan Central is brought to you in part by Allstate, AT&T, Capital One, Cheez-It, Chick-fil-A.
We conquer cancer. For the mom-to-be who is out of treatment options. For the doctor who has a brilliant idea that needs research funding. For the people who faced cancer head-on and climbed incredible heights while they were with us. For the children who celebrate the end of chemo. We conquer cancer for all who have been touched by it. Conquer Cancer accelerates breakthroughs in research and care for every cancer, every patient, everywhere. Join us at conquer.org.
This is Jacob Emron. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
SoCal weather from KFI. Looks like it's going to be a sunny, clear day. And look at us. We warmed up. We made it to 70 even before Christmas Day. So we're going to see highs mid-60s to right around 70 for the next few days. But actually for Saturday and Sunday, Christmas Day, highs are going to be in the probably mid to upper 70s in a lot of spots. So we'll drop it down into the 60s and 70s for next week. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee. This has been my last wake-up call of 2022. Woo! Handle on the news with Wayne starts now.
Hey, street urchin, take this gold coin and bring me the biggest Christmas goose. Oh, sir, this year you're going to need another gold coin. Never gonna let you go, never gonna make you miss any KFI show that you love.
And now, Handle on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's not Bill Handle.
I love how out of context those snippets always are.
I had no idea you rickrolled KFI. But they're never gonna let you down.
Well, I didn't really rickroll anybody. I didn't try to fool anybody into thinking it was going to be one thing, and then it was that. And that was talking about the fact that KFI AM 640 is live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and that you can always catch up on shows you miss live with the on-demand function. And that's what I was referring to there from a different show at a different time when it made a lot of sense. Also, you are way too happy about you not being here.
Woo!
That's not a level of enthusiasm that I approve of. I want you crying, dabbing at your eyes, and clearly morose, so that even a casual listener who's half listening while they're making an omelet can tell, Jen seems sad about something. Oh, because she has to go on a vacation away from the show for a while.
You know what? I love my family. I love my family more than anything in the world. I look forward to seeing my mom and dad and my nephews. You know, they'll wake me up and whatever. The thing that I look forward to most of any vacation ever is sleep. Sleep. I want to go to bed at like 9 o'clock at night, and I don't want to wake up until like 7 o'clock the next day when my nephews wake me up. Like when they go to bed, I abide by 7-year-old, we have to go to bed by 8:30 or 9 rules. Auntie Jenny goes along with those rules. She's a big believer. She needs her sleep just like those kids do.
Very
That's
nice.
why I have a woo going on this morning.
Very fine. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning, I will miss you.
Oh, I miss you too. Good morning, Tyler Whitman.
Hey, Wayne. Good morning to you, sir.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you. And how are you doing?
I'm fine. See, that whole part right there never needs to happen on the radio. Well, that kind of stuff never needs. How are you? I'm fine. How are you? Did you have a nice night? Yes, I did. Was your night also pleasurable? Yes, it was mostly.
Oh, okay.
Aside from some minor thing that I'm now going to talk about for fun. That happened with, say, my current. Something happened with my current.
What is your current, Wayne?
Nothing. I'm making up a fake, trivial thing to illustrate the point about how much of people talking, and I'm not talking about this show, I'm talking the world. How much talking that people do is completely unnecessary. I believe that all people in life could talk 40 to 60% less than we do, and nothing would be lost.
I agree with that. Because how often do you even walk from the news booth through the sales department? Hey, how are you? Hey, good, how are you? How's your day? Merry Christmas, blah, blah, blah. I could just walk through with a sign on a stick that says, hi, you guys, nice to see you, I'll see you later.
A smile and a nod can convey so much. Alex Rosser, producing the show, how are you, and good morning.
I'm doing good, Wayne. How have you been since last time we talked this morning?
Hey, how have you been since I asked Tyler how he was?
I've been doing, I was okay, and I'm doing great. Now I'm back to okay.
Well, downs with you in the last 47 seconds.
It's
why I understand Dana is with us.
Good morning.
Good morning. There you hear the clear as a bell, emotionally clean tone of a new person.
Yes, agreed. I noticed that too.
Dana, you are, and anyone who comes, new until they're sullied like the rest of us. Right now, Dana, you are the thing we all remember being fondly.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh, that was original. That was a real NPR style. You know how they do that on NPR all the time? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, it's like the skit on SNL.
Yeah. It's so crazy. All right. I'll, you know what? I'll be like Elon Musk on this. Instead of making the decision myself, I'll put this to a vote by a show of, if you agree, say yes. There has been more than enough tomfoolery and BS so far in this show this morning, and we should move on to Handle on the News.
Do we need to be Twitter Blue subscribers to vote?
No.
Then
I
will
say
vote in
yes.
favor of moving on to Handle on the News.
Me too. Second that.
Me too.
All right, it's unanimous. Here we go. Handle on the News. Lead story.
We've got your back.
Yes. LA City Mayor Karen Bass met with LA County supervisors to try to get their support for her state of homelessness emergency, and they said yes. We're on board. We agree. We will do our part in helping the city of Los Angeles with its homelessness problem. And Janice Hahn, one of the supervisors, she said, I know people are complaining that there are other cities in Los Angeles County and that somehow the city of LA is going to hog all of the county resources, but here's the thing. There's about 70,000 homeless people in LA County, and 42,000 of them are in the city of Los Angeles. So we should be monopolizing those resources, I say unto you. Let's get a news update, Jen, and then we will continue Handle on the News, which is brought to you by the Lemon Law experts at Knight Law Group. If you think your car might be a lemon, call Knight Law Group at 844-43-LEMON. Now, Jennifer Jones-Lee live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The House Select Committee investigating last year's attack on the Capitol is set to release its final report today. A major winter storm is bringing really cold temperatures to most of the U.S. this week before Christmas. It's called a bomb cyclone, and it's going from the west to the east coast. And the Mega Millions jackpot is up to $510 million. No one won the winning numbers last night. 4 people did win $1 million each after matching 5 of the 6 numbers. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a sunny day shaping up and warmer with highs in the mid-60s to the low 70s. This report is brought to you by ChooseChangeCA.org. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky. Let's see what's up now on the 10.
Just outside of the Santa Monica Freeway, as you're making your way through downtown, coming off the 60 now, we'll be still going for the drive in pretty heavy stretches as you make your way past the 110, continuing to mid-city into Mount Venice Boulevard, then further westbound on the 10, not too bad as you continue toward the 405. South LA 110 North, slow going for you right now from Manchester to make your way from Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, and like taxi the way to continue for you further northbound on the 110 as you head towards the 10. Northbound side of the 5, coming on Milwaukee, Kennedy Springs, from before the 605, heavy stretches of the Slugbury Drive toward downtown LA in the 101, and the 101 north through downtown off the 5, still going for you past the 10 to San Bernardino Freeway as you head toward the 110. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I make Polly O'Keefe.
The newest use disorder is a disease, not a choice. But getting help is. Make a change by choosing treatment for your meth or cocaine addiction. Find proven treatment options at ChooseChangeCA.org.
This report is sponsored by In-N-Out Burger. At In-N-Out, our hamburgers are made with the highest quality ingredients, made fresh and by hand, made with a smile, and made to order just for you. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. Then the process started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-809-7171. That's 800-809-7171. 800-809-7171.
Are you ready to drive an electric vehicle but not ready for the 3-year lease? Subscribe instead. I'm Scott Baker, CEO of Autonomy, where you'll find the cheapest monthly payments on a Tesla without the long-term commitment of a lease. Unleash yourself and subscribe at autonomy.com. Restrictions apply.
As we celebrate Christmas, you may wonder if Jesus Christ can make a difference in your life. You bet he can.
Franklin Graham.
That's why he came, to save us from our sins. He came to earth as a babe, took our sins to the cross. 33 years later, he died on the cross, and God raised him to life. He's not dead, he's alive. If you've never put your faith and trust in him, you can do that right now. Just pray this prayer with me. Dear God, I've made a wreck of my life. I'm sorry for my sins, and I ask you to forgive me. I believe that Jesus Christ is your Son. I want to trust him as my Savior and follow him as my Lord from this day forward. Amen.
If you prayed that prayer, please call us at the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association, 855-255-PRAY. That's 855-255-7729. 855-255-7729.
God bless you, and Merry Christmas.
At Alexander BMW, the holidays are the perfect time to service your BMW, and only Nick offers free flatbed pickup and delivery on all factory-scheduled maintenance. Think of us as a sleigh ride for your ride. Call 800-800-NICK. And remember, ho, 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 Nick can't say no.
One
donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at causforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
They're double angry. They are really? Yeah. They're really this angry. I'm amazed they care that much. With all the crap that really matters that they don't care about, it's endlessly fascinating to me what people decide to care about this much. I hope Ted DeLeon keeps stonewalling. John and Ken, that's how you deal with this stuff, is you just look right at them, wave, and smile. Weekdays at 2 on KFI.
KFI, AM 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Good morning. Bill Handel Show. Bill on vacation. He's back next week. Wayne Resnick here with Jennifer Jones-Lee. And we're doing Handel on the News. And this next story illustrates that when there's a breaking natural disaster and you're reporting on it, one must always say, this is what we know as of right now.
Yes.
Because it very well could change. Tell us what happened.
Yesterday morning, as of this time, when we started talking about this powerful earthquake that hit south of Eureka, kind of in the Fortuna area, all we knew at that time was that it looked like a 6.4, but no real reports of damage or injury. Then as the sun comes up and those assessments start coming out, Wayne, as you hit it on the head when you talked about, now we know 2 people were killed, and the injuries we've heard were falls of some sort, so they would have happened either as a result of the quake or during the quake. But I got an updated number now. 12 people have been injured after this earthquake outside Eureka. They said the shaking was felt in San Jose to the south and all the way up to Oregon to the north. And for this earthquake, the area that it hit is old. It reminds me of the Napa earthquake and the sort of stone buildings and things like that, just old construction. And they said that a whole bunch of the houses that are there were shaken right off their foundation. So that's basically a loss. And then you had buckling of streets. So far, though, the report that I just got said that the streets that buckled, they think are still usable. So you're going to have some bumpy, as you go along, and I'm sure they'll put up the little orange signs on the side. But as of right now, the 2 people killed are the most severe thing that I see, other than, I don't know the number of houses shaken off their foundations yet.
Well, the 2 people that died, just to put it in perspective, there's an 83-year-old person and a 72-year-old person. Mm-hmm. And what happened is, with both of those people, they had an unrelated medical emergency, either during the quake or right after the quake, and because of the quake, they couldn't get timely medical intervention.
Yeah.
So it's not that the quake killed them,
right?
They might well have been saved from whatever medical emergency they were suffering, but for the quake.
The little town of Rio Del, that's where, I guess it's got only 3,000 people in it, little, but this is why these numbers, while they are too little, even 15 homes were severely damaged by the quake and deemed uninhabitable, so those are the ones that just took right off their foundation. 18 others were moderately damaged, so there you have 33 homes in a city of only 3,000 people. That's a lot.
Well, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky is either in already or soon to be in Washington, D.C., where he is going to address a joint session of Congress. This is his first trip outside of Ukraine since the war began that we know of. It's possible he went places and didn't publicize it, but this is being publicized, and that's going to be a hell of an address. Yeah. To a Congress that is apparently going to give him a lot more money to support his fight against the Russians.
That Patriot missile defense system, he has been begging for that forever. And it was last week that the White House teased that they were going to do it. And when I was talking to Karen Travers this morning, she said that officially that's supposed to be the big thing. In addition to the $2 billion that he's getting, this Patriot defense missile system that he's been asking for, the United States will formally say, all right, you got it, as of today. see what impact that makes. The House committee has voted in favor of releasing documents related to former President Trump's tax returns. We were talking about this yesterday. This was, assumed that this would happen. And the report could provide a fuller look into Trump's personal and business finances. Maybe talk about how much money he paid or did not pay in taxes. Maybe give us a look at how good his tax guy is versus our tax guy. So what they're going to get out of that may not be much of anything, but at least people who needed that appetite of, I need to see the tax return, are going to get that appetite satisfied.
They made a big deal, this Ways and Means Committee. They made a big deal out of, apparently it's true, because if they said it and it wasn't true, there'd be 50 million people already pointing out that it's not true, that the IRS, when Trump was president, did not audit his taxes for 2 years, even though it's the custom and habit of the IRS to audit a president's tax returns every year, which I didn't know.
I didn't either.
I didn't know that every year they audit the president's tax returns, and they did not for him for 2 years. And they said that is, that went a lot toward their decision to release them to the public. You're not going to find anything that interesting, I don't think.
It doesn't sound like there's anything at this point, or I feel like yesterday, like you said, there would have been a leak. If there was something that was going to send him to prison, or something.
Well, he finally did it. He was going to do it, then he said, I don't want to do it. Now he's done it. Sam Bankman-Fried, founder of the disgraced FTX, has signed extradition papers. He will be headed to the United States to face major fraud charges. You may remember he said, I will waive extradition. And then they went to court on Monday. They showed up and he said, you know what, I don't really think I want to waive extradition. And the judge, I'm paraphrasing obviously, but the judge said, oh, well, then we're done here. You've wasted all of our time. Goodbye. So then I guess he went back yesterday and he actually had signed the papers from his prison cell and then went to court because the judge probably said, we're not calling this case again till this knucklehead decides what he's going to do. And so now it's just a matter of getting him on a U.S. government plane, and boy, he's going to be in a cell. It's not going to be like that $30 million penthouse he was living in the Bahamas.
Have you noticed last night when you were sort of looking for stories and doing prep for the show, did you notice that Sam Bankman-Fried is no longer called Sam Bankman-Fried? I started looking at headlines that would say like SBF coming to the U.S. And I thought, what in the world is SBF? Am I that, like, what acronym is that for?
That's
really?
His initials.
He's a thing now?
He's being reported on the same way as Osama bin Laden. I mean, you gotta really pique the interest of the press in a bad way before they start referring to you only by initials. And he's done it.
Good job, SBF.
Well, EM.
EM. This guy, I swear, he never ceases to amaze me in the ways that he keeps himself in the headlines. Elon Musk, now says that he plans on staying CEO of Twitter until he can find someone foolish enough to take the job. So here's the thing. He's saying that he will then be the software and server team's lead. To which I say, okay, he needs to lead those teams. I think it was better as him as CEO. Like, let's not let him have hands-on day-to-day operations. Let's not let him have that. But he says he heard the poll on Twitter. 57.5% of people said, we want you out, Elon, as the CEO, and he says he will abide by it. But then here he gave himself an out. He could be the CEO of Twitter looking for another CEO until the end of time and just say, oh, I can never find somebody.
I'm looking, I can't find anybody.
Yeah.
But also, it doesn't matter. He still owns the company.
Right.
So whether he's CEO or not, it does not matter in terms of him being able to dictate decisions about policy. He also, I can't find it right now, because he said that Twitter, right now, Twitter is like an airplane with the engines on fire because they only have, I think, $1 billion in cash. Which, $1 billion in cash for me, it's more money I could imagine. But when you're a company like Twitter and that's all your liquidity, that's bad news. So
Is he paying rent and stuff again on his?
I've not read that he started paying any of this again, and now they're talking about certain software vendors that he's skipping. It's all the stuff you see. It generally could be different here. It's the stuff you usually see before a company files for bankruptcy.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. You're right.
All right, let's get a news update from Jennifer Jones-Lee, and then a little bit more about Elon Musk and that incident where he said some crazy stalker tried to get his kid in the car, and it's starting to look even weirder than it was before. The more information we get, the weirder the whole thing looks. It's KFI 8640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Here's Jennifer Jones-Lee live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
2 people suspected of shipping fentanyl out of the U.S. have been arrested in Huntington Beach. Police say 5 pounds of fentanyl and meth were also confiscated from the car yesterday. Police say an officer stopped the car after seeing the driver and passenger litter. They say the driver and passenger admitted to having narcotics on them. A mix of private and public funding has been used to purchase a massive oil field in OC for future use as a nature preserve. OC Supervisor Katrina Foley says Banning Ranch will soon serve as campgrounds and tribal land preservation.
The coastal park with amazing coastal views, protection of endangered species, and for future generations to be able to learn about nature.
Conservation groups closed escrow Friday on the property, which sits between Newport Beach, Costa Mesa, and Huntington Beach. Cleaning up the oil field infrastructure is expected to take about 3 years. People will soon be able to access parts of President Trump's tax returns, as we were just talking about. The House Ways and Means Committee voted to release the materials yesterday. It's unclear when people will be able to read them. The vote was approved by all 24 Democrats and vetoed by all 16 Republicans. Trump refused to release his returns during his 2016 presidential campaign and during his 4 years in the White House. The chaotic rollout of Taylor Swift's tour due to bungled ticket sales has led to lawsuits from fans. The problems with Ticketmaster got the attention of the Illinois Democratic Congresswoman, Jan Schakowsky, and a bipartisan group of congressional leaders. They sent this letter to Ticketmaster execs.
We want a complete explanation of the problems that we have had. So we are calling them in.
This week, some fans were contacted by Ticketmaster and were told that they could get a second chance to buy Taylor Swift tickets. And millions of people who enrolled in Medicaid during the COVID-19 pandemic could start to lose their insurance plans by April 1st.
If Congress passes its $1.7 trillion spending package, it could sunset a requirement the Biden administration's been under pressure to end. The federal government prohibited states from booting people from Medicaid with the public health emergency still in effect. 25 Republican governors have objected to that rule in a letter to the president. Millions are expected to be bumped from the program, which grants health care coverage to nearly 80 million low-income people. Mark Romer, KFI News.
SoCal weather from KFI. It's sunny for the rest of the week. Maybe some few clouds as we start out the day, but sunshine for the majority of the day, and these warmer temperatures have already started. Your highs later today are supposed to get in the mid-60s to right at 70, and then by Saturday and Christmas Day, we should see highs in the low to mid-70s, that is for Saturday, and then mid to upper 70s for Sunday. Then we'll be back in the 60s and 70s as we start next week. Let's get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky. Hi, Jeff Ball. What's up on the 101?
Well, hi, Jennifer. Good morning. And good morning to you. Thanks for taking us along for the ride here, as always. 101 is looking good. Really, no problems to warn you about. We climbed out of Van Nuys Airport a few minutes ago. Want to warn you, the wind is pretty serious now. It's a typical northeast to southwest wind in the San Fernando Valley, which blows it from, well, the northeast corner above San Fernando and right across the valley out towards Malibu. So it's kind of a typical wind right now. Just be careful if you're driving with it. Again, the drive is good. We took the southbound 101 Hollywood Freeway as well, down to the 4 level. That's all good. I noticed a little problem on the South 5, just the heads up, a little bit past Washington. Some activity over to the shoulder, and really good news, what I'm looking at now, if you are south on the 605 around Rose Hill, slamming the steering wheel going, what happened now? Well, there was the problem a little bit past Slauson before Telegraph, and we watched it all go up to the shoulder, but they had all lanes blocked here for a little while. So that's what it's all about. Stay with the freeway. The carpool lane is looking better. Well, a little slow from about where you billboard down. Not too bad. I think we're off to a fairly good start. So go away. Jeff Bond, KFI in the sky.
you have assets like a home, why not set up a trust or a will so everything transfers to your loved ones without costly delay? Make a quick call to Legal Docs by Me, and that's going to give you peace of mind. No expensive lawyers, no confusing websites, and you'll save thousands of dollars. Yes, I said thousands. All you have to do is call them right now. They're going to take down the necessary information and help you throughout the entire process. Just dial pound 250 on your cell phone and say Legal Docs. Pound 250, Legal Docs. Again, pound 250 and say Legal Docs. Legal Docs by Me. No lawyers, save money.
Are you ready to drive an electric car? At Autonomy, EV subscription is the answer. I'm Scott Painter, CEO of Autonomy, the cheapest, fastest, and easiest way to get into a Tesla. No lease, no loan, pay as you go month to month. Restrictions apply. Get details at autonomy.com.
It's Ryan Seacrest here. So, you tested positive for COVID. What's next? Treat yourself. COVID treatments are free. Taken by pill, these medications can stop the illness from getting serious. So, treat yourself. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. Again, it's 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Happy Honda days are here at Norman's Honda Superstore. Shop a super selection of new cars, trucks, and SUVs. And get holiday deals so good, they belong under your tree. Visit our super award-winning Norman's Honda Superstore locations in Huntington Beach, West Covina, Irvine Auto Center, Vista, and the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Shop online at normreeds.com. Join the excitement of the College Football Playoff National Championship Weekend and attend Playoff Fan Central January 6th through 8th at the Los Angeles Convention Center in downtown LA. Playoff Fan Central offers a wide variety of family-friendly entertainment and interactive experiences that will put you right in the middle of the action as we celebrate the pinnacle of the college football season. Admission is free. Just download the CFE Playoff mobile app on your Apple or Android device to get started. Playoff Fan Central is brought to you in part by Dr. Pepper, Gatorade, Goodyear, Mercedes-Benz, Modelo.
It's a simple equation. Performance over time equals trust. And for 50 years, Jacoby & Myers has come through for the people of Los Angeles with razor-sharp representation and a track record of impressive wins that add up to more than $1 billion in settlements. Yes, it's a simple formula that isn't always easy. But at the end of the day, it all adds up. Choose Jacoby & Myers, celebrating 50 years.
Volvo cars are known for safety. Volvo owners, well, they're known for loyalty. So what's better than safety and loyalty? New dealership. No. Yep. Now, safety and loyalty have a new location in Thousand Oaks. Rusnak Volvo Cars website in the Thousand Oaks Auto Mall, opening mid-October. Rusnak. It's that easy.
For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. KFI AM 640.
An iHeartRadio station.
The news, what it means, why it matters.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Good morning, it's the Bill Handel Show. Bill on vacation. He's back next week. Wayne Lesnick here. Jennifer Jones-Lee is here. We're doing Handel on the news. And just to finish up the thing I was saying before the break, it was in a Twitter Spaces conversation yesterday. Or maybe it was earlier this morning. In a Twitter Spaces conversation, Elon Musk said, if you look at what's going on, it looks like I'm running a company. Let me get the exact quote. Hold on. Because it does have to do with a plane on fire. I'm heading a company which is like a plane that headed straight to the ground with its engines on. Wow. And
That is
$1 billion of cash on. And that's not all about the weird world of Elon Musk. So remember when he said that he was going to ban any accounts that dox people's location because some crazy person accosted a car that his kid was in? And then we found out that LAPD, nobody had reported anything to LAPD, etc. Well, now information is coming out, and it makes the whole situation even stranger. Because this is coming out of the South Pasadena Police Department, who say they responded to an incident after some guy from Connecticut was driving. He was on the 110, and he said he needed to use his phone, so he pulled off the freeway. He pulled into a parking lot of a gas station on Mission Street in South Pasadena. He's using his phone. Another car pulls in, blocks him in. A guy gets out and says, "You're following me." And I don't know what the quote victim said in response, but when the guy who accused him of following him left, he hit the victim's car with his car and took off. And now police are saying the guy who hit the car and took off and accused the first guy of following him is a member of Elon Musk's security team. So this appears to be what Elon Musk was referring to. But now the story is, did anybody accost anybody or come after anybody? Did some guy on Elon Musk's security team think somebody was following them and confront that person? There's one wrinkle, though. Because you might say, oh, this is somebody on Elon Musk's team overreacting to nothing, and then Elon Musk turns it into, there was this incident. But there is one wrinkle, and that is that this guy from Connecticut apparently told police that he was very interested in Elon Musk and his partner Grimes and her music. So that's not random then, is it? No. If I'm driving down the freeway and pull over and Elon Musk's security guy pulls over and yells at me because he thinks I'm following him, I guarantee you I'm not following him because I don't even know who they are and I don't care. But this guy does admit that he has interest in these people. So maybe he was following.
Yeah, this last night when I first read it, I thought, well, yeah, Elon Musk team is a little, like, woo, you guys can back off. And then the more I read that too, and I went, wait, there's validity to that, and maybe
he was probably following that car.
Yeah, and a good security guy would notice that and would turn around and be like, whoa, we're going to stop that before it gets any further.
Yeah, however, as far as the South Pasadena Police Department is concerned, the guy from Connecticut is the victim, and the Elon Musk guy is the potential suspect.
Well, I think he hit the guy with the car, not the guy in the car. I think the guy was out of the car.
It's so unclear whether Elon Musk's guy hit the other guy while he was in his car, meaning he hit the car, or hit the guy who was not in the car. You cannot tell.
No, and that's
reporting on any of this.
This is the third story that I've read. 2 out of 3 make it sound like he hit the guy outside the car, but this story makes it sound like he hit the guy in the car. So who knows? This is not a surprise.
Except for KFI.
What's that?
Oh, nothing. If anybody heard it, they heard it.
I was all into this next story, which is not a surprise at all. TikTok would apparently be banned from most U.S. government devices if the government spending bill in Congress goes through. I love the different attachments that are on these spending bills. It amuses me, I think. So it's this $1.7 trillion package that's supposed to fund the government. Oh, by the way, one of the things on it is the Biden administration would prohibit most uses of TikTok or any other app created by ByteDance, which is out of China.
Most uses? There would be some reasons you could still use TikTok on your government phone.
And I would say that's probably for research. That's my excuse.
Okay. Sorry, that was Pete Townsend's excuse too when he was caught with all that child porn.
Well, oh yeah.
And I want to find a different excuse.
I don't want to be in that category.
Boo to the city of Santa Ana for shutting down over 100 street vendors. Or, yay to the city of Santa Ana for shutting down over 100 unpermitted street vendors who were selling food that was, quote, unfit for human consumption.
Ew.
But here's the problem. It's impossible to know whether these vendors were selling food that was unfit for human consumption, or whether, because they didn't have a permit, it it meant they had not been inspected to ensure that they were selling food that was fit for human consumption, and therefore you leap to the conclusion that it was unfit. That's more of a regulatory term than that they found anything in particular. But the street vendors are all up in arms. People who support the street vendors are all up in arms. And on the other hand, if you need a permit to do it and you don't have a permit, I guess they can tell you to stop. And that's what happened.
Is it difficult to get a permit? Or are these people just like, nah, I don't care about even trying to get a permit? That's something I would like to know. Has the city made it so, like, prohibitory that they can, it makes it so difficult for these guys to try and get one of these permits that they're like, we're not even going to try and go through the process. We'll just wait till we, one of those, I'll say sorry later, I'll apologize later.
It's not the easiest thing, but it's not so difficult that if you wanted to get the permit, that you couldn't get the permit. However, Newsom signed that Senate bill, whatever it was, that takes effect the beginning of the year that makes it easier. So if there was something about the process that could be made easier, then it couldn't have been that easy. So starting January 1st, it will be easier than it was to get a permit. But I also believe wholeheartedly that a lot of the vendors just don't care. And here's an interesting thing. Oh no, once again, yesterday, right at this time, I was about to share a fantastic idea for reforming the criminal justice system to keep people safer from criminals. A really amazing barn burner of an idea, and then it was too late. And now I have an amazing observation about this problem of street vendors who don't want to get their permits, and it's too late. The way the world keeps getting denied by wisdom is a real shame. It's KFI in 640 Live, everyone on the iHeartRadio. This is Jennifer Jones Lee live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Tens of millions of Americans are under cold weather alerts as a major storm packs these cold temps across the U.S. I was just talking to a friend who lives in Virginia. He said it would be 7 degrees there over the weekend. 7! The Supreme Court will hear arguments on President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan, but that won't happen until late February. And ESPN reports NBA Phoenix Suns and WNBA's Mercury are being purchased by a billionaire mortgage lender, Matt Ishbia, for about $4 billion. Your SoCal weather from KFI is a mostly sunny day at highs in the mid-60s to right at 70. This report is brought to you by ChooseChangeCA.org. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places and check out your Wednesday drive.
Jen, yesterday morning, I think I forgot to tell you, I got a text from a friend of mine. He sent me a little picture of him inside his car from Blackfoot, Idaho. It was 1 degree.
No, thank you. No.
Just amazing. I told him, I said, don't lick any poles. All right. Good morning to you. We're generally LA, Orange County, we're in pretty good shape here so far, so good. A little bit of a problem on the southbound 605 past Boston. All lanes are blocked for a short time. That's what all that volume is about coming down from Rose Hill. So mind you, all lanes open, and the carpool lane looking good. Now look at the 60 and the 10 approaching the 605. Off to a fairly good start. There's a little bit of a problem I'm looking at right now. I see a flashing light westbound San Bernardino freeway, a little bit past Rosemead, maybe. Just be careful. I'll check it out. I think it's over to the shoulder. Be careful and don't go away. Jeff Barr, KFI in the sky.
Termites are with us virtually all of the time. Southern California is termite central. Not a question of if, it's a question of when. So let's say you're undoing your holiday ornaments from the garage and the attic, and you see these little bugs flying around. Probably termites. Groups or discarded insect wings. Looks like small piles of sawdust at the bottom of your baseboard. Termites. Call the folks at Pacific Coast Termite. They'll come out and give you a free home inspection. And even if you don't think you have termites, they'll give you a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. And even if you don't know or think you have termites, still give them a call. With Pacific Coast Termite, there's no tenting, no double bagging your food, no pet sitting. You can still be home when they do their work. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Call 800-PACIFIC.
Pacific Coast Termite, kills termites.
The clean, friendly way.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
This report is sponsored by GiveMeTheVin.com. At GiveMeTheVin.com, it's all digital. We have a 45-second offer online. It's fast, it's easy, we have the best online reviews in the planet. Sell me your car.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Hi there. I'm getting paid to talk to you, and yet I'm the most boring person I know. Isn't that unfair? Yes, it is. Of course, you could join me to start a podcast with Spreaker from Ireland. If you've got something to say, they'll help you monetize it. And I bet you've got more to say than I do. I have literally nothing to say, and I'm loving life. Spreaker.com. That's SPREAKER.com. Get paid to talk.
Whether it's Ralph's Simple Trick Turkey, or mac and cheese with Murray's English Cheddar, or a pie made with fresh Cosmic Crisp apples, there are many dishes we look forward to sharing during the holidays. And Ralph's has all the fresh ingredients you need to turn today's holiday into tomorrow's memories. Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
Take home bone-in Farmer John full half ham. They're just $1.49 a pound. Limit one with your card, an additional $25 purchase. Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
Imagine air travel that's simple, hassle-free, and fast. That's Surf Air. Save hours on every trip. Avoid busy, crowded terminals and fly from airports closer to your home. No crowds, no long lines, no stress. With Surf Air's private flights, you're in control of your travel day, not the other way around. SurfAir.com, the most convenient way to fly. Get a free quote on your next flight at SurfAir.com. There's a better way to fly private.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 38,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
What you got planned this weekend? Well, I was going to pluck these geese and make pillows. Woods, Jason, those big milk show on the real cell cams. Calm down, Gladys. I'm just kidding. Of course I want to go. Is that a reveal cell cam I see over on the corner? We both know reveal cameras by Tachycam are the first choice among sportsmen. I don't disagree. But why is it on the corner? People are using reveal cell cams for so much more. From monitoring pest control to every kind of security need you can think of. I've got to get on revealcellcams.com.
The holidays are here. What's on your menu? Look to Stater Brothers for starters all the way to dessert. Have your eye on a tender and juicy roast? Our beef bone-in ribeye roasts are just $5.77 a pound. Savory Smithfield bone-in spiral sliced half hams are only $1.49 a pound. Fresh green beans are just $1.49 a pound. Even better, tossed with truth bacon at $4.99 a pound. And get in the spirit. Save 30% on all 750 milliliter bottles of liquor when you buy 4 or more. Happy holidays from Stater Brothers Market.
The 12th annual KFI Pastathon is in the books.
Hey, it's Jennifer Jones-Lee, and I just wanted to give a huge thank you to everybody who contributed to this year's KFI Pastathon to benefit Chef Bruno and Katerina's Club. Every dollar that you gave us made an impact in a child's life. So thank you so much for your generosity, and we look forward to seeing what we can do in 2023 for Katerina's Club. Mwah! Thank you.
Grazie. Thank you. KFI, AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
KFI AM 640 right everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Good morning, this is the Bill Handel Show. He is on his European vacation. He is back next week. Wayne Resnick's here, Jennifer Jones-Lee is here, and we're going to finish up Handel on the News for you.
And so one thing that we kind of kept an eye on was minimum wage and how it was supposed to go to $15.50 an hour. And the thing that I was watching was how the fast food industry was going to have to change to comply with the new rates. So employers are already saying, hey, look, we've got higher rent, now we've got higher wage costs, higher regulatory costs, inflation on top of this. And so the fast food industry also has one other hurdle for the new year, which is this new law that was pushed by unions to come up with a council that would regulate the wages and hours and other working conditions. And so what I think will be interesting to see is if these businesses can survive. There could be some who just say it's too expensive to operate in California. Do they stay? Do they go? Is it worth? Is the business here worth it? In the supply-demand kind of issue, like, we've got all this stuff for you, but it costs us an arm and a leg. But you want it, so we can keep it going.
The business is definitely there. It's gonna depend on whether you are an owner of a franchise of a big fast food chain, in which case you can probably do things like put in kiosk ordering and really limit the number of staff you have to employ. Have you been to one of these McDonald's or Taco Bells that have gone all kiosks?
No, I haven't.
Okay, you don't talk to a person. You walk in, all there are kiosks. You do your order on the kiosk,
and you can say no pickles, no whatever.
Oh, the whole thing, yeah. It's just like ordering online through their app, basically. You can customize and everything. But my point is, there's nobody waiting there to find out what you want. You walk in, you place your order, it gets transmitted to the back. You can usually, depending on the setup, you can monitor, like, are they making my order yet? And then at some point your order's called. And yeah, there's people cooking, right? There's someone on the drive-thru, and that person usually does double duty with grabbing the bag of food that the people who prepared your food made and put in the bag, and walking 3 steps and putting it on a counter. Okay, and you pick it up and go. So you could really cut back on just how many people you employ per shift, and hopefully make up the difference. But I also think the minimum wage thing isn't going to be the real threat. The real threat is going to be this council, this fast food council. If they can take it from $15.50 to $22 quickly, that's a whole nother wage problem. As you know, fast food companies are spending unbelievable amounts of money to fight this, and they're going to put a thing on the ballot where they will ask us to vote to get rid of this fast food council.
I have a question back to the kiosk really fast. When you go into the restaurant, is it like when you do self-checkout at, say, a grocery store, where 6 people can be checking out, but there's one employee there just to make sure that if anybody has any questions or that payment doesn't go through? Is there a person standing there?
Not usually. Not in my experience.
So what happens is,
you have to go to the counter and wait for the person who's working the drive-through window and shoveling the order. You kind of got to get their attention.
That's a lot of pressure on that person.
Yes, it is. That's been my experience. So maybe other places they do have like a prompter standing there to help you.
All right. So the labor force participation rate, we talked about this, was 62.1% last month, lower than the 63.4% that it was before the pandemic, back in March 2020. Now, in a lot of different states, you had unemployment benefits and ACA subsidies for a family of 4 with 2 people not working. That was $80,000 a year in wages and benefits, this study found. But the Obamacare subsidies are outpacing the median income in several states, according to this new study. And it says that it shows one factor contributing to all of these workers is the generous benefits that are paid to families without workers, which makes sense.
This is what they mean when they say, in some cases, you're better off, quote, being on welfare than working. And there are absolutely circumstances where people are getting more money not working, and that's why they're not re-entering the job force. Pick the story we go out on, please, Jen.
Can we do the no trial for Scott Peterson, just because that was the case that I lived stem to stern for 6 months?
Yes.
And I was in Northern California.
We've been waiting for this judge to issue a decision whether or not he can have a new trial because of some juror misconduct. And the judge
finally said nope. Scotty P, as we used to call him in the media room. Scotty P, you will stay in prison. So this is for killing his pregnant wife Lacey and their unborn child, is what he was found guilty of. And they did look at this one juror who did not disclose that she had had abuse, from a partner, domestic abuse in the past. She did not disclose that. And that's what the defense team was hanging its hat on, was that's why Scott should get a new trial, because you had this one juror who was not forthcoming with her background. But the judge in this case said no, and in fact said, we believe this sets a bad precedent for future cases where jurors purposefully commit misconduct, but nevertheless know it'll be excused by simply shrugging it off with "I forgot." That's Pat Harris, who has been part of Scott Peterson's defense team from the beginning when Scott Peterson was first represented by Mark Garrett.
Well, and that was the whole question, is did this juror hide that on purpose because she wanted to get on the jury to convict him, or was it just an oversight? And the point here, despite what the defense is saying, the point here, the judge found she didn't do it on purpose. So the defense is wrong. If there's another case in the future where it's found a juror intentionally withheld information, then that person will get a new trial.
Like a stealth juror, right? That was
Yes, that's the question. And they wanted to look into whether this Rochelle Reese, is her name, was a stealth juror, and the judge said no. She just didn't do everything she was supposed to do. All right, that is handle on the news. And when we come back here after a news update from Jen, we're going to talk to M. Wynn from ABC News to get an update on the budget and whether we have one yet or how close we are. And then some big changes to your retirement plan. Kids, you got to save for retirement. Now we're trying to make it a little easier. It's KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Happy holidays.
Here you go.
May you get away with all your regifting this year.
Yeah, I thought that.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
New updates. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. So we are learning more about the damage that happened from a 6.4 magnitude quake in Northern California. It shook homes off foundations, damaged roads, left nearly 60,000 homes and businesses without power. Officials say at least 2 people have died from medical emergencies during or following the earthquake just south of Eureka. 12 people were hurt.
The majority of impacts in the community are in the city of Rio Dell and the city of Fortuna. And currently our Emergency Operations Center is working on gathering damage reports and getting an assessment of the total impact to the community.
Humboldt County Office of Emergency Services Manager Ryan Derby says yesterday's quake was so big it felt like a truck hit his house. He says all major lifeline routes and highways have remained relatively unscathed with just some cracking. He says they are still passable. A woman has been killed in an apartment fire in Downey. KFI's Blake Trolley reports live the woman's daughter has been taken to the hospital.
Big smoke could be seen coming from both sides of the apartment building last night. The Downey Fire Department called in county firefighters to help. Firefighters worked to keep the fire from spreading to another building. Firefighters found one woman outside the building. She was injured, also taken to a hospital. Firefighters inside found a woman and her daughter in a bathroom. The woman was pronounced dead on scene. The cause of the fire is under investigation. Reporting live, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Daly County Board of Supervisors has unanimously voted to require probation departments to come up with a strategy to phase out pepper spray in housing units at Central Juvenile Hall. The department's been given 45 days to come up with this plan. A report published last month found from June to September, people in 2 LA juvenile halls were pepper sprayed a total of 232 times. This is almost twice the average rate from 2021. The city of LA says there are more than 16,000 beds for homeless people.
Of those, 12,000 are filled. The city's Homeless Strategy Committee's released its numbers that are part of a mandatory report to the state. Over the last fiscal year, the city's gained 2,500 more beds through programs like Project Root Key and the Tiny Home Village. The numbers also show in the last year, 4,800 people were placed into some sort of permanent housing, and of those, 322 were able to move out of the system altogether and become self-sufficient. At the time of the report, there was construction underway for new housing, which will add another 781 new beds to the city's total. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
The jury in LA that convicted Harvey Weinstein of sexual assault has said it could not reach a unanimous decision on aggravating factors in the case. Those factors could have added to the 18 years in prison Weinstein's already facing for the rape and other sex crimes he was found guilty of yesterday. A man in Thousand Oaks has been arrested for the alleged sexual assault of at least 3 girls, 2 of whom are under 10 years old. The Ventura County Sheriff's Department says in October, one of the girls reported she'd been assaulted multiple times by the same man and suspected other girls were also attacked. Detectives say December 12th they arrested 24-year-old Raul Gomez. Gomez was booked for a number of charges, including felony kidnapping for child molesting, forcible lewd acts on a child, and with a sex act on a child under the age of 10. A roughly 400-acre former oil field in OC will soon be turned into a nature preserve.
Surrounded by Newport Beach, Costa Mesa, Huntington Beach.
OC Supervisor Katrina Foley says Banning Ranch is SoCal's last large undeveloped parcel of coastal real estate.
We must preserve as much open space as we can here in Orange County so that people have a place to escape the urban jungle.
Democratic Assemblywoman Connie Petrie Norris says it will take 3 years to clean up the oil field
and provide unparalleled coastal access for surrounding underserved communities.
New park space and tribal land preservation are also expected. The deal closed Friday thanks to public and private funding. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
And a winter storm has started to move toward the East Coast. ABC's Alex Perez says the plains and Midwest could get anywhere from a few inches to more than a foot of snow, and that is combined with deep freeze temperatures.
When this storm is done with the Midwest, it will continue marching east and creating problems for the holiday weekend there.
The airlines are anticipating there will be weather-related delays and cancellations all across the country. Taking a look at your KFI financial report, right now the Dow is up 344, S&P is up 33, and the NASDAQ is up 83. SoCal weather from KFI. Looks like we've got a really nice day shaping up, very mild, sunny conditions later in the day with highs in the low to mid 60s. It looks like even in some spots, though, we could see some low 70s, but still chilly now. Right now it is 41 in Irvine, 46 in Santa Monica. Let's get a look at your drive with VKFI in the sky, and we're going to update the 10.
All right, the westbound 10 coming in from the Covina is the San Bernardino Freeway. That section of the 10. It's still in pretty good shape all the way through the 605. There's a couple of shoulder problems I just want to point out to you so they don't become. But one at Rosemead, that's past 605, and then you keep going one a little bit before the 710 at Fremont, barely to the shoulder. So, but the drive is good, and especially the express lanes. Boy, you don't even need them to be honest with you, but everything's good all the way in. That's what. Look at the top of the East LA interchange going from the South 5 to the West Santa Monica Freeway. Just before you make that transition, there's the left shoulder works, which is like long time work, and the right shoulder. Just be careful going through. Not too bad. Just get down to 710, boys. A lot of trucks going south to pick up packages that you're probably waiting for at the dock. You know, keep going, but even northbound side looks pretty good. The wildfire going into LA says, looks kind of busy. As I speak to you now, we're just coming away from the 710. Looks pretty good. We're going to go to the airport. We'll check it out for you and let you know what's going on. Don't go away. Jeff Bond, AFI in the sky.
Any an accident can happen to anyone. If you're ever hurt, car, motorcycle, trucking accident, or even a dog fight, there's only one firm to call. Sweet Change. Accident attorneys, 800-500-5200 for the last 15 years. Sweet Change has helped tens of thousands of injured accident victims get medical treatment needed. And has won almost $1 billion for his clients, with $188 million settled so far this year. Come on! You see, being hurt after an accident has a major impact on a person's life. The last thing you need is to take it on alone. James has been voted best attorneys in America, and personal injury is all they do. Sweet James is sweet to you, but tough on the insurance companies to hold them accountable. They're driven by their purpose to help you when you need them most. So, if you're hurt in an accident, call for a free consultation 24/7. 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, or sweetjames.com.
You know, end-of-the-year donation decisions are best made where it can do the most good, which is right here at home. Children's Hospital Los Angeles delivers world-class care and life-changing research for critically ill kids. Your donations help families that need this life-saving care, so please give generously. Call 800-670-CHLA, that's 800-670-CHLA, or visit donatechla.org to make your year-end donation.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing. KFI.
More stimulating talk.
An iHeart radio station.
Today, the part of Phil Handle will be played by not Phil Handle.
I mean, it's handle shell, so see the difference. And now, here's not so handle.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Good morning. This is the Bill Handel Show. Bill is on vacation. He is back next week. Wayne Resnick here. And in a moment or two, M. Wayne from ABC News is going to join us with an update on the battle over getting a budget passed by the midnight Friday deadline. And that gives me a moment to tell you that KFI is giving you a chance to win a 2-night stay at Southern California's premier oceanfront destination, Terranea Resort, situated atop the Palos Verdes Peninsula with endless views of the Pacific Ocean. Winners will stay in an ocean view suite, play around a golf or two at the links, and have dinner at Catalina Kitchen. Visit KFI AM 640 on Instagram and enter to win a stay at this luxury resort that's right here at home and feels like a million miles away. And I'm going to help you a little bit. You go to Instagram, you go to KFI AM 640's account, that's the handle at KFI AM 640, and you're looking for the post with a picture of the ocean on it. It might not be the first post that's there. It might be a couple, 3, 4 posts down at this point. That's what you're looking for. Look at the caption, do what it tells you to do, and you will be entered to win. And I'm told we have Justin Finch from ABC News ready to go. Justin, good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
So give us an update, if you can, on the battle to get a budget passed. What's going on?
Well, they're really trying to get this done very quickly here. Hopefully, the Senate is under real deadline pressure. Tomorrow is the deadline by which Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell said that he wants this out of the hands of his chamber and does not want to hold Republican members past that time. The House is set to take it up after that Senate vote. The wedge kind of thrown into that plan today is, of course, we have the expected visit and address from Ukraine's President Zelensky to address both chambers of Congress. Senator Dick Durbin saying that if that happens as planned, members will be voting on this budget bill and perhaps scrambling to get out of town ahead of a storm that's moving east at this time. So not only do members have the pressure of trying to push this mega bill through, there's also this unexpected visit coming in, and of course the weather on top of all of this. And again, Mitch McConnell being very firm on that 20-second deadline.
And do we still have any sense of whether he wants this deadline because he wants a full year-long bill to be done, or because he's hoping that it can't get done under this deadline, and now with the things you just described, the extra challenges, it seems like it might not get done. He's kind of hoping it can't get done so that they have to take it up again next year with a new Republican-controlled House.
Well, the whispers had been that both sides wanted this year-long deal done, so that remains to be seen. Either way, you have to imagine that he has to be braced for the potential of another stopgap measure, which of course is both sides back into their quarters once more, trying to hash out yet another deal. But even with this pressure of the 22nd kind of looming over all of this, just one more day at this point, they're going to have two contingencies. It sounds like everyone is wanting to go for the plan A here, which is the year-long funding, and hopefully avert that shutdown. But it remains to be seen. Like you said, the whole added pressure of this Zelensky visit does put more heat on them to do something very quickly. You have members kind of hold up from the very beginning saying that this is a lot to process, too much to take in, and they see places where they want to cut. But when you're talking about so many different snipes at this time, there really isn't enough time to get all of this done. And Chuck Schumer did say that not everyone was going to get what they wanted in this deal, and that appears to be more true now than it was in Senate.
All right, and just one thing quickly, and it just would be based on if you're hearing any chatter from anybody about this, which is the holdup fundamental differences about the core issues of a budget? Or is it the side issues that both parties try to wedge in that don't really have anything to do with the budget? Like, I understand there's some disagreement about whether to build a new FBI headquarters, and if so, where. Are these disagreements about the core budget, or do they seem to be about side issues?
Can I say take a 50-50 on that? I would say there are some principal issues that appear to be rivaling either side, and there are those smaller things too. There are some who want to see not only more clarity, more funding, more of a future for that new FBI headquarters somewhere in this legislation. There are those who want to see something that will firm up security for those who go online and privacy protection. But then there are some too who are asking, why is there $45 billion set aside for aid to Ukraine? Why is there $858 billion for defense spending, more than what the president asked for? Why is there no COVID funding in the bill? That was a White House concern, but even they said we will forego that because the greater thrust of this bill is to the benefit of the American people. So no matter what, there are always going to be holes punched into what this budget addresses, and of course what it does not as well.
All right, very good, Justin. Thank you so much. Always great to talk with you, and we'll see what they can get done.
We'll see.
All right. Justin Finch, ABC News. Let's get a news update from Jennifer Jones-Lee, and then now let's talk a little bit about the Biden administration and Title 42 and what they're doing as they get down to the wire. They're doing something they kind of said they wouldn't do. It's KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Here's Jen live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Millions of Americans will see a white Christmas this year. However, that's because forecasters are predicting snow on the ground in at least 16 states this holiday season, and a bomb cyclone is headed across the country. Ukrainian President Zelensky will be in Washington, D.C. today. It's his first trip outside Ukraine since the Russian invasion started 300 days ago. And Twitter's owner, CEO Elon Musk, says he wants to change the way polls work after over half of Twitter users voted to have him step down as CEO. So yesterday, Musk agreed with somebody on Twitter who said blue subscribers should be the only ones who can vote in policy-related polls, and Musk responded, good point. Twitter will make that change. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a sunny day shaping up here, so while the rest of the country freezes, we're actually warming up. Highs will be in the mid-60s to the lower 70s. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky, and we're looking at the 105.
That's it, boy. Cyclone. I got to come up with a better term than that, that's for sure. Westbound 105. Guess what? It's pretty good shape for a change, I must say. We followed it from the 605 across the rules for getting through the 110, but you'll be in good shape. You'll stay on schedule going into LAX. Now, LAX itself is busy. It's not wall-to-wall ridiculous right now, but it's going to get that way as we get towards the end of the week, that's for sure. But right now, I would call it manageable. To the 405, in pretty good shape. We're crossing over the 710 right now as I speak to you. It's a little slow up through about Santa Fe, north to the 710, but after that, really, it's a good drive all the way up to the airport. We're going to continue south a little bit, so we'll cover it all for you. Jeff Barr, KFI in the sky.
Tired of that foggy, forgetful feeling in the morning? Say goodbye to junk sleep and get to Mattress Firm's Dream Simmer Sale. Save up to 50% off select mattresses from top brands. Visit a store near you or mattressfirm.com today. This report is sponsored by Whole Foods Market. Hey, cheese lovers, save big at Whole Foods Market during the 12 days of cheese. Get 37% off select holiday cheeses with Prime through December 24th. While supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Experience the College Football Playoff National Championship Weekend at Championship Campus in downtown Los Angeles, January 6th through 8th. Championship Campus features Playoff Fan Central, AT&T Playoff Playlist Live, Media Day, the Extra Yard 5K, Taste of the Championship, and more. For more information, go to collegefootballplayoff.com/championship campus.
Wondering if you should get the updated COVID-19 booster? Here are 3 reasons why you should. 1, Vaccines and boosters provide better protection from COVID-19. 2, even if you've had COVID-19 before, boosters are recommended to keep your immunity strong, especially as new variants emerge. And 3, the risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 goes up with age, and boosters can help lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Dance the baby, feel good for the holidays with Christmas music playing now on iHeartRadio's Coast 103.5.
This is crazy land. Piling up all these crazy programs.
They all do this. They spend up everything and they don't worry about tomorrow, and then when the markets tank, they're screwed.
John and Ken. And so then their last resort, oh, looks like we're going to have to raise taxes. Weekdays at 2 on KFI.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Good morning. This is the Bill Handel Show. Bill is on a European vacation, but he is back next week. Wayne Resnick here, Gary and Shannon coming aboard at 10 o'clock, and a couple of stories that we're watching here at KFI. The LA County supervisors have agreed to endorse and support Los Angeles City Mayor Karen Bass's state of emergency on homelessness. And Hall of Fame running back Franco Harris has passed away at the age of 72. He will be known for so many things, but perhaps nothing more than what they've called the Immaculate Reception. This was one of the most famous plays in football history, still to this day shrouded in controversy as well. It was pretty sure it was a divisional playoff game. There was the Steelers and the Raiders, and they were in Pittsburgh, and the Steelers are behind. There's 22 seconds left in this game. Terry Bradshaw throws a pass. He wants John Fuqua to catch it. And something happens, and this is where the controversy is. Nobody's still sure whether it bounced off one of the Raiders' helmets or it bounced off of the receiver's hands. But in any event, in swoops Franco Harris, gets it right before it hits the ground, runs it in for a game-winning touchdown, and there you go. It was a big, big deal. But even to this day, there are people who will say that it's not fair because they don't know if it only touched the receiver, if it hit the ground before he caught it, or any of those things. It would have been an incomplete pass. I don't need to get too far in the weeds here. It really is. Any football fan knows the Immaculate Reception. And Franco Harris was a fantastic, fantastic football player and human being. And he's definitely going to be missed, especially in and around the Pittsburgh area where he is a legend. Now, you know, this fight is going on in front of the Supreme Court over Title 42. Title 42 is really shorthand for a policy that immediately expels people who cross the border here based on stopping COVID. That's when we say Title 42 now, that's what we mean. If before COVID, if you had said Title 42, you would just be talking about a part of the statute that says the government can do a lot of things when there's a communicable disease going around. In any event, it came into play during the Trump administration because that's when the COVID came into play. The Biden administration has continued to use this procedure. In fact, more people have been expelled at the border under the Biden administration than under the Trump administration. And I'm not saying that to play favorites. I'm just saying I think more people have tried to come across since President Biden took office. But, and this is where things get confused. It's not confusing, but it's been confused in the reporting and the covering of what's going on here. Because the latest news, as you know, was that Chief Justice John Roberts froze the end of Title 42. You can't end it yet. Even though a lower court judge had ordered that it be ended because it's unconstitutional, basically. It's against the law to have this policy. And what's getting lost is this part of it, is the whole path to where we are. So you have Title 42 going on, and what happened is that lower court judge who found that this procedure is illegal because it denies people an opportunity to seek asylum, that was a lawsuit brought by 6 families who tried to come in and were expelled under Title 42. So those are the parties. You have the government, and then you have these 6 families, and the judge said, I agree with these 6 families, and it's no good, you got to end it. Then the states got in. You had Texas and some other states, Arizona, they started to get involved in the case. They said, hey, wait a minute. This judge over here said you got to end Title 42, and we don't think you can end Title 42 because it's going to cause chaos and havoc, pandemonium at the border, and we're going to be overrun, and we are not ready for this. We would never be ready for this, and so you're totally bumming us out, and you're hurting us. You're hurting us if you end Title 42. And an appeals court said, you know what, guys? Maybe, but you're too late. You're too late to get involved. You were not involved this whole time. All of a sudden now that you lost, if you will, in court, but you didn't really lose in court because you weren't part of the case. But now that your interest lost in court, here you are. That's not how it works. Sorry, the lower court decision stands, Title 42 is going to end. And then the Biden administration said, oh yeah, we're going to totally abide by that. We love it. We love a judge's order. We always comply with judge's orders. We're going to end it. There's nothing we can do. Our hands are tied. Even though previous administration might have tried some other things, figured out a way, maybe changed the policy a little bit. You remember, I'm sure you do, when then President Trump had his travel ban and got sued, and the judges said, oh, you can't have this travel ban. And he went, oh, let's change a country here and add a country here. What about this? No. All right, let me try another thing. I'll add this country and this country, and I'll take this country and move it over there. What about this? And the Supreme Court said, that one's okay. And people want the Biden administration to do the same thing here. You have these policies under Title 42 that you're using. Why don't you tweak them? Why don't you look at tweaking them a little bit so that we can keep most of it? Just like President Trump got to keep a travel ban that wasn't too terribly different than the one that he first wanted. We could have Title 42, and it wouldn't be too terribly different from what we have now, but it would be different enough so that judges won't shut it down. And the Biden administration said, no, thank you. We abide by judges' orders. We don't fight back. Now, they'll fight back on other things, of course. But on this one, we're not going to fight back. And so the states went to the Supreme Court and said, hey, you've got to stop this right now. This can't end. This must continue. This is an emergency. Here we are. And instead of saying the same thing that the appeals court said, instead of saying, you guys were not part of this case, you're too late. You don't really have any business being part of it. Supreme Court Chief Justice said, all right, we'll put it on pause. And government, you have until 5 p.m. Tuesday, yesterday, to reply to this problem. And that's where we are. And the government did respond. And it's interesting because, I mean, they want to end it. We know now that their position is they would like to end it. And so the Solicitor General wrote in the response, and I'm not going to read it or get into the weeds about it, but they basically said, oh, look, we totally agree that if Title 42 ends, there'll be disruption, there will be an increase in illegal border crossings. We agree that's probably going to happen, and we're not trying to make light of it, but, and that's what the states are upset about, and we agree that the thing they're upset about is definitely true. But you can't solve the immigration problem that we have by indefinitely extending a public health measure that everyone agrees is no longer valid in terms of a public health justification for having it. Because the interesting thing here is you have these states that want to keep this Title 42 expelling people at the border quickly policy in place. And the reason that it was put into place was because of COVID. And those states are full of people and leaders who say COVID is not a deal anymore. There is no COVID problem. So you might think, well, if you agree there's no COVID problem, then you agree we don't need this Title 42 expelling people at the border anymore because it's only there because of COVID. And that's kind of what the government is trying to say. But don't know what the Supreme Court will do with all of these various arguments. I will say this, that the bigger picture here, the big story here is it used to be pretty much, not entirely, that issues of policy, a president could come in and he could say, hey, this is how I want to do things. And for the most part, they were allowed to do things the way they wanted to do it. And starting, really what I'm going to say, it started kind of with Obama and the people who and then it really ramped up under Trump because people hated Trump. And now this is the way it is. A new president comes in, they say, hey, I want to do things this way. And all of a sudden, everybody goes to court. And they go, he's not allowed to do things his way. Wait a minute, forever we've been allowed to do things our way. Not anymore. Not allowed to do things your way. And courts have started to buy into that argument a lot. That's why Trump couldn't have his travel ban. That's why we're having this argument about Title 42. That's why DACA has been the subject of endless litigation. People are no longer willing to let a president run things the way they want to run it. Maybe that's for the best. Let's get a news update from Jennifer Jones. We will continue here. There's a panel in California that has a lot of ideas for making our criminal justice system better. Let's see what you think of these ideas. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Here's Jennifer Jones-Lee live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Orange County pulled out of the OC Power Authority before the choice for renewable energy even started. Supervisor Lisa Bartlett says recent audits show inexperienced leadership, rates higher than promised, and customers rapidly opting out.
It's more than twice what they had anticipated at the OCPA, and it's 3 times the state average. So the state average is about 7%, and the opt-out rate is about 21%.
Now, the board voted 3-2 yesterday to pull out. 4 cities in OC remain. The OCPA says its leadership and finances are strong, plus even lower rates for clean energy start on the 1st. An investigation's been ordered following the accidental euthanasia of a 3-month-old puppy in Baldwin Park. The Department of Animal Care and Control says between July 1st and November 30th, more than 3,700 animals in DACC's care were euthanized, equating to roughly 30% kill rate. Now, the LA County Board of Supervisors announced the investigation into the Baldwin Park Animal Care Center yesterday to prevent similar accidents from happening. The average price of a gallon of regular gas in LA County has decreased 1.6 cents to $4.44. It is 23.7 cents less than it was a year ago. In OC, the average price dropped 0.6 cents to $4.32. That is a 32.4 cents less drop, that is, than it was a year ago. Former TV anchor Carrie Lake is expected to make her case she didn't actually lose the race to be Arizona's governor. Over the course of a 2-day trial, she will have to chance the inspected ballots, call witnesses, even introduce evidence so she can prove that she was the rightful winner. Democrat Katie Hobbs won by just 17,000 votes in November. A judge in Maricopa County says she must prove there was misconduct intended to deny her a victory. And a holiday concert was made off-limits to a woman because of her face.
Kelly Conlon and her daughter took a group trip to New York to see the world-famous Rockettes perform for the holidays at Radio City Music Hall. She says as soon as she walked in, security from Madison Square Garden, which runs Radio City Music Hall, told her their facial recognition system identified her as a lawyer for a firm in New Jersey that's had some personal injury cases against the restaurant associated with MSG. Even though she was not part of any of those cases, she says she was forced to wait outside while her daughter and the rest of the group enjoyed the show. The law firm is now challenging Madison Square Garden's license with the state liquor authority. Michael Crozier, KFI News.
SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a sunny day ahead, and while most of the country is entering freezing conditions, snow, we've got sunshine and warmer temperatures on the way. This is why people look at us on January 1st and say, oh, I wish we were in California. We've got sunshine, temperatures in the mid-60s to the lower 70s. We're just going to keep warming it up as we head toward Christmas Day. By Saturday, we could see highs in the mid-70s, and then for Christmas Day, some upper 70s and sunshine in the forecast. Get a look at that drive with BKFI in the sky and the 605.
You never call your friends in Michigan around this time of the year, that's for sure. All right, as a matter of fact, Jennifer, we're right on Falls Park. We were just talking about Falls Park. Southbound 605 got off to a slow start much earlier this morning. And it kind of set things emotional a little bit, but it's not terrible. The South 605 coming out from the 210 now. It's going to be a little slower, but we'll come back Rose Hill down to about Slauson and the 5 interchange. But after that, a really easy drive all around the 405. So not too bad at all. The carpool lane is absolutely terrific. No problem there. Not terrific. We're getting reports about kind of a bad problem in the San Fernando Valley around Sun Valley coming through Pacarna. It's South 5 right at the 170 split. Something's going on there with persons hurt. You got to back up to the 118. The good news, if any, after that, a pretty easy drive all the way down to the 134 and the South 170. Once you get on that, it's pretty good down to the 134, 101 interchange. 405 coming out of the valley, not too bad. Victory Boulevard is where you'll start to slow. Up in Overdale, West LA is looking good. As a matter of fact, south of Worcester, up to LA, that's still all in pretty good shape. Jeff, KFI in the sky.
If your business has 5 or more employees and managed to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's real money. It's not a loan either. It's a refund of your taxes. The trick is getting your hands on it. Complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses, and they could probably help you too. No charge up front, they share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you've had increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. Getrefunds.com, that's getrefunds.com.
Hi there. I'm getting paid to talk to you, and yet I'm the most boring person I know. Isn't that unfair? Yes, it is. Of course, you could join me to start a podcast with Spreaker from iHeart. If you've got something to say, they'll help you monetize it. And I bet you've got more to say than I do. I have literally nothing to say, and I'm loving life. Spreaker.com. That's SPREAKER.com. Get paid to talk.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 38,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
What you got planned this weekend? Well, I was going to pluck these geese and make pillows. Woods and chasing those big bucks showing up on the reveal sale cams. Calm down, Gladys. I'm just kidding. Of course I want to get it. Is that a reveal sale cam I see over on the corner? We both know reveal cameras by Tacticam are the first choice among sportsmen. I don't disagree. Why is it on the corner? People are using reveal cell cams for so much more. From monitoring pest control to every kind of security needs you can think of. I've got to get on reveal cell cams.
Hey, there's a better way to fly. Instead of being stuck in endless lines and packed onto planes, try simplifying your travel with Surf Air. Save an average of 2 hours on every trip and avoid crowded airports with a new way to fly private. With Surf Air, you'll fly from smaller airports closer to your home. There are no lines, no waiting, and no stress. SurfAir.com, the best alternative to commercial air travel that makes flying easy. Get a free quote on your next flight at SurfAir.com. There's a better way to fly private.
This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
Instant news, gratification. Follow us now at KFI AM 640 on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is the Bill Handel Show. Bill is on vacation. He's on a European cruise, but he's coming back real soon. He'll be back next week. Gary and Shannon will be here at 10. And Johnny Depp's coming on a little later in the show. It is the busiest travel time of the year, so why not save a little money? Or alternatively, If it's impossible to save any money, why not save yourself some hassle? Johnny Jet knows all the tips and tricks. We'll be talking to him soon, but first, there is a panel, a criminal justice panel, to advise the state legislature here in California about how to change the criminal laws and the court systems to be better. They are called the California Committee on Revision of the Penal Code, CURPERC. And they've been going on for a while. Excuse me, I'm going to clear my throat, everybody. All right, nice and clear. Because Newsom set this panel up in 2020 to start looking at the penal code, how to reduce the prison population, and take care of racial disparities in the justice system. Those are the two main goals. Less people in prison, get rid of the racial disparities. And there have been many changes in the state law already. Most of them have to do with offering alternatives to incarceration, more diversion programs, more treatment programs, for example. You've also got some limits on when gang enhancements and other sentencing enhancements can be used to give somebody more time in prison. And then part of it has to do with death row. Apparently there have been people on death row who had some kind of a mental illness that they didn't understand that they're on death row and that they're facing execution. And so they said, we can't have that, that's not fair. And so there's a way to get them out of death row. I mean, this state, it doesn't matter anyway, because when I say they don't understand they're facing execution, they're really not facing execution. Not in any practical sense in this state. But those are some of the things that have already happened. The panel would like to get rid of the death penalty altogether and shut down death row altogether. Well, here they are with some new ideas for making the criminal justice system better. There's a bit of a wrinkle, and that is that we're looking at maybe a $25 billion budget deficit next year in California, which we're going to talk about in the next segment. But in any event, here are a couple of their big ideas. Now let's see what we think. Number one, the state has to do more for victims of crime. I think a lot of people would agree with that. So this is what they propose. Your tax dollars would go to a fund that would pay restitution to the victims of crimes. It could be money for lost wages to cover the cost of mental health counseling or medical bills or property that has been damaged. And of course it would be there for if you're the victim of a violent crime, but even small potatoes. If somebody steals your bike, you would be able to get some money back out of this fund. And the question that it raises is, aren't the criminals supposed to pay restitution? That's what restitution is. Restitution is when the guy who stole your bike has to pay you back for the bike that he stole. Of course, the problem is this: a lot of people who commit crimes don't have a lot of money. And so if you're waiting for the guy who stole your bike to pay you back for the bike that he stole, you may be waiting forever. And so what the panel is saying is, look, the practical reality is a lot of crime victims don't get made whole financially, and it's a long and torturous process to try to extract a few dollars from somebody who maybe is sitting in prison or maybe just simply doesn't have any money and isn't going to have any money. And this way, victims can get some kind of compensation and get paid back for the stuff that happened to them. I like the idea behind it. When you're talking about a $25 billion budget deficit, though, where's that money really going to come from? But that's one of the things that they are looking at that they want to do very much. And then the other thing that they want to do is they want to start forbidding police officers from pulling people over for certain things. This has been done in other states or in other counties where they and it's a matter of policy mostly, although I think this panel is talking about it would be in the law. You cannot pull somebody over just for tinted windows. If you see at your cop, you see a car, the registration tag is expired, that's all you see. You don't see any other problems. You cannot pull that car over. Because the Public Policy Institute of California, which is a nonpartisan group, found that black drivers are well overrepresented in traffic stops. And cops are more likely to search a black driver or a Latino driver, but they're less likely to actually find guns or drugs or stolen property, whatever it is they're looking for. And a lot of times cops will pull somebody over for a minor violation like tinted windows under the pretext of looking for more. It's called a pretextual stop, and they are allowed. But what this law would do is say there are certain things you simply can never pull the person over for. And those are their two big ideas at this time. Now, implementing that is fine. It doesn't cost any money to say cops can't pull people over for tinted windows anymore. The other stuff costs money. And it's looking like we're not going to have any money in this state, which is weird because it seems like not that long ago the governor was crowing about this massive surplus that we had. Apparently that's all gone. Now we have a deficit. What are we going to do about it? Get into it after a news update from Jennifer Jones-Lee. This is KFI 8640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And here's Jennifer live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
One of California's most infamous convicted killers is not getting a new trial. Scott Peterson, who killed his pregnant wife Lacey and their unborn son, was denied that chance in court yesterday. The judge says there wasn't enough proof of misconduct. Mortgage refi demand surged 6% last week as interest rates dropped to their lowest level since September. And even though inflation seems to be cooling off a bit, you can still expect to pay more for food this week, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The price of eggs is up nearly 50% compared to last year. Flour's up 25%. Milk is up 15%. And butter is up 27%. SoCal weather from KFI. Sunshine later in the day with highs in the mid-60s to right at 70. Let's get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky. This time we're checking out the 210.
That's a problem. We don't get a chance to do this too often. 210's wonderful. How do you like that? It's so little. So we're right over Santa Anita Racetrack right now. It's a little slow coming through Huntington Drive and all that over towards Rose Bowl, but it really much better than usual for an average day. Eastbound's looking good and not so good. We just got word we're going to make a beeline for it. South 710 around the 405. Something bad happened there. I hope it's not as bad as it sounds, but we're going to head that way and check it out for you. And again, North 405 now to Seal Beach, Long Beach, all the way up to LA. It's still looking good. Getting a little slow around the 110. But if you head for LA, actually, I think you'll stay on schedule. Jeff KFI in the sky.
Dell's Pay the Field start now with savings on select XPS laptops and Alienware PCs powered by 12-gen integral processors, plus savings on accessories and free shipping. Call 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. This report is sponsored by Sheraton San Diego Hotel and Marina. Enjoy the ultimate escape at Sheraton San Diego in the heart of the San Diego Harbor. Easy access to the gas plant and food. Free paddleboard and bike rentals included. And your marina escape comes with the best views in San Diego. Explore now at SanDiegoResort.com.
If you have Medicare and Medi-Cal, you could get more with Anthem Blue Cross, like a $0 premium Medicare Advantage plan that includes medical, hospital, and prescription drug coverage, plus more than $5,000 per year in benefits like dental, vision, hearing, and over-the-counter supplies. That's more than $5,000 in benefits just for you. Call 866-336-1895 now to get more than $5,000 in extra benefits with an Anthem Medicare plan. That's 866-336-1895. Call 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. For complete details, coverage and limitations, please contact your agent at a health plan. Anthem Blue Cross Partnership Plan is an HMO D-SNP plan with a Medicare contract and a contract with the California Medicaid program. Enrollment in Anthem Blue Cross Partnership Plan depends on contract renewal. Anthem Blue Cross is a trade name for Blue Cross of California. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Cross of California Partnership Plan, Inc. are independent licensees of the Blue Cross Association. Anthem is a registered trademark of Anthem Insurance Company.
During this interruption, let's talk about disruption. Emerging new channels, cookieless media. Marketers, are you missing out on one of the most engaged audiences in today's new open web? With Science programmatic software Adelphic, stay in tune with digital audio, stream the future on CTV, and level up with in-game. So you can see an average 3 times return on ad spend, maybe even on this very program next time. Science. Built for the new open web. Built for now. Visit buyitnow.com to learn more.
Join the excitement of the College Football Playoff National Championship Weekend and attend Playoff Fan Central January 6th through 8th at the Los Angeles Convention Center in downtown LA. Playoff Fan Central offers a wide variety of family-friendly entertainment and interactive experiences that will put you right in the middle of the action as we celebrate the pinnacle of the college football season. Admission is free. Just download the CFB Playoff mobile app on your Apple or Android device to get started. Playoff Fan Central is brought to you in part by Allstate, AT&T, Capital One, Cheez-It, Chick-fil-A.
This is Nick Alexander from Alexander Mini. The holidays are the best time to upgrade your sleigh. Fly on down and check out our wholesale district lease and finance offers through Mini FS. Call 800-800-NICK. And remember, ho, 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 Nick can't say no.
A full head of hair is a resolution you can achieve thanks to the same simple one-day treatment that I've received from Advanced Hair. Celebrate the new year with a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grabs at advancedhair.com.
By now, you've heard the news. Vaccine boosters are available for eligible Californians. Boosters support stronger immunity and help maximize protection against COVID-19 and its variants. Visit myturn.ca.gov to find out if you're eligible and to find a booster near you. That's myturn.ca.gov. Stay healthy and strong. Get boosted. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. KFI is giving you a chance to win a 2-night stay at Southern California's premier oceanfront destination, Terranea Resort. Breathtakingly situated on 102 acres atop the Palos Verdes Peninsula with endless views of the Pacific Ocean. Winners will stay in an ocean view suite, play a round of golf for two with the links, and have dinner at Catalina Kitchen. You can unwind at Terranea's award-winning spa and wellness center, lounge by one of their 4 ocean view pools, or dine at their 8 distinctive on-site restaurants. Go to Terranea.com to learn more. Visit KFI AM 640 on Instagram and enter to win a stay at this luxury resort that's right here at home and feels like a million miles away. That's KFI AM 640 on Instagram. Good luck from KFI AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Good morning. It's the Bill Handel Show. Bill on vacation in Europe. Back next week. Carrie and Shannon right here at 10 o'clock on KFI. Some of the stories we're following. 2 people are dead, 12 injured after that 6.4 magnitude earthquake hit Northern California. Elon Musk says that he will step down as CEO of Twitter, but not until he could find someone willing to replace him in the job. And the Legislative Analyst's Office in California says we are probably looking at a $24 billion budget deficit for the next fiscal year. That is the non-recession projection. That's if we don't go into a recession, $24 billion deficit. If we go into a recession, they say $30 to $50 billion deficit. Now, just back in June, we're right now under a record-breaking $308 billion budget that Newsom signed in June. And it doesn't look that good. Now, we'll get more details next month. The governor will have a proposed budget out. Then we'll get to look at it, and then revisions are made, and then he has to present like a version 2 in May. The legislature should approve it, and then we'll see what kind of a budget that we have. So, there are a couple of things that are going on here. One thing that's going on here is a thing that's been going on here for a long, long time in California, and that is we have an out-of-whack taxation structure. We rely so much on the very wealthy people. And whenever there's a problem, the answer seems to have been, well, just tax the really wealthy people even more. Voters voted to raise taxes on the high earners back in 2012. Governor Brown came out and said, oh, you got to raise taxes on the richie riches because otherwise we're going to have to cut health care, we're going to have to cut education, there's not going to be any schools, there's not going to be any band-aids, there's not going to be anything. And the voters said, yeah, tax them all. Then 4 years later, 2016, we said, oh, you know, in 2012, rich people, we raised your taxes because we wanted Band-Aids. And we said we would only raise the taxes on you for a while, and then we would lower it back down. No, we're going to extend it even longer. The higher income tax rates on the high earners are in effect right now through 2030. There's a temporary sales tax that expired. So you can see the thinking in Sacramento. Sales tax affects everybody. Some people say it's a regressive tax. It hurts poor people more because the sales tax is a bigger portion of the money that they have. So we did raise it temporarily, but let's let that go back down, even though it's still really high. But let's let it go back down. But when we raise the income tax rate on the rich people, let's keep that longer. That's clearly a mindset of the tax burden should be borne by the rich as much as humanly possible. In 2020, 49% of the personal income tax that was paid in this state came from 1% of the tax filers. We've also got this problem. A lot of those taxes come from capital gains. This is buying stocks, property. That's a very volatile form of income. It goes up, it goes down. You have 1 year, you have a ton of capital gains taxes paid. You have a bad, like this year, what happened to the stock market this year? It's very interesting to see how much money in capital gains the state is able to get. And it keeps making up a bigger and bigger share of the revenue of this state. So every year that goes on, we are relying more and more on the unreliable. Something that's volatile like capital gains, and also that the super rich will stay around and pay California taxes. And every time there's a tax increase on the super rich, they say, people say, oh, you're just going to drive all the wealthy people out of the state. And here's what I think about that. I know for a fact there are some very wealthy people who have already left the state over this problem. And I know that there are other very wealthy people who are thinking about it, maybe even doing some initial planning on it. I don't know, though, if it's true that you will lose enough of the wealthy people to really, really put the state in the toilet. Because the fact is, it's a weird phenomenon. If you're super wealthy, a lot of times you want to live in California. You want to live here. The advantages of living here to a super rich person outweigh the high taxes. So I don't know how many rich people you will lose, but we do lose rich people. It's not the best way to fund the state. And then the other thing is something that I said as soon as this started, and a lot of people said it too, but I remember very clearly saying, hey, and this is when, I don't know if you remember this, back in 2020, and Newsom came out one day and he looked all sad, and he said, it's looking really bad here for the budget. And I think we're going to have like a $50-55 billion budget deficit. This was in the early days of COVID. Things were shutting down. Nobody knew what was going to happen. So he came out, it was in May of 2020, and he said, yeah, we're going to $50-55 billion, man. It's terrible. And then here's what happened. Somehow, the financial markets rebounded. The federal government started pumping tons and tons of money into the state, and the next thing you know, wait a minute, we don't have a shortfall, we don't have a deficit, we have a surplus. We have more money than we even need to spend. Woohoo! And immediately what happened? Oh, well, let's expand this program. What about this program? Let's expand that one too. And these were not one-time expenditures. It wasn't like the rebates that people got. It's a one-time thing. This was where you say, oh, we're going to, for example, you have health care that's available for low-income, undocumented immigrants. So let's do that. And then also, let's plan on, eventually, it'll be open up to everybody, not just the older undocumented immigrants will get free health care. So in January 2024, this program is going to include all undocumented immigrants getting health care, which may be a good public policy decision, but it also costs a lot of money. And that happened because we had all this money in a surplus. There's a couple of other programs also that were, and they're permanent spending now, that are only there, I believe, because we had a surplus and it made it easy. June 2021 budget, $3.4 billion in new ongoing spending, which by 2025 is going to be $12 billion, because nothing stays the same price. The budget this year, June of this year, another $2.3 billion. That's going to be about $5 billion. So you can see what's happening. Now, to be fair to Newsom, he did some good things. He did pay down some debt with some of the surplus. He did put a lot of money into reserves. And the fact is, for what it's worth, Moody's Analytics says California is one of the top states in terms of being prepared for a recession because we did put a lot of money into reserves. So they didn't do everything wrong. They did some things right, but they also over-committed to spending, apparently not realizing that just because you have a surplus one time doesn't mean you're always going to have a surplus, and that's what we're facing now. Well, and we won't know how bad it is until we know if we hit a recession or not. Let's get some news from Jennifer Jones-Lee, and then I want to talk about a RICO case. Oh yes, RICO, the mob, maybe criminal street gangs. You get a RICO case going. Well, here's a RICO case, and it's not the mob, and it's not street gangs. It's, oh, wait till you hear who it is. It's KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
You don't need an open fire to roast your chestnuts. Just more stimulating talk.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Fiery discovery. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A woman's been killed in an apartment fire in Downey. KFI's Blake Trolley reports live. County firefighters were even called in to help.
There's just some flaring things that lack openness and transparency.
Big smoke could be seen coming from both sides of the apartment building. Crews worked to keep the fire from spreading to another building. Those crews put the fire out after several hours of fighting it. One woman was found outside the building. She was injured and taken to a hospital. Firefighters inside found a woman and her daughter in a bathroom. The woman was pronounced dead on scene. Her daughter was taken to a hospital. The cause of the fire last night is under investigation. Reporting live, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
A man involved in a high-speed chase in Lancaster barricaded himself inside a mobile home. A CHP officer says the pursuit started late last night when the man was driving over 130 miles an hour through Surface Street. The man, who had 2 kids with him, got off the freeway and entered a mobile home park where he barricaded himself. Witnesses at the park say he threatened to shoot the kids during the barricade. A SWAT team's been sent to the scene. The South Coast Air Quality Management District extended a mandatory ban on indoor and outdoor wood burning in SoCal. The residential no-burn order will be in effect until at least 11:59 tonight. It affects parts of LA, Riverside, and San Bernardino County, and it includes all of OC. OC has switched off a deal with the OC Power Authority despite a $65 million electric bill for clean energy not yet delivered.
There's just some flaring things that lack openness and transparency.
Supervisor Lisa Bartlett says recent audits allege shaky leadership in financing issues.
Higher rates than Southern California Edison for their default products by about 7%.
Supervisor Don Wagner says pulling out is premature.
We don't know what the risk is to our constituents to pull out. We know there isn't a risk staying in. We're giving them choice.
The board yesterday said it's not paying $65 million to pull out despite the 3-2 vote. 4 cities in OC remain with the OCPA. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A fire damaged a home in the Lido Isle part of Newport Harbor. Several people were rescued from the home and were treated for smoke inhalation. The fire was first reported at 9:55 last night. Police in Pasadena say they've been trying to figure out if a member of Elon Musk's security team hit a man with a car he was driving. Police say a man pulled off the 110 and called police to use his phone. He said another car pulled in front of him and just blocked him, tried to prevent him from driving away. He said a guy got out and walked over to him and told him he had been following too closely. Police have since learned the man who said he is a member of Elon Musk's security team also said that he hit the guy with the car, then drove off. Detectives do not believe Elon Musk was there during that confrontation. Now, Elon Musk says he is stepping down as CEO of Twitter once he can find someone foolish enough to take the job. He posted the announcement on Twitter last night. Sunday, he made a poll asking the public if he should step down. 57.5% voted yes, and he said once the job is filled, he will just run the software and server teams. Musk bought Twitter 7 weeks ago for about $44 billion. Taking a look at your KFI financial report right now, the Dow is up 555, S&P is up 62, NASDAQ has gained 185. SoCal weather from KFI, we've got a sunny day ahead, even a little bit warmer than yesterday. Highs mid-60s and the low 70s, and it'll spike by tomorrow. Everybody will be in the low to mid-70s. And then by Christmas Day, we could see highs in the mid to upper 70s. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky, and we're taking a look at that drive on the 710.
Good. It's going down through traffic quickly now. Good morning. If you just joined us, I'm actually talking about some better than usual drives on most of our freeways, but the South 710 is now in big trouble, and it's really loaded with rigs trying to get down to Dodge to pick up stuff. But here we go. We're circling over right now. It's southbound 710 right at the 405, which is a squeeze play always. You've only got 3 lanes going through, and the 2 left are blocked. Now, the southbound 710 is coming to a stop way back to the 105. So long time delays. Now, if you're driving a rig, I'm sure you're going to stay with the freeway and struggle through it. But if you're driving a car, goodness, get off at any strip. Is a real easy one. If you get off at Long Beach Boulevard, that'll get you to Long Beach before you know it. But any of the surface streets, Atlantic, Santa Fe, any of those will help you out. South of the 405, of course, it's full speed down to the docks. Now, northbound not affected. There is a right shoulder rig. I think it's just kind of resting there, but it's pretty good going through. But again, southbound's not in good shape at all. Back San Fernando Valley, I mentioned this last time around, there was a crash south 5 at the 170 split. That is clearing right now. As a matter of fact, gone from the freeway, but you'll still be slow coming away from the 118. But after that, just south 5, good down to the 134, no problems there. The drive out of Diamond Bar, we saw it a little while ago, it's actually looking good now. That's from the 60 up and over the hill and all the way down to the 91 in Anaheim. A little slow going through the college, but actually pretty good shape. More on the 710. I'll keep tabs on it for you. Don't go away. Jeff KFI in the sky.
This hour of the Bill Handel Show is brought to you by WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. Find the largest selection of in-stock appliances in Southern California at WDCappliances.com. WDCappliances.com.
Guys, 2022 has been a roller coaster year. So spoil her this Christmas by giving her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all. With soft, silky, naturally new pajamas, exclusively from Pajamagram. Sensuous and smooth, naturally new pajamas feel just like your own bare skin, even more alluring than lingerie. The texture and touch of these pajamas is so seductive that you don't love the feel of them. She'll love the feeling of wearing next to nothing at all, and you'll love the way they look. Best of all, Pajamagram does the wrapping for you with free gift packaging. Order today, and Pajamagram will also include a free matching naturally nude nightie with the purchase of naturally nude pajamas. That is free gift packaging and a free naturally nude nightie when you order today. Just go to Pajamagram.com. It's fast, easy, and delivery by Christmas is guaranteed. That's Pajamagram.com.
Visit LosAngeles2023.com to start booking your trip today. You'll find links to local hotels, know before you go event information, and the official fan guide for the 2023 College Football Playoff National Championship in Los Angeles. Plan your trip to LA today.
When you're young, life's full of choices. Don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life and your choices with just one wrong pill. Find medically proven treatment options at ChooseMac.org.
This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI.
More stimulating talk.
An iHeart radio station.
Today, the part of Bill Handel will be played by not Bill Handel. I'm in a Handel show, so see the difference. And now, here's not Bill Handel.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere from the iHeartRadio app. Good morning. Bill Handel Show. He's on vacation. He's coming back next week. I want to say something that's cool.
about the iHeartRadio app, which is you can listen live anywhere, but also if you miss a show live, it's not gone forever. You can catch up through the on-demand function. And now I'm going to put him on the spot because I think he can handle it. What we do here at KFI, and by we, I mean the board ops, when an hour is over, the podcast of that hour is available very, very quickly. Tyler Whitman, Wayne Resnick. We just finished the 7 o'clock hour Bill Hagel show.
That is true.
Only about 7 minutes ago.
Yes, sir.
Is the podcast of the 7 o'clock hour available?
It is 95% complete and should be available within about 2.5 minutes.
There you go. See, that's really fast. Less than 10 minutes after that hour's over, you can catch up on it if you weren't able to listen. So that is all very great. And shout out to Tyler and shout out to all the board ops here who make that happen for you. One of the stories that we're following at KFI is LAPD warning rideshare drivers about a scam. Here's how the scam works. You pick up and by the way, you're not a rideshare driver, that's okay. This applies to you as well. You pick up a rider, they ask to use your phone. You hand over your phone because you're trying to be a good guy. They go in your phone, they get into your banking app, they transfer money into their own account, they erase the app from your phone and cancel the ride, so there's no record of that. And it has happened multiple times recently, and all I would say is, yes, this is particular to rideshare drivers picking people up, but anybody anywhere could ask to borrow your phone. And you might feel like being a nice person and let them borrow your phone, and this would be a good reason to not do that. What you always do, this has always been the rule, somebody says, can I borrow your phone? You say, who do you need to call? I'll call them. I'll call them, I'll dial the number, I'll tell them, whatever you know. You don't let your phone out of your hand into somebody else's hand. So that's terrible for those rideshare drivers. Let's talk about a big RICO case. It's not the mob, it's not Tony Soprano, it's not the Hells Angels, or the Rolling 60s Crips, or the Grape Street Crips. Man, when I was with the feds, we had a lot of RICO cases. And I don't really remember any RICO case that was organized crime as we know it from the TV and the movies, the mafia. I don't really remember any of those. I think most of those had been done before I started. But man, oh man, did we have a lot of street gangs. Because really, the street gangs aren't very different than the mafia. So we had a lot of those RICO cases. Street gangs controlling drug dealing territory, using extortion to get local vendors to pay them taxes, retaliating against people who wouldn't pay the taxes, all that kind of stuff. I never had a RICO case like this. This is a lawsuit. It's not a criminal prosecution. It is a RICO lawsuit being brought by several municipalities in Puerto Rico. And they are suing the big oil companies. See, that already makes you go, wait, how is RICO, how are big oil companies a RICO, a racketeering, influence, corrupt organization? Ah, well, this is what they're saying. You guys, big oil, lied. You lied to everybody, and everybody includes us. And you lied about climate change, and you lied about how fossil fuels are partly responsible for climate change. You lied about it, and you didn't just lie. You diverted money into think tanks, you bought off scientists, you bought off PR firms, and you made them all lie that there was no climate change, or if there was any climate change, it wasn't because of fossil fuels. And because of all of that, we here in Puerto Rico have been slammed again and again and again with the hurricanes, and they have other problems besides hurricanes in Puerto Rico. They get storm surges, they get blistering heat, the coral reefs are being bleached out. And so that is the basis of the lawsuit, which is interesting to me because it's somewhat novel. generally you think RICO requires, I was going to say you think of RICO as involving crime, but actually RICO requires crime. You can't be a racketeering influenced corrupt organization unless you're engaging in racketeering activity, and racketeering activity means crime. It means specified crime. There is a list of the crimes that if you do them, and you're an organization, it doesn't have to be a formal organization, you're a group of people, you're racketeering. And it's murder, kidnapping, gambling, arson, robbery, bribery, extortion, drug dealing, and there's a ton of other stuff. It's a long, long list of specified crimes. So the problem here with suing the oil companies under RICO as if they were the mafia or a criminal street gang is you can't just say you lied. You're going to have to point to this list of crimes and find the crime or the crimes that they committed. And I guess, fraud is on here, mail fraud is on here, and wire fraud is on here. There's some fraud relating to financial, like bank fraud is on here. But I think they're going to have a hard time narrowing it down to a specific crime that the oil companies committed when they were lying about climate change. But I guess they'll have their day in court, and we'll have to see how that goes. If they win, if they get anywhere with this lawsuit, that is going to radically change how big businesses can do business. Meanwhile, a school superintendent is being investigated by the federal government over some books that were taken out of the school library. We'll get into that after news from Jennifer Jones-Lee. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And Jen is live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Tens of millions of Americans are under weather alerts as this big winter storm packs really cold temperatures across the U.S. The Supreme Court will hear arguments on President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan in late February. And ESPN reports the NBA Phoenix Suns and WNBA's Mercury are being purchased by a billionaire mortgage lender for about $4 billion. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a mostly sunny day ahead with highs in the mid-60s to the low 70s. This report is brought to you by ChooseChangeCA.org. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like right back to the 710.
Well, the pretty good weather report, but we certainly have traffic alerts. I do have some good news, though. If you were with us last time around, we were circling over the 710-405 interchange in Long Beach, and southbound 710 right to 405. There's only 3 lanes there anyway, so squeeze play, but only the far right was open. It cleared, and it only cleared about 2 minutes ago. Now, if you're coming down the South 710 right now, coming away from Commerce and the 5 and all that, it's going to get real slow at the 105 and then more like stop and stop again from a little bit north of the 91 all the way down. Now, again, that's a pretty tough drive every day of the week, but thankfully, everything is over to a very narrow right shoulder. Now, we just got word of another problem. Now, westbound 91 at Bloomfield, that's as you approach or get fairly close to the 605. You have to drive that. If you headed that way, stay with us. I'll update it for you in just a few minutes. Jeff Ball, KFI in the sky.
Hey, cheese lovers, save big at Whole Foods Market during the 12 Days of Cheese. Get 37% off select holiday cheeses with Prime through December 24th, while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Right now, during Mattress Firm's Dream Timber Sale, get a king bed for a queen price, or a queen bed for a twin price, and save up to $700. Plus, get a free adjustable base. Visit a store near you or mattressfirm.com today.
End of the year donation decisions are best made where it can do the most good, which is right here at home. Children's Hospital Los Angeles delivers world-class care and life-changing research for critically ill kids. Your donations help families that need this life-saving care, so please give generously. Call 800-670-CHLA, that's 800-670-CHLA, or visit donatechla.org to make your year-end donation.
Imagine for a moment that this ad was bought autonomously. Welcome to the new open web, where Viant is combining AI and human insight to create autonomous media buying that accelerates your return on ad spend. And using Viant DSP Adelphic, you can now measure your media offline and online to see the full impact of your media spend, so you can spend more time on podcasts, Viant, built for the new open web. Built for now. Visit viantnow.com to learn more.
When you're young, life is full of choices. Don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life or your choices with just one wrong pill. Find medically proven treatment options at choosemat.org.
Good things come to those who wait. And 31 years after Paul Rusnak opened Rusnak Volvo Pasadena, Volvo is now coming to Thousand Oaks. This October, Rusnak Volvo Cars Westlake opens, offering the same safe and reliable cars as our Pasadena location. So what's better than safe and reliable? New dealerships now. Yeah. Stop in and see what's new and what's electric. And thank you for your patience. Rusnak, it's that easy.
Afraid to look at your financial statements? Shredding them without opening them? It's time for a second opinion from Edelman Financial Engines. Our opinions aren't based on intuition or daily market movements. They're grounded in institutional rigor, and all of our planners are fiduciaries who put your interest above all others. So if you need help managing the ups and downs of this market, we're ready to talk. At Edelman Financial Engines, you get personalized investment recommendations from a dedicated wealth planner who doesn't sell products to earn commissions. So stop shredding those financial statements. Let's take a look together. It's time to get a second opinion. Get your complimentary wealth checkup where you can discuss your financial goals with a wealth planner. Call Edelman Financial Engines at 888-899-4450. That's 888-899-4450. Or visit EFEWealthPlanners.com.
If a private company did that, they'd be charged with defrauding your customers. This Public Utilities Commission is committing fraud on behalf of the energy companies because they bought off all the politicians. Everything about this entire topic is a scam. They're not going to get your rebate as quickly as they promised. John and Ken, it's a ripoff. It's fraud.
We paid the due on KFI.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is the Bill Handel Show, and Bill is on a boat on a river in Europe right now on vacation, but he will be here next week. And in a moment, I want to talk about this school superintendent who's being investigated by the Education Department Civil Rights Division. What did he do to violate somebody's civil rights? Well, before we get to that, one of the stories we're following here, you may know Harvey Weinstein was convicted of rape, was facing a request by prosecutors that he get additional time based on 2 alleged special circumstances. They told the jury about these special circumstances, and the jury said, we do not agree. This was, number one, that Harvey Weinstein planned the attack on the woman who was convicted of raping. That would have been a special enhancement. And the other one is that the woman that he attacked was particularly vulnerable. And many sentencing schemes have an enhancement if you victimize someone who is considered especially vulnerable in some way. The jury apparently rejected those 2 enhancements, and so he's still looking at, I think, up to 18 years in prison. He's not going to get out, but he will not get enhanced time in that case. All right. U.S. Department of Education has a Civil Rights Enforcement Division. And this is because we have something called Title IX, and Title IX has to do with discrimination in schools. And more recent, it was passed in 72, I think, the Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972. Schools cannot discriminate based on your race and your religion and several other things. And more recently, it was determined that it also protects students from discrimination, on the basis of gender identity or sexual orientation. Okay. You know, there's a big push in many parts of this country to get any books that have anything to do with LGBTQ stuff out of the libraries. They don't want it in the curriculum. They don't want them in the library. And such is the case in a town in Texas, Granbury, at the Granbury Independent School District. And the superintendent there is in hot water, or at least he's being investigated for possibly being in hot water. His name is Jeremy Glenn, and the reason that he's under investigation is he was recorded at a meeting telling the librarians in the school district to remove any LGBTQ themed books from the library. Here's one thing that he said, because these are quotes because it's on tape. I acknowledge that there are men that think they're women and there are women that think they're men. I don't have any issues with what people want to believe, but there's no place for it in our libraries. So then they talked about some other things, and I think probably somebody there who was part of whoever was recording it baited the guy and asked for clarification about what books and what about these books is objectionable. And Jeremy Glenn took the bait, and he said, well, let me make it clear. It's the transgender, LGBTQ, and the sexuality in books. So he's on record saying that he's going after books specifically because they have to do with LGBTQ issues and people. So they did remove 130 books off the shelves. Now, how is that a civil rights violation? Well, the ACLU stepped in, and the ACLU says you're violating Title IX because you're discriminating against people based on their gender identity, and you're in big trouble. And the district says, what you're talking about, we're not keeping them out of classes. We're not grading them differently. We're not preventing them from participating in extracurricular activities. How are we discriminating against the students? If you want to say we're discriminating against the books, maybe we are, but the books are not protected by the law. And so here's what it boils down to, and it's kind of a new idea. We don't know if this can take hold in the courts and become a thing, or if it's just going to be shut down by taking LGBTQ books out of the library. You're creating a hostile environment for LGBTQ students. That's the novel theory behind this lawsuit. That just the fact that one day, if let's say I'm an LGBTQ student, and one day I find out that all the books that were about me or about things that I'm interested in or care about or about people, characters going through what I'm going through, I find that they're all gone, I'm going to feel threatened. I'm going to feel that I'm not welcome in my own school. I'm going to have to worry whether or not the teachers hate me, on and on and on. So you can kind of see it. I can wrap my head around the idea of it, but because it's a new idea, we don't know if it has legal legs or not. Usually when you're talking about hostile environment, you're talking about other people making fun of you because of some attribute, or not letting you participate equally in things because of some attribute. And this is more indirect. Now, they really wanted those books out of that library. And there was an investigation before this investigation. Now that the education department is investigating, they are not the first people to investigate the situation about the LGBTQ books coming out of the library. Here's what happened. You know that meeting that I told you about where the superintendent said, basically, we got to get rid of these books. I'm talking about the LGBTQ books. Well, there was a review committee. That decision is subject to a review committee, and the review committee said, yeah, we're putting most of these books back on the shelves. There's a few we're going to keep out, but most of these are going back. Now, there were two people on the review committee who didn't like that very much. And so you know what they did? They called the police. And they said that employees of the school district were distributing pornography to the children. And you might think that that would be handled pretty quickly. Oh, they're distributing pornography? What pornography? Here, it's these books. Oh, those are not pornography. Under the wildest expansion of the definition of pornography, these books are not pornography. You may not like them, they might be controversial, they're not pornography. But instead, one of the cops there in Hood County, that's where this is, opened an investigation, and it went on for several months, investigating whether the school was giving pornography to children because a couple of people were butthurt that the LGBTQ books were put back on the shelves. Now, the Department of Education is sniffing around to see if this superintendent is guilty of creating a hostile environment for those students. Man, it's really, this part of the culture war is really heating up. Okay, we are going to have Handle on the News late edition after a news update from Jennifer Jones-Lee. This is KFI 8640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And here's Jen live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The city of LA has a little over 16,000 beds for homeless people. As of last week, 12,000 of those beds were filled. The city's Homeless Strategy Committee released its annual numbers as part of a mandatory report to the state. The report shows in the last fiscal year, 4,800 people were placed into some sort of permanent housing, and 322 were able to exit the system altogether and become self-sufficient. The DEA says it has seized enough fentanyl this year to kill every American. The agency announced yesterday it seized 379 million deadly doses of fentanyl this year. The seizures include more than 50 million pills laced with the ultra-deadly synthetic opioid. The DEA says 2 Mexican criminal organizations are the main sources of fentanyl brought into the U.S. A sign criticizing Santa Monica's crime issues has been put up.
The banner put up near the 3rd Street Promenade reads, "Santa Monica is not safe." The group behind the banner says the city is facing issues with drug dealing, fentanyl overdoses, and sex workers. The city fired back, saying the police department has successfully prevented crime through the hiring of more officers and the addition of more police patrols. The city says there's also new private security for downtown and different parking structures. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
2 women in Colorado who say a nurse sexually assaulted them while they were unconscious in the ICU have filed a lawsuit against the hospital where they were being treated. The class action suit filed yesterday alleges the hospital's management didn't do enough to prevent the abuse. Police say the nurse would record himself sexually abusing female patients while they were unconscious or incapacitated. Millions of people who enrolled in Medicaid during the COVID-19 pandemic could start to lose their insurance plans by April 1st.
If Congress passes its $1.7 trillion spending package, it could sunset a requirement the Biden administration's been under pressure to end. The federal government prohibited states from booting people from Medicaid with the public health emergency still in effect. 25 Republican governors have objected to that rule in a letter to the president. Millions are expected to be bumped from the program, which grants health care coverage to nearly 80 million low-income people. Mark Rahman, KFI News.
And Franco Harris, the Hall of Fame running back with the Pittsburgh Steelers who performed what's considered to be the most iconic play in NFL history, has died. His catch was called the Immaculate Reception, and it won the game that set the team on a path to greatness. Harris won 4 Super Bowl rings with the Steelers in the 70s. There's a statue of him at Pittsburgh International Airport. He was 72. Here's SoCal weather from KFI. It looks like a sunny week all the way leading up until Christmas, and each day we're going to warm up a bit. So already today, highs are going to be in the mid-60s to lower 70s. By tomorrow, we're going to be in the low to mid-70s. Stay that way into Friday and Saturday, and then it looks like by Sunday, Christmas Day, we could see highs in the mid to upper 70s. Let's get a look at your drive with EKFI in the sky. This time we're looking at the 91.
All right, others too. Good morning. Thanks for taking us along for the ride as always. Generally speaking here, the overall view of everything, LA, Orange County, Inland, all that, we're better than usual here, but we got a few trouble spots. Now, if you were with us in the last report, I mentioned a possible problem. Westbound 91 at Bloomfield, Artesia Boulevard, it's almost the same spot. That's as you approach the 605. We watched it was in a lane, and we watched the motor officer, I think a police motor officer, I'm not sure jurisdiction, but anyway, he cleared it over to the shoulder. So good news, that was really fast. It's a little slow approaching that. After that, a fairly good drive all the way to the end of the freeway. Southbound 710 now, going out to the 405, it's still in trouble. It's always busy, that's for sure. Even today, everybody going, all the truckers going up to the harbor, but it's slow from the 105 Once you get south of the 91, it starts getting a little bit better. All lanes reopen there. We had a couple lanes blocked there for a long time, southbound 710 at the 405. Now, we've got a problem here on the west. Why just something always happens? West 105 at Long Beach Boulevard. Sure enough, the left lane is now blocked. There are about 3 or 4 drivers there that have tangled. Left lane is blocked. It's backed up through the 710. Once you get past this, though, a fairly good drive for this time of the morning going into a very busy LAX. Be careful. Jeff Long, KFI in the sky.
The Light Source Whole House Water Filtration System, and I have one at home, is very simply the best system I've ever had, and I've had plenty. What it does is connect directly to your plumbing from the outside. So as the water goes inside the house, it is highly filtered, great tasting, and obviously very safe water. Every tap, every faucet in your house produces this water. You're bathing, you're cleaning, you're cooking, you're doing your clothes, you're doing dishes with bottled quality water. And what a cup of coffee it makes, too. No maintenance of any kind ever. No filters to change, no salt to add, no monthly service. Once it's installed, you can forget it's ever there. And until December 31st, LightSource will pay your sales tax. It's their best deal of the year. Call 800-803-2696. 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. LightSource Water, taste and feel the difference.
When you're young, life's full of choices. Don't let opioids, that highly addictive and deadly fentanyl, take away your life or your choices with just one wrong pill. Find medically proven treatment options at choosemac.org.
Yes, it's just me, reminding you that there's just a few days left to shop for me. Now you have reasons to visit Remember.
Sports and big TV. It's the most wonderful time of the year at the most wonderful place for it all, Morongo.
Number 2.
Our totally 80s New Year's Eve celebration is going to be awesome.
And the number 1 reason.
You can earn up to $100 in free slot play playing slots with the rewards card the 26th through the 30th.
Morongo, good times.
I'm from East Los Angeles. People always ask, why would a famous actor like Danny Trejo do all his own stunts? Listen, that chainsaw, it's a fake. That car crash, it's a fake. That flamethrower, no problem, it's a fake. But fake meds, that's a real problem. So always verify all your medication online at safe.pharmacy and keep your friends, your family, and yourself safe from fake meds. I gotta go wrestle this fake bear. But remember, always check all your meds at safe.pharmacy. Because Hollywood isn't the only thing filled with fakes.
This holiday, whether you're making a Ralph's Simple Truth Turkey for 40 or a Murray's Big Free for 2, Ralph's has fast, fresh delivery and free pickup, so you can make holiday meals that bring you all together to create memories that last. Ralph's, fresh for everyone. Free pickup on orders of $35 or more. Restrictions may apply.
Choose from a great selection of digital coupons and use them up to 5 times in one transaction. Check our app for details. Wow, fresh for everyone. AM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Listen, I'm not going to lie to you, and I'm not bragging. I could do 248 diamond push-ups in 3 months.
And 11 News, late edition. Here's not Bill Handle.
KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Good morning, Bill Handel's show. He's on vacation. He is back on Monday. Jennifer Jones-Lee is, ironically, I assume, wearing a shirt that says, not a morning person.
Amen to that.
Either your shirt is wrong, or if your shirt is true, boy, are you in the wrong job.
30 years of lying to everybody. Good morning. No, it's not.
Okay. I would never lie to you. She might lie to you, but not me. I love it.
You like early morning? You're an early morning guy?
I didn't until I started on this show, and then I learned, you know that thing you learn to love? Yes. I learned to love it. I'm kidding. I mean, 30 years. I would have bought it if I didn't love it. Mm-hmm. All right. You want to do some Handle on the News Late Edition? Yes, sir, please. Oh, excellent. Handle on the News Late Edition brought to you by directbuyers.com. That's the hassle-free way to sell your home at a fair price in 10 days or fewer. Directbuyers.com. And now, Handle on the News Late Edition, meet Jennifer Jones-Lee, lead story.
Come on over, baby.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky will meet President Joe Biden at the White House, and then this evening will deliver an address to a joint session of Congress. This is the first wartime trip outside of Ukraine for Zelensky that we know about, because there could have been a secret trip. And I think so the White House at 11 o'clock Pacific time, our time, 2 p.m. back there. They're going to have some kind of a meeting, then a joint press conference, then the vice president's going to show up, Andy Blinken's going to show up, and then the speech to Congress scheduled for 4:30 Pacific time, 7:30 back there, and President Biden sent out a tweet to his new BFF. I hope you're having a good flight, Vladimir. I'm thrilled to have you here. Much to discuss. Heart emoji, heart eyes with heart face emoji, and then the peach emoji for some weird reason. Oh, very, very inappropriate. At 10 o'clock this morning, LA Mayor Karen Bass is going to sign an executive order for this new program called Inside State. This is the one that she's been touting, where she'll have teams move homeless people from tent encampments into hotels and motels. And it was one that she made very clear. This has been her platform from the beginning, that the minute she got into office, she was going to declare the state of emergency on homelessness and act on it immediately. And the one thing that, if you look at, Handel talks about this sometimes, is you've got these teams that go into these places, and there are some homeless people who are like, I don't want to get off the street. This is where I live. You can't move me into a motel or a hotel. I don't want that. And she's made it clear that this would be for people who want it. Now, once these teams go into these areas where these homeless encampments are, and they tell people, here are your options, I don't know what happens then to those people. Those people who say, nope, I'm just going to hang here with my tent, then what? So you can't force them. And so there will be no coming out. They have to be dealt with through different programs. And there is kind of a point, if you think about it, if somebody really will not, they want to live in a tent on the sidewalk, that is what they are demanding. Then I think what you have to do is, one approach would be you just provide as much services to them there as possible, mental health services if they need it or whatever. Or what you have to do, and we are assuming everything went swimmingly, we are years away from this, but you would make sure that you have enough shelter space for everybody, at which point you could enforce anti-camping laws and stuff like that, and you could arrest them and take them to jail if they won't get off the sidewalk. But you can't do that unless there's a shelter bed available for them. That is what the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled. And it's unconstitutional to do that to a person unless you have a place for them. And it doesn't really address, well, if you have a place and they don't want it, then you can arrest them. I think we're trying to avoid ending up back there, where people are being hauled away by the police in handcuffs because they're in a tent on the sidewalk. You hope that you can ameliorate that problem without it getting that far again. It's a good first start. Let's see how it works out. She's abiding by what she said she would do. So far. The DEA has a big announcement for you. They have seized enough fentanyl in this year, not all at once, but over the course of 2022, they've seized enough fentanyl to kill every American. Over 379 million deadly doses of fentanyl, including 10,000 pounds of fentanyl powder, over 50 million pills contaminated with fentanyl.
hard to believe. I mean, it is and it isn't, but the saying, to know that millions of pills are out there on the street, that's not hard for me to believe. Knowing that it's two specific cartels that it looks like from Mexico that are the primary sources of this, it's not hard for me to believe. The hard part for me to wrap my head around is enough pills to kill every single one of them. Every single one.
Well, you need the powder too.
Right, well, yes. But still, saying that
pills could only kill maybe 50 million.
But along with the powder, everybody's out.
Yeah, I don't mean to be facetious about it. It's just that the thing about all of this is, do you want to save people's lives? Do you want people not to die? Because they're saying it's enough fentanyl to kill every American, but it wouldn't kill every American because most Americans are not ever going to ingest any fentanyl.
Right.
Do you want to have the people who do buy counterfeit pain pills, for example, or buy street drugs and use them, do you want them not to die? Is that a priority for you? Then you must decriminalize all these drugs and make them available through avenues where people can get things that are inspected so they know there's no fentanyl in it. But who's got an appetite for that? Hey, let's get a news update, Jen, and then we'll finish Hannah on the News Late Edition right here on KFI AM 640, live everywhere on that iHeart Radio app. Here's Jen. Hey, I see you. You're live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Hello, I see you right back. The House Select Committee investigating last year's attack on the Capitol is set to release its final report today. A major winter storm is bringing brutally cold temperatures to most of the U.S. this week before Christmas. Not us. But this is called a bomb cyclone. It's moving from the west to the east coast, and it could impact your travel. And the Mega Millions jackpot is up to $510 million after nobody drew those winning numbers last night. 4 people, however, did each win $1 million after matching 5 of the 6 numbers. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a sunny day shaping up and warmer temperatures with highs in the mid-60s to right at 70s. This report is brought to you by ChooseMat.org. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Jeff Bob checking out our Wednesday ride.
Wednesday rides, they're actually not too bad in most of our freeway systems here through the Southland. But West 105 is in trouble. There's always something happening at the Long Beach Boulevard. I don't know why, but sure enough, the left lane was blocked there for a while. And we left it a few minutes ago. I saw a CHP officer pulling up, and it was 3 drivers in the left lane there. I'm sure he's assisting them to get over to the shoulder right now. So it is a little slow coming away from the 605, no question. Eastbound side, that's looking good. South 405 is still up there trying to get into Long Beach. Boy, there was a problem. A bad spot. South 710 to 405 is only 3 lanes normally, and 2 of them were blocked. So that's what happened. It's been clear for a while, but really slow coming out from the 105. Now just by the sweeper train moving south on the 710, approaching the 105 right now in the left lane. So that's kind of adds to things coming down from Barnes. Kind of a tough drive there. Jeff, AFI in the sky.
I answer the lawyer, actual client.
I was hit on a motorcycle by a truck, resulting in serious leg injury. My first lawyer downplayed with them. They called iaccidentlawyer.com. They got me $8 million on my first home of cash, and they got savings for the rest of my life. Thank you, iaccidentlawyer.com.
Attorney Robert Coney, results vary, not a guarantee.
This report is sponsored by Whole Foods Market. Hey, cheese lovers, save big at Whole Foods Market during the 12 days of cheese. Get 37% off select holiday cheeses with Prime through December 24th, while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
This winter, spread joy, not germs. As soon as you feel symptoms, test it, treat it, you can beat it. COVID medications like the Paxlovid pill can help you test negative sooner. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. Again, that's 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Waiting to get your Tesla until the $7,500 federal tax credit kicks in? Well, don't. I'm Scott Stater, CEO and founder of Autonomy, where we've already dropped our prices. At Autonomy, you can subscribe to a Tesla Model 3 now for just $450 a month and $3,000 down. That's cheaper than a lease. Guaranteed. See price comparisons and other details at autonomy.com. After 12 months, price is at $1,000 per month. 28 days on.